Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
And he got him. Soto closes out the game. Picks up Pirates victory. The Astros now 1-3 on the homestand. A couple of 3-run home runs tonight. Brandon Lau and O'Neal Cruz hurting the Astros as they drop this one 10-6.
Todd Callis on the call. Space City Home Network last night. Not a great day out at the yard. It was looking good for a while. They were up 4-2, kind of getting late in the game, and then Mike Burrows came back in for the 6th, and he did what he's done more than anybody else all year. He gave up home run. He gives
multiple run homers. Yeah,
that's the problem. Is with the last start that he had when he went 7 innings and gave up 2 runs. It's like, all right, well, these are solo home runs. That's okay. Verlander did that for years for the Astros. But last night, 3-run homer, and then Brian Abreu comes in and dumps gasoline all over the fire. And
I'm trying to figure out a way that I could defend Burrows, because I know that this is especially devastating for you because you're the biggest Burrows fan out there.
Not anymore.
It's like
I'm off of Burrows.
Sean, he's actually a really good pitcher until he lets players on base.
Yeah.
Because then every play with runners on base, he turns every batter into Yordan Alvarez.
Right.
He's got entering last night. He was allowing a 903 OPS when he had runners on base.
Yeah.
So basically, if you're a batter in an opposing Astros teams, if you're a batter that plays for the opposing team, and Burrows and you get up and there's somebody on first base, you're telling yourself, I'm Yordan freaking Alvarez.
I'm vintage Albert Pujols right now.
Yeah,
I am peak Pujols in this batter's box right now.
Listen, Sean, I understand baseball, and what you don't understand about baseball is that he's an awesome pitcher, except for the whole letting people on base.
Well,
it's just the one little minor detail. If he could just never let anybody on base, he'd be all right.
The other thing with Burrows early in the year was, he's just so unlucky. He's so unlucky early in the year, and so I was taking one of the segments we did last week and writing an article about it for the Houston Press. When you and I were kind of figuring, either earlier this week or late last week, we were figuring like, okay, these guys are all going to be coming back pretty soon, Javier and Hunter Brown, and you got some guys who you weren't expecting to be starters, like Kai-Wei Tang. Peter Lambert, you weren't even expecting him to be on the team. You DFA'd him at the beginning of the year, and you brought him back, who have pitched pretty well. So I was writing the article of, okay, this is sort of what I think the percentage chance that each guy is going to be in the starting rotation once everybody's back. Arrighetti and Hunter Brown, 100% are going to be in. Tatsuya Ima, I think, is like 95% based on how he's pitched and what he's getting paid and what he means to the team. And I got to Burrows, and I'm like, you know what? I got to go look up. I know his ERA is in the 5s. I got to go look up and see if he's still so unlucky as everybody was saying at the beginning of the year. Possibly even me, because as you point out, I was a card-carrying Burrows lover coming out of spring training. Who wouldn't have been?
Jokingly, I know that too. Yeah.
No, I know. I'll lean into it though, because he did. He only gave up 1 run in like 15 innings or whatever. I was excited about him. That's basically your ERA factoring in luck, is about the same as his regular ERA now. Like, he's settled in now where he has his moments, but he has this penchant for giving up home runs, and he has, as you pointed out, he has this penchant for giving up home runs with lots of guys on base.
Yeah. That's where his, so on Baseball Savant, his expected ERA right now is 4.11, which isn't atrocious, especially relatively early in the season.
Yeah.
It's like an average major league pitcher.
Yeah.
But I think that's where sometimes you get, if you run hog wild with the expected stats, you lose out on some of how it's working for the individual, which is that dynamic of, man, It sure does seem like something happens to him when there's runners on base,
dude.
And he clenches up a little bit.
I was at that game. I forget who they were playing. Amy and I went to a Sunday game where Burrows was pitching, and he was literally perfect through 4 2/3. Literally, nobody got on base. For 4 2/3 innings, nobody gets on base. Last, he's got to get one more out to get through 5 perfect innings, and a guy gets on base. He didn't make it through the inning Guy gets on base, and he just melted. And that's an extreme example, obviously. But this is, it's sort of the opposite of a guy that you trot out there, like Spencer Arrighetti tonight. You've trotted him out there, and practically every time he goes out and gets a win, you got a great chance of winning. Now he goes against Paul Skeens tonight, and we'll talk about that a little later in the show. So this is going to be tonight. Should be a fun night at the Yard. Should be a quick one if both pitchers are to where they've pitched. For Arrighetti this year and for Skeens his entire life.
Yeah, this is shaping up to possibly be the summer of Arrighetti.
Yeah,
and that's before we even know whether it might end up actually being the summer of Hunter Brown.
That's right.
Or maybe we get a redo of 2019, and we got a couple of guys right there in the Cy Young race. Yeah.
Maybe we'll see. Brian Abreu stunk last night also, and Brian Abreu exacerbated it by doing the thing that I think annoys this show the most. Just completely thumbing his nose at the ABS rules, at the challenging rule. Yeah. The Astros supposedly have a rule that the pitchers are not supposed to challenge pitches. Mm-hmm. Abreu challenged a pitch last night and lost, and then proceeded to give up a 3-run homer after that. And then there was an at-bat in the bottom of the ninth where the Astros, down 10-4, actually got a little bit of a rally going. The Pirates had to bring their closer into this game. That's the only real victory you get out of this, is that in the ninth inning you got into their bullpen enough to where they had to bring Soto in at the end of the game. So they used him last night. So that's, in what should be a close game tonight, if you happen to have a lead, or if the Pirates happen to have a lead late in the game, they're going to need to think twice maybe about using their closer. But Christian Walker had a couple guys on base, and the score's 10-6, and it's strike 3, and Walker's tapping his helmet, and it's like, no. Brian Abreu used up your last challenge in that 8th inning where he gave up a 3-run homer.
Yeah.
Brian Abreu stinks.
It's got so atrocious with this man, with Abreu.
He stinks, I can deal with stinking, but when you stink and you do stupid things.
It was a weird night last night. I like Paredes, to his credit, he had a really nice double play, but he also had a couple of really bad plays in the field.
That one throw.
It felt like the AI version of the Astros last night. It looked like them, but not quite them.
Right.
I don't know. Did Paredes just throw that with his third arm?
Right.
That's something's going on here that's just not quite right.
The problem for Paredes is he has 7 fingers on his throwing hand.
Look, if you zoom in. Yeah. Well, no, he had especially the one home run. There was initially a ground rule double, but then for the Pirates, but then it hit that little pole holding up the net or whatever it might be. Yeah. They zaprudered that AI.
You're right. It was an AI game.
It was AI night.
Yeah. This game has 4 legs. What the hell is going on? Oh, man. So that stunk last night. Here was Joe Espada on Brian Abreu.
No, they just probably better execution. But, today we saw a perfect executed slider from Abreu, and Lowe keeps him fair, and it's a home run. It's just the game, right? They put good swings on him, and sometimes you just got to get ahead of hitters. If you're ahead of hitters, you could manipulate more of the at-bat, and you could find better ways to get people out. But that wasn't the case today.
No, it hasn't been the case all year with Brian Abreu. It wasn't just today. And it's when guys are swinging. We learned with Abreu, sometimes you don't even have to swing, and you'll have success against them.
Right, yeah. I don't know. I can't get mad at Espada for just, he's not going to lambaste his guys or anything.
And we got a 2.5-year body of work with him. We know what it is with Joe Espada. I'm not mad at Espada.
Yeah, there's almost nothing you can say about an Abreu performance where even if it was all genuinely just bad luck or it was a good pitch and the guy got a hold of it or whatever it might be, it's just the sum total of everything is that it's been just an absolute disaster.
I'm more angry, oddly enough, in a game where Brian Abreu let the game get out of hand.
Yeah.
He let a close game get out of hand. I'm more angry about the challenge than I am him giving up 3 runs in a game they end up losing 10-6. That is complete selfishness. Supposedly, from what I read after the game, it violates one of the rules, one of the tenets they have with ABS. It's funny too. I saw people, talking about how, just in general, boy, how are the Astros so bad with ABS compared to all these other teams? And I saw Brian McTaggart have to point out, actually, offensively, they're the best at ABS, other than Cam Smith. They're amazing at it. So
including with Cam Smith. It's just even with Cam Smith factored in, they're the best. They're the best.
Yeah. So,
but you're not going to have as many challenges with your pitchers as you are your catchers. You know,
right.
So with your batters as you are your catchers.
Yeah.
And that's where the catchers not being great at it is not help the Astros at all.
Yep. So that was the Astros last night. I'm excited for tonight. We'll hear from Espada and headlines about tonight's matchup between Spencer Arrighetti and Paul Skeens. By the way, Arrighetti still not getting the put out the AL Cy Young odds earlier this week, Seth, and they've got like 20 guys on there.
He's not on the leaderboard.
You saw the same? Okay, yeah, you saw the same thing. Well, but you can still be on an odds board.
Yeah, but it's just not like they don't. If you're not on the leaderboard,
there's like 25 guys on there. I guarantee you, there's guys who aren't on the leaderboard. He's 7-1 with a 1. I get what you're saying. Maybe that ERA is not showing up when guys are just skimming it. And they're looking at it. But if I'm in Vegas, I'm throwing Arrighetti on the odds board just knowing what his numbers – I mean, he's going to be on the leaderboard in 2 weeks or whatever, you know. Mm-hmm. I just thought it was strange that he wasn't on there at all. Like Javier, I know the year – you know, I don't want to go too deep on it. Like Javier was on there the year that he didn't qualify for anything because he was throwing no-hitters and he was so good. I'm just a little surprised that Arrighetti hasn't – I wonder if that plays out when it comes to...
somebody would at least be trying to entice some action on
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is some Astros
about
fans.
Like 20 innings shy of qualifying for the leaders board right now.
Yeah. Okay, OTAs yesterday for the Texans. By the way, Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show today. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager. We'll go about 30 minutes with him today, commercial-free, at 7:30. So make a note, make an appointment for that. Yesterday, Seth, I was out there for the last 45 minutes or so. I was out there for all the 11 on 11. And I think the big takeaways, defense ruled the day again. Defense ruled the day, and this is a great defense. So, and Nico Collins did not play in the 11 on 11s yesterday. So C.J. Stroud was working with, wide receivers were Higgins, his top two guys.
Yeah.
Defense is always going to be good with the Texans. C.J. was off yesterday. C.J. was missing throws that were there yesterday. That was a little troubling.
And I guess that's where you always have to remind yourself that the media is not there for every OTA, and that also quarterbacks do have bad practices at times.
Sure.
So but until CJ comes out, honestly, this is how it's going to be until CJ strings together a couple of really good games. Mm-hmm. If and when he strings together a couple of really good games, that people are going to be on hyper alert for every little flaw or error or anything, myself included. I'm just trying to talk myself down on this. Mm-hmm. The overall sum total of it at this point the offense isn't going to be beating the defense routinely anytime soon. But until they put pads on, for an offense that really wants their run game to be tied to their passing game and have that be a huge dynamic of their offense, it's really hard to execute when you're going against an awesome defense that knows, even if they're trying to be honest in their reads, really knows they're not going to get criticized for not coming up and stuffing the run because there's no play to be made. You're not allowed to come up and thump anybody. So it's heavily weighted towards the defense right now. Yep. But until the offense actually shows something at some point, you have every reason in the world to be skeptical of it.
Yeah. Keelan Rutledge and Evan Brown getting the lion's share of center snaps with the what looked to be the ones, I guess. So the Keelan Rutledge thing is real. That is absolutely they are looking at him at center for this team, which makes sense because you've spent decent to really good money on two veteran guards in Ed Ingram and Wyatt Teller.
Right, yeah.
You're trying to get him on the field.
Yeah, and you can't read into who's in the lead in that or anything else, especially for the same reason we just talked about with the pads. Until they get out there in training camp, that's when we can really start overreacting to how many reps guys are taking with the ones. Because you do start to see over time, okay, well, this guy's been he's been running with the ones for 5 straight practices, and there's no injuries or anything. You can tell that's who's the current leader in the clubhouse.
Yep.
But if I had to gamble on it right now, if Keelan Rutledge was listed on the leaderboard, because you're right, Sean, I get what you're saying about even though Arrighetti's not on the leaderboard, the odds should still have it. I would say he's the leader in the clubhouse to be the starting center.
I think so too. That is one. To your point, I can't wait for them to get the pads on to see that. To see Keelan Rutledge go against this defense potentially with the ones is exciting.
Did you happen to see the video from the Carolina Panthers war room where apparently the Texans were trying to trade up to 19? Where the Panthers ended up taking Monroe Freeling, the offensive tackle.
I did not see that.
It's not great audio for radio, but
so the Texans were trying, according to that video, they were trying to move up to 19, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder who.
If I remember correctly, if that's where the Panthers.
The Panthers are picking right around there because they were the last playoff team.
And they figured the Texans were trying to trade up for an offensive tackle, but they didn't know which offensive tackle. So the Panthers, who ended up taking Monroe Freeling, didn't want to risk, not taking their guy.
Interesting.
But so it's no guarantee. The Panthers, it was cool because there's a lot of things that Nick has talked about. They were saying, based on all of our research, they probably want an offensive tackle.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's interesting that based on their research, they would want an offensive tackle, where based on logic, unless they were talking a lot of pronouns being thrown around there,
sure.
They might have been talking about a different team that was also trying to trade.
Yep.
I'd have to go back and watch it more closely. But I don't know if they would be trying to take an offensive tackle. I was intrigued by Monroe Freeling, but it would be interesting to see who else might have been up there and gone around 19 that the Texans might have gone for.
It is kind of funny because there's a lot of war room video that floats around these days, especially right after the draft, but even into May and obviously even into June with this Panthers video that gets thrown out there. And I think too, as some of these rookies start to establish themselves during this part of the year in training camp, then some of that video is going to get repurposed and pop up on the internet so-and-so really, you could tell they really like this guy because look at this war room. We never, ever see Texans war room footage like the stuff that we see from the Eagles or in this case the Panthers. Like the Lions feel like a team we see a lot of.
We don't see the stuff where you're getting the conversation. The celebrations and all of that.
Right, right. We see the celebrations, but with these other teams, you're watching the sausage get made.
Yeah.
Like the Will Anderson trade 3 years ago, you're watching Monty Ossenfort as that trade is being negotiated.
Right. And that's where I saw the description of what was going on in the video, and I watched it through once. And it got to a point where I'm not so sure that what the description said, because it was somebody who posted the video.
Yes.
I'm because of all the pronouns being thrown around, it's well, they want this, these guys want that, and everything. I'm I don't know exactly who they're talking about. But if the Texans were trying to trade up to 19, it might not have been for an offensive lineman, or B, specifically Monroe Freeling. But the guys that were available still that ended up going between 19 and 26 would be the offensive lineman, at least, would be Monroe Freeling, Max Ianachor, and the other offensive line would be Keelan Rutledge. I mean, there's a chance the Texans might have been trying to trade up for Keelan Rutledge.
To 19.
Which I know that sounds unlikely because of where Rutledge had gone in the draft, in the mock drafts and everything. Remember, Tyler Booker had been dropped all the way down to the bottom of the first round, and the Cowboys last year, 2 years ago, ended up taking him in the top 10. 12th, yeah, just because and nobody second guesses it when the Cowboys do it, because they've drafted really well.
That's right.
And drafted offensive linemen really well. But there is a chance that it might have been for Keelan Rutledge. There really weren't any position players the Texans would have taken other than an offensive lineman there. I mean, it was Mekhi Lemon. There was Akeem Messidor, a couple of Malachi Lawrence. Yep. So maybe, but it was probably for an offensive
Lawrence
lineman.
Would have been an interesting one. Get that edge rusher. That would have been interesting. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Well, we'll talk about some of this stuff with Nick Caserio in a little over an hour, 7:30 on the show today. He will join us, so make a note of that. Coming up next, the fallout from the biggest trade, certainly the biggest trade, I think, since the Deshaun Watson trade in the NFL, the Myles Garrett trade. The fallout from that, Will Anderson Jr. gives his take on it. He works out with Myles Garrett throughout the offseason. What did he heard leading up to the trade on June 1st earlier this week? We'll get to all that coming up next, but we want to talk right now, Seth and I do, to you small business owners, you entrepreneurs. You're up early because it's tough getting sleep when the big banks are holding you hostage. And probably had a rough night's sleep last night, because what you want is a bit of a cash influx to keep the train moving with your business. The big banks hold you hostage with tedious paperwork, and then they end up telling you no. Cardiff is what they need to pivot to. Sam.
Yeah, and if you're listening, you probably know exactly what we're talking about. Most small businesses, at least once a year, run into a cash crunch where, hey, things are going great, but things aren't balancing out quite right. So whether you're a
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, Seth's looking at the stats during the break. Shohei Ohtani's a freak, man.
Well, yeah, so we were talking about how, Spencer Arrighetti is just, he doesn't qualify to be on the leaders board yet because he doesn't have enough innings pitched. But he's pitching very, very well with a 1.34 ERA. So we were kind of looking at, Ohtani's still up there in the odds for the Cy Young. But he's also not on the leaderboard because he's only pitched 50 or so innings, but he's also sitting at a .82 ERA.
ERA in June.
.82.
Yeah. He's
he's also a lot closer to anyway.
Yeah. So he's also a freak, Will Anderson Jr. He did not practice yesterday, but not for any health issue or anything like that. I truly wonder if that was D'Amico following through on what he said last week. We might need to sit Will a time or two just to
messing stuff up
get
too
things
much.
Done. Yeah.
There is an element. I mean, there is. I think sometimes Will, because Will joked about it yesterday. D'Amico joked about it. Sometimes Will does get a little too close to CJ. That when you're, and it's frustrating when you're a pass rusher. That you're not allowed to come anywhere near the quarterback, but you want credit for your sack.
Absolutely.
In no pads practice, you're supposed to run by him. So sometimes you just, You make a show, you get in the guy's face and everything, and then you veer off.
Right.
But
harmless fun. That's all. Yeah.
I think Will, for his own protection, though, too. I think he's a guy that this time of year, you don't want to be doing anything. You can get a lot of good work done, but you also got to balance the risk and reward of all the work, what work can he get done, but also not necessarily be around as many moving bodies and taxing his body as much. And he's a guy that's just wired to kind of probably overtrain. So to protect himself from himself, they probably hold him out.
Yep, no doubt.
Regardless of what he's doing to the offense.
That's right. Yeah, no, and he met with the media yesterday, so it was good to hear from Will. Will Anderson Jr. works out in the offseason with Myles Garrett, who, as we know, was traded earlier this week to the Los Angeles Rams. Here was Will Anderson's big trade.
Man, it was crazy because this has been an ongoing conversation when we work out or we just spend some time together and hang out, man. And I think Myles is a great guy. You know what I'm saying, man? He's put so much into this game, put so much into the Cleveland Browns, man. He gave it his all. I'm happy for this opportunity that he has, man. A new start somewhere, man. I know he's gonna be the same Myles, man. So huge shout out to him, huge congrats to him, man. I can't wait to see. I told him I'm happy you leaving the AFC. He can go somewhere else. But, man, I'm super excited for him.
He is not on the Texans' schedule in Week 10 this year. The Texans are playing the Browns in Week 10. Now, they'll still see Jared Verse, who I know you like a lot, and a lot of people. Obviously, the Browns love him. Myles Garrett. So I thought what was interesting about that, one, the joke at the end about him getting out of the AFC, I think is real. I think the part two where Will said something to the effect of, he and I had ongoing conversations about this. If I'm a Cleveland Browns fan and I'm listening to that, I'm like, so Myles has been making eyes for other places throughout his workouts with Will Anderson. Because I saw some of, and we'll play some Myles Garrett here in a second, but I heard one clip of Myles Garrett saying, I didn't even know this was even a possibility until a week ago.
Yeah.
But it sounds like...
Meanwhile, the Browns are getting crushed, and Andrew Berry, the GM, is getting crushed because they basically said, no, we didn't shop him. It was just a deal with the Rams, and that was it.
Yep.
Where, all right, I love Jared Verse, the defensive end.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be awesome. I think he already is awesome, but there's a lot of room for improvement in his game. But I can't imagine for the life of me. That's one player in the NFL that we want in exchange for Myles Garrett and a late first-round pick and whatever else. There's a chance. There's one team out there very likely could have gone absolutely stupid for Myles Garrett.
Right.
And gotten you 3 first-round picks or something absurd like that.
You could have. Now Myles Garrett had a no-trade clause also.
That's true.
So there's that. So it was to bear. I think Andrew Berry was guilty, and I know the cut you're talking about. I think he was more. Okay, we got it right here. Let's play it. This was Andrew Berry. As long as we're talking about this was the GM, and I think Texan fans can relate to this with the DeAndre Hopkins trade 6 years ago. Remember Bill O'Brien said some similar things to Andrew Berry just about how tough a needle it was to thread to find a team that was willing to also pay DeAndre Hopkins when they traded him, to the point where you could tell, like, okay, they didn't shop this guy around. Like, they didn't even ask other teams about it. They found the Cardinals, got a deal they liked, and made the deal. Here was Andrew Berry on the approach of moving Myles Garrett.
He wasn't on the block. You weren't auctioning him off. There have been reports that this was the only team that you seriously engaged in talks. Why not open up the bidding and try to get a few more picks out of it?
That wasn't the goal. That wasn't the goal of Myles. And probably what I mentioned on the onset, if we were to trade Myles, it's a very narrow universe of deals that satisfy it. Everyone wants to have a Myles Garrett on their team, but not everyone can afford that acquisition cost in terms of players, picks and dollars. And so, that was not the intent of any of it.
Where messed up there, Seth, was the very beginning where he said
our goal wasn't to
that's
maximize
not the
value.
goal. Yeah, the goal is to do what's best for the Browns when you're the general manager. And so he messed. If he had just not said that and said the rest of what he said, because in his defense, that is a tough needle to thread. Because I listened to his whole press conference, and he said we were only going to move Myles Garrett if it satisfied three things. One, that it makes us better in the short and the long term. Two, that we get an actual good player in return. And three, that we get the right draft capital. And it has to be a team, he didn't say this, but it has to be a team Myles Garrett wants to go to because he has a no-trade clause. So the chances are that the Rams may have been the only team that satisfied their checklist to move Myles Garrett, but he messed up by saying that wasn't the goal. Like, no, your goal as the GM is always to do what's best for the Browns, not like what's best for Myles Garrett and the rest of the league.
Les Snead said that they had called the Browns when they saw that they had tweaked Myles Garrett's contract.
Yes.
Which was, how long ago did they do that?
It was sometime earlier in the offseason.
Yeah. When Myles...
It was before the draft. I know that.
Yeah. So, you wonder, okay, how long did Myles Garrett know that it was actually the Rams that might be interested in what was going on with it? I guess the biggest thing when it comes to timing is, okay, boy, they could have done this a year ago when Myles Garrett was, basically saying he wanted out of Cleveland.
Yeah.
And then miraculously turned around and said he loves Cleveland whole life because after they gave him a boatload of money.
Gave him a boatload of money and a signing bonus, and they're taking a $40 million cap hit by trading him now. So it's, I don't know that they handled it the best. Here was Myles Garrett at his introductory press conference yesterday, and I understand him being excited about this. He got 23 sacks playing for a team that was always behind the opposing
help
team
from the offense.
Right, that was the other team's running the football in the second half of games. Now he's going to be on a team that has big leads, and theoretically the opponent's going to be passing the ball a lot in the second half. He's excited about rushing the passer for the Rams.
What about just playing on an offense that can get you leads, playing with a quarterback like Matthew Stafford, where you're going to be facing a lot of known passing situations to get after the quarterback?
I mean, that did play into the decision as well. Knowing I have the ability, late game to pin my ears back, not just because we need a play to be made, but because we have the lead and it's obvious passing downs, being able to make those game-changing plays to win the game for us. Those are things that appeal to me. I'm sure appeal to all of us as D linemen. So that is something I really look forward to.
This is the thing about that is I think that, it's easy to think, okay, boy, if he got 23 sacks without any help from the offense, then imagine what he's going to do when the teams are playing from behind and everything. I think there's a couple things. It's that, for one, I think he might improve the Rams' defense to such a degree that he just isn't on the field as much, so he doesn't have as many opportunities because they don't. The Rams blitz all, whereas the Browns blitz a fair amount, which is that gets you more opportunities to be one-on-one. If you blitz more, there's more. Even though the teams still double team him a lot, when he's with the Rams and they bring Myles Garrett in, they're not planning on having to blitz more or something to get a pass rush. I think then teams are going to just flat out have to account for. They're going to be double team him in as often as they ever are. But that makes the defense that much better because now he's actually on a good team where the offense is down a receiver because they're using a tight end to block or a running back to block. So I don't think it's like a slam dunk that now he's going to be getting 30 sacks a year. But it's definitely look. if you just base it on nothing other than if you took money completely out of it, who's happier today, Jared Verse or Myles Garrett?
Right.
My God.
Dude, Jared Verse might have gone from the best run football team in the NFL to the worst run football team in the NFL.
The Cardinals are currently at an impasse with Jacoby Brissett.
That's true.
But there is that.
You saw the same tweet I did earlier this week.
I sent it to you.
That was hilarious. That was
You've got the NFC West is an interesting. There's a broad spectrum of where teams are in the NFC West. Where the Rams just traded for Myles Garrett, and the Cardinals are in a contract impasse with their starting quarterback, Jacoby Brissett,
who doesn't even make $5 million a year.
Yeah,
it's not. He's like the 31st best starting quarterback. Here's one more. This is from Sean McVay, the Rams head coach. The big rumor now is, at least speculation, is that they got Myles Garrett. The Rams did. Aaron Donald is probably still in playing shape. They asked Sean McVay about the possibility of Aaron Donald coming back.
Aaron Donald coming back? Is that a possibility? Have you thought about it?
Listen, if he's interested, there is no. Here's what I would say: you talk to Aaron and you see what he's saying about that. But here's what I would tell you guys overall too is. Aaron's a guy that I stay really close in touch with, and I know the respect that he has for Myles. Talk to him about the opportunity to be able to bring him on board. If Aaron decides he wants to dust him off at the age of 35, I bet you he could still do it at a pretty high clip.
And Aaron Donald's been asked about it, and I guess I can categorize his responses, Seth. We don't have the audio of it or anything. I've just seen some of the quotes of he's leaving the door open to this right now, I guess.
Yeah.
He's not saying I'm definitely coming back. He didn't shut it down.
This is such a more extreme version of what we had with J.J. Watt for a couple of years there.
Yeah.
Where J.J. was, kind of maybe could be tempted into coming back, but wasn't sure about it. He was still working out hard. And I think I think last year was the first offseason that we didn't really talk about it at all, right? It was 2023 and 2024.
24 was the big one.
I'd say going right up until did it extend on into the season in 2024? I don't think it did. I don't think it was pretty much because that was when JJ started as a broadcaster full time.
Yeah. So I think and we haven't talked about it. And obviously, JJ's done playing now.
The only other time, so this isn't the only time that the NFL MVP and the Defensive Player of the Year have been on the same team in the same season. Which, let's imagine that's not what this is right now, but. The NFL has the Rams now have last year's Defensive Player of the Year and last year's MVP on the same team. So the closest any teams come to that was in 1994 when Steve Young was the MVP and Deion Sanders was the defensive MVP.
Okay.
There were two times where Alan Page and Lawrence Taylor, back when defensive players had a chance of winning the NFL MVP.
Yeah.
Those two guys were the same.
They were the same human being.
Yeah. But so I don't know about this particular scenario. It's very rare to have the best player on the offensive side of the ball and the best player on the defensive side of the ball.
Dude, if I'm in the NFC, I'll echo what Will said. I'm glad this is happening over in the NFC and not in the AFC. That the Rams are loading up like this. It's bad news for the NFC.
They will enter 2026 with the previous season's MVP and Defensive Player of the Year, which has been reported as the first in NFL history.
Yeah, that's what I had seen yesterday. That's it's scary, man. All right, headlines. The Astros lose last night. We've got some audio from Texans OTAs, a little bit of injury news. Big contract gets signed in the NFL yesterday as well. We'll get to all that coming up next. But first, I want to get you guys sleeping better. I like talking about Dr. Ben Salento this time of day because this is at 6:30. Granted, the office.
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Men's Tea Clinic sponsoring headlines. We appreciate that. Nick Caserio joins us in about 45 minutes or so here on the program. Let's start with the Astros. They lose to the Pirates last night, 10-6, the final score. Mike Burrows was doing fine for 5 innings. The Astros are leading 4-2, and then the 6th inning, things unraveled, and then they brought Brian Abreu in, and things really unraveled, and 10-6, the final score last night. I have not looked at the standings yet today, Seth, to see what the impact of last night's carnage has been for the Astros, who on Friday last week were 2.5 games out of everything. The wild card, the division, but the wild card is still in the, at least as of yesterday, still right there in front of us, but the Astros now 6 games back in the division.
Oh, what the hell?
Seattle won again. Seattle is turning back into what everybody thought they were going to be this season.
In our small prism of time that we've chosen to focus on since May 15th, the Astros at any point have been on pace for 103 wins in our shortened season.
Yeah.
They're back down into the 90s.
Yeah.
Still a quality baseball team.
Yeah.
But it turns out there might be other quality baseball teams.
It turns out, they're
who also were playing better baseball before our fake season began.
Yep. They're 27-35 now. They're 8 games under 500. They're 3.5 back of the wild card. So they got to win some games, and it doesn't get any easier tonight because Paul Skeens is on the mound for the Pirates, but Spencer Arrighetti, who's pitched at an ace level for the Astros. This should be a fun one. If you're going out to the game tonight, you're seeing 2 of the best pitchers in baseball this season go against each other. Here's Joe Espada, Astros manager, on the matchup tonight.
Yeah. I'm excited to watch Spencer go out there and compete and get us the first win of this series. He's been really, really good for us. So we got to, forget about this one and get ready for tomorrow. And, we have one of the hottest guys in the American League on the mound for us, so it should be good. Should be good. Should be quick. You'll get to bed at a reasonable hour, in all likelihood.
Yeah.
2 of the best in baseball going at it tonight right here in town, so that's exciting. Texans yesterday, D'Amico Ryans met with the media, and we had conveyed reports from Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 that JC, the update on him was he's out for the season now as opposed to being out for 5 to 6 months with that torn quad tendon that he had surgery on last week. D'Amico Ryans was asked about it yesterday. Here was his update on EJ Speed.
EJ Speed, he had surgery last week, and we'll see how that recovery process goes with him. That's the update so far.
Okay, so that leaves if we just take it at face value, that leaves the door open right now. For
right, yeah. There's a chance. I mean, it was reported that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was going to be out for the year at one point.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he came back.
Can't even think about it.
Texans might have had
there was a time where you and I were in West Virginia very distraught about seeing C.J. Gardner-Johnson laying down in a heap out at practice. Yeah. So its story did not end that way. But D'Amico Ryans giving that update on EJ Speed. We talked a little bit about OTAs. We'll talk to Nick Caserio at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour live here on the show about OTAs. The other little nugget that we found out yesterday is that D'Amico Ryans is being nominated, along with several other people, for the College Football Hall of Fame. He's one of numerous nominees for this year's Hall of Fame class for college football. I don't know that he was aware of that yet. It seemed like we've got the audio here I forget who brought it up. Oh, no, it was Greg Bailey of KTRK asked the question about D'Amico being nominated. Here was his reaction.
Oh, wow. Wasn't expecting that one. He caught me off guard there. Man, that's haven't thought much about it. That's humbling. A lot of great players play college football. So for my name to be even mentioned on there, wow, that says a lot. That's humbling. I'm thankful for that. See what comes of it. Anytime you're on a list, you want to win it, right? So now, but no, that's wow. That's credit to all the guys I played with too back at Alabama. Take me back there to had a rough start to my career in college, playing for 3 different head coaches. But it taught me a lot about commitment, how you stick to your commitment no matter what. And I was committed to the University of Alabama, although we had 3 coaches. And I wanted to impact the university in a positive way of getting them back on track. And so I got them back on track, and then Saban came in and just took it over and won all the championships. No, but I'm a proud alumni, man, of Alabama, proud of everything, the institute, everything they stand for, the program that they have there now, wishing them much success.
He basically called Nick Saban their Barry Switzer. Yeah. He was a Cowboys Barry Switzer.
That's right. Yeah. He was Larry Coker in Miami. Yeah.
He was the SEC defensive player of the year his senior year, and then he was unanimous All-American his senior year.
Yeah. And then lucky enough for the Texans, he was still sitting there with the 33rd overall pick in that 2006 draft.
So, well, D'Amico is one of those guys, too, that if he had been maybe 10 years earlier in his career, probably would have been a top 15 pick overall. He was just as one of the less old-school, big, thumping, physical, like a Ted Johnson type of inside linebacker.
Yep.
But it was, and he did it really, really well.
One of the last of his kind, no doubt, in the NFL. So congrats to D'Amico Ryans. I won't go through the whole list. There's some big names on this list. I'm anxious to see if he's able to cut through and actually make it into the Hall of Fame. NFL yesterday, big news around the league was Drake London of Atlanta, wide receiver, became the third highest paid wide receiver in the league, according to average annual value. He signs a 4-year, $141 million deal. So this is, we know that Nico Collins got a raise last week. In fact, we've got Nico here being asked about it yesterday, about his new deal, which puts him at about $29 million average annual value. Here was Nico Collins.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it means a lot, man. It's a blessing, especially being in this league. To be able to get your third contract with one team, that means a lot. That don't happen often coming across this league, but it's definitely a blessing that is underrated. I can't speak no more highly about it, but I'm definitely thankful for the organization, the Texans, for giving me this opportunity to come out here another year, another 2 years, to go out here and show myself and show my abilities. So blessed for that.
Okay. So he
doesn't have to go through the days of Jim Harbaugh sleeping on his living room floor anymore.
No.
Jim Harbaugh and Pep Hamilton on the recruiting trip.
Getting him to Michigan. Yep. So, and Nico also had said, we'll play this later in the show. So he was asked about the comment and said something along the lines of, I needed it.
Well, it's kind of odd, and people are reading it kind of like with CJ's comment last week.
Yeah.
I think it's in the eye of the beholder.
Yes.
We'll play it, but it was in response to a question, and I'm not so sure I agree with the conclusions that some people are drawing from it, but I can't say that conclusively.
We're actually going to play that in the next segment, so we'll let you guys be the judge. Nico Collins talking about his contract adjustment that the team made for him. Last thing, NBA Finals start tonight, 7:30. Spurs, a somewhat substantial favorite to win their latest NBA title. They're about minus 200, minus 190. It means you got to risk a couple $100 to win 100. I think the Knicks are a live dog in this series. The Knicks they've been off forever, so the rest versus rust thing will be a topic for sure, especially if they come out slow tonight, the Knicks. But the Knicks, over the last 11, they've won, I think, 11 straight here in the postseason, something like that. And the point differential is in the high 200s. It's the best. It's the most, by point differential, it's the most dominant 11 games in the history of the sport.
Not just in the playoffs,
right.
Just in any stretch of games ever.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn impressive.
It is. So I think I know they're an underdog, and I know why. I think they're a live dog, the Knicks, man. We'll see.
How do you? There's a part of me that wants to just pull for the Knicks because, okay, they're A, the underdog, B, it's against the Spurs, C, okay, they haven't been back to what for a long time, and yet they've been in the conference finals and in the semis here for the last few years. I just know that as soon as they win a championship, I'm just going to despise Knicks fans.
There's no good option. There's just no good option. Yes, you'll despise the phony celebrities that are going to say they've been Knicks fans forever. That'll be the worst part. I kind of, as a Rocket fan, would like somebody to make Wembanyama look mortal. You know, I don't want the Spurs to win this championship.
It's like, which guy do you want to date your daughter, the serial philanderer or the guy with extreme credit issues and a history
There's
of
no good
financial
choice.
irresponsibility?
No,
I don't know.
I want the meteor to hit both guys. Yeah. All right, so those are your headlines for today, brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. We will get to Nico Collins in the next segment. He was also asked by Landry Locker about the Guardian cap with the concussion issues that he had last year. I thought that was interesting. So we'll get to that. Nick Caserio joins us in about 35 minutes on the show. Stay there. But, look, if you got to use
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show today. So looking forward to chatting with Nick, get thoughts on OTAs, training camp, look ahead to the season, ask about some of the specific guys on the team. We will do that with Nick Caserio at the bottom of the hour. We mentioned Nico Collins in headlines because Drake London just got paid. Atlanta Falcons wide receiver, who Nico Collins, I think, flat out has been better than over the course of the last 3 years. Nico Collins got a nice adjustment to his contract last week. Had about $17 million added to his deal, reportedly. His deal guaranteed over the next couple of years as well. We played audio in headlines talking about the deal being a blessing. There was a follow-up question to that a little bit later. Is this something, Nico, that you needed?
Yeah, for sure. I thought about it. A lot goes into your brain. You only get one. Got to take care of it. It's definitely a thought.
No, Ben. Sorry. That's the Guardian Cap question. Did he on the contract adjustment?
Something that I needed. Yeah, of course. You want to set your family up, for long term. We know this business. It's a business at the end of the day. It's definitely something that you work hard for. You come into this league to get extended. Get contracts. So. It's definitely a blessing. It's definitely motivation for me and this team to continue to chop wood, continue to keep going. But at the end of the day, I'm definitely blessed for that. A lot of people don't get that first, second contract, that third contract, So it's definitely rare, definitely a blessing. It's definitely a great situation for me and my family long term. And just got to continue to be myself, not making the situation bigger than what it is. It's a blessing for sure. And I got to use that as motivation.
Okay, so now you've heard the quote, everybody. So you can make your assessment there.
Well, and the way that Cody framed the question was, it was, he had referenced that it was something he needed to stay there. So I just in watching the entire exchange, a couple of times, for one, I don't think Nico necessarily. I don't know if he caught the whole question or whatever. The way he kind of answered it, I don't know if he necessarily read it as hey, was this something that you needed or you were going to force a trade or whatever?
Yeah.
It just wasn't clear that that's what he was answering. So I've seen this framed that, people taking that answer as, oh, he definitely demanded a trade or was trying to force his way out. I don't know if I can, given the entire context of the deal.
Yeah, it was kind of like the question about needing it, and he was the way he answered was like, yeah, sure. I need it. I got to set my family up.
One of my YouTube live stream viewers put it perfectly. He's like, well, I don't know. If somebody gives you a pay raise and then somebody asks if you needed it, are you gonna try to act like look, if my boss gave me a pay raise and then came to me a week later and was like, hey, did you need that pay raise? I'd be like, yes. Yeah, I already spent it, actually. Are you trying to get it back? Because that's not happening. No.
Or imagine answering it the opposite way. Did you need that? Nah, you're a dummy.
I was just messing around.
Can't believe you gave it to me. It was so stupid.
And I'm not faulting Cody for the way he asked the question.
No, not at all.
I just think I'm not sure that Nico interpreted the question the same way that maybe other people assume he did.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that he did demand or try to put pressure on the Texans or anything, or did not. Right. I don't know if I can tell from that answer exactly what he was saying there.
Yep. He was also asked by Landry Locker about the Guardian Cap. We know Jalen Petrie has opted to go with the Guardian Cap after suffering a concussion the middle of last season. And his style of play, Jalen Petrie's, is probably one where a Guardian Cap makes a whole lot of sense. Nico Collins had 2 concussions last year. One in the regular season, and then one that kept him out of the Patriots game in the divisional round of the postseason. So, Nico Collins, any thoughts on you wearing a Guardian Cap?
Yeah, for sure. I thought about it. A lot goes into your brain. You only get one. Got to take care of it. It's definitely a thought. But I feel like for me, I got to work on my, my spinal cord, my neck, and just work on my strength and my shoulders and everything around it. But I can't wear no Guardian Cap. I'm a receiver. I got to find the ball, track it, and everything. So I got to do a better job of just doing, shoulders, upper body exercises, the caliber, strong, whatever I need to make sure contacts, I'm good, observe. But I ain't worried about that. I'm good about the concussion. So.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure I'm buying the part about the receiver having to track the ball and everything. I mean, why wear a helmet at all? If the NFL, you should lobby for the NFL to get rid of these helmets because you got to track you're already finding and tracking the ball with an unwieldy hunk of plastic and air bubbles and whatnot on your head.
You are, but it sounds like to him it feels even
it's
unwieldier.
Probably that much more, yeah.
Yeah,
it's not just extra weight; it's extra weight further out too.
Yeah.
It just becomes that much more unwieldy because of the whole leverage part of it.
Moving your head back, like you said, to track deep balls and things like that.
Does it get in your line of vision or something somehow? Yeah.
I've always been impressed that guys are even able to do anything with helmets, like the vision that they have with helmets on. That's fascinating to me. But so no Guardian cap for Nico Collins.
Well, that's a question we've got for Nick is whether he would support demanding that all players wear Guardian caps.
Oh, you putting that in there?
Right now, a team wouldn't be able to do that. I'm almost positive by the CBA. But I would love to see the first coach say, hey, "Listen, all you guys are wearing a Guardian cap."
Right.
I want that. Yeah. Honestly, I want that to be the issue where the NFLPA has to put their money where their mouth is and say that, look, we've been harping on safety all these years and accusing the owners of not caring enough about safety. But if the owners come back and say, all right, listen, we really care about your safety, and not because we're good people, we just want to make more money. And the healthier you guys are, the more money we make. Okay, we're not even trying to pretend to be noble here or anything. But you guys are worried about safety. Listen, y'all have to everybody has to wear Guardian caps. And what's the NFLPA going to say?
Do you?
Actually, I just, yeah.
Do you think? Right. What do you think the result of that vote would be? Like if that became an element of a negotiation? Like how big a sticking point do you think that would be for some players?
I don't know, what percentage of guys are wearing Guardian caps right now?
Right.
Yeah. Does that become an issue in the future CBA?
I've long thought that since the Guardian caps, and I don't know how long they've been around for, like 10 years, something like that. I've long thought that I could see them making it where guys that come out of the concussion protocol are forced to wear one for at least a week or two after coming back from concussion protocol. Just sort of in extreme caution kind of thing, so that there's not a repercussion, if you will. Yeah. I thought that would be something on the board.
Yeah. The 2020 was when they started being used in the NFL, I believe, at least in games. So it's still relatively new.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're going to talk to Nick Caserio here at the bottom of the hour. Text message, people weighing in on what we were just talking about with Nico. Surely none of us would turn down a raise from our employer. No, of course we wouldn't, and neither would Nico Collins. I think the question is who was the driver behind this? And I don't know how much Nick would even tell us about that if we were to ask him about it. I'm more curious about the precedent that it sets, where you essentially gave him a raise. Nico referred to it a few times as a third contract.
He called it an extension at one point. Yeah. And I'm like, I just don't know if, And so Cody called it a modification when he asked this question.
Yeah.
He called it a third contract.
Yeah.
Where technically it is. If the revised contract is a third contract. But
added voidable years maybe, right?
Yeah. So. I don't know. He did definitely look at it as a vote of confidence from the organization.
Yep.
But it was a tweakage.
Yep. All right, let's coming up next, we got Nick at the bottom of the hour. Coming up next, we talked about some of the possibilities in free agency. I put up a poll yesterday. The final results are in of the big veteran defensive ends that are out there, because the Texans, I think, could use some guys on the edge. The final choice by Texan fans. The end result, I'm a little surprised by this, but we'll tell you about that. We'll hear from Will Anderson Jr. As well, his commentary on D'Amico saying that he wrecks practices. We'll hear from Will Anderson Jr. coming up next. Time is ticking here, and the big tournament is going to be in
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We talked yesterday about how the report that the Texans, as it turns out, have some cap space that they can work with if they want to because of some of the moves that they've made. $1 was the amount that Texans cap had posted about on Twitter. Along those lines, Nick Caserio joining us in about 13 minutes here on the show. But you and I talked yesterday, Seth, like, oh, that's some dry powder there that they've got to do something with if they want to. You always have to have a little bit during the season because things pop up, injuries and whatnot. But the defensive end position is one where I think the Texans could use a little bit of depth right now. And it just so happens that the free agency market, the market of guys who are still out there, veteran guys who may or may not be waiting to let the offseason kind of marinate a little bit here. There's some big names out there. Joey Bosa, Cam Jordan, Von Miller, Jadeveon Clowney. Those are the four big names. Spot Rack did a projection as to what they think each one could make, average annual value. Joey Bosa was kind of in a neighborhood of his own at about $14 million. The other three guys were anywhere from the low fives to the high $5 millions to the high $6 millions. When you and I went through this exercise yesterday, Seth, and we looked at the early results, Jadeveon Clowney was leading, not by a substantial amount, but a fairly comfortable lead. About a third of the people had voted for Jadeveon Clowney. By the time this poll closed moments ago, we have a new winner, actually.
Oh, really?
You don't see this happen very often. Usually the first few hundred votes, it usually ends up kind of staying in line. But a late push by the guy who, if I can interpret your view of these four guys from yesterday, and I don't recall if you flat out said this is your guy, but Cam Jordan ended up winning by a very slim margin.
Yeah, look, Cam Jordan makes a lot of sense. I mean, for all of these guys are older guys, and every one of them except for Cam Jordan has had their share of injury issues, as you would expect from guys who are older. But Cam Jordan's been remarkably healthy in his career.
Yeah.
And so he's 37, 38 years old, but he's played – he's never missed more than one game in a season in his entire career, and that was only three times or so, and I'm guessing a couple of those were back when the Saints were either really good or really bad, and they just didn't have to play in the final game of the season.
Yeah.
Cam Jordan, the one holdup for me was, okay, would he want to come here where he's also been a starter in just about every single game he's ever played in a long, long career?
Yeah.
He has been playing more limited reps in the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
He's been playing about 500 snaps a season, about 50% or so of the snaps. So, I mean, it's not really a blow to the ego if you're 38 years old and you come onto one of the best two defenses in the league and you're in rotation with guys like Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
Yeah.
And yet, who knows? So I don't know if he'd have an appetite for it, but I think he'd be exactly the type of veteran leader they love having on the team.
Yep. He ended up with 29.6% of the vote. Jadeveon Clowney did finish second, 28.9%, so there's still an appetite for a lot of Texan fans to have him back. Von Miller, third, 22.9%. Joey Bosa of a put compared to where he was when we workshopped this thing yesterday, about 18.6%. My guess is if Joey Bosa had a similar dollar amount, he'd have gotten more votes, 13.7 million compared to half that for these other guys, especially when you consider, I think Bosa is kind of fitting what you're talking about, Seth, guy who's had some injury issues through the years.
Yeah, Clowney's he's not been drastically injury prone like we feared. Remember when people were afraid that he was never going to play again because he got that microfracture procedure, which was way blown up. I still get agitated about that. He's had a long and fruitful career, and he usually plays at least 12 games a season. You wouldn't be banking on him to be your everyday starter. I do think that whatever baggage there is from Jadeveon Clowney in when he was here is probably completely a null and void point, given the way that Nick has operated, which is usually, hey, get him in the building and see. So if the price tag is right, And I don't think they hear, oh, wait, did Bill O'Brien not like Jadeveon Clowney? Well, okay, even if he didn't, I don't know. That was 2018.
Right.
It was, I mean, it was almost a decade ago.
The remnants have been swept out of the building.
Yeah, people change over the course of 8 years. Bill O'Brien and Jadeveon Clowney might get together, in their current states and their current personalities and be bosom buddies.
They might like each other. Yeah. Here was Will Anderson Jr. yesterday being asked about D'Amico Ryan's comments that, hey, I mean, it's just practice. He wreaks havoc.
I believe in the process and preparation. Anytime I step on the field, it's an opportunity to get better. And like you said, no matter if it's OTAs, training camp, walk through, jog through, I'm learning how to be a pro still. I can't do jog through because I ain't gonna lie. Either I'm gonna be on the sideline or I'm going full speed. But that's me training my body to be in these positions that I'm gonna be in the game. Training my hands, training my footwork, turning the corner, throwing by, setting edges, everything like that. So for me, it's like I've only been wired one way, and that's to go full speed.
Is that an issue at all, Seth? That Will Anderson Jr.'s that he can't live in the gray area there?
That he can't do the jog through or whatever? Yeah, I mean, theoretically.
I'm genuinely curious about that.
Well, it does. Yeah, there's times where you're specifically supposed to go three-quarters. So it's not just athletes being lazy professional athletes.
Yeah,
you're specifically supposed to go three-quarter speed. I don't know. It might be one of those things where there are times where Nico is really telling him, like, hey, no, seriously, Will, you gotta understand. So what you gotta do in that situation, my advice to D'Amico is, that's when the guilt trip comes in. D'Amico doesn't do a lot of mind games or anything, but this might be a situation where you gotta lay on a big old thick guilt trip to Will Anderson about how, he's putting his teammates at risk or whatever if they're in a mode where they're supposed to be three-quarter speed.
Yeah.
I doubt it's actually a huge deal, but it is one of those little things on the margins where you're like, all right, listen, no, we're genuinely, look, Will, you're not, I struggled with this growing up with just doing warm-ups and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I just hated to not win every single, if you jog 40 yards as part of the warm-up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I'm going to beat everybody by 10 yards.
Right.
At one point, a coach told me, Seth, no, we're trying to prevent injury by warming up gradually. You sprinting all out during warm-ups doesn't do anything for you, and it's not impressing me. Okay?
You're competitive. That's what it is. That's what it is. Text message
makes you less popular with your teammates. I realized that's when I was a freshman in college. I was like, all right. These seniors really don't like me. All right. I'll go along to get along for this.
Look at try hard over here.
The seniors in college at Cornell hated me the first couple months.
Oh yeah, you were Rudy. You were the gigantic Rudy, is what you were.
Beating everybody by 30 yards and everything.
Yeah. Oh my God. What makes you think? Text message. What makes you think the Saints would let Cam Jordan leave? It's up to Cam Jordan.
He's a free agent.
He's not in prison, okay? And I don't think they're going to money whip him to keep him there at age 37 on a team that's rebuilding.
What are you, a dictator? Who is this guy on the text line?
I don't know.
Is that
why on earth
wait a second. Let me see your papers before you cross the border.
You think we let Cam Jordan leave? Okay.
Look, Louisiana operates a little different, but I don't think they're gonna send cops out to the border there to keep them from coming over the river.
Nope.
Yeah.
All right. Nick Caserio is going to join us here in just a few minutes. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager. We'll see if he's seeing some of the same things D'Amico Ryans is seeing with the offense. Same years ahead where they were this time last year. Talk about some of the specific guys. Nick Caserio joining us here in just a moment. But before we do that, I want to get you homeowners that have maybe metal.
ready?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is 7:30 on a Wednesday here in the beautiful city of Houston. Joining us right now on the Texas Mattress Makers hotline. He's on the phone with us today, but joining us on the show, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Nick Housen, how are we doing this morning?
Good morning, Housen. Everybody's good. Thanks for having us.
It's good to have you. I tried to, Nick. I tried exhaustively yesterday to use AI to put a Danhausen ring entrance music that said Nick Housen instead of Danhausen, and my AI chops just aren't good enough to do important work like that yet. So, DX it is.
Maybe I'll come out as a mini Housen one of these nights when he comes to the ring.
Oh, that would be something else. That would be amazing.
Wait, is that what his fan group is called? The mini Housens?
No, he was in a match on a pay-per-view, and he had a mystery partner, and it ended up being a little person version of him called the Mini Housen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And then
like a mini me, but a mini Housen?
And then 5 of them came out.
Exactly.
Yep. So good to have you as always, Nick. Good to chat on the off day here in between OTAs. So I want to start there. D'Amico said last week, he's got a lot of questions about the offense with so many new parts, and I think people are very excited about that. D'Amico said that the offense is ahead of where they were this time last year because installation and everything else. You're out there every day too. Are you seeing and feeling the same thing with this offense? And if so, can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. I would agree with D'Amico's assessment. I'd say overall as a team, we're probably further along this time of the year than we were last year collectively. Offensively, we certainly made a lot of strides and a lot of progress. Honestly, I think everything starts with CJ. It's probably been the best spring that he's had since he's been here. He's had a really good off season. He's trained well. I'd say his on-field demeanor, his presence, his communication, his ownership, his leadership of the offense. It's stood out. And I think collectively, we just as an offense seem like you're going into a second year of understanding the terminology, understanding some of the nuances that are involved. And really, you're just trying to put the foundation here in place as a team. That's what the spring really is about. The way practice is designed, there's certain things you're going to be able to see, the other things you're not going to be able to see. But just overall, it really speaks to the mindset and the mentality of the team. Our off-season attendance has been, I don't want to say about 100%. It's like 98, 95, 98%, whatever it's been. So we have a lot of committed players with the right mentality, with the right mindset that have really had, I would say, a purposeful demeanor since the off-season program has started, and even going back to the beginning of March when we, 20 to 25 players that were training here before the off-season program officially kicked off, which was April 17th. So overall, the team's done a really good job. We've put in a lot of good work, try to finish off the spring here strong, and then understand that we're going to have a little bit of a window here, 4 to 5 weeks, where we're out going to be on our own. But then really once training camp starts up, it's going to be built on a lot of things that we did in the spring. You really go back through a reinstallation of everything. You just do it at a quicker pace. And then you just start to get ready for playing meaningful football, once the games start.
D'Amico has talked before about, just the way he coaches individual players and trying to simplify things for them, give them these pro-grow tapes so they're just focused on a few specific things to improve on. Just given by how much D'Amico and others have talked about the pre-snap process on offense so far in OTAs, was that identified as okay, this is one of the big areas that, man, we've got to fix this because it's a bread and butter, and if we can be better and more efficient pre-snap and have more time, with the clock on the play clock, that we could probably make big leaps with that?
Sure. When you go back and look at last season, there were things that happened before the snap, whether it was false start penalties or formationally or play clock. There's always a lot of different nuances and mechanics that are involved. But get in the huddle, get the play called, break the huddle, get to the line of scrimmage. If there's a shift or motion that's involved, or if you have some kind of double cadence that's involved, or the defense look where you have to make an adjustment, just being able to do it at a quick pace and you're trying to anticipate as best you can what the defense potentially is going to do, and then really trust your training and trust your eyes what you see. So overall, we've used the play clocks for every team period here. So the quarterbacks have vision of the play clock, that it's winded down, if you have to expedite the snap or to make sure you get the play off. So whether it's offensively or defensively, what happens before the ball is snapped, the more that you're prepared and the more that you can anticipate. Once the ball is snapped, it's really just, play takes, let's call it 3 to 4 seconds, so you're just kind of reacting to what you see. D'Amico talked to the team about that. So if we can just clean up some of the errors, some of the things that happen before the ball is even snapped as a team, eliminate some of those issues, whether it's watching a ball on defense, jumping off sides, or whatever the case may be. If we can avoid some of those things, then you have an opportunity to potentially have a clean play in front of you.
Nick Caserio joining us here on Sports Radio 610, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager. Nick, Keelan Rutledge, obviously you guys took him in the first round, and you guys really, really like him, and he's got some work, I know, at center at the Senior Bowl, and it looks like he's getting some work at center with you guys. Can you speak a little bit to what the challenges maybe for a young player playing center for the first time, specifically in this type of system, if indeed that's where his role is going to be?
Yeah, with a lot of the inside players, you're looking at, you try to cross-train them as best you can. So let's say a player that played guard exclusively in college, or a player that's played center exclusively in college. If that's their best position, great, but you also want to train them another spot that we've talked about on this show, because during the course of the game, you got 8 linemen that are at the game. If you lose 1 to 3 inside players, what's the next course of action? Can you move somebody over? Do you have to bring somebody else in? So I'd say that's really part of the calculus that goes into something like that. So this brings the opportunity where you can maybe try a few different things, maybe move some players around. Let's say we have different types of players right now on the roster inside. Some have played center only, some have played guard only, some have some degree of position flex. When you look at guys like Patterson and Evan Brown, we'll see how it goes with Keelan, but he's got a good mentality. He works hard. He's all business. Which are the things that we liked about him coming out. So in the end, we're going to only ask the player. We're not going to put the player in a position. If he can't do something or isn't as comfortable, then we just have to figure out, all right, what makes the most sense for the team and what's the best situation for the players. But this practice is where you can kind of experiment with some different things, maybe move a player around positionally or try him a different spot, whether it's individually or collectively, schematically, which we're experimenting with some things on the defensive side of the ball here during the spring. But that's the opportunity that's in front of us. So you try to feed the player the information, see what he can handle, and then put him in a position, where he can go out there and play to the best of his ability.
So you guys, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, gave Nick Collins a pay raise. Just if you need to, maneuver some stuff around with that news. I guess as much as you're willing to tell us, how did all of that come about? And then was there any aspect of that where you added some cap space and you're planning on doing something with that cap space?
Yeah, every contractual discussion or situation is really different. It's really case by case. We've shown just the propensity to be flexible with our thought process and adaptable and kind of look at each situation and figure out if there's discussion to be had, great. And then you engage in those discussions or dialogue. So, we're in a decent spot right now. We do have a degree of flexibility. I think one thing that kind of gets lost sometimes is you kind of have to plan a little bit for your in-season spending. So practice squad, injured reserve, replacement players, potentially leave yourself enough room if you get to the trade deadline. So we try to just create as much optionality and flexibility for us as possible. Nico's been a good player for this program for a number of years. So we felt in this particular situation, it made sense for both sides. So we're glad that we're able to reach a resolution.
So with something like that, if a player comes to you and asks, for a pay raise or whatever, I think the immediate reaction from guys like us or fans is, all right, are you creating this precedent here where now all of a sudden everybody's going to want to get paid? Have you ever been in that situation where you've just had to flat out say to somebody, listen, you're no Nico Collins, okay?
You kind of said it, Seth. Every situation is different. It's always the case, and that's all you can do is just communicate to the individuals involved the thought process behind it to some degree. Not everybody's going to agree or necessarily understand. I mean, that's the reality of it. So ultimately, we just try to look at the big picture and ultimately just try to make what we feel are the right decisions for, the organization and everybody involved.
You know, the best way to handle it, we tell this story every time we tell it. I give the disclaimer. I have no idea if it's true or not, but I don't think Bill O'Brien would mind me saying that this was a story about Bill O'Brien, and I'm not sure if it's true or not, but that at one point kind of a fringe roster player came into his office and asked to be traded. And the story goes that Bill O'Brien said, "Who the hell do you think you are, Deacon Jones? Get out of here." Which, if that's what he said, I approve of that version of Bill O'Brien.
That's a good story if that happened.
And possibly on brand.
I'm guessing you might not frame it the same way Bill O'Brien might frame it, but that's the general gist of it is like, hey, like we're going to do different things for different guys.
Every player in every situation is different, so you just try to handle it case by case.
There you go. Nick Caserio, Texans general manager, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Nick, I think people are very excited about David Montgomery. I'm excited to see him once the pads go on for sure. I'm curious with trading for David Montgomery, do you feel like along with that you may get a better version of Woody Marks as well? Like maybe Woody in a role that he's perfectly suited for as the 1B to David Montgomery's 1A, as opposed to maybe the role that Woody kind of had to play last year with injuries and whatnot?
Yeah, Woody's had a really good off season. He looks bigger, he looks stronger, he looks faster. He's really made a strong commitment. We feel that overall that room, it's kind of an interesting collection of players. They all kind of have their strengths, all kind of have things that they do a little bit differently. With Montgomery and Woody, you maybe have two certain types of backs, and then Jawar kind of showed some of the things that he could do last season. British is kind of a little bit of a hybrid player, so he had to carry the ball there a little bit at the end. We signed a couple guys after the draft in Whittington and Pittsburgher. So overall, it's a pretty diverse room. Montgomery's been outstanding. I mean, his work ethic, his mentality, his mindset, even his just toughness. I know we're not in pads and you can't really see anything, but just kind of the way he goes about his business. And even in some of the things that we're doing, looks like his vision and instinctiveness, he has a really good feel and sense for space. And Woody is a good example. I'd say we have a number of players in this category who, when they're rookies, there's a lot that's happening, and the play time could fluctuate, could play a little bit more, could play a little bit less. Woody ended up playing a decent amount last year, and then once the season is over, he probably look back and go, okay, wow, that was quite a bit that happened over the course of the year. All right, now let's focus on the off season and getting yourself prepared for the upcoming season. And he's done that. So he's a good example of a player that's kind of going that year one to year two transition. So we'll see how big of a leap and a jump that he can make. But overall, we feel like that's a pretty competitive room, and there's a number of players in there that we feel can help us.
Yeah, and, I'm always like this every year during OTAs and training camp, but Jawar Jordan is just fun to watch run around on a football field. But he's a much smaller guy than those other backs. How's he looking going into year three? And is it possible that he actually I feel like he got more explosive this year, just from a very, very small watching of him. But have you noticed any physical changes in him?
Yeah, no, it's a good point, Seth. Even coming out, I think the one thing that differentiated him from maybe some other backs, you saw that burst and straight line speed, and he was obviously a smaller player, but I'd say even going back to last year, there were some games where he was able to handle contact and break tackles and get some yards after, with the ball in his hands. Jawar's worked really hard. There's a good example of a player. We brought him in. He was out of the building for a period of time, then he came back on the practice squad, and he's taken advantage of his opportunities. You see that, I would say, acceleration and speed. They show up, especially when he has a little bit of space. But he's a great kid, really quiet, works really hard. He's never going to be a big back or a big person, but you can have running backs who are strong for their size. I'd say Kevin Falk was an example of a player. He was 500 pounds, but Kevin had good playing strength. for his size. James White was the same way. I'd say Jawar, I'm not saying he's exactly like those players, but you're talking about undersized backs that have, maybe more strength than you think for their size. But he's a great kid, and he can do some things that some of our other backs can't. So, we're glad that he's here and excited for to see what he can do here in the preseason and then potentially heading into the regular season.
Nick Caserio joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Nick, I think this is the first we've talked to you since Will Anderson signed his contract extension, making him the highest paid non-quarterback by average annual value. His agent, Nicole, was very complimentary of you and the Texans and working to get that deal done. In some ways, when it's a guy like Will, who runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year and checks every box off of the field as well, even though the money is huge, are those sometimes some of the easiest deals to get done just because of how apparent it is that he's almost the perfect football player?
If you're asking me if you and Seth could have done the deal, probably. But I'd say the reality is,
I already do a show with a ham sandwich. Might as well let this ham sandwich.
Just to be clear, Nick, that was not what I was saying. This is a deal that any clown could go do.
But anyways, I'd say I have a lot of respect and appreciation for Nicole and the way she operates, and we try to look. If you're going to do a deal, then you're going to do a deal. You're going to get worked out. You still have to have discussions. There's always different dynamics and components that are involved. So if there's an agreement about the player and where you think you are on the contract, then you go ahead and try to find a solution that works for everybody. But I mean, like I said, Nicole does a great job for a lot of her clients. Will earn the opportunity. So again, you still have to work through some different dynamics and some different mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hopefully it works out well for everybody involved. Will is a great ambassador for the program, for the organization, for the city of Houston, and he backs that up with his play on the field. Nobody practices harder, nobody plays harder. Nobody has the respect of his teammates, more than him. And again, like that's another situation. That situation is a little bit different than the Nico Collins situation. Yeah. So we kind of take it case by case and try to figure out, all right, where are the gaps? All right, can we close the gaps? All right, then in the end, if there's a solution to be had, great. If there's not, then we kind of keep the ball moving forward.
Yeah, well, I'm curious because, obviously you guys, you're a good team. You have a lot of good players. You have a lot of good young players. So there's a lot of there's going to be big contracts coming up in the next couple of years for sure. And I know there's ways around, there's ways to make practically anything work with the salary cap. I'm curious, where do the Texans fit on that scale of using everything that's available to you with maneuvering around the cap? And how important is ownership when it comes to being able to maneuver when you're cutting these big checks?
Yeah, no, we try to stay in constant communication and just make sure that they're supportive of what we're doing. Can't say enough about Cal and Hannah. Like, they understand what we're trying to do, and we're fortunate that we have a number of good young players. Hopefully that continues moving forward. We try to be responsible to your question. There's a lot of, I'd say, mechanics that you could potentially employ, but at some point, accounting is accounting, and you have to, everything is, has a price, and at some point it's going to count in some capacity on the books. So when you look at, just generally speaking, the whole cash over cap concept, everybody understands what the salary cap is. Sometimes you maybe a little more cash over cap. Sometimes your cash and cap are equal. Mm-hmm. Again, we have the support of ownership. So that certainly makes a difference, and I think they understand what we're trying to do and what we're trying to accomplish. But we also want to do it in a responsible fashion, and just make sure that we're making sound decisions, because what you don't want to do is put the organization and the team in a position financially where you're forced to make decisions or forced to do things because of maybe some decisions that you've made. So player costs are going up, so we have to plan accordingly and, figure out how we're going to allocate. And then, I think hopefully we've tried to put the contracts together in a way where we have a little bit of flexibility, where they're staggered to some degree. So it potentially is that the bill is not, but eventually, like, you're going to have to account for everything. But, you know, there's some tools that are available, and we'll do it in a responsible fashion, just so that we don't put the organization in a poor position.
Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Nick, it's great to see Tank back out there in a football uniform again for sure. And I'm not asking for a timeline or anything like that because we know it's day by day with Tank. Do you expect him at some point down the road to return to practicing?
Yes. I would say more than likely it'll probably be in training camp. You know, we have about, I don't know, however many days left here in the spring, but there's certain things that he's able to do. He's done some things on the field, maybe separately, kind of off to the side. I think the goal is training camp. So we'll kind of see if he stays on schedule. But, I mean, nobody's worked harder. Nobody's had a better attitude. You know, talking about a player that hasn't played football in, you know, almost 18 months or however long it's been. But, you know, his attitude, his approach, he's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and wants to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that we're taking care of him and doing the right things and putting him in a position where he can go out there and be the best version of himself. So I would say training camp seems like a reasonable time frame in terms of his availability in terms of next steps.
Nick, since we're talking about injuries here, not that a Guardian cap would have helped Tank Dell in that situation whatsoever. But from the year 2021, where I thought that Guardian caps looked stupid and what the hell are we even doing here? Sean and I are now at a point where we feel to demand that players wear Guardian caps. Is there any way that are you guys allowed to tell guys to wear Guardian caps, or are you strictly forbidden to do that by the CBA?
No, you recommend to the players, you give them the options, and I think one of the things the league has done with the helmet design, there's certain helmets, the way they're designed and manufactured, it essentially replicates or could potentially take the place of the Guardian cap. So let's say you don't want to wear the Guardian cap, then, you know, you have a helmet that hopefully will help mitigate some of the issues potentially. But the players all have the ability, it's an option for them, and they have different designs. You've seen, you know, Petrie wears a certain type. There's other players that have a different type. And I think the one thing the league, what they do is during the season, it's essentially required in practice because we're trying to look at it from a player health and safety standpoint. Now, some players don't want to wear them, and sometimes you got to remind them, like, hey, you got to wear the Guardian cap in practice. When it comes to the game, like, the player has a choice, and ultimately they're going to do what they feel is best. But the helmet designs have certainly improved, and the league, it gives you, okay, these helmets, they fit the criteria. If the helmet is below this, I would say, range, essentially, like, they can't use it. So the league is pretty proactive in that area, and you know, we educate players, make sure they understand what's involved. I mean, we play a physical sport. And they understand the risks that are involved. So ultimately, like, their health and well-being is the most important thing, and they got to figure out what works for them. You know, maybe if you guys warm in studio, then we can make it required to wear.
I'm drinking, Nick. I'm drinking out of a coffee cat right now. There's a picture of an orange tabby with a plaid cap on it. Yeah, you think I'm going to be afraid of wearing a Guardian cap? Yeah. But I'm the manliest man there is. Okay, you know what? Let me go up on a little bit of a rant here. A positive and a negative, Nick. First, a positive. I get so excited to hear D'Amico talk about how you guys are emphasizing the hard count and the snap count and all that stuff, because that is the stuff. As a defensive player, like, I don't think some quarterbacks understand the power of the hard count and just how
I agree.
Yeah, it gives you the keys to it gives you the answers to the test. Like, that's how there was a play last year. Matt Stafford used the hard count brilliantly, and Jalen Petrie early in the season just took a little bit of a jab step. And it told Matt Stafford everything he needed to know. And it's just, yeah, that's what these veteran quarterbacks do. So that's on the positive side of things. And now this isn't a criticism, but this is because I know that you remember this era. Back when running backs used to wear some freaking pads on their body. Curtis Martin was dressed up like a medieval knight, and he lasted forever. These running backs, yeah, they get injured all the time. They're wearing like 3 ounces of padding. Can you dictate to the Texans running backs need to wear the gigantic old dorky looking shoulder pads?
nobody wants to wear pads anymore.
I know.
But like the shoulder pads, the design has evolved through the years. I remember when we had, Martellus, his brother Michael, he had no shoulder pad or protection up there on the tricep area. He basically cut the flaps off, and we had him like, hey man, you got to wear shoulder pads. He wouldn't have any. I'm sure if you talk to Martellus, he probably has his take on that one.
Oh my God!
Oh no, I look at pictures of myself in high school and college. I'm like, what a dork! Look at how.
That's great. That is great. Nick Caserio joining us. Nick, I know we only have you for a few more minutes here. The one time when I ask you, are you okay on time? I know today the answer is no. We got to get you out here in a few minutes.
I can go 8:05. I have a okay.
Okay.
So you're okay.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll get you out. We'll get you out with plenty of cushion.
You got some FIFA official forcing you out or something?
Yeah.
The American football man wants to be on the telephone.
Out of here, general manager. Yes. Seth and I were joking a few weeks ago. We said we would ask you about this. When it comes to scouting college players, and I'm sure you've got a checklist of things, and the scouting report is very extensive. At some point, is there a final box you check where you just ask yourself, how much is this guy like D'Amico Ryans?
Well, we actually like boxes. We have a Houston Texan, I would say, symbol or fit where we essentially say, all right, this player is we think he's a Texan, and there's different tiers. I don't think there's anybody that when they come in our building, when they visit with D'Amico and talk to D'Amico, that says, I don't want to play for that coach. Right. So if they do, then we probably got the wrong guy.
Yes.
I'm not sure what other coach you'd want to play for, because again, he has the unique ability, and you all know this, and he's demanding, but he is as genuine and honest and sincere, and his joy, and he just wants what's best for the players, and he just wants the team to succeed. By the same token, they're going to be accountable for their actions and held to a high standard. And there's a balance to be able to do that, which is why I think he's held in such high regard, not only internally in our building, but externally throughout the league as well. So if a player felt that way, you've really got to ask yourself, is this a player that, is actually going to be able to succeed in our building?
Yeah. Okay, this is crucial because we're going to make a whole bit out of this. What's the name you have for the top tier Texan caliber?
It's nothing, I would say, exotic. Like Texan blue or, stamp player, or just something that maybe delineates himself from. Believe me, in terms of the creativity, I'm the wrong person to talk to about that.
We'll call it tier one.
We have something we can maybe separate that player from maybe a different pool of players.
Yeah, that's tier one Texan. We'll call it that,
we'll
Sean.
name it after people. It's the J.J. Watt tier. We'll do an homage to former Texans. We'll get this all We'll workshop this thing for you, Nick. We'll get
back to you. Yeah, we'll get it done before you guys break for the summer. So
we'll get it done for this year's draft class for sure. Nick Caserio joining us here. By the way, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. The other contract extension that happened since we last spoke was Azeez Al-Shaair, and I'm just curious. I know I know that you and D'Amico both personally love Azeez. I loved it when you came to his defense a couple of years ago when the whole Trevor Lawrence thing happened. Your feelings are very evident for Azeez Al-Shaair. I guess can you talk a little bit about just how happy you are for him, what that extension meant to the team, and what he means to the team?
Yeah, he means a lot, and he's made an impact since the day that he's walked in the building. When you just look at the arc of his career, what he's had to endure, kind of where he started, even going back to, when he came out of college with the knee injury, he wasn't drafted. I mean, he had to overcome quite a bit, and it hadn't stopped him from getting to where he is currently. And to say his toughness, his leadership, I mean, he's a signal caller. He runs the defense. He's able to, I would say, cross-pollinate across all aspects and all areas of the team, defense players, offensive players, specialists, whomever it is. and he's held in the highest regard, and he plays with the right demeanor and mentality. Look, the reality is he's a physical player. He plays aggressively. And then, off the field, nobody's done more to represent the organization and the McNair family than Aziz. So when you put those factors together, again, players earn what they receive with the person that they are, with their performance on the field, the contract and the business side of it. I mean, that's something you always have to just work through. And, similarly to some of the other discussions that we've had, hopefully you can come to a resolution that works for everybody. But, certainly happy for Aziz. And in the end, the goal is for him to go out there and just continue to play good football and continue to represent the organization, in the right way.
Do you have a team you're rooting for in the NBA Finals, and why is it the Knicks because of Danhausen?
Well, because the other team is cursed, so
yes.
You probably got to with a team that's not cursed. But no, it's interesting. Our middle daughter, we've watched the Stanley Cup playoffs together, and she's kind of taken a liking. We watched both the Eastern Conference and Western Conference finals together. I actually happened to be away on Saturday, and she was watching. She asked me, "Are you watching the game?" And I said, "Well, I'm not watching. I'm following." So it's two really good teams. The Knicks have played really good basketball over the last, call it, month, 6 weeks. San Antonio, Oklahoma City series, saw two really good basketball teams, two young teams, two really good programs. So it'll be interesting. My goal is just that Danhausen actually shows up in Madison Square Garden for Game 3. And then we'll see what the outcome actually is.
Yes, in between Timothée Chalamet and Kylie Jenner. Yes, that needs to happen. Do you have one particular player in this series that you feel would make the best Houston Texan off of either team?
Probably Brunson. Yeah. Probably would go in that category. And I know Wemby is kind of like a unicorn, but I think the one thing that stands out about Wemby, it appears, is just for the level of skill that he has, just his innate competitiveness and how much he cares. The team kind of, look, he's, 22, 23 years old. I don't know. He's a young player, but it looks like he has the pulse of that team. So be able to do that. And when your best player has those qualities, that's probably the reason why the Spurs are in the position that they're in. And they obviously have a history with their program with Pop and RC. And, now Coach Johnson has done a really good job. So I would say probably Brunson and Wemby look like they could probably walk in Reliance Stadium and potentially go out. Now, Wemby might, I'm not sure where you play him, but, probably have to find somewhere to put him where just lob enough balls in the end zone.
Red zone, man. Yeah, just throw the ball up to him. just that roll, just like 5 snaps a game down. Problem solved. There you go. Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager. Hey, Nick, we appreciate the time as always. The next time we talk to you, we'll be out at training camp, and that'll be here before we know it. So enjoy your summer vacation with your family, and we'll see you out at OTAs and minicamp the next couple days too. Or the next couple weeks. But last time we'll talk here before training camp. So enjoy the summer.
Appreciate you, fellas. Always great to visit with you.
Yep, you too. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it. Nick Caserio joining us over the phone. I think it was funny. The question, I think he misheard because we were on the phone, not that back channel studio. But the scouting question, Seth, about how much is this guy like DeMeco Ryans?
Yeah.
I think he heard how much does this guy like DeMeco Ryans?
Oh, yeah, how much does he like DeMeco?
It still was a great answer. I wasn't going to interrupt him because I think I still love the answer. Can you imagine, like...
The Texans accidentally drafted some guy who hates DeMeco.
It is, to Nick's point, it is a vetting item. Like, if this guy doesn't like DeMeco, we definitely don't want him in the building.
It is a tough thing about being with somebody who's on a cell phone is you feel extra, like it's hard to cut him off without it completely disrupting everything.
Yep.
To restate the question. We love this guy's scouting profile, but he hates DeMeco Ryans.
Well, I didn't
take him.
I didn't realize till about 45 seconds into the answer. I'm like, oh, he thought I said, how much does this guy like DeMeco Ryans? But he was giving a good answer, so I'm like, you know what? Let's just let it. And we only had a few minutes left. I didn't want him to have to
the question
reset.
You meant so it was, how does he D'Amico Ryans?
That's how I should have phrased it.
It's mostly, it's based on that one anonymous scout quote from after the Will Anderson pick, where somebody said D'Amico Ryans basically drafted himself.
Right.
This kid that played at Alabama, a defensive player who plays with his hair on fire, and even though one of them doesn't have hair, and does everything the right way. Like, that was D'Amico Ryans as a player in college, and that's Will Anderson as a player.
Yep, no doubt. So we can rehash some things here, and we'll have some of that audio later in the show if you missed it. About 35 minutes or so with Nick Caserio uninterrupted. You can get it on the Rewind feature if you want to listen to it on the free Odyssey app, or you can listen to it on the Payne and Pendergast podcast. There was still stuff that we didn't get to with him that I know we wanted to get to with him. So that'll be what training camp is for. I think a lot of the stuff we didn't get to still evergreens just fine.
Are we
training camp.
is this to let the listeners know, as well as your co-host?
Yes.
Well, we're just going straight through until
we're going to go to 18.
After there. Okay.
Yep, we're going to go to 18 here. And I thought, to me, what was the most noteworthy thing of that conversation was the very, very beginning of it, when just as sort of a lead-in question, we asked him, hey, are you seeing the same thing that D'Amico and others have said, but D'Amico specifically saying that the offense is light years ahead of where they were a year ago. Not only did he agree with D'Amico Ryans on that, which wasn't surprising, we didn't have to ask a C.J. Stroud question.
Right.
He proactively lauded C.J.'s work in the system, C.J.'s offseason, to the extent where I'm listening to this and I'm like, VM sounds like he agrees with the holding up his end of the bargain thing.
And that's honestly, that was what was driving me so insane when people wanted to act like it was no big deal that CJ wasn't out there for OTAs last year. And I'm just like, you're asking the quarterback, or you're planning on the quarterback having more command at the line of scrimmage in a brand new offense. And what exactly do you think? How do you actually get better at doing that? You got to have reps doing it. So the thing that I really like is that so much of the emphasis from D'Amico and a couple other people so far early in OTAs has been about how it's all the pre-snap operation.
Right.
Because if you want your quarterback to operate like Tom Brady, that means being at the line of scrimmage with 20-plus seconds. And when you need to send somebody in motion and you need to maybe have a hard count and see if you can diagnose what blitz is coming, you've got time to operate with all that stuff. It's impossible to do all that stuff when guys aren't even set until there's 10 seconds left on the play clock. So, with D'Amico's ability to kind of simplify, all right, what's the biggest issue here? What do we have to address? What makes the biggest gains as quickly as possible? I think he identified the pre-snap operation and the communication as that being the big thing. And we as fans, it's one of those things. This is one of those classic situations where, yes, the fans are correct on this one. When you're frustrated that it looks like everything is hurried and all of a sudden you've got an illegal motion or a false start or a delay of game, it shouldn't be that way. And it's impossible to really cool and fun stuff until you get that basic down.
Yep. So I thought,
hey, Sean.
Yeah.
I just cannot tell you. As a guy that's been on teams before where I've been on a good defense and the offense was struggling, you'll be going through practice and the offense is so inept at just getting the snap count right and things like that they start just, all right, we're just going to go on one every time. And as a defensive player, you're like, oh, my God, really? Like, do you guys really understand how stupid that is? Like, do you understand how much of an advantage that gives us?
Yeah.
And likewise, when a team's not using a hard count and not in dummy counts and all that stuff, you're like, why are you guys not? It's a cheat code.
Yep.
You're not doing things that make it so much easier for the quarterback. And that's where the Texans in these last few years, at times, I'm watching them like, why are you not using the cheat codes that you have available to you? And when look at what happens. D'Amico comes over and he's observing more and working more with the offense. Yep. And as a defensive player, he's saying the exact same stuff.
Yeah.
Like, why are you even trying to expand the playbook when the easiest thing in the world is available to you and you're not good at it?
Nick, on that, when you brought up that point, he was jump in the middle of what you were saying, enthusiastic about that.
Yeah.
Like he was in complete agreement with everything that you were saying about that.
Well, because I've told you before too, I've had young quarterbacks, where we said, hey, listen, you got to tell on when the ball's being snapped, and nothing's done about it.
Yep.
you go and you tell him, and look, I told you before, but he would accuse me of reading the practice script because I knew which plays were coming. And I would tell him, no,
I'm not
when
cheating.
You guys
You're
align
that
like
stupid.
When you guys align like this, I know exactly what's coming based on the stance of the guard.
Yeah.
And he does it every time, and I watch you do it in games. And he just gave me the look of a tranquilized cow.
Right.
Just like, no, I don't know, man. I think you're reading the script.
He was
accusing
you of banging on a trash can.
Right, because his offense sucked.
Right. No, you were legal sign stealing.
I've done it, Sean. And it's the most frustrating thing because I think a lot of offensive coaches think that defensive players are stupid. And I've gone up to offensive line coaches or offensive coordinators on my own team in the middle of games before because I'm watching a defense. I can tell exactly how the defense is figuring out what the offense is doing, and I tell the offensive coordinator. And he just gives me the glazed over look, you know. And so I'm glad that D'Amico's got people doing things. The right way.
Yeah. We got what is as firm an answer as we've gotten on Tank Dell.
Sorry, really, to be clear, I was saying to tell my own offensive coordinator, not the opponent's offensive coordinator.
Right.
Yeah. It's not like I'm going over and being like, hey, man, it's just
and your whole team's like, what is he doing?
You know, in the spirit of good sportsmanship, I feel I should tell you.
Yeah. We got a yes out of the question, will Tank Dell be practicing at some point here? At this point, only appropriate question because I mean, and Nick actually kind of gave us the closest thing to a timeline that we've gotten on Tank Dell, which it sounds like training camp. So,
sounds like he almost. It sounded almost, or at least I was envisioning an image of Tank lobbying to get out there in these OTAs.
100%.
Telling him, "This is all right, appreciate it, but we're gonna go as slow as possible on this."
Yeah, I feel better about the Tank Dell situation now, having asked that question and gotten the answer that we got. Because I will tell you, there's some chatter amongst all of us that are out there watching, wondering. Like, okay, is Tank ever going to play again?
Right. No, that gave a look. If you want to accuse GMs of, not answering questions and everything, he flat out said yes.
Yes.
Yeah. You asked, is Tank Dell going to practice? He said yes.
Yeah. I said at some point. I said, is Tank Dell literally? I said at some point, is Tank Dell going to practice? The word was yes, and I would say at least a soft allusion to a time for not even soft. I mean, he said training camp. So that would tell me, we're probably going to see Tank in his, uniform and his sweatpants for this week, the remainder of this week, and then a mandatory minicamp. And then that'll be when it gets interesting is, okay, he's practicing. Is he doing everything at practice? Or is he just doing some things? Is he in the padded practices? Is he just in the practices with shells? Is he doing 11-on-11 work? If so, where on the depth chart is he right now? That kind of thing. How much catching up does he have to do? How much catching up does he have to do in the system? Now, I had asked Nick about that the last couple times we had Nick on. I asked him about that, if there were any concerns about Tank getting up to speed playing in a new system. Like the last time Tank played football, Bobby Slowick was the offensive coordinator. So he hasn't played in this. And I remember Nick having zero concern about the mental part of it for Tank because he's around.
He's been around.
He's smart. He's around the team. Yeah. So that part should be, as seamless as you can expect for someone who hasn't played football in 2 years.
So it'd be fair to say that you asked if Tank Dell will definitely be practicing, or you just said, will he be practicing?
I'll read the question. The exact question. I said, we don't need a timeline, but do you anticipate Tank Dell returning to practice at some point?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he said, yes. And then he said, training camp is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So that's good news. Good conversation with Nick Caserio. Keelan Rutledge getting the work at center, and he made that mostly sound like, hey, this is a time of year where we can kind of, try some things out. Didn't sound like anything was hard and fast with Keelan Rutledge definitely being a center for this football team.
Yeah, no, I think that's I think that's the appropriate tact. It's just it's always impossible to say whether a guy is going to transfer to a new position that he's only played minimally and never, and he's only played it in an all-star game environment. So they're not an all-star game, a Senior Bowl.
Senior Bowl, yeah.
Which is kind of like an all-star game
for sure.
But I think that you just never know for sure. And even if they were only playing him guard and there was an open guard spot, they're not going to say, oh, yeah, he's going to be guard, but it would be pretty easy to connect the dots on that one. This one, I think they're going to give him OTAs to, learn the center position.
Yeah.
And then it'll be really a matter of those first couple of weeks of camp. How does he do while facing some pretty damn good defensive linemen? He's gonna have some good challenges, and then he's gonna have to be in a game environment at some point and make all the right calls and do everything mentally. But I think that he's gonna have every opportunity to win the starting center job.
You asked the Nico questions in this interview. What did you think of his answers to your Nico Collins questions about the pay raise?
I mean, the way he framed it, it just sounds like, Nico asked for a pay raise, which, okay, we get that. He didn't go into any detail about threatening a holdout or anything, but that he agreed that, it's not a precedent, it's a case-by-case basis, and that when other guys come and ask for money, you might have to basically say, you're not Nico Collins.
Right.
He would say it more politely than the way I framed it.
And definitely more politely than the way Bill O'Brien framed it, as you said. I think he enjoyed that story, by the way.
So for those of you who missed it, I told the story. And we have to give you the disclaimer. I have zero clue whether this is true or not, but I don't think I think this is the kind of story Bill O'Brien wouldn't mind us telling, even if it wasn't true.
At all.
It was basically
he would laugh about this.
A fringe of the roster defensive lineman came into his office and said he wanted a trade. And Bill O'Brien said, "Who the hell do you think you are, Deacon Jones? Get out of here." Almost as if, this isn't part of the story, but if you were to expand, it would be like, who the hell do you think you are that I'm even thinking about getting anything for you in a trade?
That's funny. Okay, I'm looking, text message from our guest. He said, I definitely misheard the question about D'Amico. He said, so funny.
Does he like D'Amico?
He liked it, yeah. Like,
That's
Nick's
the final
Nick's
checklist. Does he like D'Amico?
Yeah.
Nick must have thought that was the dumbest
question
in the
ever. That's why,
questions.
And I have a texter saying, I heard the same thing. I'm like, no! Now I got to go back and listen. Did I? Because I read I literally read the question off of my rundown here. So, the question... If you listen to the show, that's something Seth and I have talked about. Like, how much is this guy like D'Amico Ryans? You know what? That gives us a chance to ask it when we talk to him at training camp.
It's a good lesson moving forward, just to try to, as we both strive for more clarity in our speech, or just, to make the question even more accurate. Say, is he similar to D'Amico Ryans as a player?
Yeah.
Because is he like D'Amico Ryans could mean a bunch of different things.
That's true. Yeah, is he similar to? Yep. Okay. Well. We'll get another opportunity at training camp, good Lord willing. So we'll talk to Nick in July, and we'll ask him the question. All right, coming up next, let's circle back to yesterday out at OTAs. This guy, I think, might be one of, if not the biggest X factors for the Houston Texans. D'Amico talked about him, and he talked to the media, and you will hear from him coming up next.
Early returns out of Texans OTAs are very positive from Co.
Both sides being very competitive, offense and defense. Both
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message. I'm getting in late. Did you guys ask Nick about C.J. Stroud? We asked about the offense at the very beginning of the interview, and Nick volunteered that the biggest reason that the offense is so far ahead of where they were a year ago is C.J. Stroud. And he gushed about CJ for about a minute and a half. So
yeah.
It seems like GM and quarterback are in a pretty good place right now, early here in the process of what is judgment year for CJ Stroud, probably.
You know, and we went on to talk about the pre-snap process just because D'Amico has talked about it a lot. And I know anybody who's watched Texans games gets frustrated at times when, man, they're having a hard time even getting up and getting set with time on the play clock, and then you end up with illegal motions and all of those types of issues. That's been a huge point of emphasis, and that's a big part of just being able to actually be a conductor as a quarterback, is getting everybody up to the line and being able to operate and diagnose what they're doing and doing all that higher level stuff. It seems like D'Amico is really dialed in on that part of it, especially this time of year where you can't. There's a lot you can't do in OTAs because you're not wearing pads. And in the quarterback and the passing game, when you're going against a defense like the Texans especially, is really at a disadvantage when you can't run the ball. So, I mean, you theoretically you can, but the defense isn't honoring the run in these practices.
Mm-mm.
So a lot of what you can measure and see and check whether you're making progress or not is, okay, what's our pre-snap operation like? And it sounds like it's a lot better. And it needs to be, because you're not going to be able to run this offense and do the things that CJ wants to be able to do, or that you want any quarterback to do, if you're just constantly sped up before the snap and just not having time to go through the mental checklist of everything.
Yep. One quick text on the pre-snap operation. They wouldn't have been able to use a hard count when Laramie Tunsil was here. He would have jumped on every play.
Well, that's one thing. You know, we were talking earlier in the week about how ultimately the quarterback's responsible for everything pre-snap.
Yep.
And like the conductor of an orchestra, you're responsible for getting everything right. And sometimes for young quarterbacks especially, and when you're learning a new offense, there's so much going on that to be focused in and dialed in on all 10 other guys getting to exactly where they need to be in the right spot, that's a lot to do in a very short amount of time. But somebody said, well, okay, so is it CJ that Laramie Tunsil had so many false starts? I'll tell you, like, Laramie wouldn't have had those issues with Tom Brady as his quarterback. Now, Pat Mahomes has, what's his name, the offensive tackle?
Oh, not anymore, but Jawan Taylor was the one you're thinking of. Yeah.
Like, so it's not a hard and fast, you're a bad quarterback if you don't fix that. But, yeah, I do think that a lot of quarterbacks would look at that as something you're going to be having hard conversations with Laramie Tunsil about that.
Have to, right?
And that we need to be able to operate a certain way. Sean, I've told you before, when I was on the field playing against the Colts and Peyton Manning, I used to get embarrassed for those poor offensive linemen.
The way he would berate them.
He would talk to them like they were the worst people on earth. After a false start or something like that. I mean, like that. Now that's an extreme example, but yeah, that's it's like any other leadership position, but especially quarterback. On an offense is ultimately the quarterback's responsible for all that stuff. Yeah. And there's certain things he can't control, but the things he can control, it's like a military commander or a fast food restaurant operator or whatever, is that you're responsible for making everything work and everything functioning properly. And that's a responsibility that I think CJ is willing and wants to have.
Yes.
It's just it does take reps and it takes time.
Yep. Okay, let's circle back to yesterday at OTAs. This was D'Amico Ryans talking about second-year wide receiver Jaden Higgins.
Done an outstanding job. That's from day one, from him coming back. When I seen him for the first time coming back, it's like, well, you see a physical difference, right? You see a stronger, you see more chiseled out receiver. Then we step on the field, he's playing faster, he's playing stronger, he's making all of the tough catches. He's playing extremely fast. So he's taking advantage of his offseason, right? And he's really improved in a ton of areas. That was the first area for him, is just how can we play fast consistently, and he's doing that right now. So that he's going to have a great year. Can't wait to see it.
Seems like both the Iowa State guys, well, I know there's three of them, Xavier Hutchinson, but the two that were rookies last year, because Noel's getting a lot of praise for his offseason as well. Yeah. You were saying yesterday he's faster now than he was last year.
Well, yeah, Jaden Higgins said that he's faster, and somebody asked a really good follow-up, which was, how can you tell? And he said, well, we've got the data. Yeah. He basically alluding to the GPS tracking and everything, those catapult vests that they wear that look like sports bras. Jalen Noel, who's already really, really speedy, is apparently he's playing faster. Yep. And part of that is, I don't know if he, got physically more impressive, but just knowing what you're doing, tends to make you faster. You can operate a lot faster when you're more comfortable in the offense. I also like that Jaden Higgins talks pretty openly about just him now having a better understanding of where he needs to be in his route, like the timing of a play. Yeah. Because there were some things with him last year. It was watching his college film, it was cool because he had a little bit of funkiness to some of his routes, like using hezzy steps and all this. And he had said he likes Keenan Allen and likes to want to emulate Keenan Allen. Sometimes being a little bit unorthodox is not always the best thing for an offense if it disrupts the timing. Yeah. So for a rookie quarterback or a rookie receiver, it's kind of one of those things where, cool, it's awesome if you want to add some wrinkles and everything to your route running, but first you got to learn exactly where you need to be. Yes. At which step, where are you on the fifth step of the quarterback's drop? Where are you at this point in the play? And he didn't understand that early on, and he got better at it as the season went along. So that's one of the things that I think he made improvements in his route running overall and in general, but a lot of it is just the timing and the rhythm of the offense he has a better feel for now.
Here was Higgins yesterday saying or talking about, he was asked, where are you most looking to improve this season?
First and foremost, you always think it's going to be physical, working on my strength, working on my speed, my lateral movements, quickness, route running. And then, this offseason I worked a lot on my intellectual phase, just making sure I'm understanding the concepts of running, making sure I'm understanding when the timing needs to be, where I need to be in a certain time. So, just doing those two things has really helped me a lot.
So exactly what you were just saying.
Yeah. I remember we were watching in the preseason, and I was watching with Cecil Shorts, and it was exactly that. It was Higgins ran a nice route, but he did a little hesitation step, and that ended up helping. But CJ threw an out to Higgins, and it was a little out of his reach. And immediately your knee jerk is like, oh, boy, CJ looks inaccurate. And Cecil said, no, that's Higgins was a half step. That ball was exactly where it was supposed to be. Higgins was a little slow to get there because, he beat his guy, but because of that hezzy step, it put him a half step behind where he was supposed to be. So the ball ends up being, and it was in fact an incredibly accurate throw by C.J. Stroud, and Higgins was just, and this was a rookie. It's not like it's the biggest deal in the world or anything, but it kind of illustrates what he had to learn in terms of the finer aspects of the game.
I remember you talking about that. I remember you telling that anecdote about Cecil saying that exact same thing, and I am going to take that under advisement, having watched what I watched yesterday with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, a lot of inaccurate throws.
There were some inaccurate throws, and I can think of one that he was targeting Jaden Higgins on.
The one thing, honestly, I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to schedule a retreat with Cecil. He and I, and he's gonna go and teach me how to be a wide receivers coach. I do over time. The one thing I've really, really learned is, man, you got to be careful when you call a throw inaccurate. And there's times where it's obvious, but then there's other times where it's a little bit more nuanced. And there's just so many times where receivers were just a little bit off, or they read the leverage differently. And the quarterback, good quarterbacks are never gonna. Most good quarterbacks don't ever come out in the press conference afterwards and say, well, no, those were actually all really good throws. My receivers suck.
Yep. Here is one more from Jaden Higgins. What OTAs in year 2 for you?
I think, I think pretty early we realized that the starting point where we started last year was a lot farther behind than where we started this year, of course. I mean, obviously because everyone is very familiar with the plays and everything of that sort. But, really just I think it comes down to, Nick giving us confidence and just trusting us to be able to go out there and execute those plays.
And Nick is Nick Caley in this case. I know we've been on a heavy Caserio tip today, just for the audience. The Nick that Jaden Higgins is referring to is Nick Caley, the OC.
That would have been irrelevant. We would have had to clarify that back in 2021 when people were convinced that Nick Caley was actually, or Nick Caserio was calling plays and directing everything.
Had a headset on, and that was back when Nick used to chip in at practice sometimes too, as sort of with a little quarterback action.
Yeah. I could see it at some point coming. Nick will always say it's a year by year thing, and it's people go where they're needed, and sometimes you never know when somebody ends up. I don't know. Somebody comes down with an illness during training camp or something, and a coach has to take a hiatus. They might have Nick fill in part-time.
Yeah, maybe he's still got the. He can still sling it a little bit. He can still sling it. So they're back at it tomorrow. OTAs, and then mini camp next week, and then the long slog to training camp in July. So
what's the do they have an OTA today that the media just isn't allowed?
No, they're off today. They're off today.
And then next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, and then the mini camp.
Next week it's OTAs tomorrow.
Yeah,
is the last OTAs, and then what is June 9th? Is that Tuesday? It's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday mandatory mini camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right. Although the Thursday one is the one they always end up canceling and eating barbecue or something like that, I
was thinking about that yesterday when I was watching Will, and I was just thinking, man, he'll be look, maybe he wants to be an NFL coach or something someday. For the good of America, I need him to be a high school football coach.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, he's so awesome, man.
Yeah.
But he also, because if he was an NFL coach, I don't think, I think, he can't throttle it down in practice. He wouldn't give him that last day off.
No.
He'd be the one coach in the league that doesn't just give the wink. Hey, we're canceling the last day of minicamp.
Will would be one of those high school coaches that if you're one of his players, you feel awful if you failed.
Yeah,
you just feel like, God, I let Coach Will down.
Yeah,
it's the worst thing you can do is let Coach Will down, dude. He wasn't.
He would definitely be the kind of high school coach that kids are still calling him for advice when they're 39 years old.
Absolutely, yes.
And every kid that ever played for Will Anderson would be his future children would get so annoyed because he wouldn't shut up talking about Coach Will. Coach Will. Well, you know what Coach Will always told me, and
he wasn't practicing yesterday, and yet you could still feel him out there because he's out there dapping up his teammates, like he's into it. You know, he's not practicing.
I did after his press conference yesterday, and I'm a pretty fast talker to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
I realized about midway through, man, I'm at like 300 words per minute here. I gotta slow down. He just got me so amped up.
Yeah. There's a contagiousness to it.
It's like I need to be a better person. I need to go work hard. Am I working hard enough?
I know.
No.
It makes you question yourself. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, coming up next, we've got a new face in the broadcasting world.
Who?
Well, we will tell the people. That's what I hope the audience is saying right now.
I'm hanging on the edge of my seat.
Yeah. Well, and you and I joke all the time. I'm terrible at predicting who's going to be good and who's going to suck anymore, but we're going to do it anyways here. How do we think this guy will be? One of the more annoying players is getting into broadcasting. We'll do that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I thought this was a grand slam by C.J. Stroud. He emphasized very professionally that I've held up my end of the bargain. I'm looking forward to being the Texans quarterback this year. He's taken a play out of Nick Caserio's book. I thought he did it with taste. I thought he did it with confidence. For me personally, this is the C.J. Stroud that I've been waiting on.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713. Call Lee. This traffic report is brought to you by AmericanStandardAir.com. The South Loop westbound of the Gulf Freeway. Lost load cleanup still underway, affecting that right shoulder. 45 northbound before West Road. That accident has cleared, and a stalled vehicle is still slowing you down. This is sitting along the South Loop eastbound right as you approach 225. It's over to the right shoulder. Cloudy this morning, 70s afternoon, scattered thunderstorms, and a high of 85. I'm Aliyah Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
There's hot, and then there's Texas hot. Take care of your family all summer long with the reliability of American Standard Air. No shortcuts, no excuses. Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
Hola, Houston. The FIFA World Cup 2026 is almost here, and Verizon is putting you right in the action. Bring the whole familia to the network America relies on and get 4 lines of unlimited welcome for just $25 per line per month with auto pay, plus taxes and fees. Plus, stream the FIFA World Cup 2026 by adding Fox One to catch every goal. Get ready. Visit your nearest store and switch to Verizon. For new customers activating 4 new smartphone lines, $20 monthly credits applied over 36 months in times of congestion. Unlimited welcome 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Fox One perk requires line subscribed. My plan must be 18 years or older. Additional terms apply.
On a global stage or in your own backyard, everything changes the moment you play for a Michelob Ultra. Focus sharpens. Stakes are higher. Nothing makes a game more real than playing for a superior light beer. Michelob Ultra. Superior is worth playing for. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. What are your rights and responsibilities? Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Office in Houston Metro and St. Louis.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
This is of the win. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment.
I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about symptoms vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin, thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour, we will circle back to our Nick Caserio conversation from earlier this morning. If you missed it, you can get it on the podcast. The Payne and Pendergast. It was at 7:30 on the free Odyssey app. You can use the rewind feature, but we'll have some of the highlights of it coming up at 9 o'clock today, including Nick Caserio being very, very complimentary about C.J. Stroud. We got to talk about Nico Collins and his contract adjustment, as well as an update on Tank Dell. That's one of the, I would say, one of the more concrete updates we've gotten on Tank throughout this entire process. So all of that at the top of the hour as we kind of get organized here on a what's been a fun and hectic Wednesday here on the show. So, among the things that were announced a couple of days ago, this one definitely got buried underneath all the trades that happened on Tuesday or on Monday this week with the A.J. Brown trade and obviously the Myles Garrett trade. Is that Russell Wilson turned down an offer to back up Geno Smith for the New York Jets, which is completely ironic given the fact that Geno Smith replaced Russell Wilson in Seattle. It's just a strange circle of life. But he turned that down to take a studio role with CBS on their pregame show. So the spot that I believe was last that spot was Matt Ryan, who left to go to run football operations for his former team, the Atlanta Falcons. So Russell Wilson, Nate Burleson, Bill Cowher, those are the three main guys. We know JJ used to rotate in there a little bit, JJ Watt, but now he's on the road doing a game every week with. So Russell Wilson to CBS. What are your initial thoughts? How do you think Russell Wilson is going to do?
I go
knowing that you and I are terrible at predicting these things.
Right. No, I'm awful at predicting who's going to be good and who's going to be bad at sports media, and I think sometimes, they're completely different things in a lot of ways.
Yep.
You know, answering questions and talking to the media when you're the quarterback of a team and representing a team is always going to be different than when you're able to freely give your opinion about things. Mm-hmm. I think that if we look at the previous example of a famous athlete who was known for having kind of almost like for lack of a better word, a phoniness about them or their personality, where people accuse them of being phony, it would be A-Rod. And
no doubt.
Lo and behold, A-Rod ended up being way more likable on television than he did than what the perception of him was of him as a player.
Yes, more likable, and I think most importantly, well, I don't know if anything's more important on TV than actually being likable, but in this type of role, obviously. But A-Rod provided good opinions on things too. You know, he's a very intelligent baseball player.
The whole thing is that's kind of weird about television personalities is that, you know, sometimes you meet somebody who's famous on television and they're exactly who they seem like they are. You know, my friend who dated Regis Philbin's daughter.
Oh, JJ. Yeah, JJ Philbin. Yeah.
Yeah. He said when he met Regis for the first time, it was like, oh, yeah, this is exactly what I thought Regis Philbin would have. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You knew him because of the Notre Dame stuff.
He went to,
right?
yeah. He's a Notre Dame alum. Yeah.
Yeah, but then the others you meet him and you're like, holy crap, this guy's got zero personality whatsoever.
He has an on and off switch.
This guy is just like on the broadcast. He seems like so you never know.
No.
I think with Russell Wilson, he did play quarterback, and there aren't as many quarterbacks as you would like doing broadcasting. There's more than there used to be. But even Peyton Manning doesn't want to do a weekly deal on a play he doesn't want to do color commentary. He wants to do his Manning cast, and that's kind of different. But for guys in that traditional role, there just aren't a lot of quarterbacks, and I appreciate the ones that can break things down and do it. I think Russell Wilson will be really good at simplifying things in a way that's palatable to a mass audience.
Yeah.
You think about Russell Wilson, I bet he's awesome with kids. You know, like I bet when it's time for him to talk to one of his kids, teach him algebra or something, I bet he's really, really good. So likewise, I think that he's probably going to have a good way for, you know, simplifying things and not making them so technical and everything, which comes off really good on television.
He's been posting videos, at least one video that I saw, where he is taking his stepson, who happens to be Future's kid, who I think is also named Future. Mm-hmm. He's been taking him on college visits. And
that's
been
right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
They went to Texas, and Sark gave them a tour of things and stuff. I thought that was pretty cool, man. Like when it's and he's doing the college visit thing with him.
I think he's going to be good because I also think he'll be prepared.
Yeah.
And that's it seems like that should be more of that's something that's expected. But this is the other thing that happens with athletes when they get into media. They think, okay, well, I've been talking to media for 15 years. What do you do? Yeah, somebody puts a microphone in your face and then you answer the question.
Just talk.
It's easy when you're talking about stuff that you already know,
right?
Or yourself especially.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you got to start learning things and preparing in advance and everything, I expect that Russell Wilson will be really good at that.
All right, so the Payne and Pendergast prediction on this thing.
I'm pretty bullish on old Russ.
I am too. You've got me convinced. All right, so we are giving, as a show, we are giving our stamp of approval and endorsement that we think Russell Wilson, despite maybe rubbing people the wrong way with his personality, is going to be able to channel that properly to simplify things for the viewer and be really good at breaking down games for us here.
Plus, I think look, there's an element of being on television that is, almost pretending that you're somebody you aren't, and that's what Russell's been doing his whole life.
So,
it's a big show.
Will he
He's a Clockwork Orange. Nobody knows who the hell he actually is.
Okay, this will be the tell that he hasn't turned off the corniness switch yet.
Yeah,
is if he comes up with some sort of catchphrase to give at the end of the show, like he used to do "Go Hawks" or "Let's." Remember, he was in Denver. He'd do "Let's Ride" at the end of every press conference.
Yeah, but
super
again,
corny.
In media, though, having a sign off is a standard.
Maybe
thing.
we'll like it. Yeah, maybe we'll like it. Who knows?
I think that Mark Sanchez, who unfortunately I don't think is going to be joining us anymore on any of our football broadcasts.
Soon.
He had an endearing way of shoehorning a dad joke into a broadcast. And it was awful, but it was so awful that I really liked it. I think he had some awareness that, okay, this is really bad and this is a dad joke. But it felt like he was almost maybe doing it for one of his kids or something.
No, it's good. There is such thing as being so bad that it's hilarious.
His corniness, I think Russell Wilson's corniness might really, as the kids would say, it's going to slap.
It might. You're making your point very well right now.
As the kids said 10 years ago.
As
kids who are now 25 used to say. Russell Wilson slaps on a TV broadcast.
You have no idea.
Shizzle.
You have no idea how well you're making your point. Here we go. So Chris Collinsworth, great example of somebody who's irritating but's made a nice long career out of being a broadcaster. I like Chris Collinsworth. I think he does a good job.
I thought Collinsworth, I used to think he was super irritating. And then it seemed like about 10 years ago, I think he tamped it down, and I actually started enjoying him a lot more. But I don't know if maybe I just got blind to it, or if people just still have that. They still have that impression of him, and that's what they think of him no matter what.
The Mahomes lust is a little annoying.
That's where it's gotten. He figures out a way to make it about Mahomes. No, and you know where that got really annoying is because he used to own Pro Football Focus.
Right.
And he insists on the Pro Football Focus grades and up there on Sunday Night Football. And yet, so Pat Mahomes by PFF grades
like
has been a mediocre quarterback.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, which is like, right, the PFF grades suck.
Yeah.
So, but meanwhile, he's sitting there talking about how Pat Mahomes is the most incredible thing that ever lived.
Yep.
Well, then why are you forcing me to look at your PFF grades that clearly say he's a mediocre quarterback?
Man, yeah. Hey, quick one here. Do you think, what does your gut say when I ask you, is Russell Wilson a Hall of Famer?
My gut says no.
Gut says no. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm guessing you've got some stats that show me how stupid I am.
No. I'm just going to give you these stats and see if it changes your opinion at all, because I'm on the fence with Russell Wilson. I don't have a strong feeling either way. My gut says he is a take a while to get in guy.
Yeah.
So I lean more towards yes. 5th most passing yardage since 2012, which is when he came into the league. So since he came into the league, only Matthew Stafford, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Matt Ryan have more passing yards. Now, I would submit 2 of those guys are locks to be Hall of Famers, Brady and Rodgers. Stafford seems to be veering that way now, having won a Super Bowl and an MVP. Matt Ryan, I don't think, is making the Hall of Fame. Russ has won a Super Bowl, so he's got he's never won an MVP. But 3rd in passing touchdowns since he came into the league. 4th all-time in rushing yards, which I think people
that's where
might find a little surprising because the 3 guys ahead of him are all guys you immediately think of as rushing guys. Lamar Jackson, Michael Vick, and Cam Newton. He's 4th behind those guys in rushing yards.
Since 2000, I think sometimes people don't realize how rare it is to make it into the Hall of Fame as a quarterback. Since the year 2013, quarterbacks have been inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
There's only like 29 overall.
Some of it's been because as the passing era it accelerated a little bit because of the
numbers,
the importance of passing these days. But I mean, in some of those guys, since we're talking about since 1990, okay, those are guys that are going back to having retired in 1985. So a lot of those guys since 1990, like one of them is Dan Fouts. Ken Stabler was a class of 2016. I think if you compare him to the other quarterbacks who were his peers and the guys he'll be competing with, I don't think he stacks up.
Yeah. I don't. Never won an MVP. I don't know if he was ever all pro either. Like, to me, you've got to be all pro a couple of times also just to be considered. You got to be the best for a couple of years.
Your standard criteria has been or one of your criterions has been that you have to be the best at your position for at least a couple seasons.
Absolutely.
Or at least as good as the other Hall of Famer that, clearly this guy's the best in the game right now.
Yes. I will take somebody who only played 7 years but was great for 3 of those, like truly great, than someone who piled up a bunch of stats over 15 years. Even though it's impressive to stay in football that long, physical sport. All right, 9 o'clock hour coming up. We've talked to Nick Caserio earlier. We got a Tank Dell update. We have him talking about the offense being light ahead of where it was last year. He agreed with D'Amico on that, and you're going to want to hear the reason why Nick Caserio thinks that. He joined us earlier on the show. We'll have that for you coming up next.
C.J. Stroud addressed his contract situation. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Oh, Tom Petty there. I like that. Puts me in a good mood. Nick Caserio was on with us.
Way to forget the Heartbreakers.
Earlier today. Hey, you know what? It's
what a jerk.
I know. Sorry, Heartbreakers. If any of you are still alive and you're listening. Nick Caserio on with us earlier today. He was on with us in the 7 o'clock hour at 7:30. If you want to go back and listen to the entire interview, our podcast, you can rewind on the free Odyssey app as well. This was a good conversation with Nick. He gave us some good stuff today. Let's start with the very first question. D'Amico Ryans has said that the offense is light years ahead of where they were a year ago when they were installing a brand new offense under a first-year offensive coordinator. The question was just basically, are you seeing the same things D'Amico is seeing? It's a long answer, but it's a long answer because Nick volunteered something here that I'm not totally shocked at, but I think I was a little surprised that right out of the chute, this is what we got.
I would agree with D'Amico's assessment and say overall as a team, we're probably further along this time of the year than we were last year collectively. Offensively, we certainly made a lot of strides and a lot of progress. Honestly, I think everything starts with CJ. It's probably been the best spring that he's had since he's been here. He's had a really good off season. He's trained well. I'd say his on-field demeanor, his presence, his communication, his ownership, his leadership of the offense. It's stood out. And I think collectively, we just as an offense seem like you're going into a year of understanding the terminology, understanding some of the nuances that are involved. And really, you're just trying to put the foundation here in place as a team. That's what the spring really is about. The way practice is designed, there's certain things you're going to be able to see, the other things you're not going to be able to see. But just overall, really speaks to the mindset and the mentality of the team. Our off-season attendance has been, I don't want to say about 100%. It's like 98, 95, 98%, whatever it's been. So we have a lot of committed players with the right mentality, with the right mindset that have really had, I would say, a purposeful demeanor since the off-season program has started, and even going back to the beginning of March when we probably had, 20 to 25 players that were training here before the off-season program officially kicked off, which was April 17th. So overall, the team's done a really good job. We've put in a lot of good work. Try to finish off the spring here strong. And then here 4 to 5 weeks where we're not going to be on our own. But then really once training camp starts up, it's going to be built on a lot of things that we did in the spring. You really go back through a reinstallation of everything. You just do it at a quicker pace. And then you just start to get ready for playing meaningful football, once the game starts.
Okay, so there's really two parts to that answer. The last minute or so there was about the attendance at, just how purposeful the team has been and how well attended the voluntary stuff has been. And it is, almost everybody is out there and has been in the building. The first part is what we were really referring to coming into this. He agreed with D'Amico's assessment and then proceeded to gush about how dialed in CJ is, Seth, about how he's kind of taken the leadership role in this offense and just how noticeable that's been, which is, I think, relevant for a guy who just last Thursday talked about holding up his end of the bargain with the improvement and things
with the
like
improvement
that.
Part of things, yeah. And I think that for any questions people had about whether his teammates still, trusted him, all of that, we've heard nothing but still gushing reviews of C.J. Stroud from any of the teammates that anybody's talked to at any point between now and the debacle in New England.
Yeah.
But this time of year, especially for some of the things they were talking about last year, with C.J. having more command at the line of scrimmage, being more involved in pass protection, all of that stuff, it was tough because nobody wanted to hear that, man, that takes time. It almost, because every time I would say, like, you don't just step in and all of a sudden know how to do all that stuff that Tom Brady was doing in a brand new offense, especially. It took Tom Brady 5 or 6 years before he was really operating the way that we think of Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
And when you don't have OTAs and you don't have all those reps and doing it, it's a lot. It's a lot, as well as all the other issues. And I'm not saying that that's a complete and total excuse for New England and whatever the hell happened there. But I think that that everything that you would want to see from CJ so far, I think you've seen in the way that he's operating. I know he didn't have a great day at practice yesterday. Cool, fine, whatever. It's OTAs. When it comes to the actual, when it comes to the performance and everything, but actually being out there at OTAs and actually running things and getting the reps, I think it's really, really important for a quarterback this time of year.
Yeah. Nick Caserio was at that practice yesterday also. He didn't sound like a guy learned about CJ missing a few throws yesterday.
Yeah. Which you could say, okay, yeah, but he's talking about his quarterback. What's he going to do? Criticize him? No, I think that Nick. I think Nick was pretty emphatic about CJ operating the way that he had, and almost in maybe in a tone of voice and in a way that I don't think we always hear Nick talk about that way with players 100%. Unless he genuinely means it.
Yeah.
I think we've heard at times guys give kind of milquetoast praise about the way things are going with that, and I don't think that was milquetoast.
I got to point out again, the question was not about C.J. Stroud, and that was your answer that you got. I don't. That is not insignificant. I mean that he is citing C.J. with over the moon compliments about how well the offense has been. He is citing him as the driving catalyst for why the offense is light years ahead now of where it was a year ago. So I think that matters. This was the update on Tank Dell. So the question to Nick here was, we don't expect a specific timeline because they've not given us one on Tank. It's just been day to day. Tank's in the building, and they're obviously taking it very cautiously with Tank. So this question was, do you expect him to practice at some point?
Yes. I would say more than likely it'll probably be in training camp. We have about, I don't know, however many days left here in the spring, but there's certain things that he's able to do. He's done some things on the field, maybe separately, kind of off to the side. I think the goal is training camp, so we'll kind of see if he stays on schedule. But, nobody's worked harder. Nobody's had a better attitude. Talking about a player that hasn't played football in, almost 18 months or however long it's been. But, his attitude, his approach, he's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and wants to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that we're taking care of him and doing the right things and putting him in a position where he can go out there and be the best version of himself. So I would say training camp seems like a reasonable time frame in terms of his availability in terms of next steps.
Yeah. Okay. So that's as close to something resembling a timeline that we've gotten on Tank Dell really throughout this saga. A yes as to whether or not he will be practicing at some point.
Yeah.
And then touching on training camp, leaving open the possibility that things happen. If he stays on schedule,
he says, I would say more than likely it'll probably be in training camp.
Yeah.
So the direct quote. Yeah.
Yep. So there is, we'll acknowledge the wiggle room. But the original question was essentially a yes/no question that he said yes to, which is, will he be practicing at some point? And I can tell you, just being out there and not seeing Tank other than when he gets done doing whatever he's doing in the bubble, and then he comes and hangs out. And again, we've been to 2 OTAs. There have been 4 of them so far. No, 5 of them so far. We've only been able to put eyes on 2 of them, so we don't know what the other 3 have looked like and what he's been doing at those. But there is, look, a guy's out 18 months, and he's still not doing things that his teammates are doing.
Yeah.
You and especially a guy as popular as Tank Dell is. I love Tank Dell as a player, man. And your mind starts to go to places and wonder, are we ever going to see this guy again?
Yeah.
And who knows? Weird things can happen. But as somebody who's really hoping Tank Dell makes it all the way back, I was encouraged by that answer.
No, I think just the fact that he answered it yes, and with a period, and not like, we think that we're on track and he's making progress. For a long time with Tank, the answers were always, he's making progress.
Yeah.
He's making progress. He's smiling.
Nobody's got a better attitude.
I'm not even joking. Yeah, like they would literally point out that he's smiling. So, like it was all positive, but without any kind of clear specificity about anything. So, at the very least, we'll see him in practice, barring any kind of setbacks or anything.
Yep.
And then from there, who knows? But I would just by the way that Caserio answered, and by what makes logical sense. They are going to be as careful as possible and probably want him feeling 100% for 2 months before he actually goes out and tests himself in a football environment.
Yes, yeah, and the upside for putting Tank out there, like you brought this up earlier, like CJ missing or not throwing at OTAs last year was really detrimental because he's the engineer of that offense. You know, any reps he's getting in a brand new offense. The upside to Tank being out there is probably not all that great compared to what the disc
they got to balance it.
Yeah.
Getting him into the timing of everything and getting the reps and everything, it's really important. But he's also, he's coming. And you can't do anything about the injury situation. So it's not ideal. No, ideally he'd be out there and he'd be 100% recovered and he'd be practicing and playing football and everything. But we're not in that scenario. Just like it was with CJ. I don't think that CJ should have practiced through his sore shoulder or anything. It was just a matter of, man, it's unfortunate that he can't be out there because these would be really valuable reps.
You asked the Nico question to Nick. I'm trying to remember how you framed the question about the Nico Collins pay raise.
Sean, I don't even remember 3 minutes ago.
I knew this was going to happen.
So I think I asked, do you worry about setting a precedent? And how do you handle it when people come to you and ask more money? I think I kind of led him into it. I said, you basically have to say, hey, listen, you ain't no Nico Collins.
Yeah, that's the follow-up. Here's the initial answer about the Nico Collins situation.
Yeah, every contractual discussion or situation is really different. It's really case by case. We've shown just the propensity to be flexible with our thought process and adaptable and kind of look at each situation and figure out if there's discussion to be had, great. And then you engage in those discussions or dialogue. So, we're in a decent spot right now. We do have a degree of flexibility. I think one thing that kind of gets lost sometimes is you kind of have to plan a little bit for your in-season spending. So practice squad, injured reserve, replacement players, potentially leave yourself enough room if you get to the trade deadline. So we try to just create flexibility for us as possible. Nico's been a good player for this program for a number of years. So we felt in this particular situation, it made sense for both sides. So we're glad that we're able to reach a resolution.
Okay, and we'll get to the follow-up here that you asked that was great about how do you tell other guys that have their hand out for a raise?
Yeah, and that one it was also, I basically asked, are you planning on doing anything with that extra cap
That's
space?
the big thing. I had forgotten that you had mixed that in as the back end of that question. So that's why he's talking about having the cap space, the flexibility, the optionality is the word he uses for trade deadline and practice squad, et cetera. You were Seth asked him about hey, what you can do with that cap space that you got now from that Nico extension. So let's hit the follow up here. Where this is where you told the Bill O'Brien story was for this question right here, right?
Yeah, that's right. I told the story of. So I was asking about okay, do you fear that you might set a precedent?
Yeah.
And then did I tell him the story before or after the question?
I can't remember if it was before or after. Let's play the answer and then we tell the story.
We'll figure it out.
Yep.
But something like that, if a player comes to you and asks, for a pay raise or whatever, I think the immediate reaction from guys like us or fans is, all right, are you creating this precedent here where now all of a sudden everybody's going to want to get paid? Have you ever been in that situation where you've just had to flat out say to somebody, listen, you're no Nico Collins, okay?
You kind of said it, Seth. Every situation is different. It's always case by case, and that's all you can do is just communicate to the individuals involved the thought process behind it to some degree. Not everybody's going to agree or necessarily understand. I mean, that's the reality of it. So ultimately, we just try to look at the big picture and ultimately just try to make what we feel are the right decisions for, the organization and everybody involved.
You told the story after that. I remember now. You told it afterwards. You know who I thought of as I'm listening to your question and that answer? Steven Nelson. Stephen Nelson wanted more money back in the day.
Yeah, because Stephen Nelson, it was the way that happened, too, and it was told was that Malik Collins had gotten an extension sometime around minicamp, and that, Stephen Nelson felt like he deserved one, too, and then that's where it turned into an issue. So that's okay. I'm really glad you brought that up, because that is, people have wondered, okay, is Nick too soft or whatever, because he hands out stuff like this. He's already demonstrated that we know publicly there's times where he says no. Most of the time, what you hope is you have guys that ask for raises and they don't get them, and it never sees the light of day. They don't make a big stink about it or anything, so you never really know exactly what happened. So it happens more than is reported. That guys ask for a pay raise and they're told no.
Nick strikes me as a guy, too, that doesn't just say no to a guy. Like, he'll explain why. Yeah. And he'll explain, if you do want to get one, here's what you need to do.
Right.
Like, I do feel like, to your story earlier, Bill O'Brien yelled, "Who do you think you are, Deacon Jones?" I don't know that he said necessarily to that player, what exactly do you need? Well, what do I need to do to get traded here, or whatever the case may be. And maybe Bill O'Brien does sit down and explain things to people and what he's looking for. I'm sure he does. But specifically to Caserio, people come in and ask for raises like Nico got, and they're not deserving of it. He would tell them, here's what you need to do to be deserving of something like that.
We should go in and ask for a raise after the show today. Just see what they say. Like, who the hell do you think you are?
Yeah.
Who the hell do you think you are? Rich Lord? What do you think? You think you're Barry Warner? Come on. Yeah. It's a different day. It's a different era.
Let's do it, man. Let's go in. And if the door's closed, bang on the door. Like, we want it bad. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We've got more Caserio a little later on this hour. We've not touched on Will Anderson Jr. enough today. When Will Anderson Jr. does a press conference, it is required listening. We played a little bit of it. Will Anderson Jr., why do you wreck practice so much? Are there Super Bowl expectations here? And he talked about his contract as well. Does the contract add any more pressure for you? We'll hear from the Texans defensive stalwart, Will Anderson, coming up next.
Early returns out of Texans OTAs are Studios 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Will Anderson Jr. met with the media yesterday. The big stories out at, if maybe we'll do this sort of, I don't know if it's a power ranking or just a recap of OTAs tomorrow, but the big topics seem to be the offense being ahead of where it was last year. That's a big topic. And Will Anderson Jr. seemingly doing everything in his power to make sure the offense starts looking a lot more like the one last year by wrecking plays constantly. Will Anderson wrecking plays. D'Amico brought it up. They asked Jalen Petrie about it. They asked Kamari Lassiter about it. They asked Will Anderson about it yesterday. Here was Will on D'Amico saying that Will Anderson wrecks practice. He said, I only got one speed, man.
I believe in the process and preparation. Anytime I step on the field, it's an opportunity to get better. And like you said, no matter if it's OTAs, training camp, walk through, jog through, I'm learning how to be a pro still. I'm like, I can't do jog through, Coach. I ain't gonna lie. You gotta, either I'm gonna be on the sideline or I'm going full speed. But that's me training my body to be in these positions that I'm gonna be in the game. Training my hands, training my footwork, turning the corner, throwing by, setting edges, everything like that. So for me, it's like I've only been wired one way, and that's to go full speed.
You know, I had told you before that when you watch, it looks like Will Anderson is the guy who's out there trying to make the team. And that's exactly, if it weren't Will Anderson, people would be like, "Hey, slow down, Turbo. All right, what are you trying to? You're trying to impress people in June, okay? All right, you're gonna get somebody hurt." But the problem is, it's Will Anderson, and The thing is, it's not like he's out there practicing and like creating collisions or anything. Because if you have a tempo violation, it's if you're out there burying your head in people's shoulder pads and just creating collisions and piles and everything. He's not doing that. He's just really, really good, and he's going really hard. And it is an awesome example for like the kind of intensity you should have for the younger players. And it's not. I think some of the practice stuff is a little bit like we don't need to take it too literally. Yeah. It's not. It's people having fun with it. The fact that he is just he's a pain in the ass.
I will tell you you know who did not like that last week, that was a topic, that he was wrecking the offense again, the afternoon show. Oh, yeah. Clinton Ron did not like that. Well, Clint didn't like it just because it's here we are again, another season where the offense is being impeded from actually being able to install things and whatnot, and to the point where it was brought up, like, should the ones be going against the twos a little bit more just so they can actually feel some success? Yeah, no, and I know people don't like it when Clint and I say that. Because it feels like you're putting on, baby wheels for him or something. But no, there is an element of like, okay, you got to be able to learn how to walk before you run. I think, and it doesn't have to be conspicuous, like where all of a sudden you're saying that, hey, offense, you guys suck. Right. So be sure you go to the backups. You can have the defensive ones go versus the offensive twos. Sure. The problem is that's going to be really bad. Well, that's going to be. but the defensive ones need their work.
Yes,
they got to practice.
I know, but that's going to be really, really bad. When I don't. You got to find a balance somewhere between. I mean, ideally, hopefully what you have is, look, the defense is going to be in an advantage, even if the offense is vastly improved. Yeah. I'm not going to be the guy that sits here and acts like, oh no, this offense, they added a few guys on offense, so it's pretty clear they're going to be the Rams basically. Yeah. Now
Ron took it in the afternoon. Boy, and if they sent this audio out and I didn't see it and we didn't play it, excuse me, then I apologize. But Ron took it to the level at a Will Anderson level and said that Will needs to grow up.
Yeah. And not be out there wrecking practice.
Yeah. Like his exact words, Will needs to grow up. I'm like,
it's tough. I have a hard time. I have a really hard time. You've asked me a few questions about it, and without knowing exactly whether D'Amico really does want Will to throttle it back or not, or if they're just having fun with it. I mean, there is a way to go hard in OTAs, but where you're not practicing like an idiot. Yeah. And usually the biggest indicator is, are people on the ground? Or are guys getting blown up? Do you hear collisions and everything? And I can't say that I do hear that or see that. Not that you can watch everything all the time. I think it's just that he's really good, and they're going to have to deal with it. And for the most part, those offensive tackles would be better for it. That it doesn't. I don't want Will to be out there thinking, okay, I'm going to take it easy on Ariante Ursary now to make it so he has some success here. That's a situation where Ariante Ursary is good enough and is going to face guys like Will Anderson and at times during the season. He's got to go face Jared Verse again this year.
Yep.
I'm cool with that. Yeah. Now, if D'Amico genuinely thinks that Will is like literally wrecking practice, yeah, it's an issue, but I don't think that's what he genuinely means.
Here was Will Anderson Jr. yesterday being asked, are there Super Bowl expectations for the Texans this year?
Oh, most definitely. I think like the additions that they went and got, in the offseason have been great. I think what we want as a team is right in front of us. I told the guys today when we broke it down, I said, man, it's a confidence thing. I said, look, everybody in the circle believe that this is a Super Bowl team, and everybody raised their hand. And I said, well, the front office, the coaches, they made the decision to bring you here because they thought that you could help us win that Super Bowl. So you're a Super Bowl caliber player. And so for me, like I look at this team, man, and we got Super Bowl caliber players all over the field. And it's just about taking that next step. And I thought since the 4 years I've been here, this is like, it's just as being on a team that's so fast, getting together. This has been the best OTAs that we've had, offensively and defensively, man. Everybody's locked in. I love the rookie class that we got, man. They're adapting really well, getting into the building early, taking care of their bodies, staying extra, doing meetings, staying extra on the field. But that's the culture that's been built here. Everybody's buying in. So like I said, like this OTAs has been like the best OTAs I've seen, with everybody buying in, offensively, defensively, offense doing their thing pre-snap or whatever it may look like, defense getting lined up, coverage stuff, D-line stuff. So like it's just been a great sight to see, and I'm excited for the future of this team.
Nick kind of echoed that, not nearly as demonstratively as Will did just there, that this is Will's fourth offseason here. This is the best they've looked. It's probably the best roster they've had too. That probably helps. These are the best. This is the best collection of players. It does seem like there's a buzz going on with the team right now that this is the best version of this team of the D'Amico Ryans era.
Yeah. That's where I would pull back a little bit and say it is also just OTAs, right. So that is, it's all good stuff.
Yes.
It's not that it's negative stuff or bad stuff or anything.
Pump the brakes a little, maybe.
It would be. I don't think it's necessarily the indicator that it's going to be awesome and they're going to be better than last year because they're having such good OTAs. It's more of a check off the box thing that should happen. That you're in the second year of an offense. It does look like they're operating better, but in a relatively non-competitive environment. And let's remember and point out too that at least so far, it's not look like it doesn't look like the pass game is light years ahead of where it was last year.
Right.
And it's just OTAs. It works in both directions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to take the positives too high. It's like spring training baseball. I don't want to read too much into the negatives, but if we're going to I'm not going to cherry pick the positives, which is, oh, wow, look, everybody looks really competitive, and it looks like they're having fewer mental errors and everything. Then if I'm going to point that out, I also got to point out, wow, doesn't look like an 11-on-11 from what we've been able to actually see and observe. They're light years ahead of where they were last year.
That's right. Last one from Will Anderson Jr. Just got a big contract, 3 years, $150 million. Does the contract add pressure for you?
Honestly, no. It didn't add any pressure. I know I kind of like changed my mindset when I look at pressure. I always think like it's not pressure, it's an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? It's an opportunity to go out and continue to be yourself. I think now the only thing that's risen is like I want to hit that next stage of my game. You know what I'm saying? Not because of the contract, not because I owe it to myself, because I know how much hard work I put in. I know what I put into this game. So like that's so it's really nothing about the money, man. It's just about the work that you're putting in, the preparation and the process. And that's why I'm always big on preparation and process, is because I told him, I was like, you can't get to your destination without the preparation and the process. So for me, like, how much more can I up my preparation? How much more can I up my process to get to where I want to be as a player?
Yeah, it's not pressure, it's an opportunity. I like that. I don't know if he coined that phrase himself. I'm guessing it's out there on TikTok somewhere. But I like that a lot.
The one I hear a lot is pressure is a privilege.
Pressure is a privilege.
Is a privilege. I think CJ has said that before.
I like privilege as an opportunity. Yeah. Because you can actually that reframes the way you think about it in your brain.
Yeah.
Like preference is a privilege. And I'm like, hold on, wait a second. Am I being accused of white privilege here?
Oh, if there's
what's going on?
Yeah.
I just I don't wait.
Sorry.
Is privilege? I'm sorry. I've got privilege. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got all this pressure on me, which thus makes me more privileged than you.
I've got white privilege preference.
Sorry.
No, but pressure is an opportunity. is it also feels like something that my older brother might have said to me when he had me like pinned down to the ground in an arm bar or something. Though.
This is an opportunity.
Stop crying, Seth. Pressure is an opportunity.
This is an opportunity for you as your shoulder is
You better not tell Mom about this opportunity I gave you.
Your shoulder socket is slow. The ball and socket is slowly separating.
This is an opportunity for you to learn how to manage pain. Yeah.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Okay. Text message. I bet Ron wouldn't say that to Will's face. I bet Ron would.
I bet he would. Hey, Will, you got to grow up, man.
Gotta grow up. I 1,000% think that Ron would say that to Will's face.
That is, no, but I mean, I think what Will is touching on there when he says, he hasn't learned how to practice like a pro. It's not that you have to be lazy. It's not the vet thing that a rookie C.J. Stroud said about Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
That he's a vet. He doesn't do anything extra. Yep. It's kind of like a pitcher knowing how to ramp up his training slowly.
Yeah.
There's a certain dynamic of knowing when to go hard, when not to. If you're like when you're sparring as a boxer, you got to know how to spar.
Yep.
Like you're not out there throwing haymakers and trying to knock somebody out when you're sparring. So that might be the best way to frame it. You got to learn how to spar.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to learn that there's a time where you work on your hands, you work on your footwork and everything, but you got to do it with a little bit of give and take with the guy you're going against.
All right, final segment of the show coming up. We'll find out what the guys have going on In the Loop. We'll find out the question of the day. I do want to circle back to, if you missed it earlier, what Nick Caserio had to say about the offense. Does this sound like a GM who sees his quarterback as holding up his end of the bargain? We will let you listen. If you missed it earlier, well, if you listen to that. And also, Nick talked about getting the contract done with Will Anderson Jr. I thought that was an interesting answer just with the tone of it a little bit, and it has something to do with CJ for me. So we'll re-listen to that and see if I'm on point here. We'll do that and then come next.
Hey, you got to be able to learn how to practice like a pro. You also want to learn how to invest like
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We're about to talk about C.J. Stroud again, probably appropriately so, because guess who is on the cover of Madden? Officially announced this morning, Seth. Not C.J. Stroud. But
Madden or Mad Magazine?
Mad. Do they still make Mad? I used to subscribe to Mad Magazine back in the day.
Mad Magazine was always a letdown for me.
Really?
Oh, no. You know what was a letdown was Cracked.
Cracked, yeah. Timu Mad.
What was it about Cracked?
I don't know.
It was like the same style, but it was just complete. It just, there weren't even jokes
just
or anything.
Not as funny, yeah.
I think Cracked was a little dirtier, though, wasn't it?
I don't know.
I felt like they would kind of draw busty characters and things, like more so than Mad.
I got to go back and look at my old Cracked magazines.
I think both of those magazines had a recurring dude that like, and I'm guessing if we go back and look at it, oh wow, yeah, this is way worse than this is way worse than.
I think Mad was a little body. Like that was the first time I ever learned what a flasher was. I think was from Mad Magazine, stuff like that.
Looking back on it without even being able to remember anything specifically, I think both those magazines were probably way more scandalous than our parents realized.
Yeah.
It's just 60 Minutes hadn't set their sights on them yet.
Yep.
So they didn't know.
Okay, so there's probably people like, guys, can you tell us who's on the cover of Madden, please? It's Caleb Williams, who the reason I connect him and C.J. Stroud is that a lot of people point to C.J. Stroud, kind of big broing Caleb Williams as a turning point in C.J.'s career. So Caleb Williams.
So he's earned the curse before C.J. has earned the curse.
The curse is somewhat real. Like there's a lot of. We'll go through that tomorrow. I'll do that.
It's somewhat, you know what? I think it's somewhat real, and you could make an argument that it is kind of. It's not an actual curse, obviously, but kind of a buying high.
Yeah.
You know, guys make it there after they have a breakout season of some sort, and more times than not, you're not going to replicate that same type of season.
That's right. So here was C.J. Stroud last week at his media session, and he was asked about the situation with his contract. And we played this plenty of times, but I'm using this as a preface for what we heard from Nick Caserio on this show earlier today. Here was C.J. Stroud talking about his contract situation.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, it's what I focus on is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge. So, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
Okay, so the big thing that got attention, as we can all go through this again, is when he said, I think I've held up my end of the bargain, I think is what he meant to say there. Seth, as you've pointed out, your interpretation, I feel like is the accurate one, which is he's just merely referring to coming into the building and trying to improve every day.
Yeah, his agent takes care of the contract. My job is to just focus on improving, and that's where he thinks he's been working on improving, and that's it.
So if indeed that is the interpretation, and that's the one we're going with on this show, here's Nick Caserio this morning when he was asked, do you agree with D'Amico Ryans that the offense is light years ahead now from where it was a year ago? There's no C.J. Stroud in the question, just asking about the offense. Here's what he had to say.
I would agree with D'Amico's assessment and say overall as a team, we're probably further along this time of year than we were last year collectively. Offensively, we certainly made a lot of strides and a lot of progress. Honestly, I think everything starts with CJ. It's probably been the best spring that he's had since he's been here. He's had a really good off season. He's trained well. I'd say his on-field demeanor, his presence, his communication, his ownership, his leadership of the offense. It's stood out. And I think collectively, just as an offense, seemed like you're going into a second year of understanding the terminology, understanding some of the nuances that are involved. And really, you're just trying to put the foundation here in place as a team. That's what the spring really is about.
Okay, so that, and then the rest of his answer was talking about, a bunch of guys, 98% of the guys being there. That CJ part is what I wanted to dial in on there. When I hear that sounds like a GM who thinks similar to CJ, that he's holding up his end of the bargain right now.
Yeah.
Right?
But does that mean so is your next step that, okay, then, yeah, they're probably working on something or thinking about working on something?
I hadn't even thought that far ahead. I didn't.
Okay.
We got so much more out of Nick on that answer than I thought we would, especially because, again, I want to point out, the question was not about CJ. He volunteered that. This wasn't Seth or I asking, hey, how's CJ doing? Is he taking command of the offense? It was just like, hey, D'Amico's saying the offense is way ahead of where it was last year. Do you agree with that? And if so, can you elaborate on it a little bit? And that was it.
And I think that it's pretty effusive praise compared to what we typically hear from Nick when asked about CJ. I think he said plenty of positive things about CJ before, but that was said in a superlative tone.
Yeah.
This is the best he's ever been at this stage.
I would tell you if you were someone, like we played that Damon Amanda Lara audio yesterday, where Damon Amanda Lara was completely dug in that CJ's holding up my end of the bargain was the contentious type, where you're arguing, you're being argumentative about your body of work with somebody who's supposed to, in your mind, do for that body of work. You and I both don't think it's that. To me, if you're somebody who feels the way Damon Amanda Lara did, and you hear that from Nick Caserio, it kind of squelches that in my mind. Like at the very least, the on the GM side of things, there doesn't seem to be any sort of contentiousness.
It doesn't sound like it certainly has never sounded at any point this offseason like CJ's being a malcontent or anything close to it. It's been the opposite.
The opposite.
So that part of it is, even if a deal does or does not get done, I'm not worried about it being some kind of a distraction or something. Or the one guy from a couple days ago said a cagey offseason.
Yeah.
That it's going to be a cagey offseason. I don't think so. I think that people can compartmentalize, and there is a contract side to it, but there's also a do your job side of it. And I think that whatever the non-negotiations or negotiations that are going on right now, I don't worry that it's somehow going to be a distraction that prevents CJ from being a good quarterback or being a better quarterback this year.
I would agree. Now
there's plenty of other things that might prevent him from being a better quarterback, but I don't think that's one of them.
I don't either. So Nick Caserio, we also asked him about the other high draft pick from 2023, Will Anderson, and Will Anderson did get his deal. He got his deal done, highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. And I asked Nick, in some ways, when you consider Will, both the production and the off-field stuff, even though the money's so high, are these among the easier contracts to actually negotiate because he's the perfect football player?
If you're asking me if you and Seth could have done the deal, probably. But I'd say the reality is,
I already do a show with a ham sandwich. Might as well let this ham sandwich.
Just to be clear, Nick, that was not what I was saying. This is a deal that any clown could go do.
But anyways, I'd say I have a lot of respect and appreciation for Nicole and the way she operates. And we try to, look, if you're going to do a deal, then you're going to do a deal and you're going to get it worked out. You still have to have discussions. There's always different dynamics and components that are involved. So if there's an agreement about the player and where you think you are on the contract, then you go ahead and try to find a solution that works for everybody. But like I said, Nicole does a great job for a lot of her clients. Will earn the opportunity. So, again, you still have to work through some different dynamics and some different mechanics. But, it's, hopefully it works out well for everybody involved. Will's a great ambassador for the program, for, the organization, for the city of Houston. And he backs that up with his play on the field. Nobody practices harder, nobody plays harder. Nobody has the respect of his teammates, more than him. And again, that's another situation. That situation is a little bit different than the Nico Collins situation. Yeah. So we kind of take it case by case and try to figure out, all right, close the gaps. All right, then in the end, if there's a solution to be had, great. If there's not, then we kind of keep the ball moving forward.
It's interesting. As he was giving that answer, Nick's tone with respect to Will it felt a little subdued, like it was praise, but it was kind of it. And I'm not begrudging praise. Obviously, he loves Will Anderson. He loves praising Will Anderson. I do wonder, with all that we've said about CJ's contractual situation, And the fact that I think this is something that's going to be on hold until next offseason. I feel strongly about that. I do wonder sometimes how delicate a situation it is when you've drafted two guys back-to-back who were the offensive and defensive rookies of the year a couple of years ago. And now here we are 2 years later, and certainly deservedly so. Will Anderson's star has risen, and he deserves every penny that he's getting. But then you have CJ, where you can make an argument either way if you want to. Like, I can make arguments that he should get a contract based on some of the things that other teams have done with quarterbacks after 3 years. I like the way the Texans are handling it. I just wonder how delicate a situation it is for a general manager to be, you get asked about Will Anderson's contract and, how easy or hard it was to do and things like that and how awesome Will is. And then, CJ were to happen to listen to that answer. Or David Mulligetta was listening to that answer.
You know what? It's like if you're at Thanksgiving dinner and you've got two kids and maybe one of them's having kind of a rough go of it, like not adjusting to school well and everything, but the other one is just thriving. Yeah. And he's been in the newspaper for sports, academic exploits and everything, and everybody at the table keeps asking you about your one kid.
That's
and you're like, what? But Chuck, he finally figured out how to tie his shoelaces on his own. Yeah. A lot of people thought he was never going to do.
It's not that
He's
bad.
off Velcro. He's been off Velcro for a few months now. Did I not put that in the newsletter? Yeah.
Okay. The tying the shoes thing is an extreme example, but the dynamic you're talking about is 100% what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Which is, I do wonder if there is if there is an awareness with Nick Caserio of these two very similar juxtaposed situations here.
Yeah.
And just how. And then comes the question, okay, if he does feel like he needs to finesse it and be delicate with it, then do we have the right guy if you feel like you need to be delicate about somebody's emotions? And
there's one person we
not
need to
Nick.
ask
I'm talking about.
this.
Do we have the right guy in CJ? Is what I'm
There's
talking
one
about.
person in Houston sports that has established himself as the guy who will speak up on behalf of guys who deserve a new contract.
Yeah.
It's Jose Altuve.
Yeah.
We haven't had Altuve weigh in yet on, basically demanded that they re-sign Bregman, and they didn't. We need to hear Altuve weigh in on C.J. Stroud.
God, that makes me want to go back and find that audio.
That'd be awesome if Altuve randomly out of nowhere, we get a quote from Chandler Rome. Chandler, if you're listening, please.
Yeah.
I know it's very unlikely, but if you're listening, honestly, it'd be fun. Ask Altuve about whether or not Stroud should get a new contract.
Yeah, Altuve did that with Bregman. I think he did it with Pena, too.
It was Pena,
I think he did it.
Who was it before Bregman, though? Did he do it?
Probably Correa. If I had to guess, he probably did it with Correa.
Springer?
Yeah.
Maybe Springer back in. I don't know. When Springer left, I don't know if Altuve was feeling himself quite as much.
It was notable. It was so notable that I can't remember which specific player it was.
I mean, he said he literally loves Justin Verlander, so who knows?
True. Yeah. Ask him if he loves C.J. Stroud and if he deserves a new contract.
Oh, man. All right, so you can listen to the entire Caserio interview on the Payne and Pendergast podcast on the free Odyssey app. You just heard John Lopez's voice. Reggie Atatula here as well. They are in the loop. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Hello. Very well. That was a great interview, man.
Caserio was good today.
Yeah,
he was good. You guys going to use some of that on the award-winning In the Loop today?
A lot of it, actually.
Wait, which awards?
The Pendy.
Okay.
You were a winner of the Pendy for Best Midday Show.
I thought I hadn't checked. I hadn't checked what the results were on that, so I'm glad that we
I
won.
need to create my own awards, I think.
Well, I'm trying to figure what the statue would look like.
No, that's
big bald dome.
That was one of the brilliant ideas we had that we've never followed through on, which was that's the best way to get celebrities to do interviews is to give them an award.
An award.
So we need to have. We'll come up with some annual awards.
Yes.
And invite people to an award ceremony.
Payne and Pendies. Yeah. I like that. I like that. So you guys enjoyed the interview.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Did you interpret? We just replayed the C.J. Stroud answer alongside C.J. Stroud's answer to his contracts week. Did Nick sound like a guy today who is thinking like CJ is, that CJ is holding up his end of the bargain right now?
That's an interesting question because it did seem like this, the offseason that both D'Amico and Nick Caserio had where they almost were challenging CJ through the media. was taken to heart by CJ, but then that would kind of intimate that previous off seasons, previous springs had not.
Yeah.
And so in that way, you could go, maybe he had not. But in this way, like the development that they see that they want, like they are ecstatic about it in the way that they've talked to both D'Amico and Nick Caserio.
Yeah. Nick, I mean, by Nick's standards, he was over the moon about it today.
Well, I in a weird way, was thinking about Rodney Dangerfield. Remember, he always used to say, "I'm all right now, but you should have seen me yesterday," because that's kind of the vibe we're getting from Caserio. Will Anderson said, "Oh, he's really doing well now." Jaden Higgins, we'll play that today. Oh yeah, he's a big difference. Everybody's like, look how good he's doing now. And I'm like, well, how bad was it?
Well, it does make me wonder, especially with Nick talking about the workouts in the spring and the process and everything, that what exactly changes has he made to whatever the process was from previous years? And I'm not talking about not going on podcasts and things like that. That's been 2 years.
Actual process.
I'm talking about the actual process, which also makes me wonder how collaborative was it? Like how many... Like, what things did the team make recommendations about what his process should be? And if so, how closely is he following that? Like, those are all things I was thinking as I was listening to Nick talk about how great a spring he's
And I have to ask, because the other part of it that I was thinking of, yes, everybody's saying you should see him now. He's doing well. He's a different guy, all that. But at the same time, how many players, Seth, over the years have come into camp like that, but once they get punched in the mouth, shout out to Mike Tyson, things go back to where they were.
Yeah, I think I guess that's where what I was saying with Sean earlier was that that's all a great sign and everything, but just as it is with spring training in baseball, you don't want to read too much into any positive or negative. So it's a good sign, but there's more steps along the way. And that, I mean, a big part of it last year was that he was in a brand new offense and wasn't even out there for OTAs. So they can't really measure him against how he was last year in this offense. We just know that he's definitely, well, I guess you could use mini camp, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I think they're probably looking at it as, okay, in terms of the pre-snap stuff and all of this other stuff, he's ahead of where he was probably even, in the regular season. Because there's so many moving parts. So, if I had to give you a percentage shot at it or something, that'd be a tough one to say. But sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
Yep. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What's the question of the day, fellas?
Well, last night was kind of sad watching Brian Abreu. And it made me think about a question of the day. Which athletes who suddenly lost it was just sad?
Can I just tell you, before I answer that question, I said this to Seth earlier, and I don't know how you guys feel. I was more angry at Abreu using up the last challenge they had as a pitcher than I was about the 3-run homer.
That's fair.
Yes.
It was 5 inches at least out of the zone.
They supposedly, the Astros don't let their pitchers challenge.
It's a rule.
Correct. And this guy with his 7.97 ERA is challenging. What the hell?
Yeah.
Anyways, so guys who just
lost it.
Just flat out lost it.
The first one I thought of was Chuck Knobloch.
Oh, wow. The yips.
The yips. That was kind of sad. Jeremy Lin.
Jeremy Lin was sort of like
off of Linsanity?
I never got sad about that. Him and his going up into the air without a clue of what he was going to do with the basketball.
That was always fun.
You're just me. I'm going to jump now and see what happens. He'd be looking to pass to the people who weren't there. Yeah. I guess I'll shoot it.
I have two Houston related.
Okay.
Matt Schaub.
Of course.
Matt Schaub. You bastard, you stole mine. I got to have two. Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to give that one. Do you have another one in the holster?
No.
Okay.
No. he had the one. He's like, why bring two when you've got a great one?
Sorry. I apologize.
I've got this one right here.
Yeah, so before Seth gets to his, I've got 8. Okay. The other one is Jose Abreu.
Oh, Jose Abreu.
Not Brian. Yeah, I didn't even. The other
Abreu.
The other Abreu. Yeah. And I know he was sort of like by some metrics when they signed him, he was starting to, which happens when you're 34, 35.
Yeah.
His numbers had started to drag down, like the power number, like a really good batting average in OPS. His last year with the White Sox.
Yeah.
And he got here, and other than 1 month in September of his first year here, he was awful.
Can I offer a challenge to this?
Yeah.
Were we at all sad about this? I feel like that one jumped straight to anger.
Yeah, that's fair.
Jose Abreu?
Yeah, the Jose Abreu
Straight to
one.
anger.
Right, like
anger.
Defending
In
World
hindsight, though,
Series champs.
He always he wore it, and he wasn't even shy. You could tell he felt bad about it. I would say, I'd add an obscure reference for a Texans player, Aaron Colvin. Because Aaron Colvin went from being one of the best slot corners in the NFL to all of a sudden in 2019 went from being a starter in week 1 to off the team within 3 weeks.
That's funny.
He got cooked in that week 1 too.
He got cooked. He did. I had
the Saints.
I had a deep cut as well from the Texans. Seth, Steve Slayton.
I like Steve Slayton. That one hurts too. Steve Slayton. He was a bi-weekly guest on mine and John Harris's radio show back in 2008.
Wasn't he Offensive Rookie of the Year? He was up there.
He set. I don't know if he was the Offensive Rookie of the Year. He set the all-time Texans record at the time for all-purpose yards in a season, and I think he set the rookie record for all-purpose yards. Yeah, he was amazing his rookie year. That was supposed to be Amon Green that was doing it that year.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, that was supposed to be an Amon Green year, and then here comes Steve Slayton. And then you know what did him in? Is he came back to camp the next year, and he was small, and he took a lot of punishment his rookie year, and we would see Johnny and I would see him in person every couple of weeks, and by the end of the year, he was not moving well. He was they were pounding him into the ground. Yeah. So he looking like he ate Steve Slayton. he was huge. And ironically, he's a chef now.
Oh, really?
He is. Yeah. Chris Myers told me that a few years ago. Yeah. Steve Slayton's like a gourmet chef now.
That's awesome.
So he can eat all he wants, and he can get as big as he wants to. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's a good one. Steve Slayton. One year wonder, Steve Slayton. So, all right, fellas. Well, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you. And Mad Magazine was generally considered to have more cultural influence and a distinctive voice as to Cracked Magazine, which was just what people read after they finished reading Mad Magazine.
Yeah.
Mad was the Beatles. Cracked was the Monkees.
Yeah. No, Mad was your hilarious friend you went on a road trip with. Cracked was the one okay, when am I going to be done talking to this guy? You're my buddy and everything, but when's this conversation?
Cracked was the girl you snuck out before your roommates woke up.
Yes. Cracked was a butterface. Yes.
You have to go now.
You got to go now.
No cuddling. All right. We're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Attitula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
John, is it weird that I oddly got defensive of the Monkees there?
I love the Monkees.
I feel like a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Variety shows and everything. I feel like Seth was wrong in slandering the Monkees in that moment.
I have seen the Monkees in concert.
I bet you have.
Yeah. I sure have.
Yeah, man. You were old enough to be their parents, weren't you?
This is one of those nowadays, which is tell us how old you are by what concert you went to for the first time.
Elvis was my first concert.
Look, I've been to
Elvis was my first
You're
concert.
97 years old.
But to be fair, I was 10, 11.
What's that, Seth?
Yeah, I've been to a Monkees concert too, John.
There we go.
I was in 4th grade, and I could tell that it was crap. Yeah, it was just what are you talking about? Comparing the Monkees to the Beatles. The Monkees were a satire of the Beatles. They just
How many Monkees can you name? Because they had
catchy tunes and everything. I don't know. There was the good-looking one, and there was the guy that invented. There was the other one that invented. What did he invent? Whiteout or something? In real life,
Peter Tork.
Yeah.
Peter Tork. Yeah, he invented Whiteout. Yeah. Mike. What was that one? Mike something. Mike Lawrence, something like that.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. Oh, that was a big.
I had no idea that you were once a 13-year-old girl. But good for you. That's.
I was. I watched them on Saturday mornings. The Monkees. Hey, we're the Monkees.
All right, I'm good.
Appreciate
it. I'll leave you to your monkeys worship.
See, he's a closet monkey. He knows every word.
Sean's
of that song.
with us.
He's singing the song.
We brought Sean over to our side. I just wanted to make sure that we started the show in a way that no one else would have expected. There's no way that any of the prediction markets would have anticipated. In the Loop on this Wednesday would start with Monkeys talk, but here you are.
Yeah.
But yeah, you are indeed in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said the Monkeys were a TV show before an actual band. I don't remember the timeline.
I don't know if that's right.
I am working entirely behind. I learned about this obviously way later, so I don't want to speak out of turn. The thing that I can't speak in turn about is that's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this Wednesday. Various different ways where you can do that. There is the text line, 713-572-4610. That's how you text and get involved with the program. Also, appreciation to the Mo Harriman Jewelers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
That is available on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. And yes, 281, Mickey Dolenz.
Mickey Dolan
was in
Mike.
There,
yeah,
thank you,
I thought it was Mike.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Somebody
I
said,
thought it was Mike Lawrence.
Oh wow, we got more monkeys hate on the tail. I saw the monkeys live at Astroworld. It was horrible.
Go die.
Whoa! I didn't even get to like the potential Beatles slander that we could have in that as well, because I know that is a popular take that the Beatles are overrated. If I want to just go ahead and set the text line ablaze, I don't want to do that today. There's plenty of stuff to get to. Appreciation to the folks we were just chopping it up with for getting yet another fantastic interview with the general manager of the Houston Texans, Nick Caserio. We'll get to some of that as the show goes along, but I'm going to be honest. You asked the question of the day and it was inspired by the Houston Astros, who got absolutely dog-walked yesterday. What was it, 10 runs?
10-6, 10-4, something like that?
And to be fair, yeah. I think that it was somewhat expected, or because this is
Was it?
I kind of knew it was a possibility, because this is a Pittsburgh Pirates team that puts up runs. They scored a lot
Campbell
of runs.
gives up runs.
He sure does, and you got 6 of them.
Yeah.
So I mean, you got the runs. Like that's above the average that the Astros score. But of course, it's not about the aggregate all. Look at it; it's the particular way it happened. And Brian Abreu specifically just looking like it is falling. Actually, not just Brian Abreu. Mike Burrow's got it. They got after him as well.
Thank you.
He has given up. We've talked about him as being unlucky this year, where so many of the runs that he's given up have come up on long balls. But at this point in the season, how many long balls can you give up, big dog?
O'Neal Cruz hit a rocket. It was Jordan-esque. 111 miles an hour.
Is that good?
111 miles an hour, an absolute rocket that put the Pirates ahead. And here's the thing that as much as we were just talking yesterday about, like, I'm kind of back and forth, whatever. This game just made me mad, probably more than it should have. Simply because you've got two guys. It's not Brian Abreu is going to get the brunt of the harshness, the criticism today. Mike Burrows, he just flat out made me mad. I don't have the audio, but I wrote down the quote. This is what he said after the game. Most innings, there are a lot of zeros. Just that one inning that really hurts. Yeah. You've had a lot of those one innings.
Sounds like a great.
You've had a lot of. You got a 5.40 ERA. You are not the guy that they signed up to. And even before, I went back and looked because I did it off the top of my head. I said, I better get this right. Before O'Neal Cruz sent one into orbit, he had given up 4 walks and 6 hits. And a lot of them the outs were CNI, 98-mile-an-hour ropes that he got lucky.
And it started early.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't like, hey, you made it through the order a time or two, and then it started getting bad for you. I remember the second inning going, whew, thank God he got out of that.
Yeah. One of the things that it's just for when a pitcher says, well, I just made one mistake. No, you made one mistake that they actually took advantage of. He made a lot of mistakes last night.
It is one mistake that they took advantage on a day where there was a lot of mistakes, on a trend of this kind of being what it looks like.
Yeah.
And we're quickly coming up on the circumstance where, for both of these dudes that we've mentioned, Mike Burrow's the starter, Brian Abreu the reliever, decisions have to be made quickly, and it feels like it's pretty clear what the decisions have to be, no?
Yeah, and I kind of floated the topic yesterday, and I'm a little bit more entrenched in this opinion now. I think you have to DFA Brian Abreu. I really do. The guy, tip your cap. He's been nails, some gutsy performances in the postseason. He's not the same pitcher. When it goes fast. We all know that. His velocity is down 2 and 3 miles per hour, which is a big tell for me. His fastball doesn't have the movement either that it once had, which coincides with that velocity. And worst of all, he's kind of lost between the ears. That challenge is no little thing. Sean's right. That was not a small thing. He's like, well, I'm desperate here. I've got to find a strike. Maybe I'll just tap my head, even though this pitch was 5 inches below the strike zone. I think you have options. You have options that are here that could fill the role now that Josh Hader is back. Because what good is it having Josh can't get him? Seriously, like if you can't get to him to close the game, what good is he being back?
Yeah, Brian Brayu goes out there, applies his trade, and now we got A.J. Blueball on the mound in the ninth because it's gone. It's like it's so far gone, right? And if you are not familiar, was Brian Abreu the top of the eighth? The count goes full. Mm-hmm. He walks by over 3 inches as ABS. And you got Christian Vasquez behind the plate, too. And one thing that is worth noting, Christian Vasquez has been damn good at utilizing the ABS system. And, it speaks to what you're saying, just to further illustrate your point, that he is so lost that he's not in the moment thinking, I trust my catcher.
Yeah.
If this was indeed a strike, he will make that challenge to help me out. This is, I am flailing. I need to grab something, and damn it, there's a challenge here against the rules that have been established.
Oh yeah, that too,
by the club, by Joe Espada, your manager. That hey, we would prefer pitchers to not.
I mean, he made it a
not
rule.
Even prefer not like the pitchers are not allowed to make the challenge. And honestly, brilliant rule, right? The vantage point of 60 foot 6 inches, trying to determine whether that clips the zone
versus the catcher
who is right here, right? Like that is the guy who is in the better vantage point. And so Abreu, like clearly the mentality of it isn't going well. You've mentioned this a few times. The velocity is ticking downwards because, like with Tatsuya Imai, right, where clearly between the ears. It was a problem not too long ago. And the defense that I kept throwing up is the stuff is there.
Yeah.
We just got to figure this out. And it seems like that's the case.
Yeah.
The stuff is also starting to fail, Brian. This feels like, and I guess the biggest thing that you should come to, and I'm going to continue to compare it to Imai. When we were talking about Imai, you're like, hey, man, it might not be the worst thing in the world to move on. I'm like, what are the other options? You got options in the pen right now. Like, you've got guys.
You have options in the minor leagues.
With Hader coming back. With some of the things that some of your other guys have given you. And you mentioned the big thing I was going to bring up. Miguel Loyola down at AAA has been, since his move to a reliever, to the bullpen, he has been damn good. And it could be time for him to then make his debut as an Astro and help with what you're doing. And so I don't think there is a good reason. Brian Abreu, it's not like you're like, hey, we need to get him back going so that the continuation of this contract works out. I think he's done after this year.
This is a contract year.
Like, this is a contract year. And all other things are pointing to this not working for him. Like the Mike Burrows thing, I also think that you're coming closer to having the pitchers to be able to, the starting pitchers to be able to move away from him. But the Brian Abreu thing, this feels very evident, like that this is not working out.
And Ayola, just as an example, last night closed out the game for Sugarland with 2 strikeouts, 7 whiffs. So his stuff, he was missing bats, 97 on the fastball. I got to believe there's your option right there. And the biggest reason is it's not as if you're saying, hey, we're close, we need to make these big moves. No, you're not close, but it's going to get away from you. They're now 8 games under 500. And so if you let it get away from you, then you never have a chance to get close.
Right, and that's also the biggest thing is that everything is magnified right now with the circumstance that the Astros are, right? With this 10 they are really, really in a tough place when it comes to the standings. At least when we talk about the division, we know that, right? They're 6 games back of the Seattle Mariners. But when it comes to wild card standings, even, right, they are now 3.5 games back. And I saw an interesting statistic when I was scrolling, and this is from Brian McTaggart. There's 100 games remaining now.
Yeah.
The Astros 27-35 would have to go 54-46 just to reach 500. To reach, they have to go 50 in order to reach 90 wins, which feels like a pretty good number if you want to make some hay in the postseason. 63-37. Like, yikes. When you put it in these terms, you go, damn, what you have to climb to get back is pretty large. And yes, there are reinforcements coming. I still feel good about that, but it feels like trimming the fat is also going to be necessary. And it seems like Burrows is getting closer to that, especially after that outing. Abreu is there.
Yeah, Abreu is there. I think it's time. As we'll get to the question of the day, it's really just sad. But at the same time, you're not in a place where you can mess around based on the standings. And 8 games under 500, man. Just last week we were kind of raising our eyebrows, saying, well, maybe. Well, yeah, there's still a maybe out there, but you can't mess around. Mike Burrows, to me, that fastball that Cruz hit, like literally was a batting practice fastball. Had no movement whatsoever. He's just it's one of those things. Then you have to start thinking about options there. Kai Tang is in the rotation. You have some other guys perhaps that you can try. Like you said, it's getting slightly better. We'll see when Hunter Brown comes back. I think both those moves need to be made.
Yeah, it's quite possible. But we moved from what that game was, a 10-6 kind of battle of the bats, to a pitcher's duel today that I'm super excited for, where you will have Paul Skeens going for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and you have the newly named AL Pitcher of the Month for the month of May, Spencer Arrigay.
How about that?
4-1 in the month, an 0.93 ERA in this month of May. Like, this is going to be sick for him as a coronation for that month and being the AL Pitcher of the Month.
And to go get Skeens, that makes it even better.
Yeah, so yeah. I'm excited for that. Maybe Jordan can also help his boy out. Did you see that he had the hardest hit pitch for a home run of a regular season in his career?
Yeah, and he had that Crawford box shot as well. But Jordan can't do it by himself. Oh, by the way, Jose Altuve is getting closer as well. Yeah.
Yes, he is, which... I mean, come on back. Let's get it all together because, again, as the numbers that that McTaggart had out there indicates, kind of need to turn it on right now. Right now would be great. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we talked about it. Nick Caserio was on with the fellas at Payne and Pendergast. He was talking about a lot of things. I kind of want to talk about this one because he was talking about the first rookie that they selected. And I was very interested in the tone that he took. Like, what are the challenges that it takes for a rookie center in this system? We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about Kalshi right now, the world's biggest soccer.
Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
I'm still mad about that. I want you to know.
Never said it.
There's no way.
Never said it.
There's no way that you're maintaining this. This is the longest running bit that you've held.
It is not a bit.
It is a bit. I am certain about this.
Figgy's face, I remember that. He's like, he never said that.
Yeah, I was thinking, I'm like, I never heard that.
I'm proud of y'all for keeping this bit going because it is increasing my blood pressure. But I know that I'm right. I know that I'm right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Wednesday's going pretty well. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos. Shout out to our guy David training behind Fig, helping us sound good. Shout out to also.
That was meant.
I did too.
We're going to keep this one going? I got to start calling him 8 over there.
Producer Matt Schaub.
Producer Matt Schaub in the back. But this is the thing. If I
Or
do
they
that,
have fallen, haven't they?
Here's the thing. If I
Wait
do
for the next segment.
If I do that for real, someone in the back, someone is going to be listening thinking like, what? Matt Schaub is working at 610, huh?
Yeah, he's just hanging around, want to be a producer like Figgy. I'm going to have to send him out of here for the next segment.
Seth told him. He goes, hey, I got into radio. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here,
but you got to work your way up.
You got to start right
You got to start as a producer.
Hey, don't get mad. Be lucky you're not on the street team.
David, we got to get you working on a limited fake Matt Schaub impression. All right? I need you to start working on that. We're going to test that out at some point. Shout out to Payne and Pendergast, while you bring him up, for having on Nick Caserio, the general manager of the Houston Texans, during these organized training activities time. And, you know, they've done a good job of furthering the relationship that they have there, and he gives us good stuff when he has an opportunity to hop on the airwaves. And today was no different. Obviously, the CJ Stroud of it all is going to be very interesting, and we'll circle back to that. But I actually what jumped out to me was one thing when it comes to the single position on this team, starting-wise, that I go, I still need some clarity on. In fact, it is the one that Ben Solak of ESPN deemed the single biggest position battle of this offseason in the NFL. Psh. Okay, all right. I guess that's a take. That noise.
Wait, what happened?
It is center.
Explain yourself, man.
He said, Ben Solak said that the single biggest position battle in the entire NFL.
Yeah.
Jake Andrews and
Keelan Rutledge and et al. Right, et al. The other ones
at the center position. And my response is, Psh.
There's no way you believe that.
I do believe that.
Really,
dude. This is okay. Let me go back to before the draft. Remember how they kept throwing us off the scent, so to speak, like a bad bird dog. They would say, we went into the draft thinking, boy, they really need offensive line help. Hey, maybe a tight end would be nice.
Yep.
They really need offensive line help. They might draft 2 offensive linemen in the first 2 picks. But because they kept sending us off their scent, well, maybe a receiver, well, maybe a linebacker. I don't know, linebacker, maybe a defensive tackle.
Defensive end?
Yes, but what did they do? Offensive lineman, tight end.
Well, they tried to trade up for a tackle, apparently, is what they did.
Offensive lineman, and we'll get to that, and tight end. Watch what they do. And so we should have watched what they needed in that case. And what they did was draft an offensive lineman who was projected in the second round, by the way. We don't talk about that a lot with in the first round.
Well, I think we didn't talk about it as much because it seemed like other, through back channels, we were hearing that other teams were kind of valuing them.
But I'm saying generally speaking, considered late first, early second round pick. They drafted an offensive lineman with a first round pick. That, my friends, is your starting center.
Okay, well, I don't think that's absolutely the case. But you know what? Let's take it to Nick Caserio himself, because I found it interesting the way that he responded to this question from Seth. I believe it was Sean that asked, what are the challenges for a young player playing center for the first time? This was Nick Caserio.
With a lot of the inside players, you're looking at, you try to cross-train them as best you can. So let's take a player that's played guard. exclusively in college or a player that's played center exclusively in college. If that's their best position, great. But you also want to train them another spot. And we've talked about on this show, because during the course of the game, you got 8 linemen that are at the game. If you lose 1 to 3 inside players, what's the next course of action? Can you move somebody over? Do you have to bring somebody else in? So I'd say that's really part of the calculus that goes into something like that. So this brings the opportunity where you can maybe try a few different things, maybe move some players around. Let's say we have different types of players right now on the roster inside. Some have played center only, some have played dart only, some have some degree of position flex. When you look at guys like Patterson and Evan Brown, so we'll see how it goes with Keelan, but he's got a good mentality. He works hard. He's all business. Which are the things that we liked about him coming out. So in the end, we're going to only ask a player. We're not going to put the player in a position if he can't do something or isn't as comfortable. Then we just have to figure out, all right, what makes the most sense for the team and what's the best situation for the players. But this practice is where you can kind of experiment with some different things, maybe move a player around positionally or try him a different spot, whether it's individually or collectively, schematically, which we're experimenting with some things on the defensive side of the ball here during the spring. But that's the opportunity that's in front of us. So how to see the player, the information, see what he can handle, and then put him in a position, where he can go out there and play to the best of his ability.
Thank you, Nick Caserio, general manager of the team. I was like, all right, you land the plane, damn it. But all right, so the things that he says here, he cross-train, right?
Yeah.
He starts by putting in the context of cross-training. Maybe we'll try. If he can't do it, right? Like, these are all the things that he says. Use the word experiment within this. And I think the starting point is I'm with you, right? The idea of adding the heft that Keelan Rutledge has at that center position is tantalizing to me.
Yeah.
However, the context here is there. He is non-committal to Keelan Rutledge playing center, which I think is a fair thing to do. I just think that we should acknowledge that this is the way that they're talking about it in this moment.
No, and we can acknowledge it, but of course we can also point out, and I will, that this is not exclusive to the Houston Texans. Everybody, all 32 teams, especially on the interior line, let's see if we have some options here, especially during OTAs and training camp. Let's try to put this guy right and then left and then that center position. So it's not like this is the be-all in terms of don't be so sure, that he's not going to be center, because everybody does that. And secondarily, and I think you kind of alluded to this, he's not going to throw him under the bus or put that kind of pressure on him and say what I said, he's our starting center. He's not. He's going to couch everything with, because who knows, maybe they don't have a great track record drafting offensive linemen. Maybe he doesn't work out. So you do have to kind of cover your bases here.
No, for sure. But I did interesting that, we've heard instances in which they will be committal in these instances. I think that there's times where you go, okay, they're protecting the player. And then there's other times where you go, well, they didn't protect that guy.
Yeah.
There are going to be inconsistencies with the way that they handle things. And here they're being protective of Keelan Rutledge. I don't think it's a bad thing. I just found it interesting. We have to remain open to the possibility that it is Jake Andrews or Evan Brown, right? Or one of these other guys.
Absolutely.
This is not a done deal that he is in that center spot. But I did find it interesting that was the case. Now, conversely, right, we had seen early on in OTAs where it was Jake Andrews as the one a lot of times snapping to C.J. Stroud. Apparently yesterday at OTAs, the two dudes snapping to C.J. Stroud did not include Jake Andrews. It was Keelan Rutledge and Evan Brown. Obviously, they're going to mix this up a decent amount.
Right.
But this does fully come along as a real competition. This is they are really and truly going to walk this out and see if this dude can actually do the job. And I don't think that I'm assured just yet that that's the case.
Oh, no. Let me be very clear. It is going to be a competition. They want him to be in that competition, Keelan Rutledge. They want him to be pushed. They want Jake Andrews to have so much more experience and knowledge than he does, because they want him to elevate his game. But if you give the old truth serum to Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, for that matter, and you just said, who do you want to be your starting center week one, I think they both would say Keelan Rutledge.
I think so. I think I was interested in the offseason when Nick Caserio was fairly open. Not fairly. He was very open to the concept of, we would like to upgrade the center position. That's Jake Andrews, right? Holding that at this moment. But in the way that he's talked about it here, and again, I think we're at a place where I don't know how much it behooves him to obscure the process here, right? It's not like we're trying to throw off other general managers or whatever. in this moment. I think that this rang to me as fairly true, and it seemed like, hey, we're not promising anything on the Keelan Rutledge front right now.
No, nor would I, nor should they. But Keelan Rutledge will be your starting center.
Okay, they won't. But are you willing to guarantee?
Well, again, he could flop. He might not be a good pick.
Yeah,
But all things being equal, if he does what they expect him to do and we expect him to do, he'll be your starting.
Figure you got the drop ready for me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our Guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right, just a little bit of what
So
Nick's.
what you gonna do if he's not the starting center?
Nothing. I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is,
I don't need to worry about that.
I don't need to worry about it. He might not be he might be a guy that just doesn't show what we think he's going to do. But if it's just
too confident now, man.
No, why should I be based on their picks? But what I'm saying is, if he reaches the level that they think he is in the draft, I'm not as a veteran, he's your starting center. The size, the nastiness, where they drafted him. Keep in mind, they made Kenyon Green their starting center. Guard.
Yeah, and
that was early on though, man. Because
that's my point.
Yeah,
they wanted him to be that guy,
but they got more offensive linemen on
I see
the
what you're
squad
saying.
now.
Yeah.
Back then,
more options.
Mm-hmm. And I the reason also why all this came up that I did not adequately and accurately convey here. He was asked about how difficult it is for a young guy stepping into this, and he didn't really speak to that. He just kind of spoke to the idea that, we're going to try some stuff and see. Okay, but what are the difficulties about doing it? Yeah, look, man, we're just going to experiment. We're going to find out. We're going to move him around. I was like, hey, are you thinking about something? Was this fresh on your mind, Nick? We'll hear more about what was on Nick Caserio's mind this morning as we continue on with the program. He talked about Tank Dell, which I found to be interesting. Some other things. Talked about the running back room. So we'll keep that going here on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, because we were talking about the Astros falling yesterday in their baseball game versus the Pirates. And, a decent amount of responsibility can be placed on Brian Abreu, who just looks like he's fallen off a cliff from who he was previously. And it's really sad to see. So, question of the day. Which athletes who suddenly lost it were just sad to you? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Text in, and we'll chat about it next.
Early returns out of Texans OTAs are very
At ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's question of the daytime here. Inspired by one Brian Abreu. Which athletes suddenly lost it and were sad for you? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And Brian Abreu fits squarely in this for you, right? Like, especially because
big time.
It's not even just that, you know, there's certain, I think, trajectories for athletes where I think immediately we think about the athlete who's just at the pinnacle, at the top. And then it starts falling off. You're like, this does not feel like what I've become accustomed to. I think Brian Abreu was a separate type, which is a rising star that all of a sudden the star goes the other way. Like all of a sudden the trajectory turns on you in a way that you did not expect. Because part of the thought with Brian Abreu is, oh, man, there's a contract coming up, and we could see him. Like he's been a setup man, and, man, he maybe has the stuff to be a closer. No, I don't know if I want him in my bullpen at all.
Yeah, I remember. I'm glad you brought that up. There was a discussion, a serious discussion of shouldn't he be the closer? Remember that?
Yeah.
Like he should, because the Hader had a couple of hiccups here and there, and hey, let's put Brian Abreu out there. And now there's this, and this was, it was just sad yesterday, and it wasn't just yesterday. You know, he had a little brief period there where it looked like he was maybe finding some things, but his velocity, and I brought this up, I mean, his velocity was still not quite there. That's a big tell for me. And then, obviously, the last couple of times he's been out there, I think Friday, and then, of course, last night, it just wasn't there. It's sad. It reminded me of one that I didn't mention earlier. I'm curious what you guys think, you know, just some athletes that just lost it. I have some that from a national perspective, but I thought Brad Lidge.
Brad Lidge was one that came in on the text line for sure. What hit you the hardest about the Brad Lidge fall off?
Well, that's back when I was out there a lot and covering the team and really talking to these guys on a regular basis, and he was just a tremendous person. I mean, just an absolutely beyond the fact that he was nails, was just a really good dude that everybody could pull for. And then, you know, obviously Albert Pujols happened, and then after that, and you tend to forget this, it wasn't just like, you know, a gradual descent. No, he hit the floor and never got up and just was unplayable. Brad Lidge is one for me. I mentioned, the way back machine, Steve Slayton, the Texans running back that was so good as a rookie. Then on a national perspective, I don't know why this one popped into my head. I think I just liked him. He was kind of from the area. Went to Blinn College. Was Chris Anderson, the Birdman.
Birdman.
The Birdman was a precipitous fall.
And Birdman is interesting because that one he was already kind of a redemptive story once he hit.
And maybe that's why.
Peak.
Yeah.
So it felt like, oh man, this is just we are all taking the victory lap with them, and then it's like, oh, the victory lap doesn't last forever with him. So that's an interesting one. As soon as you said Blinn College, it actually reminded me of one that I did not think of. One Cameron Newton. You know I'm a Cam Newton guy though, but Cam Newton as seemingly, at least for a period of time, the greatest third down option as you could possibly have. Snap it back to the quarterback. You don't know if he's going to throw for this third down or if he's just going to run through you. And I don't mean like run around you, run through you
yes.
For the first down, right? That was something. And then was it the shoulder injury, I think?
He had a shoulder issue. Yeah,
and
he couldn't even throw.
I thought that, okay, it's the injury that's stopping his capability of throwing. And then he got healthy, and then the throwing didn't come back. And then he ends up in New England, and you go, all right, maybe this is nope. It's New England can't save him either. Like, it's just no longer here. And so for me, the sadness was maybe just seeing that how precipitous it is from being a dude who is a superstar that looks like at any given time you have to watch him.
And then just gone.
And then so quickly. But that's the issue with quarterbacks like him where he always had mechanical issues, right? He was never mechanically super sound.
Yeah.
He was doing this off of a lot of strength. And when that strength starts to go, then there's just not much to fall back on.
Yeah.
Maybe similarly, I don't know how much you want to put this in here. I don't know how sad it was for people, but similarly, that's kind of how it felt. Where
that's a good one.
That hip injury as he goes into the league, I think robbed him of a lot. And then once you get all the concussions on top of it, it looks nasty.
Figgy, do you have any that just like, oh man, that's just sad that it was a top of the game, and all of a sudden gone?
Yeah, the one that come to my mind, this was kind of recent, but Ryan Presley.
Yep.
Oh,
I felt like Ryan Presley was solid. He had, everybody loved his legendary intro music and all that stuff. But I think it really hit me because it was kind of rough his last years here in Houston. But when he went to Chicago, went to the Cubs, it was just awful. I'm like, damn, man, he out there getting smoked. So that's that one got me. Jonathan Joseph. Towards the end with him too, because he was probably at the time one of the best corners here. And towards the end, everybody was just crushing Jonathan Joseph, man. Like, man, get him off the field.
Those are the ones that hurt the most.
Oh, yeah.
Because
he's a good dude.
Cornerback is one of those positions where you just out here, man. You getting torched and we see you in 4K.
And one of those places where once they know you've lost it.
Oh, yeah. We're just going to pick the
They're going to keep attacking you.
Oh, food over there.
Where is he?
That's the buffet line over there.
I don't care how good you once were. We're coming at you right now.
That was bad. Yeah, and then the other one, this was from last year, Nick Chubb. It was sad seeing Nick Chubb out there like that, man.
I got a text on my bat phone, CJ Stroud.
All right. Okay.
Oh, well, he had that 1 year, and then all of a sudden,
it was. I ain't gonna lie, it was kind of sad seeing him in that last play.
Yeah, it was.
All of those interceptions in that first half. I'm like, man, this is sad.
Good texts coming in. Some of them may not completely fit the category here, but it's a loose category. Somebody said Johnny Football. Somebody said Iron Mike versus Jake Paul.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Tim Lincecum.
Lincecum is one, 100%. And it's funny because there's a number of pitchers on here. Lincecum comes in. I mean, Ankiel, obviously the yips.
Oh boy!
But I love Rick Ankiel because the story of the Phoenix to then remake himself and then make it back to the majors and be of use, I think is really cool. But I think pitchers also, in the same way that we're talking about like a defensive back, when you start losing that foot speed and people are just getting after you, pitchers I feel bad for when it goes bad because nobody's here to save you.
Yeah.
You are just out there by your lonesome, and you just got to execute the pitch. There's no one that can save you besides your manager coming and taking you out of this game.
This is an interesting one. I think it fits. Urban Meyer.
I wasn't sad about that one. Sorry about it. Sorry about you. It was not sad. Like this
crazy as it sounds, I wasn't sad about it, to be honest. I'm like, well.
Oh, see, I was thinking about a different former Texans wide receiver, but people said Andre Johnson when he was in that Titans in that Colts uniform.
Yeah. And there were signs, his last year here as well. That one definitely, that was a pretty quick fall as well.
Yeah, I was thinking DeAndre Hopkins.
Hell, DeAndre Hopkins still out there doing stuff.
I feel the way that I do. Like him joining the Ravens, was that last year or the year prior? Him joining the Ravens, I was like, all right, cool. Like, he limited of what he's doing even within that. Like I know that it feels so different from the time when he was the guy where you just go, oh, throw it up there.
Yeah.
What do you mean he's triple covered? Yeah.
Just throw it.
Yeah, throw it up him. He'll get it.
Yeah.
And like there's small facsimiles of that, which honestly kind of makes it a little sad because you kind of see the spark. You can see a little bit of the filament still, but it's not the brightness of the bulb that it once was. That one hits me.
Ed Reed. That was injury.
That wasn't sad.
Well,
that was anger.
No,
I was mad.
No, I got sad because I felt like and mad. But that was injury related, but nevertheless, I mean, it was sad because we had high expectations when he came here.
Yeah, and if you're going for a similar injury, Will Fuller was because Will Fuller, you could see what it could have been.
Are we sure still? We're still not sure exactly what happened with Will Fuller.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for you. How do you feel about this one? Someone brought in Vince Young into the conversation of players who, kind of suddenly fell off, and then that made you sad. No?
Who?
Vince Young.
Oh, I didn't hear you say Vince Young. Yeah, no. That one fits for sure. I mean, that was really sad because it was his own doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did it to himself. Yeah.
Another one that's sad to me, I guess this is personally just a national one. Seeing Tracy McGrady as a Spur, that one didn't sit right with me because I thought he was one of the best players in the league at the time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn, man, he's coming in at the end of the game on the Spurs. I'm like, damn, man.
Yeah.
T-Mac.
Not T-Mac.
We talk about T-Mac.
That's the whole different subcategory where I just go, damn, injuries. Right? There's so many of those players that you go, damn, injuries. They took them from us.
Yeah.
Oh, I had not mentioned our illustrious guest, Matt Schaub.
Matt Schaub is his was in one 6-week period.
Yeah,
1 6-week period started in were they still in San Diego at the time? Chargers threw a pick six that they had the game won, and then all of a sudden pick six.
And then he was just pick six guy.
Next week pick six. I think it was 4 in a row.
And then it was just who he was, and it feels sad because it's so easy if you are not a real ball knower to go, oh yeah, y'all went and got the Atlanta Falcons back up, and then he threw pick six. It's like, no, you missed the middle part there. He was really bleeping good.
Really good.
You missed it.
You chose him over Peyton Manning, pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah, you did.
Oh, Honey Badger's a good one. Teron Matthew when it went. Steve Francis, yeah. Somebody went with Kelvin Cato.
Steve Francis was largely self-inflicted as well. Yeah,
but that sometimes those make it feel worse as well. You mentioned Lincecum. Somebody said Jimmy Johnson in auto racing. You know what's funny is I never think about the Jimmy Johnson decline, which makes me feel, which I'm happy about. Would this category, would this fall in the category, or am I just doing the thing where I saw a player that I really liked in a different jersey and it made me sad? Hakeem.
That's a subcategory because that's more of there's a whole question of the day we can do. Who doesn't look right in that uniform?
Right.
Grady, you can go down the
another Astro one that kind of got me because I was a big fan of this guy, but Luis Garcia.
Oh yeah,
to me that was sad because I thought he was gonna be the next big thing,
rocking the baby.
Yeah, I was like, how much are we attributing this to the pitch clock? Did the pitch clock do this to him?
He's one that it affected.
I think the pitch clock and they made him change his
the delivery.
His delivery.
Yeah, the rocking the baby.
Yeah, because that would be considered a balk now.
Yeah. No, I think that's
messed them all the way up.
Yeah, it's a fair one to bring up there. So
what is he doing now?
Didn't he get signed by the Yankees? I think he's still out for the season.
Yeah.
Might be still hurt, but I think the Yankees picked him up.
We thought he was going to be
like
the
but
real
he
deal.
Was money,
the
man.
real deal. Yeah.
Look at Baseball Fig. He is indeed with the New York Yankees in the minors right now. Dang, it really wasn't that many seasons either.
Might see. No, it was like a season and a half.
Yeah.
He had the end of one season. I forget the year. Real good, and then the whole next year
was good. Yeah. And then after that, they made him change his wind up.
Goodness, 2020 and then 2021, and then we were just fighting for our lives from there on. Sheesh. Luis Scola comes in. Manti Te'o after the girlfriend relieved.
No, he was all right.
Manti Te'o had an all right career.
Yeah.
Don't cry for Manti Te'o. He on Good Morning Football letting you know what's happening. And then somebody said Ed Reed covers both. Harsh decline, looked weird in the Texans uniform.
Absolutely. All
right, keep those coming in on the text line, 713-572-4610. Coming up next, let's go NFL. Wait. Is this Aaron Donald resurgence, unretirement thing actually a thing? Let's talk about that and more next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I thought this was a grand slam by
AILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's Pez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
We just did a question of the day in which we were asking about the players who, kind of fell off suddenly and it made you sad in honor of what it feels like is happening with Astros reliever Brian Abreu in this moment. Some more names that came in. Someone came with, does Derrick Rose count? Injuries, but I'll let you count it. Reggie Bush, Russell Wilson is a good answer.
Yes.
Because I was, let Russell cook. And then all of a sudden, man, all of a sudden he was putting salt when he should have been putting sugar. It was just all off. The cooking was not there in the way that you anticipated. A fair one that came in, someone said, as great of a coach as he was, Popovich. And I was like, wait, if we're talking about coaches, how about one William Belichick?
Yeah, Bill Belichick.
Because Bill Belichick, he went from like finding the market inefficiencies in players to just being terrible at player evaluation in pretty fast succession.
Yeah, and Pop, yes, there was a fall off, but I think Pop, they're seeing the benefits of what his strategy was at the time as well. They knew they had to regroup.
Yeah,
get some draft picks.
Pete Carroll. It was kind of sad last year, man.
Yeah, no,
fired both of his coordinators.
Yeah.
It was rough for him.
That is a fair point as well.
Mike Brown, no wait.
Are we talking about the Mike Brown in the finals?
Yeah.
The one who's done this? He's been fired so many times, and every time it's like, damn, you know he's a good coach, right?
Yeah.
We'll talk more about the finals got going game 1 tonight a little bit later. But right now, let's go around the NFL where there was no fall off for this gentleman when he decided to step away at the top of his game. Still probably having an argument for being the best player in all the world. His name is Aaron Donald, wore number 99 for the Rams, and he hasn't played football for 2 years, and apparently that's possibly could change. That is the rumors that is happening after the Rams went and acquired might be considered one of the current best players in the league in Myles Garrett. He did, in fact, get number 95. He said after a little conversation, a little bit of money for Poona Ford.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that it's a little bit more of the money than the conversation that he wants to make it seem. But he will wear number 95, and that got a lot of people thinking, what if Aaron Donald comes back and plays with him? Because that would be really, really sick. Well, apparently, that's been something that a lot of people have looked into. I know that Pat McAfee on his show said that he texted Aaron Donald, and Aaron Donald texted back, quote, "It for sure got me thinking." Another message after McAfee responded, 35 removed 2 years ago. Got to see if that fire can light back up, was what Aaron Donald said to him. How viable does this feel? Actually, before we do that, here's Sean McVay, the head coach of the Los Angeles Rams, talking about the possibility of Aaron Donald playing again.
Aaron Donald coming back, is that a possibility? Have you thought about it?
Listen, if he's interested, there is no. Here's what I would say: you talk to Aaron and you see what he's saying about that. But here's what I would tell you guys overall too: is Aaron's a guy that I stay really close with, and I know the respect that he has for Myles. Talk to him about the opportunity to be able to bring him on board. If Aaron decides he wants to dust him off at the age of 35, I bet you he could still do it at a pretty high clip.
I bet you he could too. Bet you he could too.
Does this feel like a thing to you? Feel like a reality?
I don't even know if it feels like a thing. It's a thing. We'll just see if it plays out in such a way that he does come back. Keep in mind, 2 years ago we were talking about, is J.J. Watt interested in coming back? J.J. Watt was 35 2 years ago.
That's right.
Aaron Donald's 35 today.
That's right.
So it is definitely a thing. Wouldn't you agree? Like it's being discussed. It's probably being negotiated. It's just a matter of if Aaron Donald wants to, ultimately. He's working out. We've seen the videos.
Oh, he stayed working out. Yeah. But I always thought, John, that Aaron Donald looked like a dude when he was working out that did it just because he loved working out.
Sure.
Right? There's certain dudes.
But he's still working out.
No, for sure. Right. And I'm not trying to minimize that. But we all know, like in life, even at any job, there's some people that are doing it because they have to do it, and there's some people that are doing it because they love it, right? Whatever it is. Aaron Donald seemed like the working out portion of it. Oh, he just like this. Yeah. He just likes throwing weight around. And so we've seen the various videos of him working out. Who was the young boy that he had come from? What was the offensive lineman that he had come work out with him because he was talking trash? Had that boy
and the
sweating,
guy goes, nope,
throwing up. Also, because Aaron Donald works out different, right?
Yeah.
The thing that I don't understand about this, because it does seem like this is a possibility, right?
Yeah.
You got the head coach leaving the door open. You've got him actively tweeting dudes in the media that he knows is going to turn this around.
Michael Brocker's talked about it as well.
Yes, he's talking to people that he knows are going to get out here and say stuff about it, and he's the door open, literally. The thing I don't get is, it's not like the Rams have been bad in the last couple of seasons, right? You add Myles Garrett, and yes, they were already probably the best roster in the NFL. If he wanted to come back, it's not like there's anything that's materially changed in this instance besides I get to play next to that guy in particular. And so the thing that I question is, what is the real change that makes this so very interesting, especially when he uses the words like, gotta see if that fire can light back up. What are we talking about? In the car crash sport?
Yeah. Well, I think it really comes down to he loves the Rams. I think he sees the possibility, and he sees in the mirror a guy that could help them. Help them get there.
Yeah, I kind of look at it as he really thinks this team can win the Super Bowl.
Yes, and he thinks I can help them win that
because they could have won the Super Bowl last year.
Right.
And I don't think we heard anything about him coming out of retirement before then. I think this one is like, oh, for sure, this team is winning the Super Bowl.
I don't think it's that complicated.
And I wouldn't mind coming back for another Super Bowl.
I really don't. I don't think it's that complicated. The money, he'll play. He'll get paid whatever he needs.
Well, I do wonder because I'd be kind of sick if you get me. Oh, here comes Myles Garrett on veteran minute. I'd be like, all right, what are we doing here?
Yeah. You mean Aaron Donald?
Or Aaron Donald. Sorry, thank you. I do wonder though, and I have to be the sicko that actually goes and looks at the numbers, which I'm not in this very moment. Do they get him on a 1 year, $30 million or something? Like a 2 year deal in order to massage it. Do they have the space to fit that into what they're doing here?
Yeah, they can find a way. I feel
cash over cap type.
I think this is going to be like, hey, we're in. Are you in? And I think he just loves the Rams, and he sees an opportunity to win a Super Bowl.
He did mention that, the possibility of SoFi Stadium and all this coming around.
Playing in the Super Bowl at SoFi.
Which, again, all of this, I get it more from our perspective than I do from his, if that makes sense.
I think he's a romantic like that. He loves the game. You talk about how he just loves working out.
Yes, he does.
He loves being there. Every player will tell you the thing they miss the most is the locker room. He loves
what was
that.
this last year in the NFL?
23.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't played 24 and 25.
Okay. Yes. I could totally see this. He probably feel like they got a damn good chance to win it all on this one. Because even outside the Myles Garrett, the cornerback they got from the Chiefs, it seemed like this is a going all in type of move.
Oh, for sure.
So it wouldn't surprise me if he wanted to be part of that.
Maybe so. But again, I bring it back to I feel like that would have been the conclusion that you come to last year, and we didn't get a sniff of is Aaron Donald coming back? So again, I might just be hating or whatever. But I don't even think I'm hating because I'll be honest, I'm not too big to say this. I would love watching this too. That's the thing is, it makes sense from all of our perspective. Would you like to see Myles Garrett rush right next to Aaron Donald?
Yes.
Yes, I would. I feel sorry for all the tackles. I feel sorry for all the tackles in the league, especially the ones in the NFC West. I feel sorry for the quarterbacks, but I love it for me.
Yeah.
I just don't get it as much for him. Now, I think that Dan Orlovsky was making a point, and this is where I can maybe see this being a little bit more tenable. One of those things where he comes into camp or anything. This is one of those things where he thinks Aaron Donald drops in October, November, and it's like,
I think he'll get there in camp, just won't do much, and then just ramp up.
But you think he gives you 20 games as opposed to dropping in and giving you 8 to 12?
Oh,
you know what I mean?
I think the snaps are going to be regulated. They're going to be implementing him, etc. Yeah, for sure. I think he'll be there the whole time because that's what he wants.
Okay. Interesting. It's one of those things that we'll keep our eyes on around the NFL. As we continue, though, there was another big contract reach for wide receivers. The Falcons and wide receiver Drake London have reached a 4-year, $141 million extension. This is, I think, on average annual value, it's $35.25 million, which is good for third best for wide receivers after Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jamar Chase, and just ahead of Justin Jefferson. Another wide receiver sliding in at the high end of this, and even as Nico Collins gets
That's what I thought
uptick,
of.
he's still in a place where you're looking at it, you go, all right,
Yeah.
still a pretty good deal here, huh?
Still a very good deal. He's happy. And by the way, we were talking about this before the show. A lot of people were doing sort of a lot with the Nico Collins quote about, basically making it seem as if it was a threat of some sort. Like, I needed this money or else I was going to be out of here. It's not what he said. He just wanted to get his money. But, yeah, how does that compare to Drake London? Pretty good. Pretty good.
Still pretty damn good, all things considered. Because, again, Drake London is a very, very good wide receiver in this league. When it up, how are you looking at these two guys?
I'd have Nico ahead of him, would you? It's a tough call.
It's a tough call, but again, we're not talking about exactly similar numbers here for either of these guys either, right? And so that's the thing that makes it interesting is even in this moment where Nico Collins gets his, that makes him feel more appreciated as it shows up in the conversation that you've heard from him, he's still in a place where you go, this feels like a good deal.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
So, shout out to that. Now, what this does do, though, for the Falcons and in the larger NFL scape of things, this puts Bijan Robinson on the clock. The possibility of him getting his next deal. Also, I believe Kyle Pitts, who is on the franchise tag, they're looking at him as a dude who maybe could get his contract next. But Bijan Robinson is the one that I'm super interested in because that's the next bastion for how are teams looking at running backs in the ways that they
He's
can
going
impact
into his
the game.
fourth year?
I believe that is correct. I'll double check on that, though.
So it's this year where he'll probably get his, right?
I mean, I think yes, he should.
No, I think he will.
Who, Bijan?
Yeah.
You're like, no worries about that because of what he's capable of doing?
Well, I thought you don't pay running backs.
Well, it depends. There's running backs and then there's running backs.
Well, this will be an interesting perspective to see how the league's perspective has shifted on the high end running backs. Because remember, we're 2 years removed from the exodus of a number of running backs that you would probably classify in that elite category that still moved on from their teams because their teams felt like they could find some slightly lower amount of production for better cost.
Yeah.
That was the year when, when Derrick Henry moves, when Saquon Barkley moves, and of course here locally when you acquire Joe Mixon, because other places are not looking at those guys and going, hey, just because they're elite, we're going to pay that extra money. This is now where we're seeing the next guy, I think, in that similar territory.
That's that cut above that I'm talking about. Bijan is in that cut above.
You think he'd make more than Jeremiah Love?
Bijan? Oh, for sure.
Because of Jeremiah Love's draft status?
Yeah.
All right. We continue around the NFL here, and A.J. Brown getting used to his new digs now, isn't he, Fig? Do we have the audio of A.J. Brown after his first practice, or not practice, OTA training activities up there in Foxborough? A.J. Brown seems to be very, very happy with the move.
Just talking to my mom, and I was like, man, I'm still in awe. I'm trying to adjust and, walking up the hill with the uniform on. I was like, man, this is real, and caught myself one point in practice, wasn't paying attention because I was like, dang, I'm a Patriot, and just trying to take it all in as much as I can. Obviously, I got back to work quickly, but it's levels to it, and like I said, I'm enjoying it. It's obviously I know this ain't heaven, but it's close to it.
Dang, this kind of blew me away. That he was that into the apparently just.
I didn't know he was that big of a Patriots
I didn't
fan.
Either.
You say he still his rookie had in
he
his
had a
house?
Brady jersey and all this other stuff from his house. So the other part of this is clearly it was going to be the Patriots. I mean, everybody talks about like, what about some other options? No, it was going to be the Patriots all along.
Yeah, I mean, and it did feel like that was the case with all the reporting. I wonder how much of that is about the Patriots, because you're right. He's talking about all of the memorabilia or whatever paraphernalia. I don't know what the right word is. Patriots wise that he has that clearly makes it a landing spot that he wanted to arrive at. Plus, obviously, the football things that you can see. But I still, something within me goes, how much of this is just about not being where you're not, right? We know in this business, whenever you hear somebody in a new place talk, some of this it feels like speaks to what it previously was.
Yes, it's always like, hey, happy to be here, always love this place, blah, blah, blah. No, this was...
He sounded like he was a fanatic.
Yeah, this was in his blood, man.
Yeah.
This was different.
It kind of got me thinking, I wonder what current player that's in the league right now have a whole bunch of, swag or rugs and all that stuff
where they grew up?
Another team. Do we got a player that's playing for the Browns that's a Cowboys fan?
Oh, for sure.
That got a whole bunch of Cowboy stuff in the room and all that stuff.
Oh, I think
because that's what it seemed like it came across.
Mm-hmm.
That has to happen all the time. Dudes grow up watching football, and obviously you're going. We all watch football. We have our associations.
That's why they start playing.
And then
a lot of them.
And then the draft sends you to some place that you had that you just had no designs on.
I'm a Brown,
and you just kind of have to get in where you fit it.
That back, they put that in the trunk.
Well, they tell us they put that in the trunk, right? Like we know how hard.
I mean,
it is
we don't hear a lot of players say, "Oh yeah, I'm a 49er. I'm a diehard 49. I still got my 49ers rug." You don't really hear that as often.
Yeah. Well, you didn't really hear it from A.J. Brown a lot until he got what he wanted, That's
what I'm saying. But he still said he had this Patriots rug still out at the house when he was playing for the Eagles.
That is
I just never heard that before.
That is kind of weird.
Yeah. He was laying it on thick.
Yeah.
He was laying it on thick, but we'll see what that ends up looking like. Now, I don't think that they're missing him all too much in Philadelphia. At least they're not purporting it as such. Jordan Mailata, obviously very good offensive lineman for those Eagles. Going as far as saying Devontae Smith has always been a number one wide receiver as he is now. And I don't disagree with that. Like, always had the capability of being a number one wide receiver. Even last year, he kind of produced as such. I did not take that as a shot as A.J. Brown, but did you at all?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I think everything that we thought with the breakup in Philadelphia was real. It just they just grew apart. And that was it.
Yeah. And one more thing, because we were talking about the Aaron Donald unretirement possibility. It seems like shout out to our guy Jimmy Shapiro.
There's odds.
There are indeed odds on this. What do you think carries the better odds? Is it that he will play in the 2026 NFL regular season, or that he will not?
That he will?
Aaron Donald.
90.
Which one do you think, yes or no, has the better odds?
For sure, yes.
You think yes?
Yeah.
Plus 250 on yes, minus 400 on yes, odds-wise. There you go. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, we were talking yesterday about Myles Garrett and that trade, like the idea of those big all-in type trades or moves that teams can make. Do any of these potential trade targets move you for the Texans? Let's live in the hypothetical world. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
C.J. Stroud addressed his contract situation. Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Latitude. LaFiggy Fig on the ones and twos. And David stepping in.
How about that?
That's all right. I liked it. I like it. I like what's happening here. We still got people responding to the question of the day from
I
almost
get them
an
on
hour
my
ago.
phone. I just got 2 more.
Always fun to get people interacting with the program. The question of the day, if you missed it, was what's a player that kind of fell off suddenly that made you sad? And more keeps coming in from the 8 through 2. They throw in Jordan Spieth, which is interesting because he did have that run of what was it, like a calendar year where it felt like he was hotter. He was hotter than fish grease, and then it just wasn't.
Although he's kind of sort of, but I'm the golf nerd, kind of sort of playing a little better right now. But we'll see.
Did somebody bring up Tiger?
I thought we had mentioned Tiger.
Dabo, somebody said.
Yeah, someone mentioned Dabo Swinney, and look. I said you had to be sad about it. Why would you be sad about it? He did this to himself.
Josh Hamilton on the bat phone?
Hambone. Oh, yeah. Hamilton especially because that's the drugs, man. Like that is the call of the Green Goblin mask that is narcotics and what that does to a player. If I was going there, although this isn't like a fall off, it was just he couldn't get right. Josh Gordon comes to mind for me.
And have we said Jeff Bagwell?
We didn't say Jeff Bagwell.
That was that might be number 1.
Yeah, that's
that might be number 1 on ahead of Matt Schaub, ahead of some of these national ones, because he literally could not throw a baseball.
Yep,
couldn't throw a baseball because of that shoulder.
Crazy.
That was really sad.
Someone said, would Deshaun Watson qualify for that? It did fall out of nowhere.
I think overall, like, take the personal stuff out of it, it is a sad story.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Like, overall, like a rise and fall type of thing. Like, it is kind of messed up. Like, he was the talk of the town, the franchise quarterback that he finally got.
Yeah.
And where he is now.
Yeah.
He was the ultimate, if you were trying to write a feature story, the ultimate feature story guy.
Yeah.
Right. He was there. And then he has his dispute. Obviously, he has the allegations of sexual misconduct, and he gets to Cleveland, and it is just putrid.
It's just a fall off.
It is, awful.
Yeah, I think we don't really feel bad for him because of that contract, because it's like you filthy rich now,
and what he did.
Right? No, I'm going to stand on the nasty man allegations.
I'm just saying over the overall story.
Yeah,
like the overall story, we wouldn't. I mean, we don't care now because it's like, man, you sitting there posting on Instagram all the time, rich.
Yeah.
But if it was like a Ryan Leaf type of story where he just kind of hit rock bottom, broke and all that stuff, I think people would be like, damn, that was a messed up story.
Just as a side note, every time I see their Instagram, they post like billionaires. Now, I know they're multi-millionaires, but they do stuff that is off the charts.
I was going to say you pocket watch, but it's not like they're not putting it in front of you.
No, they are putting it right in front. Figure you follow those. I mean, we're talking
the Watsons?
Yachts, renting yachts that are,
Are you hating right now? I'm asking the question.
No, it
sounds a little like hating, but I also recognize.
But it's a commentary because these are things like, yes, millionaires do things that we're not familiar with, right? They just do. But billionaires do things. They're acting like they got billions. Like, they do wild stuff.
And more power to them, I guess.
I guess.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's turn it back to these Houston Texans because we were got ourselves thinking. We allowed our minds to kind of wander.
We were ruminating.
Yeah, ooh, that's a good word.
We were ruminating.
After seeing a couple of teams make big-time moves at this stage in the spring to make their teams better. Clearly, the Los Angeles Rams are a much better team than they were a few days ago because they acquired probably the best defender in all of football in Myles Garrett for the equivalent of 3 picks and Jared Verse. The New England Patriots really upped what their offense is capable of doing by going and acquire A.J. Brown, a deal that we knew was coming, that they just needed the right time of the schedule to make happen. However, those are moves that you described as what? Wow moves?
Wow moves.
What would be the equivalent? We'd asked that question, and you went and did the homework to actually pull up some moves that you think could be wows.
Well, it was easy homework. I just did a basic search on the players.
Why would you do that? I set you up for some praise.
I'll take credit when credit is due. This was more like...
No, you won't, because you take credit when credit isn't due. You do it a lot of times.
I do that sometimes. But really, like, okay, who are the wow players still out there? And are they wow players? Because we were ruminating about, well, the Texans have made some big moves. They've filled those needs, but are they the ones where the league takes note and sits up in their chair? So let me throw a name out there, Figgy, Reggie. Tell me if this would make you sit up in your chair a little bit and say, okay, Brandon Ayuk.
Nope.
I would probably say no. I feel like it's a little more issues going on.
Right. And Brandon Ayuk is a good player.
If he didn't have the issues, I would be down with it.
I also don't know that he's a player, especially when you have Nico Collins. Like, I don't know if he's a player that makes people go, oh, damn.
Yeah.
What are we doing with both of these guys on either side? I wonder how much of that in my mind says something about Nick Haley and the offense that you have right now, at least of what I've seen.
Yeah.
Before we get to whatever they're doing and able to put together in this spring and translate into the football field later in the fall. But yeah, that does not strike me as something that strikes fear into defenses. Plus, I think that the added...
Well, he did at one point, man.
He did at one point.
And it wasn't that long ago.
But as we've detailed through the question of the day, as we've detailed a lot of times,
he could be an answer,
brother. These things can turn on a dime in sports a lot of times, and it feels like it has to some degree, especially because I will not get out of my mind, buddy. Speeding down the highway past the stadium, and like his teammates are like, "What is happening with you right now?" And the locker room dynamic is that dudes don't get in other dudes' pockets, and so when your teammates in the midst of some level of dispute of money are looking at you like, I don't know what's happening over there.
Yeah.
That's a pretty high threshold. That doesn't fit with the Texans.
Yeah, I figured we would all be on the same page on.
So are we looking for people that just kind of make us
or
something that strike fear? Because I know Reggie just mentioned strike fear.
I have 4 names that I'm going to bounce off you guys. That was one, and I thought that was the layup one. But these are all players that have been reported to be on the trading block too. George Pickens.
I think this is a wow. Yeah. I don't think it works, but I think it's a wow.
I don't know if it doesn't work.
Okay.
I don't know if it doesn't work.
Man.
Sell me on it, if you don't mind.
Just the way they've been doubling Nico and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think it will work.
And keep in mind, one of the teams that tends to get reclamation project, I guess in some ways, just because of his attitude and approach and all that stuff, that tends to do well with those is the New England Patriots. Well, got a lot of Patriots blood down here. What does DeMeco Ryans always say? Fresh start.
Fresh start.
Fresh start.
But also,
not going to judge what you've done in the past.
2 of the dudes that he said fresh start on were very quickly gone. Deontay Johnson and
there is that,
and C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
There is that.
Well, I guess his name isn't Johnson, so maybe that's a differentiation.
That would be a wow, and I think I would kind of be in with it as well. George Pickens.
Yeah, George Pickens is because you already have Nico Collins, it's incredible, and then you have another dude you just go in a similar way to what we were talking about with DeAndre Hopkins. He down there somewhere. Throw it up there.
Throw it up there. Yeah. I think I'd be with.
Do you know how happy CJ would be?
Oh my God!
With just a dude that you go, he's down there.
Yeah,
throw it up there.
Yeah, exactly. This one may be a little bit of a reach, but maybe not. Josh Sweat.
Well, we do have reporting now that the Cardinals are not going to trade Josh Sweat. It's tough for me to look at it.
The Browns were not going to trade Myles Garrett.
Exactly.
Yeah. You know what? That is fair, right? General manager there in Cleveland saying that they didn't have any plans to, but when the deal came along,
until it was,
until you offered this,
right? Yeah. So I hear you on that. You already have the best pass rush in football.
But what do you need?
You need depth.
Yeah.
So you're thinking like we just hit with a approach of sickness.
Put someone in down low.
Hey, they are sick over there. Yeah. It don't surprise me.
Figgy has said that repeatedly.
Yeah. I think they are sick in the brains when it comes to that defense.
I mean, throw Will Anderson down inside.
If only they had that approach to the offense.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that there's a small return on investment just because of how high the pass rush already is. That it's like, damn, okay. It's like how much more can you make it a threatening boogeyman than it already is? That's the way my brain works on it. But maybe I'm wrong.
And this one, in a weird way, might be my favorite possibility. Alvin Kamara.
This is interesting.
Let me explain my favorite.
Please.
Because he is all about New Orleans. He is an icon in New Orleans. Houston ain't that far from New Orleans, and you know they're talking about redoing things over there, new blood, all that stuff. He's been mentioned last year. He was mentioned with trade possibilities. Comes down to Houston, that kind of pro, that kind of swarm. He is a swarmy running back. He does everything. You don't have to ask a lot. You got your third running back. You know, one of my, I say worry, but anyway, things I'm watching is, all right, you got you got your two running backs. Who's number 3? Because you're going to need a third. How about a third that is Alvin Kamara that can catch the ball out of the backfield, that can run the ball still a little bit and doesn't have to touch the ball a lot?
I'm going to do the thing where I ruin like the fantasy that we're having with like actual logic. And which one of these dudes is now playing special teams?
Well, no, you can work around that. That's a workaround. You're still going to have British. We're going to have someone along those lines. The special teams thing to me is not even a factor. If you have 3 running backs like that,
okay.
And if you had to pick one, it would be Woody Marks. Easy.
Yeah, but Woody Marks is like return special teams. Yeah. I don't think Woody Marks is like gunner special teams. You know what I mean? I feel like those are the different things that we're talking about.
I think they had figured it out.
I would not.
They moved some. Hey,
Marte Mapu, get back out here, dog.
No, special teams to me would not even be a consideration.
No, I hear you. I feel like with running back, and maybe this is just me being so high on what Woody Marks gave, and especially what he can be in the right circumstance. Nick Caserio was actually talking about this earlier with Payne and Pendergast. It feels like, yeah, man, he's going to have an opportunity to flourish to where that
he still
is not
would.
He still
would. And working with Kamara.
You can maybe talk me into it.
Yeah.
This one does not hit me as hard as some of the other ones.
How about you, Figgy?
Which one?
Alvin Kamara.
I would kind of sit up. I don't know if it would scare people. I don't know if it would scare anyone, but I would sit up. I would be like, okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. So those are interesting names. Of course, the parameters that you set on yourself are like somewhat realistic, ones that guys have talked about trading. If we were going outside of the realm of realism, I think that one of these names that comes up here is very, very interesting to me for the Texans, especially if we're trying to find weapons on the offensive side, and his name is Trey McBride. Like, if we're doing the, hey, get the dude off of the very top of this, give me the tight end that just kind of breaks all of these things open, right? Because it allows you to still...
That would be sick.
It allows you to still see the development of Jaden Higgins. Right, Jaden Higgins still gets to develop as that other wide receiver, and it sounds like they are super excited. You heard D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico needed to go lift his shorts around when he was talking about Jaden Higgins. That's still there, but then here you go. Here's a Trey McBride in the middle of all this, making defenses go, oh, bleep.
Yeah.
What do we do with this? Like, that would be something that'd be really fun. But, again, we're just playing in the – I highly, highly doubt something like that would come about. But when you see people making those things happen, it really does draw your attention. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping on today. And we've got a big-time pitchers duel tonight, and we've got Game 1 of the NBA Finals coming up tonight. We'll talk about all that and more next.
Early return. biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. First and foremost, congratulations are in order. And boy, are they in order. Shout out to the AL Pitcher of the Month for the month of May 1, Spencer Spaghetti Arrighetti.
Yeah, man, Arrighetti and meatballs, although not very many meatballs in May.
Not even close. not even close. 4-1 in the month of May. Get this, ERA of 0.93, 114 whip in 29 innings. I believe that the batting average that he allowed for opposing batters, 165.
We all knew. We were talking about it. And, what a great month he was having. Man, I didn't know it was that good.
Yeah, man. He was out here dealing.
I didn't know it was that good.
Hopefully,
I was not familiar with your game.
Right. And hopefully he establishes and starts the path towards an AL Pitcher of the Month recognition for June, as he will be the man on the mound opposite Paul Skeens.
Oh, is that all?
Astros. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's it. Paul Skeens and the Pirates, who, again, we were talking about this earlier. This is a Pirates baseball team. At least offensively, they put some runs on the board, man. They do indeed put some runs on the board. I think when I was checking yesterday, it was something like I think they were like top 5 when it comes to the majors in scoring runs, and so and especially very much so in the last month. So work cut out for him, but if his recent record of play is anything to be said, it seems like we're going to have a damn good pitcher's duel on our hands tonight.
Looking forward to it. Haven't seen one of those in a bit. And obviously, anytime you get a chance to see Skeens, it's a good thing. And as we've been mentioning here, even better than we thought.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. So salute to that man. Also, shout out to the NBA Finals getting going tonight. Game 1 between the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs will happen at the Frost Center in San Antonio tonight. I don't think you realized that I knew what the center was.
Frostbank Center?
Yep.
Did you see the ratings? For postseason ratings and conference finals?
They've been incredible.
17, right at 17, 16.9, I think, million.
Yeah.
Which is World Series-like.
Yeah.
And clearly, Wembanyama is the biggest reason. How about this? In the postseason at large, all NBA playoff games, 9 of the top 10 rated games involve the Spurs.
Yeah, man, the Spurs are going to have a lot of national TV games next year, whether or not they win this series. But as at large, it's kind of funny to me because the last year we'd been doing a lot of, oh man, is the NBA going to be okay? NBA is perfectly fine. It seems like
okay.
I think that one of the things that they needed was to be on cable or on over-the-air television more is one of the things that they probably needed more than anything.
Well, they needed that, but you just look at the history of the NBA, and you got to have those types of stars, not just a star, not just, like a lot of people say, oh, he's a great player, he's a generational talent. No, the ones that transcend everything. And you can go back to, obviously Bird and Magic and then Michael and Barkley, and then, just go up through LeBron. I'm sure I'm missing, but like those ones that are just in another hemisphere. Shaq, Kobe, and Wemby is in another hemisphere. And that is what the NBA needs. Star power, baby. The marquee sells.
And don't get me wrong, because I know that you're pushing the Wemby portion of this hard, and you're not wrong in that. I think the league in general is in a healthier place than maybe we give it credit for.
I think it's been improving, but this is what takes you to another level.
Oh, this has definitely been
this
meteoric.
Is what takes you to
and with
another
that,
level.
we've got a very fun series coming up. Like before we get the series going tonight, how are you looking at this series? What are the storylines that are catching you?
Well, let me ask you guys. How about I'll give you 5 questions and storylines to kick around. The number one thing we've been mentioning, Wemby. How are the Knicks going to do this? How are the Knicks going to do this? Because it is clearly going to be decisive.
Well, I think that this Knicks team has, because they've played before, including in the NBA Cup final.
And the Knicks won.
They did.
Yeah.
They have more size to throw at Victor Wembanyama. Now, obviously, the Thunder had height. They didn't have as much size. What up, chat? Mitch Robinson is a physical son of a gun that they could throw at him. At times, if they want to use Karl-Anthony Towns, they can. And they have even more bodies if it just gets to where we need 6 fouls.
Yeah.
I think that they have the physicality to do that, to make that a little bit more difficult on Victor Wembanyama. Plus, in a similar way to to the Thunder, but with a little bit more size. They have some wings that actually can at least tussle with him in instances, in a similar way that that early on in the series, what's my man that looks like Elmer Fudd? Alex Caruso.
Yeah.
Alex Caruso was doing, like, they have guys that can do some of their, like OTA and Anobi and stuff, and they're taller. So I think that they have a little bit better of a chance, assuming that what we're watching in the postseason isn't just the Spurs morphing into a different version of themselves as we see them go.
I think OG, as you mentioned, is going to be key. Even better length than Caruso, but as athletic and strong. Here's another sort of storyline. We saw what they did with SGA. What are they going to do with Jalen Brunson? Spurs now.
Well, Jalen Brunson is a dude who, as long as he's played, length, if you can get a defender who has length that can stay with him, can bother him, and the Spurs have a number of those. That said, Jalen Brunson is so comfortable in tight spaces in the mid-range. In a way, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, great mid-range player, but a great mid-range scorer. Jalen Brunson has done a great job of passing out of those moments too, and I think that is what might give San Antonio a little bit of trouble as he deals in and out of that. But I'd be interested to see if someone like who would be the defender that you would think would go? Like, is that a Vassell job?
No, I think the answer, I actually believe the Spurs.
Is that a Harper job?
I actually believe the Spurs are going to have a better shot with, now he's going to get his, as they all do, but they're going to have a better shot with Brunson than they will with my next question. But with Brunson in particular, the answer is yes. It's going to be Harper, it's going to be Vassell, it's going to be Stephon Castle. Much like we saw that they were doing with SGA, and I could even see them doing the double get the ball out of his hands early thing like they did with SGA. So I'm not going to say they're having an easy. You're not going to have an easy time.
The scary part is the way that the Spurs have at times defended, and we've seen this also happen at other times, is they'll have Victor Wembanyama on a non-shooter so that they can roam.
And that's a problem.
The Knicks have that, but what that does is that creates a mismatch of Karl Anthony Towns on the floor where you're guarding him with somebody short.
Well,
and that's the issue I think that happens with, we're going to get the ball out of Jalen Brunson's hands. If it makes it over to Karl Anthony Towns, he can make you pay.
Well, that's the other question. I think the Spurs are going to be, lack of a better way to put it, just fine with their approach on Brunson, even though he's a stud. But I think they're going to have issues with the third point here. Karl Anthony Towns is initiating the offense in a lot of times. That could be a problem. Not just leave him with a smaller defender or whatever and let him score, but he's being able to initiate the offense. I think is going to be a problem.
No, I'm with you. I'm right there with you. I think that Karl Anthony Towns, this is your opportunity to take all the narratives that had once been on you and throw them in the bin and win yourself a championship. I think that it starts tonight in seeing if he can do that, if he can be the guy who shows up as the superstar that is necessary in this moment.
And then you talked about Wemby sort of cheating off of the big. Are they going to make him pay? Are they going to make him pay with some threes?
That's going to be on Josh Hart, and Josh Hart is not necessarily good at knocking down those shots. So, but I think
good in the regular season, not good in the postseason.
The question is he still going to be able to impact the game even as he's not knocking down shots as Wemby sags off of him? Because that was the issue with some of the other players for the Thunder, where they're sagging off him, and then these guys aren't doing anything in the game. They're no longer useful, like Lou Dort, right? Yeah. When they're sagging off Lou Dort didn't present.
They had their spurts, especially Caruso, but they didn't make him pay consistently. I think Josh Hart, he's in the 30%, low 30s right now in the postseason, but he was pushing 40 in the regular season. So that's going to be.
Oh, that'd be one of those. If he just all of a sudden has one of those series that ends up being in lore because he knocked down shots at a higher clip than he had been of late. Yeah, that'd be something.
And then the last storyline here is one that you can. In the regular season or postseason is always going to be important. Rebounding edge. The rebounding edge, particularly with the offensive glass. The Spurs are the best defensive rebounding team in basketball, and if they continue to do that, they'll win the series.
I think that's probably a fair point. Yeah. So game one tonight in San Antonio. Does this feel like to you that this is just going to be hold serve and the series would not have quote unquote started in the old parlance?
You think it's going to be a tennis series? You win, I win. You win, I win.
It's quite possible.
Go back to, well, generally speaking, somebody's going to win on the road, and so the Spurs, I feel as if they are at a disadvantage in game one because the Knicks are somewhat rested, maybe too rested, but they're grooving right now.
How do you fall? Actually, maybe we'd discuss this a little bit later on in the show. One more thing that's popping, and we didn't talk about this yesterday. This is my fault. I will raise my hand. Did you realize the Texans have a new tackle?
They have a
on
new
the team.
tackle?
They added a new tackle, Derek Graham. Previously, he played at Tulane. He signed with the Texans. And if you remember him at Tulane, which I remember, that's funny. I don't think any of us remember it. But if you've done your research, that there was a little bit of a crossover. Cole Popovich.
Yeah, he's a Popovich guy. I saw it came down yesterday morning, didn't it? Yeah,
yesterday morning.
I saw it and I looked at it, and then I went, "Oh, okay, that makes sense."
Kept drinking your coffee like nothing happened, right?
Yeah, sure.
But my thing is it possible that you could be looking at your tackle 4? Right, he jumps in the mix to try and hold that spot, and I know you are not precious at all about one Blake Fisher.
Yeah,
like is it possible that you have a Derek Graham, who, by the way, big dude,
another big dude,
decently athletic, which again falls in line with the ethos that this team has tried to have with the offensive linemen that they've acquired or have on the team right now. It feels like he fits the mold and he has some familiarity. Can he beat out Blake Fisher and the like to be that fourth tackle on the team?
100%. In fact, here we are looking at the depth chart on the Texans' offensive line. Keep in mind, at the end of the season, Nick Caserio basically said, "No, we're pretty happy with our offensive line." Well, they might have 2 guys left. They might have, D'Amico and Caserio, and we were sort of questioning. Like, you were okay with the offensive line last year?
Maybe they were happy. They just happier now.
We were happy, but they're going to have, obviously, they'll have Jake Andrews as a holdover and Ursery. Beyond that, Ed Ingram. Okay, so 3. So 3 guys left over. Trent Brown.
3 starters.
3 starters, but they're not going to be starters. Yeah.
He slid in that, but they're not going to be
They're not going to be starters.
We'll see what that looks like.
Are we sure Ed Ingram's going to be a starter?
I mean, no.
Yeah.
I thought so, but I don't know. Do it make sense for him not to be a starter with the contract?
Well, I mean,
or is that kind of normal for a backup or somebody like that?
If we are to take them at their word, it don't matter about that contract. You get in there and you earn that job. And so, especially with the cross training conversation that Nick Caserio has had about these guys on the interior, is it possible that like a first round guard, if he's not playing center, if he doesn't just take over that job, that's a thing that could, in theory,
that could be the start. That could be,
or hell, Evan Brown.
I don't feel good about that one personally.
I don't know.
I mean, it's a possibility. Yeah. I just personally, that one I have not allowed to.
So you're going to have Ursery, and then Wyatt Teller. Rutledge is going to start at center.
You say that.
Braden Smith at right tackle. That only leaves Ingram there, and that might be Evan Brown.
I don't know that.
Or it could be Andrews at center and Rutledge at guard.
I think if Evan Brown don't take that center spot, I have a seriously hard time seeing Evan Brown being a starter.
Yeah,
like I think he's either a starting center or he's not. But there you go. That's a little bit of what's popping here in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, shout out to the fellas at Payne and Pendergast who had Nick Caserio on this morning, and Nick willingly started talking about C.J. Stroud. I found it fascinating. Let's talk through this next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez knocking stuff over in the studio here. I'm Reginald Atatula.
Like always.
Yeah, just like always. I like the idea, the image that John is just like giving takes and knocking stuff over.
Throwing stuff around.
He's just
I get into this show.
Just a wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man, just knocking stuff off tables because he can't control his limbs. That's what happens.
Got to get this off my chest.
And this off the table. All right. 713-572-4610. That is the number to text to get involved with the program. And appreciation to Nick Caserio, the general manager of the Houston Texans, for jumping on with Payne and Pendergast this morning. 7:30 is the time if you're utilizing the Odyssey app and the rewind feature there to go back and listen to it in full. But you would not have to listen too long to hear Nick Caserio talk about probably the number one storyline that everybody has interest in with this Houston Texans team, and that is one Coleridge Stroud. CJ Stroud is how we know him. And interestingly enough, it was not a direct question that brought this about, which made it that
even
much
more
fascinating.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio was asked, because, D'Amico Ryans yesterday, you heard it on these airwaves, was talking about the offense and how excited he was about how much further along they are at this point this year than they were last year, which makes sense. I mean, Nick Caley had just started the job, right? We didn't know but it's clear that not only are they further along, that they feel good about it. He talked about, some of the pre-snap tempo type stuff that they are utilizing. And so Sean and Seth just wanted to get a gauge for, Nick, do you agree with D'Amico Ryans in that? And listen where he goes here.
I would agree with D'Amico's assessment. I'd say overall as a team, we're probably further along this time of the year than we were last year collectively. Offensively, we certainly made a lot of strides and a lot of progress. Honestly, I think everything starts with CJ. It's probably been the best spring that he's had since he's been here. He's had a really good off season. He's trained well. I'd say his on-field demeanor, his presence, his communication, his ownership, his leadership of the offense. It's stood out. And I think collectively, just as an offense, seem like you're going into a year of understanding the terminology, understanding some of the nuances that are involved. And really, you're just trying to put the foundation here in place as a team. That's what the spring really is about. The way practice is designed, there's certain things you're going to be able to see, the other things you're not going to be able to see. But just overall, it really speaks to the mindset and the mentality of the team. Our off-season attendance has been, I don't say about 100%. It's like 98, 95, 98%, whatever it's been. So we have a lot of committed players with the right mentality, with the right mindset that have really had, I would say, a purposeful demeanor since the offseason program has started, and even going back to the beginning of when we probably had, 20 to 25 players that were training here before the offseason program officially kicked off, which was April 17th. So overall, the team's done a really good job. We've put in a lot of good work. Try to finish off the spring here strong, and then understand that we're going to have a little bit of a window here, 4 to 5 weeks, where we're not going to be on our own. But then really once training camp starts up, it's going to be built on a lot of things that we did in the spring. You really go back through a reinstallation of everything. You just do it at a quicker pace. And then you just start to get ready for playing meaningful football, once the game starts.
Was this as wild to you as it was to me?
Yes.
This was really, really, talk about sitting up in your chair. He went from a question about, a pretty straightforward question to, let me tell you about CJ. And let me tell you about his demeanor. And let me tell you about how it is this year compared to not just last year, since he's been here.
Best spring that he has had since he has been here.
Yes. And so how bad was it, man? We've all sort of...
Well, look at you being glass half empty.
No, because we'll get there.
I went there.
We'll get there, but... we've all sort of speculated he doesn't seem to embrace it. And we know everything that's happened the last couple of years and how, the facial expressions and body language and not really being able to, and hearing things here and there about just how he's not fully embracing everything from the coordinators, plural, to this offense and some of the things that they're asked to do, and getting beat up, a lot, and running for his life. We know all that. But how bad was it even behind the scenes, for them?
Well, I mean, even from what we could tell, right? The first offseason, you'll have to tell me more about how you felt about that. The offseason last year or the spring specifically, was an interesting one because we go to camp or we get to, these periods where he's not even able to take part of it because of what was the arm fatigue from throwing the ball
That's
too much.
That's one of the things they said.
Oh, okay, very good.
That's one of the things they said.
What was the real reason?
Hey, we don't know.
Okay, all right. But yeah, I mean, even if you just do the thing again, we were talking about this in a different capacity earlier. There is a lot of instances where when you're talking about this thing in front of you, the way that you talk about it feels like it casts a shadow on the way that things once were.
Correct.
Right? It's
correct.
The thing that I was alluding to earlier was the A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown being in New England now and talking about how great it feels. We always do the thing, right or wrong, admittedly, where we go, okay, so what does that mean about where you were previously?
Yeah.
It feels like, especially seeing as we know Nick Caserio had seemingly been challenging CJ when it comes to this spring to go out and have a great spring, right?
There's
an opportunity to have a great spring. So for him to come out and go, this is the best spring that he's had, and he talked about how he's taken ownership of the offense, right? His on-field demeanor is noticeably different, right? Other things, right? There's my handwriting is terrible, but like having the right mentality, having a purpose, demeanor, all these things. You don't say those in a vacuum, right? These things are then cast as a juxtaposition to what it once was, which, interestingly enough, feels like he is saying, without saying, that these things were not there to the right amounts previously.
Absolutely.
And so you could take this one of two ways. You could take this where I think some people on the text line are looking at, right, where they go, we're getting Ohio State, CJ, right, the league is cooked, the contract is going to get done. Or you could take this from a place where you go, hey, why did it take this to get to this place for CJ Stroud?
And I said we'll get there, and we will, to the texter's point. But one other thing that's worth noting, This is Nick Caserio talking about the difference between CJ this year. He hasn't been the only one. Will Anderson mentioned it.
Correct.
Well, you should see CJ now, and I'm paraphrasing, but you get the point. You've heard the audio here on our station. Jaden Higgins has said it.
The fire.
The
fire.
fire.
Oh, no, that was Hutchinson, rather, who had said it.
But
talked about
Higgins,
the fire being
Hutchinson, Will Anderson. So players, D'Amico Ryans, ownership of the offense and all this other stuff. And so, all that combined with the general manager, you're like, dude, it might have been worse than we thought. Now, let's get to the good point.
Clearly, it was a Gerard Johnson issue. Evidently.
Exactly.
That's what changed.
The good point is he is there now. He is, buying in. There is a certain amount of a new CJ, so to speak,
and D'Amico Ryans
that they're seeing. Yeah,
D'Amico did talk about like the ways in which they're trying to incorporate, obviously that relationship between CJ and Nick Cayley and Jerry Shaplinski, like helping and developed further than it was last year. And I wonder how much that factors into the ownership and the demeanor and so on and so forth.
And keep in mind, D'Amico also said that they were going to try to implement things that CJ likes.
Correct.
Maybe to appease, hey, I want to do more of this and that. So he is there now. That's the good news, because all you really need is a good CJ Stroud. You don't even need rookie CJ Stroud. That's a big ask. But boy, it was just eye-opening, eye-popping that he did that. Now we're going back and forth. But now here's the question: will it stick? He's going to get punched in the mouth, figuratively speaking. There are going to be struggles. It is going to be with this defense. There are going to be some ones versus ones, and he's not going to be able to get plays off, and there's going to be frustration and those types of things. So, then becomes the question, will it stick?
No, and that's ultimately the one that matters, right? Because what's the old saying? It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Yeah.
I will say to that saying, though, it's much better to have a good foundational start.
Right.
And it sounds like this is the case. And yes, I think that there's people on the text line acknowledging that we have heard similar sentiments before. I don't think we've heard them to this degree. I don't think we've heard it with this fervor.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, I don't think we've heard it be this ubiquitous. So it is notable, I believe. I want to see, like, how do they develop upon it? How much faster can they start because of this? And how much further can they go in the course of this season because they start from a much better place? That's all remains to be seen. But I mean, this is encouraging if for no other reason than the challenge that we could hear between the lines of what Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan said. And now we've heard from both of them, and they both seem to be pretty effusive in the way that they've talked about CJ at this point.
And there's also a contract element here. Nick Caserio said it this year. CJ Stroud said it this year. And so maybe there's that, like, this is why we're not really going to talk contract too much until we can see that you are bought into what we're doing.
And you say the contract element. I don't believe it to be this way, so don't come for me. However, I know how a lot of us in sports think. How many people, if I asked you to ask a percentage of the listenership, a percentage of the fan base, do you think go, okay, so he's just going to do the contract year thing?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because
yeah.
I don't think this is an actual contract year, right? This is year 4 of his rookie year. 5th-year options already picked up.
But it's in essence his contract
But it is essentially a contract year type situation. And so all of these things happening, and this, the context sounding like this is a notable uptick from what it had previously been, when there is contractual conversations on the table, or maybe not even specifically on the table, but like in the ether, how much does that make people go, are you a dude who's only stepping up in the moment where you need to, or like is this creating a question for people? I don't think it does for me, but I could see how those things would line up for certain.
I could see how it creates questions in the building, not just fans. I think in the building they're thinking that because you get him this big contract, he has a good year, whatever, and he gets a contract, all of a sudden a lot more power. Let's say you pay him $55 million a year and he has a good year and you pay him that kind of money. All of a sudden, he has the power to maybe sway things more to his liking. And one other thing that I thought was interesting, the fellas brought it up this morning, just in a weird way. It made me think about it. They were talking about Will Anderson. These guys were literally side by side. Right next in selections 2 and 3. And have you ever heard anything but that dude is perfect when it comes to Will Anderson? That is the example. I want our guys to follow him. They have just, there has to be a level of frustration. Like, we got Will Anderson and we got beyond what we expected on the field, off the field, character, leadership, all that. And then we have CJ Stroud and we're having to kind of stroke him, in a sense to get him to buy in.
Maybe so, but I think that's, in a way, that's what makes Will Anderson unique, is that he is that type of dude, and that does not come along all the time. Maybe I can't speak for anybody. Maybe that would be something that pops in that building. There. Possibly. Yeah. But I do like that CJ has answered the call here. And honestly, for our purposes, I'm just excited that it seems like Nick Caserio made the connection of, hey, the offense looks better, and goes, this is because CJ is a practitioner of the offense. Right? Remember last year, I'll take you back a whole 365 days ago, thereabouts, when we were talking about the possibility of what Nick Caley brings to this offense, what this offense looks like, if it does end style offense or something akin to it. What were the potential benefits of that? Is that you have a quarterback that now is pulling the strings and pushing and pulling with various different things. That is what I imagine is being spoken about when we talk about we're utilizing tempo, we're utilizing hard count. Those are the tools that, let's use Tom Brady. Tom Brady used to use to push and pull defenses to his whim. And it sounds like early on that is happening. And Nick Caserio, when asked about, are you seeing that, goes, yeah, CJ.
Yeah. He went straight there.
And so I'm like, excellent. Are we moving further towards the circumstance of CJ Stroud being the guy who stands in the pocket and goes, I'm pushing and pulling and moving, bending things to my will and making things happen? Because ultimately, outside of all of this immediate conversation, that's the end point that we're all hoping for.
Sure. That's absolutely the end point. And with CJ Stroud, there's also this possibility. The light bulb comes on. Yeah. There's a light bulb moment. We might be in a situation where he gets punched in the mouth, as I mentioned earlier, and he's like, no big deal. Let's go. I know this works. And that's why you're right. It's very encouraging. There are questions that we're going to be seeing how they're answered, but I think it's very encouraging, at least from where they are right now.
Because it seemed like CJ was trying to do the job with just a few tools, right? He's got the arm. Like, can he be the ball placement specialist, and can he move around? Like, if you are now utilizing more tools, right? You went from the box set of 16 crayons, now you got the 64. We can paint different pictures here.
Yeah.
And it seems like that is also undergirded with that action there from the 713. But then you have to ask yourself, what took him so long to buy in? Which I think is fair.
More than fair.
It is possible that we come back to the answer of playing quarterback in the NFL is really hard. And if it is the epiphany that has finally come that allows him to open up more of the availability to him, I welcome that. Without having to do too much of that other introspection. We'll see, right? That's the beauty of the entirety of this process is we'll have more opportunities to test and retest what these things are being said. But it's reaching a fever pitch with the number of different people and how effusive they are about the conversations about C.J. Stroud in the positive right now.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. We do that on Sports Radio 610.
C.J. Stroud addressed his contract situation after OTAs.
Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite convocation partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
DrCool.com. You've got box fans on everywhere. Everyone in the house is in their underwear. DrCool.com. Yep. DrCool.com. It's cool. Ice pack on your head to stay cool down. Sweating so much you've lost 6 pounds. Yeah. DrCool.com. All right. DrCool.com. That's cool. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Experience text to fix your AC. DrCool.com. DrCool.com.
Houston, your road to $1 million starts here. On June 13th, the Road to Fanatics Games is coming exclusively to Dick's House of Sport. Think you've got the kick? Step up to the PK Challenge, and you could punch your ticket to Fanatics Fest this summer in New York, where you get to compete against 50 of the biggest athletes in the world. Only at Dick's House of Sport. Free athlete photo ops with Nico Collins, plus card breaks, giveaways, and more. You don't want to miss it. June 13th, Dick's House of Sport Houston. Spots are limited. RSVP now at fanaticsgames.com.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison includes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlock device credit. 40 90 plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. Member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Something big is coming to H-Town. The Dynamo Soccer Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
You happened to go to Italy, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
I did go to Italy.
Hey,
to go
Figgy,
see
he went
some
to
friends
Italy.
get married.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, didn't bring it up this time. Did not bring it up. All right, I did promise you a self-deprecating story, one that makes me look bad in the moment. So a gathering around children. I believe it was the fifth day I was in Italy. I had already gone to Tuscany. I was back in Rome. Just goodness gracious.
Yeah.
All right, but I was indeed in Rome at this point. And I'd gone through most of the day. We're grabbing something to eat for like an early dinner.
Right.
So we popped into this little spot in the Trastevere neighborhood of Rome. That one was for you. And then got
a little
some wine,
sugar on that one.
Got some wine, and then pull up the menu, and I'm just trying to find something to eat. And I'm the reason why I mentioned I'm 5 days in is because I have gotten to the point where I'm feeling Italy fancy. I'm like, oh yeah, we're eating great stuff. I'm having a good time. So I'm looking at the menu, and I see sheep tartare.
Sheep tartare.
I'm like, man, that sounds fancy, man. I'm gonna get yes.
I've had plenty tartare. I've never had sheep tartare.
I am also in the future like you. So I get the sheep tartare. I was like, I'm feeling myself. I'm feeling fancy. And mind you, I think the four of us that are there, we all got wine. I think we had gotten something else that was more of a shareable.
Yeah.
And then I got sheep tartare, which again was probably supposed to be a shareable. But I just I'll do this for myself.
I'm going to eat it. Yeah.
Finished that up. Went through the day like normal. The next morning, I wake up at 3 a.m.
Oh, boy.
And it's coming out of me. It's coming at you, boy. Apologies to everybody eating lunch, by the way. That was my
Both
bad.
ways?
No.
Well,
yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah.
Coming out of your ears and everything.
Yes. Yeah. And so that really messed up some time because that day I had told myself I was going to the Pantheon. And so I was fighting for my life, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to go anyway, man. I'm in Italy. There's only one time you're in Italy.
Can you tell me where your bathrooms are?
So here's the thing. I did all that at the bed and breakfast I was at, but I'm walking, and mind you, I'm walking. It's a 30-minute walk to the Pantheon from where I was at, and it is. I don't know if you know this. Italy is going through a heat wave right now.
Oh yeah.
So I am sweating, I am hot, and I am feeling terrible.
And you had wine too.
The wine actually didn't bother too much.
Yeah.
It was just so I'm standing out in the line for the Pantheon, as you might imagine, long line. They now charge to get in there, just in the searing heat. And can I add one more unforced error that I had here?
Please do.
I did water ball on this particular walk. And so I'm just standing in line, and I'm thinking the line will move, and the line is not moving that long. So now I have the sunk cost fallacy of, do I get out of line and go buy water, but then I have to get back in line? And again, I'm not feeling well.
Yeah.
And I am in front of, as a dude who studied architecture for a period of time, one of the great wonders of my fascination. I want to get in here and see all of the things up close. So I'm just standing there. I don't go and get water. By the time I get in the Pantheon, and it is gorgeous, I see that there's chairs. I sat down in there for like 30 minutes.
I'm just going to sit here for
because
a second.
if I did not, I had a feeling that I would pass out. I'm not going to lie. As I was standing in line to get into the Pantheon, I thought to myself, what is the medicine like out? Like, what's the healthcare situation?
Yeah.
Would I be able to get to if I needed to? Like, that's how bad I was feeling. So that was a deeply unforced error that I had because I thought I was going to be fancy and order sheep tartare.
Don't order the sheep tartare is the lesson here.
An absolute idiot move. And so I lay myself prostrate before you because I was the idiot that thought I'm going to be fancy and order sheep tartare.
Well, it felt good at the time, didn't it? Yeah.
Oh, going down. I felt fancy as hell. I was sipping wine. I was in Italy eating sheep tartare. Buddy,
look at me. You probably took pictures.
I did.
Yeah.
There's a photo of it. I'll show it to you.
Was it pretty good though? Outside of that, was it good?
It was cool.
It was good.
It was just cool.
It was cool. It was the fanciness that really made me feel like it. And I didn't feel very fancy soon thereafter. I'll tell you that.
Hey, how about Italy? Universal health care for tourists, typically free charge.
I'd have been fine. God bless. I'd have been fine.
You'd have been all right.
These are my confessions.
I keep thinking about the A.J. Brown to New England thing, and I'm not gonna lie. I gotta be honest. I think this might be Randy Moss 07.
I told you yesterday this is a scary proposition.
Like I think that this, because there's certain people, and I know that this isn't quite the same thing that we're talking about A.J. Brown as like he did it to himself, right? He was the bad actor in the room when it came to the Eagles. But there's also in the conversation of, right, like the Devontae Smith was always like a number one wide receiver, and I think that he had that capability. But I felt like A.J. Brown's downtick was more about usage. But there's some people that think, oh man, he might be slowing down or whatever.
No, I think it's usage.
I think that you get to New England and this is going to look like, oh boy, right? Because you remember Randy Moss, like there was people talking about, the downturn with him or supposed downturn
before
at Oakland, as if like, oh man, the Raiders, man, he's not the same Randy Moss. That buddy got to New England and put up
17-0.
And I
is that good?
I think it could be that with A.J. Brown on this offense. Like I think it might just be, oh my bad, I forgot what this context was. Like that's what I'm envisioning.
It is. The Chiefs have always kind of worried me this offseason. Just they're not going to be that bad again. They've added Kenneth Walker, Patrick Mahomes. I think the Patriots have passed them. I think the Patriots are a worry for me, big time.
These are my confessions.
So my confession is, I think. So I saw. I forgot his first name, but Uribe for the Brewers, the pitcher, who I think he got suspended. I want to say for like 3 games for. I don't know if it was 3 games or not, but he did a celebration after he struck somebody out and did 3 pumps.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yeah. I got to confess, I like that a lot, man. I think pitchers should do more celebrating, not exactly the pumps, but just more celebration.
Was it
like
Key and Peele? It was that? It was like the Key and Peele.
He was doing hip thrusts?
Yeah, the hip thrust.
Yeah. He
was it the D-Generation X? I try to remember if that was what it was.
That's what they said it was. I didn't catch it when I saw that, but
I think I saw it.
I think pitchers should do more stuff like that, man. I was kind of excited. It kind of made me a fan a little bit. Now, he got in trouble for it. I think it was the 3rd pump that
that's exactly like Key and Peele. Yeah. You can do 2, but not 3.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm okay with the fist pumps and all that stuff when you strike somebody out, but I think pitchers should celebrate a little bit more when they strike somebody out, man. And it's funny because it looked like he looked right at the batter.
He sure did.
He just looked right at the batter and gave him the pumps. So I'm just like, man, I kind of like that, man.
The only thing is like, people don't know how to manage their feelings. Like, I don't want everybody getting their feelings behind this. But I do agree, though, that we need more of the showing your emotion, right? Because ultimately, we all, like, we want to see great things happen, but we're also in it for the emotion of this. Of course. And so the idea that you must remain restrained as a portion of the playing the game the right way, I think is like really hard sport. It's one of the reasons why we love the World Baseball Classic so much, because some of these dudes going to play for their country and they're like, oh, I can finally like just let all the emotion out.
No, I think it's cool, man. I mean, when you think about it in football, when somebody get the first down, sometimes they be a little extra with it.
Of course.
Touchdown celebrations, they be really extra
Don't let Clint
with
hear
it.
this. Clint will not be happy about hearing about you talking about first down cellies.
Yeah, I mean, no, I get that. Or even just the touchdown celebrations.
Yeah.
But when the pitcher strikes somebody out, hey, man, do a little extra with that, man. I kind of like that.
No,
I think it'd be good and fun for the game.
Only thing, you better lock in, because if you strike one dude out, you come out next one and you're just giving them away.
But see,
sure. Then they have their turn.
But see, batters be doing it.
Yeah.
They be pimping them home runs.
They're doing
and
it
stuff
more
like
than
that.
ever right now. Even last night,
Yeah.
Cruz stopped between second and third base. Did you see that?
Yes.
And he kind of did. I don't know what the celebration was, but he kind of did like something with his arm. He dipped down, and I'm like, boy, that is a lot.
Hey, they be doing a lot, man. I'm just saying. I guess I never thought about pitchers doing the same thing. You usually get like a fist pump.
Yeah.
They might be talking to themselves or something like that. Hey, I wouldn't mind a couple pumps.
Yeah,
I could see that. By the way, ayo. I do think though, like, it might just be because when you're pitching, the mental aspect of this is so hard, especially with the pitch clock. I don't know if you got time to do the whole boom and then be able to bring yourself back in to lock in. I think that might.
Uribe did that.
Yeah. What are the odds that Figgy would cut a drop for himself?
That's a good question.
Not a chance.
All right, so I'll go.
I could use 2 pumps.
Yeah, you did say that. You know, I got producer chops. We're gonna make some work.
I got one more real quick because I want to ask you something.
These are my confessions.
I cannot be the only person that saw the Madden cover and thought of one person, and that person was not Caleb Williams, who's on the Madden cover. I thought of C.J. Stroud.
Really?
Yes, because
did y'all?
I didn't, but I understand how you get that.
That's his little brother. That's his little brother on the cover of Madden.
Right.
No, I did.
Yeah.
I thought about that. I heard Sean teasing to that news. He thought about C.J. Stroud.
Had to be, right? I'm not alone.
No, you're definitely not alone.
Yeah.
I thought about it in a different way, though. I thought about it in the way of, did he pass up C.J. Stroud at this point?
Yeah.
As a quarterback?
I think a lot of people would have that statement at this moment.
Yeah,
100%.
it's kind of great because if we would have went back to his rookie year, I probably would have thought C.J. Stroud would have been at least considered for a Madden cover.
Yeah.
And the guy that he
Don't
was
take those hits, bro.
Yeah. The guy he was little
C.J.
brother.
Stroud wasn't. He was not trying to take those hits. Honestly, there's some people that think that the hit was one of the reasons why the postseason looked like the way it was.
Yeah. So just looking at it that way, it seemed like he passed C.J. Stroud up.
First person I thought of was C.J. Stroud.
I mean, look at their 2 postseasons respectively. Look at the last few games, last game or so of Caleb Williams, and the way that you could very much go, oh, look at just fawn over it, and then. You know the other side of that.
Yeah. And they even have him with the pose of that pass that he made.
Right.
He's doing the little Jordan-esque kind of little throw on the cover. I was like, oh, boy. Little brother.
I'm really curious.
Past you.
I'm really curious how, not CJ, but Caleb Williams going to look this year, man. Is he going to take an even bigger step?
Fair enough. A testament to what you can do with talent and really good offense.
Yeah.
Hey, Kaylee.
Yeah.
What you got for me, big dog? What you got? All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, because it is a Wednesday, we usually go to this special segment that we do. We enter the court of Judge John Lopez. We will do that next.
And we need to go to Ability Trees right now, abilitytrees.com. And Lewis Flory, taking care of your
Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
My wig has got a little update here. It looks pretty good. I'm looking at the YouTube.
What do you mean got an update?
Somebody brush it? Somebody get it clean?
Chris Partee did wear the wig.
Did he get it cleaned after?
I don't.
He sent it out to dry cleaning.
It's looking good, man. Looking good, if I do say so myself.
Okay.
All right. Hear ye, hear ye. The Court of the Honorable Me is now in session. You're familiar with the work of Chet Holmgren during the Western Conference Finals, I'm guessing.
I ain't see no work. What work did you see?
Well, our first case, first of all, real quick. Man, he looked bad.
That series.
Not just bad. Well, yeah, he played well previously, but not just looked bad as in how he played. I mean, talking about facial expressions.
He looked like he wanted to be anywhere but that series.
He was a beaten man.
That was embarrassing.
He was a beaten man. It looked like he just got a divorce and lost everything.
Yeah, that was so embarrassing. And look, I'm usually not the one to overreact to something like that because that was just the series.
Yeah.
But man, I don't blame anybody if they want him out.
Well,
that's how bad he played.
Well, it's funny. It's funny you say that. We have some audio here that has to do with our first case.
Interesting. Would you do a Chet for Alperen Şengün challenge trade? And I only mention Şengün because the salaries are similar. The size element is satisfied. And Şengün does seem to be the opposite of Chet in just this one specific thing. He fucking loves going into Victor Wembanyama's face and chest and stomach. And, he legitimately seems offended by the idea that people think Victor Wembanyama can do anything to his crazy, pivoty, physical, under-the-rim game. And, kind of goes at him a little bit.
Yeah.
Again, hasn't proven the range you need to exist with Hartenstein, but has a little bit of the DHO passing. Sometimes the three-point shot looks good. I think it's just too seismic of a change for either team to really contemplate. But it is... So, not uninteresting.
Yeah.
Not uninteresting. That is our first question here in the Court of the Honorable Me. Figure the Rockets should have interest in Chet Holmgren for Alperen Şengün.
Your Honor, I think they should have interest in Chet. And I think, to me, just being if Stone was a really good GM, he definitely should have some type of interest. I'm not saying he should pull the trigger or anything, but I think his job this season is to look at each and every way where he can make this team better if it makes sense. And I know Chet had a really, really, really bad game and kind of a bad series in the Western Conference Finals. But I think he's still a good player. I think you got to look at each and every way to try to make this Rockets team better so you could get further than the first round. So I'm not saying pull the trigger on it, but I think you should
do your due diligence.
Yeah, I think you should really consider it and look into it to see if it makes sense or not.
Okay.
Don't you kind of got Chet Holmgren at home? Right now, that sounds like disrespectful to Jabari Smith Jr., but it's how many do you want to take a player that genuinely gives you a different style of thing in Alperen Şengün and then make him into a player that you seemingly kind of already have in some respects and honestly is a lot better in certain of those respects than Chet Holmgren and Jabari Smith Jr. Now, that sounds crazy because Chet has been a very good player in this league, but I think what Zach Lowe was starting to look at and causes me a little bit of concern is how drastically are you willing to change the style of what you're doing with Chet Holmgren and then not having that guy that's dominant in the middle, right? You do not have a center that you can actually play through in the middle of the floor if you make that move. And it's Chet Holmgren. And now I know that this isn't a team that has a lot of shooters, but then you're pushing everything a little bit further out. Are you willing to be unorthodox, kind of like the Rockets were in 2020 before the bubble, where you're going to have small guys trying to work through the middle? Because it almost feels like that would almost be what it is with someone like a Men working in the middle of the floor, almost like what Russell Westbrook had been doing in that time period. It all feels very odd of pieces to try and put together offensively for a team that I don't know how great I feel about their offensive schematics anyways.
Yeah, I feel, and I'm a little surprised you didn't mention this, but it hadn't happened much lately, but earlier in his career, even at least one game in which the Rockets beat the Spurs this year, Şengün has played Wemby pretty well. I mean, you're going to have to go through Wemby. You know, we know that. Again, Wemby had his way later in the season, but there have been moments where Şengün has played Wemby pretty darn well. Do you think the Thunder would be interested in that?
That's a good point. Right.
Yeah.
That is a really. I mean, that's
because it works both ways.
No, that's
yeah.
And I probably should have brought it to the fact that, hey, man, it seems like the new path through the West is through Wemby, and I would rather the guy who probably does not look Wemby.
I mean, Holmgren was terrified at the end.
Yeah,
and that surprised me because, as you pointed out, he played pretty darn well in the postseason.
Dude, he got the Lakers out of here.
Yeah.
You could easily say that he was one of, if not the biggest reason why the Thunder got the Lakers out of here.
But you're going through San Antonio.
Yeah.
So, how did that play out? Boy, I'm going to have to. I think I'm gonna side with Reggie on this one. Just the nuts and bolts of it all may not click the way it should. Either way, it's going to be tough. Either way, whether you have Şengün or Holmgren, it's going to be tough for the Rockets.
I don't think that's going to fix the problem.
It's not going to fix the problem.
That's not the problem the Rockets really have right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Swap those two.
But I am interested, right? Because again, this is not an accurate way of saying it, but for some reason, this is the way that my brain thinks of it. Like, this almost one of those your trash for my trash trades where, like, I'll take your problem, you take my problems. I do wonder how many people after the year that Şengün had, specifically the end of the year, how many people were just like, I'd take something different just for the sake of it. But yeah, I think I'm staying with the idea that you ride it out with Alpi a little bit further.
Do you feel like Chet is more of a Ime type of player? Like, do you feel like Ime would rather have a?
Well, hold on now. That's a good question.
They do want some. I mean, it feel like the Rockets want more bigs.
I'm not so sure he's
a tall.
I'm not sure he's not though. Şengün has had some issues with Ime.
Yeah, that's
or
what
Ime
I'm
has
saying.
had some issues with Şengün, I should say.
He's a better defensive player.
He is.
Right? Yeah.
He is.
Yeah. And Ime is a defensive guy.
He is.
At the end of the day.
I have a hard time thinking that Ime don't call him a B word at some point.
Well, when he's on the other team, for sure. All right. Am I looking at this right? I was trying to figure out. We're going to have a rest versus rust case here. I was trying to figure out when the Knicks buried the
Cavaliers.
The Cavaliers.
It feels like it was
a month ago.
I'm looking at
it
May
had to be
10th.
like a week ago, right?
Yeah.
May 10th.
No.
Monday, May 11th.
There's no way.
Monday, May 11th. Knicks bury 76ers. That's the word I used.
That's Sixers. That was
that's
the
Sixers.
first round.
Oh, okay.
I was about to say, that
was the
can't
second
be
round,
right.
rather.
What? I was like, can't be right. But it's been
honestly, the Knicks only went to 5 games.
Oh, here we go.
Overall.
I clicked on the wrong one. I was like, that cannot be right. So this was May 25th.
Yeah.
May 25th is the last time that. So
that was 10 days ago.
It's 10 days ago. May 25th.
Not to mention they was already coming off a sweep,
and they were coming off.
And
another
the Cavaliers was coming off of a
sweep.
7-game series. I want to say.
So game one is tonight. Rust versus rest. Who has the advantage, Figgy?
Your Honor, I'm gonna say. Ooh. I'm gonna say rest got the advantage in this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Knicks are fresh right now, and I think that will have more of an advantage than them just being rusty.
Being out.
Yeah, I thought they were going through a little rust in the first game against the Cavaliers, and then the Cavaliers ended up wetting the bed.
Yeah,
but it seemed like they're rolling. It seemed like they kind of got the coaching advantage a little bit. So I think the rest is going to have more. They
won't have to worry about rust, is what you're saying.
I don't think they're going to have to worry about rust.
I have to take the rust here, and I would typically be a rest guy. I think that this situation is fairly unique in that the San Antonio Spurs are a young team. They are breaking the typical, the common knowledge that we typically have about the NBA playoffs, and that you being a young team, you don't win. You have to kind of figure some things out. I think that they are learning things on the fly, and I think that the nature of them rolling from one series right into the next gives them a little bit more feel, and I think that's going to be beneficial to them and ultimately a little detrimental to the Knicks, who might need a second to grasp onto what's happening in the series.
Yeah.
And this one feels like it might be tight enough to where if the Spurs can jump out early, that might be enough for them to be the difference in this.
Yeah, man. The other thing is the Knicks, they're rolling. You can use the word momentum if you choose, but
Was it 10 straight games, 10 straight wins in these playoffs?
But not only just the momentum of rolling.
They only lost one game.
Yeah, not only the momentum of continuing to win, but playing a particular way. Playing that way. You can't just dial that up. You can't just all right, here's the on button after 10 days off. I think they'll get there. I think they'll be a team that that's clearly get along real well. In their groove. I think they'll get there. But sorry, Figgy, I think I'm going to have to side with Reggie again on this one. I think rust is going to be a little bit of an impact, especially on the road. See, that's another big difference. On the road right now against a 60-win team, and they're clicking as well.
Man, I'm so excited for this series.
Yeah, it's gonna be
I didn't think I was going to be as excited for this series. I remember I was talking about the Western Conference Final as if it was the de facto NBA championship, and it might still be the case. But these teams have matched up pretty well. I'm a sicko. I already went back and rewatched their games
the
from
Cup, the NBA Cup.
I didn't go that far back. They played in March, so I went back and watched that game.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I do think that this one is going to be absolutely fascinating. So that one's happening tonight on ABC. Between these two teams. But yeah, another fantastic edition of Judge John Lopez, or maybe I'm just saying that because I won. It's been a little while. You know that, Fig. It's been a little while since I actually won.
Figgy's been
honestly, I'm trying to take the harder one to defend. Try to up my.
Are you feeling sorry for Reggie?
Damn, that's crazy. That's wild.
You pat him on the head.
No, that's actually not the case.
You did good.
I'm trying to challenge.
It's like I talked to my granddaughter. Oh, that was awesome.
I'm trying to see if I could be a Johnny Cochran.
Johnny Cochran?
Yeah.
He said I've been wiping the floor with Reggie too much, so I figured I'd make this more difficult.
I want to see if I could be a defense lawyer.
That's crazy. All right. Appreciate you rocking with us here on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, we got an interesting update on One Tank Dell earlier this morning. What did we hear from Nick Caserio? Let's talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a good Wednesday to this point. We're having a blast right now. It's going to be a fun evening of sport.
Think about it. Yeah.
NBA Finals Game 1 is happening tonight. If you're not so inclined about that, maybe you're in on a pitcher's duel. Arrighetti Skeens. That is happening tonight. So, feels like you should have a pretty good. I mean, considering it is June 3rd, right? Like these are the days where you go, all right, is there going to be stuff?
Hell
is it going to
yeah,
be
there
fun
is.
as a sports fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah,
there is. And maybe you just think about your Houston Texans as well, because we've got good news on that front. If you heard earlier today, Nick Caserio jumped on with Payne and Pendergast to talk about the football team during this organized training activities time of year. And one of the things he was talking about, agreeing with D'Amico Ryans' assessment of the offense being ahead of schedule. And he heaped some pretty high praise on C.J. Stroud about this spring that he's had to this point in connection with the offense, which I found to be somewhat interesting and in a positive way. He also had this as an update. Can you take me to cut 6 here, Figgy Fig? Because the fellas asked him, Nick Caserio that is, will Tank return to practice at some point? We were kind of disappointed to not see him on the field at OTAs.
Yes. I would say more than likely it'll probably be in training camp. We have, I don't know, however many days left here in the spring, but there's certain things that he's able to do. He's done some things on the field, maybe separately, kind of off to the side. I think the goal is training camp. So we'll kind of see if he stays on schedule. But, nobody's worked harder. Nobody's had a better attitude. Talking about a player that hasn't played football in, almost 18 months or however long it's been. But, his attitude, his approach, he's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and wants to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that we're taking care of him and doing the right things and putting him in a position where he can go out there and be the best version of himself. So I would say training camp seems like a reasonable time frame in terms of his availability in terms of next steps.
Let me tell you what I love about this. They put a date on it.
Yes.
They put how many times, whether it's Astros, Rockets, Texans, where we'll let you know. I mean, just recently, when it ended up being that he's going to be gone for the year, but when D'Amico was asked about EJ Speed, he said, "Well, we'll let you know." Basically, is what he said. We'll keep you updated. However they put it, they've done that with multiple players. A lot of teams do. It's
what up, Joe?
Yeah, exactly.
What up, Joe Mixon?
Yeah.
What up, Christian Harris?
All of them. What I love about this, and it should be an encouraging sign for you, is they said training camp. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
And not only is that, that's encouraging, and it's not just from the perspective of, oh man, they're feeling like they feel like they want to actually give us information, because it's not just that.
Yeah.
It is I think that the unwillingness to give us information in most circumstances comes from a good place, and they don't want to put the player in a bad circumstance.
Yes. Yeah.
More often than not, it feels like they don't want to put the player in a bad circumstance, because if something were to go wrong, if there's some level of uncertainty, they would rather not say, because they don't want the player that to fall on the player at a later date. Which means if he is willing to, what is this, about a month, maybe 2 out from training camp?
Yeah, July, usually third week of July, somewhere in there.
If he's willing right now to go training camp, that means that they feel great about where he is.
Yes.
And that makes me feel great, because I was starting to get to a scary place. I mean, we were there. There was hope, right? And hope is not necessarily a plan. It is not a guarantee. But there was hope that we could see Tank Dell in the midst of last season.
Sure.
That did not materialize. And so not seeing him at training camp, or OTAs rather, which, look, they had set the table for us. We're not certain. We'll see. It started to get my lizard brain like, oh, I'm scared.
Yeah.
Setting this date brings me back to a stasis, brings me back to a place where I go, okay, we'll get him in. And honestly, training camp is huge, because that is the time when we can really put the paces in, test it.
Yeah.
Where is Tank Dell now? He's going to have the opportunity to do one-on-ones. He's going to have the opportunity to put pads on. All of the questions on, can Tank Dell still provide something for this team? Training camp is the opportunity to test that out. And with the way that they have set this timeline, I feel much better about going into the season knowing Tank Dell can help his team, or maybe Tank Dell is a little bit further back than he was. Whatever the answer is, by the time you get to week 1, I think, but by the time you get to preseason, honestly, I feel much more confident that you will have a definitive answer.
Well, I think the one thing that is key is, by putting a date on it, you're also saying we know where he is medically. Forget, he's working hard and nobody works harder and all that. That's awesome. But they also know they're getting reports.
Yep.
They're getting reports from Tank's doctors, from their own doctors, if they're different. And they're saying, no, man, look, this looks like he'll be able to go full bore during training camp. So
it honestly makes me wonder how close he is right now.
I think he probably could. You heard him talking about chomping at the bit.
Right.
So he's probably saying, let's go. But, they are wisely, I think, being cautious with it. But I think medically, this to me was as good as a medical report, because you don't say that unless you feel good about the medicals.
Strong agree. You want me to pull up the Tank Dell breaking in and out breaks and the cuts video again?
Oh, yeah.
Can we get back to this now that we know he's going to be on training camp?
That one didn't do a lot for me. This does.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I was like, do we want to, since we're already here?
Yeah.
No? Okay. Some other things that happened from Nick Caserio. He started talking about the running back room, and I loved hearing about this because this is the one, I think, this is probably the one place most of all that we're looking at. Well, edge rushing depth.
Correct.
But this is one of the places where we go, okay, you didn't do anything here. How are we feeling about it? Let's start with cut 4, because Nick Caserio was asked about how, David Montgomery being on this team and how maybe that helps Woody Marks be a better and different version of himself.
Woody's had a really good offseason. He looks bigger, younger, he's faster. He's really made a strong commitment. We feel that overall that room, it's kind of an interesting collection of players. They all kind of have their strengths, all kind of have things that they do a little bit differently. With Montgomery and Woody, you maybe have two certain types of backs, and then Jawar kind of showed some of the things that he could do last season. British is kind of a little bit of a hybrid player, so he had to carry the ball there a little bit at the end. We signed a couple guys after the draft in Whittington and Pittsburgher. So overall, it's a pretty diverse room. Montgomery's been outstanding. I mean, his work ethic, his mentality, his mindset, even his just toughness. I know we're not in pads and you can't really see anything, but just kind of the way he goes about his business. And even in some of the things that we're doing, looks like his vision and instinctiveness, he has a really good feel and sense for space. And Woody is a good example. Let's say we have a number of players in this category who, when they're rookies, there's a lot that's happening, and the play time could fluctuate, could play a little bit more, could play a little bit less. Woody ended up playing a decent amount last year, and then once the season is over, he probably look back and go, okay, wow, that was quite a bit that happened over the course of the year. All right, now let's focus on the off season and getting yourself prepared for the upcoming season. And he's done a really good job of that. So he's a good example of a player that's kind of going that year 1 to year 2 transition. So we'll see how big of a leap and a jump that he can make. But overall, we feel like that's a pretty competitive room, and there's another in there that we feel can help us.
So this one didn't make me feel quite as good as the Tank Dell. Simply because he went through the depth chart, various, talking about, the various things they can do, and raving about David Montgomery, as we certainly would expect.
And boy, was he raving.
Yeah, raving about him.
Even in the things that we're doing right now, which running back is probably low on the, hey, we can get a feel for what they are in this moment during OTAs. But he's like, the vision and instinct shows up.
Yeah,
which
even now. Yeah.
Well, high praise.
So raving about him. Very complimentary of Woody Marks and sort of the transformation that has happened. And you get a feel for, okay, the rookie stuff is over. He has a real good feel for what to expect now. But then after the top 2, which has been my thing all along, he said, well, we saw some things that Jawar Jordan did. Well, we saw that in one game, in one half of one game.
Right.
And then he literally said, and British even had to run some last year.
And he chuckled.
And he laughed.
I noted it. I was like, if I'm British Brooks, I'm like, hey, man, what you laughing about?
He goes, even British had to run some last.
Even I had to carry the phone. Yeah, I'm a running back. What you mean? Why are you chuckling?
So my big question is we like those two guys. Where's the depth? He didn't exactly rave about anybody behind the first two.
No, and I honestly wonder if Nick Caserio listens to the station, maybe even specifically the show, because I remember when we did this after he was talking about the tight end room, and he mentioned Dalton Schultz. He mentioned, had they added Foster at that point? Yeah, he mentioned Foster. He mentioned, he didn't mention certain people, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting. right?
Yeah.
And I wonder if he was doing this like, hey, if I start mentioning anybody in this room, I gotta rattle off everybody.
Yeah.
He got down to the unrestricted, rather the undrafted free agents in here, and I was like, I don't know, your heart doesn't sound like it's in a big dog. But he did the thing.
But you see what I'm saying? The top two, hey, great. We all feel good about it.
I felt like he took a little pause after Jawar. So it felt like he kind of tried to make a line after Jawar, which maybe made me feel like they were higher on Jawar than I had previously thought. And honestly, the reason why I had previously thought they weren't as high on Jawar was the way that they had treated Jawar previously to meeting him in that 100-yard game that he ultimately gets out there and gives you. But yeah, the thing that stuck with me of that, and I don't know what to make of it yet, John, though, is that they were like, we've got a diverse, like he basically talked about it like they've got a diverse room of various different skill sets.
Yeah.
Right? And I don't know what that means. Like, is this one of those things that if we could take all of our running backs in the room and Voltron them together to one, it'd be great, even though that's not how this works. Like, I don't understand exactly what it means, but it seems like they're like, hey, if we want the skill set of a bruising backup, we can put British in. Or if we want the skill set of a speedy backup, we can use Jawar or whatever. And maybe and he also went further to talk about Jawar Jordan. He give me cut 5 here, and maybe this gives me a little more insight and inspires my thought here. But this was him talking about the, I guess, presumptive running back 3 right now, Jawar Jordan.
Even coming out, I think the one thing that differentiated him from maybe some other backs, you saw that burst and straight line speed, and he was obviously a smaller player. But I'd say even going back to last year, there were some games where he was able to handle contact and break tackles and get some yards. With the ball in his hands. Jawar's worked really hard. There's a good example of a player. We brought him in. He was out of the building for a period of time. Then he came back on the practice squad, and he's taken advantage of his opportunities. You see that, I would say, acceleration and speed. They show up, especially when he has a little bit of space. But he's a great kid, really quiet, works really hard. He's never going to be a big back or a big person, but you can have running backs who are strong for their size. I'd say Kevin Falk was an example of a player. He was 5'7", 200 pounds, but Kevin had good playing strength for his size. James White was the same way. I'd say Jawar, I'm not saying he's exactly like those players, but you're talking about undersized backs that have, maybe more strength than you think for their size. But he's a great kid, and he can do some things that some of our other backs can't. So, we're glad that he's here and excited for to see what he can do here in the preseason and then potentially heading into the regular season.
Kevin Falk, James White.
Yeah, come on now.
And he tried to qualify, but that's a level of consideration for a dude that sounds like they're viewing him very much as the running back.
I don't know. I don't know. Look, he had 193 yards rushing last year in 4 games. He appeared in 4 games, had 193 yards rushing. I am hopeful. I think they're hopeful. That's
like almost 50 yards a game. There you go.
Oh, okay. So he had 193 yards in 4 games. 50 yards came on 1 play. So,
you're going to be this guy, aren't you? The guy
and usually the guy that says it still counts.
That's right.
That 1 play still counts.
That's right.
But what if you're looking at the breadth of what he did? Then the 50 yards on 1 play and 193 in just 4 games. I'm hopeful. They're hopeful. There's things there. We were raving about him in the preseason,
right?
And some of the things that we saw. All I'm saying is you're going to count on that guy as your number 3. That's your number 3 back. You are a Super Bowl perceived contender. That's your guy.
Sounds like it.
Well,
it sounds like that's where
why.
they're going.
That's why I'd love to see another running back in that room.
They got dudes in there. It's a competitive room, according to him. Yeah, this is still a place where that makes me kind of tug at my collar. They seem to believe in not just the size, because that was the thing I was wondering is like they seem to believe in his strength in the small package of it all, right? That was what he was speaking to specifically, and it does make me wonder though. Why did it take so long for them to utilize him? Because it felt like if you viewed him as, hey man, he's not the biggest dude, but he packs more of a punch than you give him credit for. It felt like there would have been more opportunities to drop him in and utilize him as such.
That's kind of the point I was making. You there were times where you could have easily, and yet injuries, as well. You could have easily just spelled somebody a little bit, no matter who it might have been, because Woody Marks was injured some too.
Yeah.
And you only played in 4 games, and that's that.
And this is a note that I thought of as I was listening to this that came in on the text line from the 832. Don't forget that as part of the fellowship that I forget the name of, apologies in this moment, but Darren Sproles, noted small but mighty running back, is on this coaching staff right now. And I do wonder how much that impacts the way that they feel about Jawar Jordan and the hopes that they you can most out. Now, of course, Danny Barrett there as running backs coach and assistant head coach.
Really
like he's done this for a very long time. I don't doubt that they believe in his ability to coach up the running backs point blank period. And I do wonder how much all of this context comes in. Hey, we have a bruising offensive line now.
Yeah.
That will create yards before contact for these guys anyways.
Yeah, no, that is fair, and maybe, the third running back, they feel, that they're durable guys, they're top two, and they're going to be able to use them. You never know with injuries, but they feel pretty good about it. And they really want to use Jawar Jordan for his particular skill set in very particular ways, in which case 4 games, 193 yards might be right,
Yeah, I'm with you, though. I hear you on the general sentiment of that did not change the general thought that I have of, maybe you should have a little bit more there. But it is interesting to at least know.
He even had to run British Brooks some.
Yeah, I was like, British might need to. Well, you can't fight your boss, but like in his head, I bet he's like, "Hey, man,
right here, man."
I heard that one.
Yeah,
I heard that one. I'm watching you. But yeah, I appreciate at least getting a better insight into what they think about Jawar Jordan. Because again, if you're just working off of what you've seen from a dude who shows up, or at least you see him in training camp in preseason circumstances, and you go, hey, there might be something there. And then he has to go away, come back on the practice squad, and only be elevated when it's absolutely dire for him to show up. It does make you go, okay, what's the thing here? But it sounds like they actually, at least if you hear Nick Caserio tell it, sounds like they like him.
Yeah. I think they do like him, and I think they are hopeful.
Yeah, that's right. One more thing. We were talking earlier about the night that is in sports. It's going to be a fun one. Final start today. You had the pitching duel that happens between the Astros and the Pirates. Did you see yesterday what might have been one of the most fun sporting events, which is Game 1 of the Stanley Cup final?
I didn't see it, and I meant to watch it, and I was keeping up with it, and I was like, holy smokes, I missed on a good one.
Banger.
I missed on a good one.
Between the Golden Knights and the Hurricanes, like it was supposed to be a low scoring.
5-4, third period
5-4.
Yeah.
Yeah, late in, I think it was like maybe 3 minutes left when the Golden Knights put themselves up in that game to ultimately win it. I'm talking about scoring early in both of the first couple of periods. I think it was incredible. So like the hockey is also really good. If you
I thought you were talking about the ball bouncing off Adele's head for a home run.
That was also
just
a
like
wild
Canseco. That's the same dude that stole 3 home runs.
Yes, Joe Adele. Joe Adele is such a funny prospect. Well, he's no longer a prospect, but I remember his time as a prospect when he's like a highly regarded dude, and I'm just like, he's clearly good, but also there's something just a little off. And I guess I'm not trying to say I knew he would have a home run go off of his head, but it did feel like something that was plausible, if that makes sense. I don't know. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, what about the women's softball championship? Damn, I haven't even tapped in with the Women's College World Series. That's on me. I'll do better on that. In the meantime, though, it's about the time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, brother?
Yeah, so I got a list of the weirdest things left in Ubers last year. Uber released this every single year, and we're going to go through this list. And if you're an Uber driver or you've been in the Uber, what's the weirdest thing you saw in the Uber? 713-572-46.
I'm guessing my chapstick is not going to make the list here, huh? All right, well, next.
CJ Stroud addressed his contract. Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. This your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. I guess it's a moist Wednesday out there, right?
Moist.
It's wet outside.
It's
moist Wednesday. 713-572-4610. What's the weirdest thing you saw left in the Uber? Or if you're an Uber driver, what's the weirdest thing you saw left in the back seat?
Oh, I want to hear this.
So Uber, they released their 10th annual Lost and Found Index. So they've been documenting everything that was absurd left behind in ride shares last year. So I'm gonna go through this list. I'm gonna just kind of speed race through here and send y'all's in 713-572-4610. Number one on the list is a ankle monitor.
Oh, wow!
So I think they probably did that one on purpose, right?
Maybe.
Yeah,
they were
probably like,
oh,
he's been in the Uber for about 12 hours.
They were bugging out.
What's going on? Yeah, ankle monitor.
That's like I need a few hours of plausible deniability.
Yeah.
But I'm like, there's no way you separated with your ankle monitor is going to go well eventually, right? Like in the end, it's going to come
never
back to
go
bite you.
well.
So
unless you have a deal with the Uber driver, say, hey, drive around for a little bit. You know, maybe he goes over the border.
Oh, you paying him under the table?
Yeah, and come back and get me here. You know, yeah.
Just need a couple hours to get something done, huh?
I doubt that was the case. On here, I'm not sure if this is 420 donuts or 420 donuts. All I see is 420 donuts.
What's a 420 donut?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's like an edible.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I have no idea. All I see is 420.
How'd you like in an Uber with 420 donuts?
And then leave without them?
How do you forget them?
Yeah.
That's a lot of donuts to forget.
Yeah. A sack of marbles, an oxygen tank.
Oh no,
that's
baby.
dangerous.
A brand new mini fridge.
What?
A single red bottom Louboutin heel.
Oh, somebody was drinking.
So just one.
Yeah.
Just one of the heels.
Yep.
Live fish.
Excuse me?
Live fish.
Live
Lopez,
fish.
why are you leaving your fish in the...
I catch and release, man.
2 trees. A cape with the Statue of Liberty on it.
A cake or a cape?
A cape.
So like James Brown putting over his shoulder cape.
Yeah.
And it had the Statue of Liberty on it.
I want to circle back to the trees if I can. You're getting in an Uber with 2 trees.
Yeah.
And you went to the nursery, and then you were like, you know what?
I don't want them after all. You can have
fine.
them. Yeah.
Or maybe you just forgot. $200 worth of Temu items. I have no idea what these items are.
Yeah.
But $200 worth of Temu items.
Yeah.
Grass.
Like sod.
I could see like 4 or 5 stack of sod there. Oh, I forgot to get the sod.
How are these people because usually I think of the things that you leave as like handheld things that are relatively small that fit in the palm of your hand. How are you
That's
opening?
what makes this list so great.
Like maybe are we talking about like in the back, like in the trunk, or are we talking about the back? Because if I'm sitting next to all these things, there's no way I'm getting out the car.
These are items that were left behind in 2025. A texture photo of a rhinestone picture of Jesus.
Okay. All right.
I've heard of finding God, but not losing God.
Yeah, okay. That's a good one. Not bad.
A pool stick in the case.
That one hurt.
So
that one hurt.
See, I'm consciously in my head documenting the ones where it was like, oh, you were drinking too much, right? The Louboutin heel, you were drinking too much.
That guy still or girl is still kicking themselves.
Yeah, they went to the pool hall. Yeah. They were shooting, and then they just were drunk.
You're a professional if you got your own like
exactly.
that. Yeah. A portable thermal printer.
Thermal print. What that mean?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
A ball cap, a dishwasher, a wizard wand, a 2-pound bag of blue raspberry gushers.
Oh, Gushers. I love
Yeah.
Gushers.
Not
Yeah.
drunk. That one's high. That one's high. Yeah, the Gushers
A
is high.
2-pound bag. Goodness gracious.
I'm not
really
gonna lie.
high. It was really high.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not sure.
I'm the dude who buys the real big bag of Sour Patch Kids. So I
Sam's.
understand that. Yeah.
I'm not sure what this is. Toboggan? A toboggan?
Toboggan?
A toboggan.
Oh, a toboggan.
So they mean like a beanie.
Okay.
Right?
No, a toboggan is like a sled.
Is that not what they call the beanies though?
Maybe they
in
do
certain
both.
places.
I thought a toboggan was like
I guess
an
the
actual...
sled would make more sense on this list than just a beanie.
So. Yeah. Handcuffs, 2 wedding gowns.
2 wedding gowns?
Yeah. It's getting crazier now. Pelvis implants.
What does that mean? Wait, no.
Pelvis implants.
Yes.
By the way, our IT man is going to come talk to me because I am Googling some weird pelvis implants.
Yes.
20 pounds of duck sausage.
Oh, that one hurt too.
That one
hurt too.
That sounds very expensive.
I know that counts a lot. That's spending.
That sounds like a lot of money. This one is a little crazy. A child's prosthetic eye.
Oh boy.
Yikes.
Billy, where's your eye?
Did the kid leave it?
Well, that actually tracks because kids
take it out.
Kids be leaving the craziest, the damnedest thing. Like, how did you lose your sock? You still have your shoe on.
Look, I understand that part, but just imagine being an Uber driver.
Yeah.
You looking back there, like, what the bleep is this?
That's one of my favorite stories from the preschool and kindergarten where my wife is school director. Several years ago, a kid came up to her and said, "Can you help me with my eye?" And
I'm already laughing.
And she said, "Well, sure. What's wrong with your eye?" And he reaches out his arm and opens his hand and says, "It came out." He had a glass eye. Can you help me with my eye? Sure. Here, it came out.
Did she help him?
Yeah. Well,
I'm sending you to the nurse. I'm sending you to the nurse.
Like, you know what?
Sorry.
I don't want to do nothing bad, so here, let's go down to the nurse.
Can you help me with my eye? Sure. It came out.
Yep. And last but not least, this was the top 25 list, by the way. A meat slicer.
Hell no. What?
Hey, those are nice, man. You've been to the deli?
I'm not. Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. How are these people forgetting these things?
Yeah. So, in case you're wondering, the most forgetful cities, they also had this on the list too. New York, Miami, Chicago, San Francisco, and Los Angeles.
Okay. Somebody said y'all just glazed right over the dishwasher.
Dishwasher.
There was a dishwasher in there?
Honestly, I glazed over it because there's so many on this list. And I know we all had questions. So what's the one thing on this list that kind of...
I mean, dishwasher's
that you want to
up
go
there.
back to?
Yeah, dishwasher is definitely up there.
How y'all leaving? Like, y'all went to the nursery and left all these in the car. That's the thing that gets me.
How did you leave your pelvis implants?
Did you ever find what those, like actual
Yes, yeah. So
hip
like
bones?
Yeah. That's what it looks like there.
How does it come out?
I don't know if it came out. I'm guessing this might have been someone who was
Same way someboody eye come out.
I feel like this was somebody that was transporting medical supplies.
Maybe,
and it fell out.
maybe,
The ones that really shake me are the ones that clearly your Uber trip was designed to go and get this thing. Yeah. So how did you forget it? You hopped out the car without getting it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I went and got some pallets of sod and I put them in the Uber and then I hopped out the car like, do. No, you went for that.
Yeah.
That's what you came for.
This ain't like your wallet slipping out of your pocket or something.
No, not at all.
If you went to this place to get some trees, like some actual trees, and you just jumped out the car without them?
Without those trees.
Like, damn, I left my trees in the car.
My bad, bro. I left my trees in the
man,
car.
I just thought about it. I just left my trees. Damn, I left my dishwasher, man. I wasn't even thinking.
I told you to grab those trees.
Dang, man, I totally forgot about it.
I'm forgetting something, but what? Dishwasher! You left it on? No, I left it in the Uber.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Have y'all ever been irritated over something so small that somebody does, like, let's say somebody that scrapes the plate all the time, or always clearing their throat? You just get a little irritated, like just get so irritated.
Yes.
And I think, Lopez, if I'm not mistaken, I think some former hosts were probably a little irritated with you with not cutting on your mic all the time. while doing the show. And I'll talk about Nick Wright because he mentioned that.
Yeah,
that was one of the things he kind of mentioned. Like, you're always forgetting to cut his mic on.
I'm over those days. I turn it on all the time.
You will continue to do it to the end of time.
I haven't done that in forever. In forever.
Yeah. So here's Joe Budden on the Joe Budden podcast. He got a little irritated over something one of his hosts were doing, and he completely crashed out.
Like, I like the way he has been dealing with, like, team conflict, like the Malik Neighbors that he said, yo, we hear you breathing.
I'm not.
You know, breathe. He fat too.
Stop looking
One
at
of you
me.
fat is breathing
Stop.
in the mic.
I'm
You or Ish, you
breathing
niggas overweight.
I'm a
Y'all not
professional.
taking Slim Fast. You is obese, and y'all breathing like y'all are
You
obese.
just lost weight.
Move the thing away while y'all are hyper, sounding y'all hyperventilating. Y'all about to die on air. I'm listening while I'm trying to get some music. Like, that's not cool, you fat
Why you dissing me?
It's you and Ish.
I don't breathe in the mic.
I don't know who it is.
First off,
I in the mic.
Exactly, you bitch ass.
Why would you
I
yawn
apologize.
Secondly,
you really act like you a motherfucking stick figure, bro. You've only lost about 15, 20 pounds, and you was fat to start with.
Y'all killing it. Can you not yawn in the mic?
Sure. Pardon me. That wasn't the best defense.
No, I'm just saying.
I yawned.
I wasn't breathing in the mic. I yawned in the mic, so pardon me.
Golly.
They were sitting there talking about the New York Giants, and all of a sudden went to that.
I'm not gonna lie, hearing people breathe into microphones is kind of annoying. Now I get it, right? Sometimes just a heavy breather, and I would never crash out like that. But I understand, like we've all been there where you just hear someone breathing, you look around, you're like, y'all hear this too, right?
Yeah, it's out there, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that set him off. He kind of crashed out over that.
That's how you know y'all work together too much. Like, y'all might need to take a week off or something. He lost it about somebody breathing into the microphone.
It went from that calling on some fat bleeps, and y'all need Slim Fast or something.
Yeah, but
Slim Fast that's an old school joke. Like, when was the last time Slim Fast was even in the game?
Suzanne Summers.
Like, you can't get no Slim Fast no more.
I grew up in the Jenny Craig era. Remember Jenny Craig?
Yeah.
Yep, Jenny Craig. Is Weight Watchers even still in the game?
Oh, yeah. Weight Watchers is doing the Ozempic thing now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now you would just go Ozempic if you were going with the joke.
I just heard the advertisement on here talk about Ozempic pills. So I'm like, y'all really stepping it up now.
Shout out to the folks.
And rest in peace to the whole, I guess, the Jenny Craig diet and all that type of stuff. You don't hear that no more.
Yeah.
It's Mitch Ted and Lou, Sports Radio 610. One of my favorite bits on the internet is by this guy. I think his name on Instagram is at Mr. Allen the Dude. And he did a bit kind of like a man on the street type of deal where he was, I want to say he was in London. He was in the UK somewhere, asking random people, I guess, who are not American, what's the hardest English word to pronounce. And I really got a kick out of this.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Poland.
What is the hardest English word for you to pronounce?
Freddy.
Say it one more time.
Freddy?
Oh, the name?
No, the age.
Oh, 30.
Yeah, Freddy.
What is the hardest English word for you to pronounce?
Headache. 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 I don't know how to say it.
Headache, right?
Say it one more time.
Headache.
Oh, headache. Where are you from?
Poland.
What is the hardest English word for you to pronounce?
Chicken.
What?
Yeah, what? Chicken. Chicken.
What is this?
Chicken nuggets.
Oh, chicken.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
France.
What is the hardest English word for you to pronounce?
I would say puebles. Puebles. Puebles.
What is that?
The hair down here.
Oh, pubes.
I'm from Austria.
What is the hardest English word for you to pronounce?
I would say muscles or like muscles.
Muscles, yeah.
Muscles.
Oh, muscles.
Yes, muscles.
Word for you to pronounce? Joyce.
Apple Joyce. Orange Joyce.
What is the hardest English word for you to pronounce?
Arrived.
What's that?
Arrived at London.
Arrived. Where are you from?
I'm from Italy.
What is the hardest English word for you to pronounce?
I think scissors.
What?
Scissors.
Scissors? She's hers.
She's also.
Oh, scissors.
I got a real kick.
That's great.
I got a kick out of that, man.
Yeah.
I didn't think I would enjoy that as much as I did.
Yeah, I guess I never realized American Dude has some harder words.
Oh,
than other
yeah.
people. So I think Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire, yeah.
Worcestershire sauce.
Actually, people say it differently, but that's how I say it. Yeah.
Yeah, refrigerators, especially for the people in Japan, they had a hard time with refrigerator. So I enjoyed that bit a lot, man. So shout out to what's his name, Mr. Allen the Dude on Instagram for doing that. I'm gonna be checking that out more often.
I feel like that's just a guessing game that you play with yourself now. Like, can I figure out what they're saying in this moment?
Yeah. It's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 16. I'll get y'all out of here on this real quick. We did a little Judge John Lopez earlier. And here are a few throwback clips of a real judge, Judge Judy, where the defendants were, I guess, just making their day so much easier.
Certainly you have to have all the stuff fixed in the car.
Yes.
Certainly the windshields.
Yes.
Did you have them fixed?
No, I did not.
And
His car doesn't even run.
He what?
His car doesn't even, like, it hardly works. That's why he doesn't drive his car. It's not because of the windshields or because the windshields are broken.
It hardly runs, but so he could run it with a busted windshield?
No, I'm just saying, like, that's why he doesn't drive his car. Is not because of what I did. I mean, what he said.
You slipped.
Yikes.
You slipped.
Tell me. Oh, my God. So glad we did this case first today.
They got one more real quick. Here's, again, Judge Judy, somebody just making their day way too easy.
$.
Like what? Give me what was stolen.
My wallet.
What was in your wallet?
It was $50.
Okay.
I had to replace all my IDs. I had gift cards in there, my earpiece, and a calculator.
There was no earpiece in there, ma'am.
I never saw an earpiece in my own.
Judging for the plaintiff for the amount of $500. That's what I think it's worth, madam. Goodbye.
Man,
that's so good.
Made her job so much easier.
That's so good.
There's no earpiece in there, ma'am.
I checked thoroughly when I was stealing it.
I was looking at everything.
The other girl kind of cracked me up too. Like, no, it wasn't drivable when I hit, or when he said I hit the car.
Yeah.
Allegedly when I hit.
Yeah.
The other guy just flat out said, it was nothing in there when I checked.
Another fantastic edition of the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. Every weekday is when you catch the segment. And if you see something out in the world that you believe to be mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media. The Fig is where you.
Or if you see a pelvis in the back of an Uber.
Yeah. Also, hit Figgy is the person who you let know if you see something in an Uber that should not be there.
Take a picture of it.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, remember yesterday I was talking about the 100 days till the NFL season piece that the ESPN put together, ESPN staff?
Yes.
I want to take you through their 10 bold predictions for the season.
I thought you were going to go through 99 days.
I mean, we can do that too. I just don't know if we have the time to do that before we check in with the fellas. We'll do all that next.
All right, let's talk about
And West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, Mr. Big Voice Man. We are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun Wednesday show here. Getting ready to hand off to the fellas of the drive here in a moment. Now, Lopez, earlier we were doing the thing where we tried to imagine what that move would look like for the Texans, the big all-in move. That it was a big wow move, I think is the way that you had termed it.
Yeah.
That would look a lot like what the Rams or the Patriots had done in days earlier. One of the names that you threw up there was, would a Brandon Ayuk deal do something for you?
Yeah.
Apparently, no, it shouldn't, as the Santa Clara County District Office issued a warrant for the arrest of San Francisco 49er wide receiver Brandon Ayuk on a misdemeanor charge of exhibition of speeding.
Exhibition of speeding.
I don't know what that means.
How is that different from, speeding?
I'm just assuming that when somebody issues an arrest warrant for you, that means that it's not good.
It's not.
That's not like drag racing, is it?
Apparently, the warrant is in reference to the video that he posted in December in which he appears to tape himself from the driver's seat posted over 40, or rather, going 40 miles over hour posted. So, okay, so there. Wait, I didn't
social media.
I didn't know you could get got for speeding like that.
That's what I just realized.
Yeah.
Wait, you could get got for posting video of you speeding like this?
So they didn't catch him speeding, but they saw the video of him speeding,
and they can hang you up behind that. I didn't realize
they issued a warrant.
That's crazy talk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy that he was doing it. Let's be honest.
Sure.
No, I didn't know. So if I decide, I'm not going to do this, but if I decided to speed down Westheimer and be on Instagram Live or something showing it,
I'm guessing
I could get in trouble for that.
It sounds like, well, I don't know how much HPD has the time to be doing to get into you about that. But I imagine if you were doing something that was like reckless speeding, which of course 40 miles over is, they could, I guess. That's what I'm learning. If you are a legal expert of any sort, if you have a JD, hit us up on the text line, 713-572.
I thought that was like a catch me if you can type deal.
Okay,
right.
So I'm actually kind of starting to go to the other side on this. you can get arrested for a lot of things based on your social media posts.
You don't think it sticks?
I think it will stick. I know in my, a lot of times some corrupt, dishonest fishermen will post pictures of fish that, are over the limit or don't, or should not be caught. They get arrested. They get cited anyway.
I was about to say arrested.
Yeah, they get cited.
Yeah, okay. But a reminder, stop dry snitching, right? Like, especially with all this social media. Don't be snitching on yourself. Don't be telling on yourself, man.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to be out here actively doing things that are illegal or illicit or whatever, man. Stop putting that in front of everybody because them people can come get you about it, apparently. So, yeah, somebody said same as a video of offing someone. Well, yeah, that one
that's a little different.
That one a little different.
That's why I used the fishing one.
So I wonder if you do, record yourself running a stop sign.
Right.
Like, would they come looking for you?
I think they
if
could.
That video was on.
How menial, for lack of a better way of saying it, how moderate of a crime can they come get you behind posting yourself on social media? That's the question that I would like to ultimately get to.
Running a stop sign is an interesting one.
Yeah, I feel like you might have found a nice, interesting threshold here. If I am,
but I stopped back then, then I went, and then I accelerated.
Oh, now we're doing the California jackknife. We're doing all this. Gosh, that's
interesting. I'm gonna try to keep my ear to the streets on this one.
Yeah.
All right, 832. Yes, you can be charged and arrested for posting videos on social media of yourself committing crimes.
Yeah. I started thinking about it, and I agree.
Which crimes of a certain magnitude.
No, I understand. I see some dudes posting guns and stuff and get arrested. I understand that part, but I didn't think that they could get you for speeding.
I'm gonna go speed through a school zone and take a video, and we're gonna see if the
you do that
comes against me.
Yeah, you do
Let me know what happened.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody said liable for videoing yourself committing a crime and posting it. Come on. Yeah, but again, it is.
But it's
it is
not
the
just the
particular
crime
that we're
though.
talking about here.
Like, can you do that running a stop sign?
Right.
And are they gonna put a warrant out for your arrest?
Well, Brandon Ayuk will give us some level of insight into this. We'll see how that goes. But yes, Brandon Ayuk finding new levels of sadness for the circumstances. I'll take you through a couple of these because a couple days ago, ESPN put out their 100 days to the 2026 NFL season post, in which they had predictions, nuggets, so on and so forth. I wanted to take you through some of the bold predictions that they had in here and see which ones that you like, that you don't like, so on and so forth. All right. So the first one we had talked about a little bit, the possibility that the Ravens will be the last undefeated team in the NFL this season.
I haven't gone through everyone's schedule, so this is one where I'm just going to have to take their word for it because my first guess would not be Ravens, but I'm guessing they have a light early schedule.
Ravens' schedule takes them, it's funny, they have the Eagles week 1 at home.
Oh, well.
Then they go on the road to the Vikings early on in what I imagine will be the Kyler Murray tenure. They have the Commandos, the Colts. Or sorry, no, those are preseason games. Apologies. I should be able to read this correctly. You go Colts, Saints, Cowboys. Stop me when you hear a team that you go.
Cowboys might.
Cowboys maybe, okay, week 3. And that's on the road in Dallas. Oh, no, sorry, that's Rio de Janeiro. That's the Brazil game. Forgot about that. Titans, Falcons, Browns, Bengals.
That's what it is. It's a schedule. It's a
and
schedule.
Then Bills week 8. Yeah, like they get pretty deep into this before they get like teams that you really go, hey man, playoff teams, those so on and so forth. So that's interesting. All right. Kyler Murray wins comeback player of the year.
Ooh. I don't mind this.
You'd have to really like what they're doing with Kevin O'Connor. He has weapons.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison.
I don't mind this one at all, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm in with that one as well. I was like,
that's not that bold. Yeah.
It doesn't feel crazy bold, but I appreciate it. All right, but how about this? Oh, okay. This I was about to say. Abdul Carter recording at least 12 sacks.
I don't know how I feel about that one. I think it could go either way. Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, they do have a lot of guys. That would be big just because there's a lot of dudes who feel like they could, between Arvell Reese and Abdul Carter and Kayvon Thibodeau and who's the other
Burns.
one? Yeah, Brian Burns.
15 sacks last year.
Yeah, there's a lot of dudes that they would have to be splitting this.
Yeah, maybe that's a little bolder.
Patrick Mahomes winning his 3rd MVP.
That's not bold.
You don't think so?
No.
Coming off of the injury
I like what I say it kind of scares me, but I like what the Chiefs have been doing.
That can't be bold.
Yeah.
Lions last to first in the NFC North.
That's not that bold either. Well,
with the way looks,
that's a tough division, man.
Mm-hmm.
How did they slip to last?
Yeah.
I don't think were they last.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, man.
That was a tough division, man.
They had to fire a coordinator.
Yeah.
In the midst of all of that,
You had three.
They must have let the Vikings sneak past them. I didn't know they were last.
Yeah.
And then let me see. Fernando Mendoza, I think you're sold on that.
I am sold on that. Yeah,
Caleb
I think
Williams
he
will win the NFL MVP award.
Ooh. Pretty bold.
That one feels. But
yeah.
if you were really liking what Ben Johnson did year one, it seems like the lights will be on them, and he'll have Caleb Williams a couple of really big opportunities to have the narrative sell on the MVP season.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that turns out. But an interesting look at the season that is less than 100 days away. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us an opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas. It's Clint. It's Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
Not much, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Fun day.
Fun day.
A lot going on.
Another OTAs, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, more OTAs.
They really like what C.J. Stroud is doing now.
I was listening to you earlier.
Here we go.
And I've been thinking about this. And this is because I do this to Clint, too. I do think Clint comes to the table a little bit more with, like, Clint's in a way down on CJ, which many are. How come that just can't be? Why is the now? Because he didn't say now, and none of them said now. I think I recall someone saying CJ's gonna be back. CJ's back. That's close. But Will didn't say now. He said he's they can control the offense. He's doing,
like I think Caserio.
Caserio said this is the best
spring
since he's been here.
Since he's been here.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's his fourth year. Like that's not a weird. It just seems like
it just hit funny.
It's some spaces. It hit funny because it feels like for it to hit.
I hear what you're going for.
Like it's just like
the challenge that they clearly put up himself and D'Amico Ryans to go into the spring is I think the thing that gets me there.
But I just think it just seems like with CJ, anything that can be said can be turned into a negative towards him if you want it.
Well, that's fair, but
it could. It's not weird that a guy in his fourth season, coming off the season he had, came in, and I don't know how that is that. I mean, you could perceive it as a bad thing, or it must have been really bad last year, or just like, hey, my man really coming in and looks good in his fourth year.
No, that's fair. Except as we pointed out when we talked about this at noon. It's not just this is the only thing that's been said. It's been multiple players saying that he's really, you should see him now kind of thing. It's been Caserio. It's been the this year thing that Caserio and
CJ
he has
said this year too. This is the length of the time that they're guaranteed to be here. So it's not
just like if this were the only thing, it's like, hey, cool. But it's like several things over the last several weeks where people are really trying to portray him as.
That's what I'm saying. When you hear this, because I think Clint is this way, Hill's going to speak for himself in a second.
Yeah.
Do you feel like they're trying to push upon a narrative that, man, he's come back?
I don't know if they're trying to push a narrative. I think they really believe it. But prior to that, it makes you wonder. Okay, so they're all kind of pushing in the same direction of like he's really doing now. It just makes you wonder when you look at all the different sources, talking about this, what was going on in the past?
Yeah.
And plus, beyond that, we had heard things, and we'd seen things, from the facial expressions to the body language to the struggles to the trying to do too much. So to me, it's not just, Nick Caserio said this. It's he said this on top of this and this and this and this and this,
Yeah, for me, it was like it was clear that they felt he had made a big step up, right? Because I hear what you're saying. It doesn't mean that previously it was negative.
Why was it clear that
because
from his words,
I think that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans both were very clearly challenged C.J. Stroud to have a very strong spring, and then they come out as like, oh man, this spring, this spring has been notable.
Reg,
right?
honest to God, I think we could go back to tape last year and hear them say similar things about C.J. Stroud.
Maybe.
Having control, had a great offseason, had a great I think they have said a lot of the same things. I don't know.
The context obviously is still that you saw what happened at the end of last year. Like that's also always going to be a part of the decision making matrix. So how we read and how we hear all of this.
Clint's pondering.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know really what the exact question is, but like I think it's very clear that they are trying to, they started out with the whole we just need to buy in, we just need to take ownership, and now all of a sudden it's and not all of a sudden, I don't mean it negatively, but now the messaging has moved to, boy, what we're seeing in terms of command, we can see it. That's which I think that is a major step for this offense. I mean, the fact that, whether you believe it or not, coming from this group is to y'all's point, maybe they said some very similar things last year. Whether you believe it or not, come from this group, because this is a group that'll stroke a guy and say all the right things and use the media to maybe make them feel good. But yeah, I told Ron yesterday. I mean, there's nothing anybody can say that's going to make me feel good or bad. Either way about C.J. Stroud, I want to see it.
Yeah.
It's about what do we see when we're at practice. What do we hear? We should be able to go to practice on that when they start training camp. Maybe even in the mini camp. We should be able to go to practice, and we should hear C.J. Stroud constantly directing traffic and with as much emphasis as they put on communication over the last season, off season. We should hear over communication, and the loudest voice should be C.J. Stroud. That's more what I'm waiting on. Anybody can say whatever they want to say, and I do like hearing the general manager make it a point to say, I can see it, I can hear it, because that's what I'm looking to do, looking for myself. But yeah. I mean, they especially with CJ. I mean, they've done the stroke job in the media to make sure that he's handled with kid gloves has been, I think, consistent over the last couple of years.
Well, fellas, I want to make sure I get this in. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. I could save this for later, but I've been told I need to ask clothes sniffing.
Oh yeah.
What did I miss?
Well, I mean, we're going to eat the segment up, but I'm open for it.
I mean, we can do this tomorrow. I don't want to eat the segment.
No, you need to do it. Do you ever wear a shirt twice without washing it?
I mean, there are some instances if I need to, where I'll wear a shirt, but mostly it's a one-time, throw it in the wash.
Well, I think all of us mostly it's a one-time use. But if you've got a shirt laid on the end of your bed right there, and you for whatever reason you looking for a shirt, do you give it a sniff and make sure it's
how long you had
like laundry detergent?
How long have I had this shirt on today?
Yeah, how long you had that one on today?
Since I got ready, I'm gonna say about 9 o'clock.
You think you could see yourself taking that puppy off and then maybe throwing it on next Wednesday without washing it? Just taking it off, throwing it on the edge.
Luke did. That's where the whole conversation started. Luke did that, which is that's a bit aggressive. Wearing the same shirt to work a couple of days without washing. That's aggressive.
That's pretty aggressive.
Yeah,
it gravitated to.
Let's say,
have you ever sniffed a shirt that you knew wasn't out of the washer and put it back on?
Let's say you hit a church service. Let's say you get up on Sunday morning. I don't know what time your service will start. Let's just
and you wear it for a couple hours.
Let's say you go there at 10 o'clock, go to church, have your service, roll out, and then you come on home.
Oh, didn't do much in it. Hang it back up.
You hanging that bad boy back up?
Sometimes I'll hang it back up. Sometimes I'll hang a shirt back up.
Well, then I took it and said, I mean, I'll even grab a pair of drawers off the floor and smell them to see if they smell like laundry. If they smell like detergent, I'll throw them on. If they're funky, I throw them in the.
How did you manage to keep them smelling like detergent?
Well, I'll tell them like if I get up in the morning and I throw on a pair of clean drawers or whatever. Well, when I work out, my workout shorts are lined, so I don't work out in my drawers. So I'll throw them on the bench on the end of the bed. It may happen a time or two, and I may not throw them back on. Well, come a couple of days later, I pull the old drawer open. My drawer, I ain't got no clean drawers folded up, so I'm like, well, damn, what am I going to do? I think they might be all right. Hit that old snip. Oh, yeah, them good. Boom, throw them on and roll. And that's where Ron checked out, completely checked out the car.
That's the day he just realized he didn't have no drawers.
I sniffed a pair of socks too. I may or may not have done that yesterday.
I keep them emergency pair of underwear in my backpack.
That was my thing. I got an emergency grip of underwear that I don't wear frequently. That if I ain't got nothing else, I can wear them.
Like how often do you hit the emergency?
Exactly.
Like I'm not saying you never do. But like how often? Like, there's been some times where, man, we've had softball, we got basketball, man, and you ain't got none of this. I
don't have the responsibility. I'm just lazy.
And maybe some days that built on you, and you come home and you set it down, and maybe we didn't miss laundry for a couple of days.
Yeah.
But dang, I mean, I probably get to the here goes the emergencies. They're just a little tighter than I want them to be.
Yeah.
I probably get to those twice a year.
Yeah. Yeah,
I got a couple times.
If you see me twice a year, I'm a couple
You're
times
every
a
time
month.
out. Yeah. you're running out of gas like you're running out of draws.
If you look over here and I'm in my waistband, I'm stretching this old waistband and pulling these old legs down. I didn't snag the tight pair that I knew wasn't going to all like left. But yeah, Reg, I mean, the strength. Here's the thing that I think is different about Ron. Ron's got a designated laundry day. Like I've never lived in a household where I've had a designated laundry day.
Really? I've got to be honest. I'm also not like we just when we need to do laundry, throw it in there.
So it's I can see where Ron may not run out of draws.
Yeah,
every Wednesday they're washing clothes. That ain't happening.
You got a clan in there too. Like you can't afford to just go willy-nilly into washing clothes.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't sniff near as much if I had a designated day.
Hey, them puppies get washed.
You're probably right.
Hey, you go in that laundry room though. There may be 4 baskets that's just getting picked picked out.
Have we talked to Lo about this? Do we need to institute a laundry day?
Oh, she's aware of it. She's disgusted. She's disgusted.
I bet Lo. I think Lo has a laundry day in her head.
No,
maybe he's not
these kids are really. It's rough on Lo.
Ours is just whenever the hamper's full. I mean, it's whatever day that is.
Ours is right now is whenever. When I don't help as much as I should, but really it's whenever Mama's got time.
Gotcha.
And usually that's the kids' loads go first.
Yeah.
And another one. I mean, I take the pajamas off the girls, and unless they just ate avocado and got green crap all over the front of it, I put it right back in that clean drawer.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they're going to wear that one again.
Yeah.
No, not Mama. They are wrong side out in the clothes hamper.
It's like all the shedding that happens when you sleep.
No, I find me a pair of socks or something, find a pair of their socks or something on the floor. Hey, give me a snip. Oh, yeah, them clean. Boom. Roll them up, put them right back in their drawer. We ain't washing them. You know how many mornings when I get them kids ready?
Washing them.
You know how many mornings when I get them kids ready? How many 2-year-olds' feet are sweating? She yanks her shoes off every time she gets in a damn car anyway.
But they walk around like little ragamuffins rolling in dirt and
ragamuffins.
Lopez.
I ain't never heard
Lopez. Again, you hit the sniff, and if it's good, boom, it's going back. You know how many times I've gotten them little crumb snatchers dressed, and I am searching a house looking for a pair of black socks or gray socks. Yeah. Every damn time, damn near. Nope, I'm gonna put me a little stash.
See, my solution is I would have a metric bleep ton of black socks.
No, I'm with you. Every time I get them dressed, I don't vocalize it because I don't want my wife to hear it. But I'm like, why do we not have 40 pair of black socks in the 2 rows? And why do we not have 40 pair of black tights?
I'm with you.
And 4,000 just plain colored T-shirts. I don't need horses. I don't need flowers. I don't need the town they were last in. Just a colored T-shirt to throw on with some shorts and some tights.
I think we struck a nerve.
I think that's how we do it.
Because I can't put on like pink tights with a purple and blue shirt. I'm like, I got a quarter. Yeah, man, I can't walk out with my kid. Nah.
Text line coming through. Here's a few. Clint just put on some swim trunks. I bet Ron uses his wife draws.
What?
I bet your wife hasn't appreciated any of your gifts you've given her for Mother's Day or Christmas or birthday because you're a thoughtless person.
Whoa!
Was Ron raised by white folks like the movie Blind?
What that mean? What?
Like, listen again.
Wait, black folks can't clean?
Ron says, I think this is too Americans. I said, I don't know, man. I showered with a bunch of brothers back in my time.
Listen, and maybe it's the Southern thing, but I don't know a lot of dirty black folks.
I was like, what? Black folks can't
I mean, I'm just going. I'm sure Figgy is listening somewhere around here. I don't know a lot of Listen, my dad might not.
Are we defining dirty here?
I'm just
just in general.
One thing I can tell you is,
like to say that I was raised to say that
there's some dirty white folks, there's some dirty blacks, there's some dirty Mexicans out there. Boy, it is.
I'm not saying there ain't.
I'm
not saying there aren't any dirty black folks. I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
My experience. There. Listen, may not have much,
but we got that.
But that. My dad had my ass up I didn't even live with him. Yeah. My dad had my ass up every Sunday. Get your ass up. We in there cleaning that whole house for 2 hours.
Yes.
Then I had to go back to Teresa's house and do the same damn thing.
Yeah.
Let that hamper run over. Let a piece of drawers hanging over that hamper one time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's one of the worst insults you can get is being called musty.
No. I don't know about. I don't know. Like that may be a weird thing. Maybe it's a Southern thing. I don't know.
I would.
Maybe,
We did.
Maybe it's
I didn't think it was.
It might be a Baytown
Maybe
thing.
it's a Baytown thing because I'm
It's not. It's not.
Hey, bro. Hey,
It's
bro.
not.
Hey, black folks do laundry, clean, and everything.
That takes a Dirty Bay to a whole new level.
Yeah, I didn't think the Old Dirty and the Dirty and Old Dirty Red was in that phase.
Hey, look here.
That was-
Look here.
I'm not saying.
I'm gonna go 75% of what I showered with every day was absolutely would sniff a T-shirt at least. I mean, you kidding me? Absolutely.
All right.
No matter what their ethnicity was.
Yeah, I ain't saying ain't no dirty one, but I'm just saying I ain't run across a lot of.
No, you're
that's
right.
a household of like, hey man, we ain't gonna stink. Tell you that much.
I appreciate you getting me
I
caught up.
tell you the other thing. I ain't seen no super clean big man either back in the day. You must have been the cleanest big man I ever been
I
around.
don't know, man. I feel like there a lot of big men go over the top with
Because they know.
their cleanliness.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah.
they know they
They-
sweat.
Yeah.
A couple of my linemen, they just
Again,
threw a towel in.
The big man towel? That big man towel.
Yeah, they carry a towel.
That big man towel.
Shoot,
I think I might start carrying a big man towel around, man. With the summer coming.
Yeah.
I forgot to put on deodorant one time when I went to church. Boy, she almost killed me.
I see the trauma in your eyes.
It's this. This is a lot of black parents. You sitting out there embarrassing the hell out of me.
Oh, yeah.
You represent me, and now everybody out here think that I don't get you deodorant.
Yeah.
And your stinky ass in here standing up this whole time. Got in that car set right behind her. She couldn't get to my ass. She couldn't get. I ain't give you this angle. I'm sitting my ass. Well, I knew when I was in trouble. I was going to sit right behind you.
All right, fellas. Have a wonderful show. Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
For Thursday.
You ain't sniffing no drawers?
Not
Your
right
own?
now.
It's the first thing he's going to do when he gets home.
Yeah, I mean, if you got to, they sniff them before you wash them, man. You may save 2 pairs.
No, look, deodorant or detergent rather. I got enough to pay for that detergent. I'm gonna wash all of them. If I gotta wash them again, I will.
Fair.
In fact, I'm gonna go do some laundry right now and listen to the best damn afternoon drive show in all of Houston, Texas. Right now, the drive is live.
I had the drive is live text line coming. Ain't no way Larry Allen was dirty. Ain't no way.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'll tell you a quick story. Larry Allen. I don't know how dirty his draws was or not, but I guarantee you I see him do some things the equivalent of sniffing draws. But Larry Allen spit his dip in the floorboard of his car and drove around town in a Ferrari. So tell me again. I'm gonna tell you
that's nasty. That ain't dirty though. Was he dirty?
No, well, I mean, we're gonna really get real. I'm telling you, that's dirty. That's nasty.
He's clean with his body.
That is significantly worse than picking up a pair of drawers coming off your ass and smelling and making sure they was cleaning out. That is nasty as hell. But
that's pretty nasty.
Let's hear. I'll be honest with you. Showered with a bunch of millionaires. Again, most of which, I guess, the longer I played, the more predominant it was to be with black dudes.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
$1 million will clean them up pretty quick. I'm gonna tell you.
They got cologne.
Look, I'm gonna tell you. My high school locker room, there wasn't a whole lot of joking about being ashy because there was a lot of ashiness. In that Cowboy locker room, boy, you mess around and let them ankles be ashy one time, boy, you will get smoked.
Your ass hard.
Yeah, so it was that $1 million would change the game. But coming up, yeah, there's some funky ones now.
Oh man, I don't know. That wasn't my experience right there. As we get through here, glory hole. As we get here on a Wednesday, a lot to get to. B. Scott. A little bit later on, we will not allow this to take over our conversation.
It's going on plus, man.
Yeah.
This is sniffing.
But now it's gotten tentacles now. Like my man said, what the hell? My man said Ron must have been raised by white folks. What?
like old boy off Blindside?
Like a Blindside. Like his ass was dirty. I bet you they go smell his big ass before he went over there. It might have been he might have started using Irish Spring when he got over there with Sandra Bullock and them, but he was trying to turn something over there with that. But no, man, a lot to get to. B. Scott coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, and a little stock up, stock down, Texans offense edition here. But day 2 of OTAs, and if you missed it, we'll hear a lot from Nick Caserio as he spoke. He gave his own personal update. We'll hear a little bit later on Tank Dale. And where he is. We discussed that a little bit yesterday. But, Clint, I know something for you that that you want to see improve and something that really stuck out to you day 2 after hearing D'Amico? And this is him talking about pre-snap communication and what they're doing to improve it. Here's D'Amico yesterday.
The most improvement I've seen from our team is the pre-snap communication offensively. Our defensive communication has been lights out. So we're way ahead of, again, where we've been in the past because of that communication. Us just playing smarter, being a smarter football team, understanding situations better. I feel like we're in a really good place right now.
That is, I think that's the number one place, just big picture, where this offense can improve. We talk about individuals and whether they have breakout years. We talk about the offensive line improvement. We talk about, C.J. Stroud, big moments. But the reality of it is that communication piece, it seems like, has been a topic of conversation on the offensive side of the ball since D'Amico got here. The defense does it really well. They're one of the best units in football, right? The offense can't seem to figure it out. And they struggle, whether with pressures or just communicating the offense across the board. They struggle, and so that piece of it, there is no doubt about it. That's where this offense can get better, and it's good. I hate hearing it again for the 4th year in a row about this communication thing.
It was a problem throughout the year. Last year, even late.
It has been. I mean, but it's expected when you got a rookie quarterback. It's expected when you have a bunch of injuries. You've got a lot of communication issues, and so I get it. I understand why it's there, but at some point, they got to figure this communication piece out on the offense. And if they can, again, game changer offensively.
Yep. So a lot to get to as we said here, hearing from a lot of folks, D'Amico, Nick Caserio, and company. As these things are rolling during OTAs. Coming up, you start to pit and look at yourself in terms of the Texans against other teams that you might have to face and you have to get past, particularly in the AFC. And the strength of the Texans clearly is that defense. And now everybody knows how good that defense is, and everybody is now going to have another year of tape to watch that dominant defense. What else do you think in the AFC potentially could give them problems? We'll look at that coming up next.
All right, look, are you looking to sell your home? Are you
to go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive here on a Wednesday. And look, we have talked a lot about this offense, and for good reason, because that is what the feeling is, what held this team back from potentially getting to a Super Bowl last year.
They're all fixable.
Held this team back from going through the next round, held this team back from a lot of things, and it's where the biggest questions are. And we clearly know that this defense is right now the hallmark of this team, and there are just great players and playmakers all over the place. But, Clint, I am certain around the league and around the AFC, teams are really looking at the Texans' defense and trying to figure out, all right, what are the best ways to attack this? How do we even a little bit more than other teams because of how dominant and how good they were? Damn sure Buffalo is looking at this hardcore when they play them in week one and understand what's going to happen to them with this defense the last couple of years. When you look at offenses around the AFC, we see New England just got more power. We see Buffalo has added to their team. We know Baltimore has been a problem for the Texans in this D'Amico era. The Bengals, we always know what they can bring to the table. The Jags really improved. Colts improved when they were healthy last year. Denver's added. Kansas City has added and has been one of the best offensive teams over the last several years. Who do you look at that potentially you think could give this defense problems?
I mean, I think there's multiple. When you start laying this out, and these are just the AFC teams, and we're leaving a couple off. I mean, Mike McDaniel out there with the Chargers is they got a chance to be pretty good. But when you look at it, boy, you think about the quarterbacks. We talked about the quarterbacks and the teams that the Texans face this year, but you start talking about the offensive skill along with the play callers and the quarterbacks. Boy, this is going to be a hell of a season to be a fan and watch. But look, I think this. I know it's not the Bills. I mean, say it however you want. D'Amico's clearly got Josh Allen's number, so I don't think it's the Bills. For me, Ron, it comes down to three teams. You mentioned one of them. You mentioned all of them, but you mentioned one of them, and the history is not good. The Ravens, I think it's the Ravens, the Bengals, and the Patriots. And might surprise you where I'm going to go here. I'm going to go with the Patriots. I heard the fellas a little earlier on in the loop having a conversation about the Randy Moss year with Tom Brady, and I understand that A.J. Brown is not Randy Moss, obviously. I understand clearly Drake May is not Tom Brady, but there is one piece that's there, or that's at least was an integral part of their success, and that's Josh McDaniel. And so I look at Drake May, Josh McDaniel, and A.J. Brown. Just those three, I think, pose the biggest threat to the Texans. It's crazy to think that, but we've seen these two teams match up. We've seen Drake May make plays with his legs. We've seen Drake May be ridiculously efficient, and now all of a sudden he and Josh McDaniels have a weapon to go out there and beat man coverage and play, for lack of better terms, almost sandlot football. That's going to be scary. I'm going to go with the Patriots on this.
Interesting. I hear you going with the Patriots, and I hear some of your reasoning. But when you think about this defense, and you've been able to watch it for 3 years, and we know more of it, and they've added some pieces. McDonald is going to be a different piece. Mm-hmm. Blankenship's going to be a different piece. But in your mind, when you think, all right, what is it that would give them problems? Like what? Because to me, the first thing is you have to have. To me, you got to have a dude at quarterback or a really big time, like offensive coach, play caller, game plan person. And when you have the combination of the two, that's the part that can get you. That's like the first thing that comes to my mind. But what do you think about that? You look at this defense, all right, there's some issues, but this is what you got to have to give them problems.
To give the Texans problems? Well, I think it's a play caller. I mean, you got to be prepared, and you got to have a plan. We saw New England. That's another part of why I went with New England is you saw them last year, and I know the game wasn't on the stretch for New England against our defense, but early on, boy, I mean, they were doing work with Demario Douglas, or what's Douglas's first name? The little slot receiver that caught the touchdown, but and Keyshawn Butte catching the touchdown. So now you add better receivers in there along with those guys. What is that going to look like? I think we've seen them defeat this defense in itself. I think the biggest piece is that play caller that can design and have confidence in beating this defense in whatever scenario that they're in. And I think Josh has it.
Yeah, because you know what they're going to do for the most part. Yeah. What the Texans are going to do. You got to have some dudes that can go and have the ability to make plays against another group of guys that are going to make plays. Yeah. And or, as you said, you got to have a coordinator that can do things to get you. Someone texted in, I think you got to have a really good run game to give this team some problems. Maybe.
If that's the case, the Bills and the Ravens are going to have the better chance against them. I don't.
Yeah, the Bills have run the ball against them pretty well. It still has not.
Well, here's the thing with the run game, and now the thing with the run game with D'Amico's defense and the way they're wired is, I mean, you could literally put 9 in the box. You can smother a team as well as anybody can smother. Talk about coverage guys that you have available to you now, and so I just. A good run team, they've got an answer for. And I think you're not going to have a good day against them, period. You're going to have opportunities. And when those opportunities present themselves, you've got to take full advantage of them. I.e., last year, you get cover 0 right out of the gate on the first or second drive, whenever that was, New England scored, and you get their slot receiver who's super twitchy matched up on Kalen Bullock, and boom, it's 6. Like that, those are the moments that you better be prepared, and you better have an answer. And I think Josh has shown the ability to have that. You go out there and you try to free willy that thing like Josh Allen does a lot of the time. It's going to be a long day for you.
Yeah. You're trying to free will it with, and hold on to the ball. Like, that's right. That's and being smart. That's why, like, over the years, you look at it, who's giving them problems, like. They played really well against this player, but Jared Goff, who's getting the ball out real quick a couple of years ago, kind of gave them, more issues than, even though Pat and Josh are better, hold the ball. And then obviously, if you got a cheat code like Lamar's dual threat ability to go along with the running back just gives them. That's so unique. Hell, it doesn't matter who they're. I mean, Rashad Bateman's their second best receiver. It doesn't matter because you have to defend so much and have to look at so many things with them. So, yeah, there'd be some teams out there that potentially give them issues, and it'll be interesting to see how teams decide to attack this Texans defense based off what they've been able to do the last couple of years. All right, coming up. It looks like the Astros last night reverted back to the May Astros. I mean, it had it all. I mean, I thought it was what? I thought it was May 2nd yesterday instead of June 2nd. Boy, everything that they did yesterday. I mean, it was a rough showing. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Oh no, we suck again.
C.J. Stroud addressed his contract situation after OTAs.
Yeah.
Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify. A benefits.
Sports Radio 610 presents.
CJ has really taken that step, man. He's been the commander back there.
I don't like what Will's doing here.
He did call him the commander.
Mills is the backup. We don't need that disrespect, and Will's better than this.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Pack it up, pack it in, let me begin. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin. I won't ever slack up, punk, you better back up. Try and play the role and you're the whole crew will act up. Get up, stand up, come on, throw your hands up if you got
No, they just probably better execution, but today we saw a perfect executed slider from Abreu, and Lowe keeps him fair, and it's a home run. It's just the game, right? They put good swings on them, and sometimes you just got to get ahead of hitters. If you're ahead of hitters, you could manipulate more of the at bat, and you could, find better ways to get people out. But that wasn't the case today.
Thanks, Joe, for your explanation on Mike Burrows, who we will get to here momentarily. That was, just when you think, all right, they've turned the corner from the bad baseball. They've turned the corner from the looking like, God, there's no hope. And then yesterday, Clint, everything that we saw, in May, the early part of the year, that you were just like, God, this team is not good. They did it all last night. As he talked about Mike Burrows, he gave up 5 runs in 5 innings. He didn't even get anything normally. Espada had to take him out. He walked 5. They walked 8 as a team. Walks were such a problem early in the year. Abreu or Brian Pena, he may be Brian Pena today, but Abreu, he imploded last night himself. One of the worst challenges I've ever seen from Brian Abreu. I mean, that ball damn near bounced in, and he challenged it. By the way, I thought they had a rule pitchers couldn't challenge, but Brian should get fined for that. And he was terrible. He gave up a 3-run homer. Sloppy defense. They had multiple errors, throwing the ball over the field. Yiner got back behind the plate, I think, again yesterday because they were running all over the place. They were 4 for 4 in steals. And then Jordan hit a home run. I mean, it was everything that we saw all year earlier in the year, and I thought they were beyond playing this level of baseball anymore.
It sucks.
Look, that was a rough watch, and especially for me after our conversation yesterday about Mike Burrows. Clearly, if he were pitching for his job, which John Lopez and you, I believe, think was the case, clearly he is done.
I think they all are. I think they all are pitching for all right, who's going to remain in here?
Yeah. I mean, look, but I think there's a point to be made. The walks and the home runs, that combination is not a good one, and it just seems like how long when guys are squaring him up constantly do you go, okay, they just gonna square his ass up. Now we might want to go a different direction.
And he might walk a couple in front of the squaring him up.
I think he's got a chance long enough for them to just swallow their pride, them being the brass with the Astros, swallow their pride and say, we just got that one wrong with Mike Burrows. If and when they're given the opportunity, we'll see if everybody can get back healthy in time to make that happen. But that was rough with him. And then look, I'm gonna show Abreu just a tad bit of grace because he'd been pretty good leading up to it. It seemed
Tyler's not ready to show Abreu any
he's
grace.
He's not ready.
Him right
it is a tough watch. I'll be honest with you. The walking guys is a tough watch. It's tough for me to sit up there and go, yeah, man, he made a good pitch and the guy just barreled it up and it just happened to leave the park. Even though that is kind of how it went down. It's still a tough watch when Abreu's struggling for me. But Mike Burrows, I mean, whatever you want to do with him is fine with me. But Abreu, I hope they should give him a little grace and show a little patience moving forward.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. Tyler's not having
all out of it.
Yeah, Tyler's all out of it. He had before his last 2 appearances, which he was very prevalent in the loss. Like he was a major part.
Yep.
This man is the reason for 2 losses, his last 2 appearances on a mound for the Astros.
He's a part of the reason.
Big part.
Mike would like a word.
That's fair, but big part.
Mike would like a word. But, yes, he was. But before that, he had, how many was it in a row, Tyler? We looked at it before.
9er?
Yeah, 9 appearances in a row. He hadn't given up a run, and he hadn't given up, obviously home runs, and the walks were down a bit. So he had 9 in a row, like he was getting back to himself. And then he's just stunk it up the last 2. So you
fool again.
You definitely don't know if it's anything like it was earlier in the year. I feel like they're going to just keep using him, and we'll see. And potentially as he get his spot in front of Josh Hader. But yeah, that was the challenge. Was the worst part of it. I just don't even know what the hell he was thinking. And I gotta, as Clint would say, I gotta meet him at the steps.
Oh, Joey.
Like we've had somebody. Omar, or whoever, somebody meet him at the steps. Hey man, we've had a conversation here, guys. Pitchers don't challenge. I mean,
let's be honest. We got a bunch of dudes that tend to challenge that have no business. Cam Smith shouldn't challenge pitches at the plate.
Yeah,
Abreu damn sure shouldn't tap the hat from the mound.
He's fallen so far off to the side. How the hell do you know where that ball is?
That's right. I mean, we got a few guys that tend to tap that hat pretty quick that don't have any business doing it.
But yeah, but back to I think the point that you talked about out of this is like that Mike Burrows. They've got to look long and hard at what they're going to do moving forward as we know Hunter Brown is close. Again. To me, if we are seeing if it was really injury related with Christian Javier, and we start to see a different version of him because one, they have invested a good amount of money in him, and he is for the most part has been a quality pitcher for the Astros when he's healthy. You just can't. I mean, as you said, man, you can't sit there and look at him and say, "Oh, man, he's going to walk somebody. Somebody might square him up for a hit," and it feels like the homer's coming. It just feels like it. You just hope going into the game it's solos.
Yeah.
It feels like, and it is insane how often he's able to give up home runs. But that's got to be the big thing to me right now. It is hard. I said it yesterday, and I'm thinking about that again as I was watching it. It is hard for me to say, Pete, man, I want you to be a lone reliever now.
Well, it got more difficult last night.
Okay. Pete Lambert, I need you to be a lone reliever for me now, man, because we got to keep Mike. We got to run Mike out here every. That part is hard.
He's drifting further and further from Pete and K-Way Tang. He's drifting further and further from that. I don't know how Joe can continue to talk about how good the stuff is when it just consistently gets squared up.
Yeah, text line coming in. The lack of leadership on this team. Where are they all? Are they all injured?
Kinda. Altuve,
Correa, Altuve. I mean, it's Hunter.
Hunter's probably developing in that.
Hunter's leading the hell out of that damn Sugarland team right now. He's got them guys down there rolling. Again, man, I watched this, and I know hey, man, he's not putting himself there. There was a point in the game where the Astros had a chance to open up the lead. They had the lead. They had a 3-2 lead to open up the lead, and you get your 5-place hitter up. Guys on the pond.
OTT?
And who used to be through the years, who used to be a 5-place hitter for the Astros? I mean, we're talking
Correa?
I mean, Tucker was in the 5 spot for a while.
Hughley was in that 5 spot a bit, wasn't he?
Hughley was in the 5 spot. I know Correa hit 7th for a whirl there on one of those teams. I mean, they used to maybe
Evan Gaddis.
Maybe Jordan hitting in the 5 spot. Now you got Taylor Trammell. Yeah. Just really life comes at you real fast right there. Here we go. Got our 5-hole hitter up. Ducks on the pond. Who we got? The leadoff hitter from the Space Cowboys coming up in here to roll through.
Let's go.
All right. So we'll see. Spencer Getty, who is the pitcher of the month. There is good news there. He is the AL pitcher of the month. He gets the ball tonight. Tonight should be fun. If Spencer Getty continues to pitch the way he has against Paul Skeens, who might be the most talented pitcher in the game, that will be a fun one tonight. Hey, I wanted to get you guys' thoughts on this. We all know about the big move that occurred with Myles Garrett getting traded again, when we talk about, when you tell us, oh no, man, the Texans don't make moves and make trades.
Ain't nobody got nobody like Texas A&M.
Matthew Stafford's getting $55 million a year. I don't know what Adams is getting, but he's getting money. I know Puka just got paid. They just been paid the highest corner in the sport, right? That's more than what Derek Stingley is getting. That's what they gave. They gave Trent McDuffie, and then they gave his ex-teammate the other side, the other corner. They gave him big money as well. And Watson, they got money across the offensive line. And then they went and traded for Myles Garrett. I just want you to somehow. But even within that, on Pat McAfee, this was Pat McAfee talking about that trade. He reached out to one Aaron Donald. Here's Pat McAfee from his show discussing the potential of Aaron Donald being a part of this Rams team.
So we reach out to Aaron Donald, okay? I reach out to Aaron Donald. And I would like to say, according to source, it for sure got me thinking. Okay? Me and Aaron Donald don't text on a regular basis. I'm not acting like me and Aaron Donald are like best friends. Okay? We all saw him push me off the seat down.
Yep. He said he's thinking about it. Said he's thinking about potentially. How real you think that is? How real? Aaron Donald, 35, by the way, saying if he said if he's got it, he's got to see if he can really light the fire back up.
Yeah.
But it is something that is really intriguing with Myles.
I think it's very real given who we're talking about. We're not talking about some cat that's got an extra layer right now because he's been in the streets. You know, there's workout videos where he is clearly in as good a shape. Maybe not straight up D-line NFL shape as he was, but he is in great shape.
I remember the start of last year. Who's the cat they traded for Myles Garrett?
Verse.
Yeah, Jared Verse couldn't hang with him.
Yeah.
Couldn't hang with him on the workout.
Yeah, I mean, so you're talking about that guy, and you're talking about the Rams where he's already won one, and you're talking about it's very clear what the Rams are doing. It's not like he's sitting at home going, well, is this organization for real or not? Talking about going all in to win a championship. Clearly, if he were to come back, he would play with one of the greatest defensive ends to ever do it. Definitely the best that's currently active.
Was pretty good the last time he
Yes,
with Von Miller.
With a quarterback that's hanging on just to win, a Super Bowl favorite according to Vegas. And so I think if it's ever likely that a guy comes back out of retirement, it's a one that's 35 years old that is literally joining a team that is there is zero doubt what they're doing.
Let's say, hey man, just hold down these third downs.
Just see it, man. I see it. I mean, first half of the year, first half of the season, man, we just get spot play from you.
I mean, Clint, they got Myles Garrett, Byron Young, Braden Fisk, Poona Ford, who gave up that jersey, and Kobe Turner. We got to talk with Kobe Turner and Byron Young ourselves at the Super Bowl.
Yep.
And then now Aaron's in there thinking about adding himself.
Yep. That would be nasty. But when you're doing stuff like that, I mean, you can talk that caliber player out of retirement.
Yep, and he's always obviously they have the rights to him when he retired. But damn, to just roll back in here, I bet you he saw Myles Garrett. He said, "You know what? God, dog, they had one more person over there. One more. I might give me a second ring out here." Yeah, that normally I wouldn't say because he's been it's been a few years that he's been out. I don't know, boy. Him to come out and say that and as you said, he looks the part.
Yeah.
Like we've talked about this with JJ before. I feel like JJ was half serious, but you could see JJ was doing other things.
Yeah.
Aaron's out here just lifting weights in his foundation.
Yeah. Looks like he can still play.
Yeah.
What's this? This is only he's been gone 1 year, right?
No, it's been a couple of years.
Has it been 2?
It's been at least a couple. At least a couple of years. All right, coming up, Caserio spoke with Payne and Pendergast earlier today. He gave his own update on Tank Dell. We'll let you hear that. And he echoed something we heard from D'Amico Ryans the other day. And I'm wondering, Clint, does this mean that we should have different expectations about what they keep talking about at OTAs. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, Hurricane Preparedness Day is Saturday, June 6th. That's this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Generator Supercenter in Tomball. Stop by, grab some barbecue, meet with the experts.
flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Caserio seems to have a massive Italian brain.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Andy, boy, he's got his full Pittsburgh Pirates joint on, baby. Championship years. I think that's the We Are Family Pirates right there.
That's an old hat.
That's old school right there. About that. There you go. All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. 1 hour in the books as we have a good time, good things set up coming up here. A little stock up, stock down, and in the 4 o'clock hour, 4:40, Brandon Scott will join us. We'll have some fun chopping things up with B. Scott coming up here in just a bit. If you did miss it earlier today, right here on Sports Radio 610, Payne and Pendergast, they were joined by the general manager, commercial free, baby, joined by the general manager, 7:30, as Nick Caserio sat down with the fellas, and pretty good today. A few things he had to say. If you want to listen to it in its entirety, you can go check out the podcast page and find things there on the Odyssey app. But I did want to give an update because we talked about Tank Dell, who did not perform in OTAs, but he gives his thoughts. Remember, there's OTAs right now, then there's mandatory minicamp, and then there'll be some time, and they will then look at a training camp after that. Here is Nick Caserio on his update on Tank Dell.
Yes, I would say more than likely it'll probably be in training camp. We have about, I don't know, however many days left here in the spring, but there's certain things that he's able to do. He's done some things on the field, maybe separately, kind of off to the side. I think the goal is training camp. So we'll kind of see if he stays on schedule. But, nobody's worked harder. Nobody's had a better attitude. Talking about a player that hasn't played football in, almost 18 months or however long it's been. But, his attitude, his approach, he's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and wants to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that we're taking care of him and doing the right things and putting him in a position where he can go out there and be the best version of himself. So I would say training camp seems like a reasonable time frame in terms of his availability in terms of next steps.
All right, training camp is what he said, and I think that's kind of what we talked about yesterday is if we don't see that he is back at training camp, then that's to me where the concern starts. And the way he said it there too, like that's the goal, that's the hope he's back at training camp. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes he just has a way of saying things that makes you wonder if I don't know we're sure or not.
Yeah,
but
so you probably get tired of skirting around reality. I mean, here's the deal: is that when you look at Tank Dell and what he's been through, it is a long shot that he comes back and is a better version of himself, like an older version of what we once saw. Like it is a long shot that's what we see anyway. And now you start adding, okay, there's no OTAs. The offseason is spent on the side field and not really doing a whole lot with your team, which he may be behind closed doors running routes on air with the team. I don't know, but you would think he'd probably get a little bit of that in practice if indeed he was. But boy, if we're not looking at Tank Dell coming back and getting a full training camp, if we all of a sudden start looking, well, midway through camp, we're going to get him in there and we'll ramp him up a little bit, and this ramp up, obviously runs through the preseason and leans into the regular season, you do wonder, like, how good does he have to be to even crack the top 4 or 5 guys on this team, right? I mean, that's the reality of it. It's going to take him time to get there. And if he can get there before the season starts, then maybe he can crack the top 4 or 5. If this is a ramp-up period into the season, I mean, you got a solid – now I think you lack weapons. I think you lack explosiveness. I think you lack twitch. but you've got a solid group of wide receivers that you can depend on at 5 or 6 deep.
I mean, you got Nico, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, Hutchinson.
Yep.
Forget about Justin Watson. Then you start rolling into, after that, Jared Wayne, who Tank's trying to avoid, Josh Kelly.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's Bond. And I'm not going to read.
Yeah, no, I think he's in that five area. I mean, can he get there? That's the thing, is can he get back early enough to where they can say, okay, this is a guy that's going to, like, I mean, can he get back to where he can take some of Xavier Hutchinson's reps, when everybody's healthy, where he can take some reps from Xavier Hutchinson? I mean, can he get to that point in time to earn reps and earn a spot to get back on the field, or does he get caught up in that cycle of, okay, it's regular season, now we're not really practicing, we're trying to just stay healthy, we're damn sure not introducing new guys into the it's not a priority anyway, introducing new guys into the starting rotation. So how does that slow him down if he doesn't make it? He's got to, Ron, as Nick Caserio said, they're hoping to, he's got to be ready early, if not day of, early training camp to give himself a real shot, I think.
I do wonder if this is just ultra just conservative nature with how they're treating him, and they're just being overly cautious, or is this a deal of like, no, he's still not hitting certain benchmarks that we need him to hit to be able to get on the field? Because again, I mean, they're not hitting.
Yeah.
I mean, they're running routes. We'll see, maybe a mandatory minicamp they'll be in pads or something, but they're not hitting. Brevin Jordan is involved in a lot of different things that they're not hitting. So it is a wonder. This is such just being so the situation which you would understand, or is it really like? Yeah, I think if he isn't there if he returned the middle of training camp, then he didn't hit something. Right there, it's more than just being cautious.
Well, the cautious thing is an interesting one given where he is. I believe this is year 4 for him, and I believe it's last year. Yeah. It's a contract year, right? So you wonder of like where do you sit around and say, well, I'm going to be conservative, I'm going to get all the way back healthy, and then where do you draw the line to, all right, I got to get on the field and give myself the best chance to perform well, at least show that I'm healthy and I can contribute to an NFL team so that they even consider looking at my past highlights. Like he's got to get out there and show that at some point, because what you risk is, again, you get caught up in the busyness of a regular season. They have less. That you are much less of a priority to experiment with, to see if they can get you on the field, to see where you fit, to see how healthy you are. It's a lot less likely to happen during the season than it is in training camp if he can get out there and prove that he can get on the field and stay on the field. So that's the big key. It's a contract year, and he's dealing with obviously a return from an excruciating injury. So how do you juggle those two things is going to be big.
Yep. All right, so that is the latest coming from Nick Caserio, update on Tank Dell. All right, this is something that D'Amico talked about when he spoke to the media after the first day that we were able to watch OTAs. And then today, he echoed this from Nick Caserio, talking about how much better the offense is right now in OTAs than they were a year ago. Here is Nick Caserio with his thoughts on it.
I think everything starts with CJ. It's probably been the best spring that he's had since he's been here. He's had a really good off season. He's trained well. I'd say his on-field demeanor, his presence, his communication, his ownership, his leadership of the offense. I mean, it's stood out. And I think collectively, just as an offense, seem like you're going into a second year of understanding the terminology, understanding some of the nuances that are involved. And really, you're just trying to put the foundation here in place as a team. That's what the spring really is about. The way practice is designed, there's certain things you're going to be able to see, the other things you're not going to be able to see. But just overall, it really speaks to the mindset and the mentality of the team.
All right, Clint, this is now 2 different times they have talked about how light years this offense is compared to where it was last year. And obviously it's not they're not installing an entirely new offense for everyone. And I mean, the first time a person has ever installed an offense was Nick Caley, and did that, and the first time they had all understood this offense. Now, there are some new parts. I think they're going to have 3 new starting offensive linemen, and potentially one of them being a rookie at center with Rutledge. So there's some new pieces, a new running back. There's some new tight weren't here last year, but you can understand how this is a better situation than it was last year, because most people in the building know the offense, the coaching staff. Even though there have been some changes, it's not like there have been changes of people who weren't there previously. Like Jerry Slapinski was on the staff last year. He's the quarterback coach. And for me, when I hear them talk about this so much, because Nick has just doubled down on what D'Amico said the other day, is for me, this is now raising my expectation of what this offense should look like and be like coming out the gate. And I think that's a huge, huge positive thing when you look at the other offenses that they're potentially going to have to play at the start. Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Dallas is 3 of the first 4 games. And then the Colts, if they're all healthy. So we've talked about it. I think their offense is going to need to be able to score some points early on with those teams, even with the Texans defense. But this is raising my expectations of what this offense should look like early on.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're doing a good job of talking it up. I mean, I think when you talk about – I just love the focus on communication. I mean, the emphasis and the focus on communication is big. I mean, right now there's not a lot that you can do from a physicality standpoint. We're not going to know whether these offensive line moves are really going to pay off until they get into the heart of training camp. I mean, there's the only thing you can do right now is really and focus in on the communication piece. It just so happens that the Texans offense needs that more than anything, if we're being honest, is to be able to communicate what Nick Caley wants to happen on that field, and it's got to go through C.J. Stroud. It seems like they're on a good path right now this offseason to getting that accomplished.
Yeah, I look at last year's, and listen, we gave them a pass, and ultimately they won 9 games in a row and won 12 games. But the start, Clint, last year, week 1 they scored 9 points and had 265 total yards and didn't do anything in the red zone and turned the ball over multiple times. Week 2, they had 19 points, under 270 in total yards, didn't do well in the red zone, didn't do well on third down, 10 points against the Jags, didn't do well in the red zone, turned the ball over 3 times in that game, didn't do well on third down. We shouldn't see that this year. We should, the way that they're talking things up here, and the way that and I'm not saying it in a negative way. I believe them.
Yeah.
Right. That they have a better grasp of this. It should. I'm not saying they're going to go out here and just score 40, but they should have a better understanding of what they are. There was, I mean, hell, you could add the first half of the Tennessee game in week 4 where I think they got shut out in the first, or scored 6 points in the first half of that game. So I think this is something that I am really watching for, to raise the expectations of what they do early in this season.
They should be light years ahead of what we last year. I'm going to say this. I love what they're focusing on and what they're saying and what they're doing. I can't wait to watch training camp. I mean, you know, if we go back out there and we're ending every day with 10 to 15 plays of this defense just pinning their ears back, then again, I think you're going to see more of the same.
I know it was some of the defense last year, but did you watch that offense and think, boy, they're going to struggle out the gates? When you're in training camp?
I didn't look at it through the lens on a play-to-play basis and say, boy, they're going to struggle. I just knew what I was watching was not conducive to picking up an offense quickly and being great at communicating and being great at executing on the offensive side of the football. It was doing a ton for the defense. I mean, their confidence, and rightfully so, was sky high. But yeah, I mean, look, we watched. You know, you could watch those team periods and realize that C.J. Stroud was going to take a beating again. And it took them until midseason to kind of figure that offensive line thing out. That didn't surprise anybody. So I just knew what I was watching on a daily basis wasn't an ideal environment for a young quarterback with a new offensive coordinator, a young play caller, the first time he's ever done it, to install an offense every day. Like that. That's all. I mean, I knew at that moment that was not best case scenario, and then you see him struggle out of the gate. To your point, all the stats you just mentioned, hell, it shouldn't surprise nobody. Hopefully this year, training camp is the 11-on-11, the team periods at the end of every day, every practice, damn near. Hopefully those are handled, and you can see this team gain some momentum and have some success and allow the coordinator to breathe a little bit and see if he can get a little bit creative and work a screen game instead of just constantly trying to stop the bleed, and he can actually go out there and work on some things. Hopefully we see that. But if we see a repeat of last year, it wouldn't surprise me if there wasn't another slow start.
The excitement in their voice, both of them, when they talk about it, they make it sound like it's a huge difference.
Yeah. Well, it should be.
D'Amico, and like it's a huge difference of where they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like what he said, we weren't even been able to get snaps last year.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference from where they are. Text line coming through. I hope the optimism is warranted. I do not want to suffer through another year of offense like last season. Not bad, man. All right, a little stock up, stock down. You can participate. We're doing stock up, stock down. It's OTAs. We did the defensive stock up, stock down last week. Let's do the offensive specific stock up, stock down with the Texans as they are in week 2 of OTAs. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, look, if you're out there and you're dealing with that hair loss issue, man, you got a little
Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your test live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Stock Talk on Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program every Wednesday, every hump day right around this time, and that's what we're doing right now. Today's stocks, we're talking these Texans. OTA's underway. If you've been living under a rock, back in action tomorrow. Be out there practice. Texans OTAs, but specific to this offense, we've been talking about Caserio, D'Amico, everybody's saying that this Texans offense looks light years ahead. Light years! Appropriate for Space City.
Buzz?
Talking that, you're a sad, strange little man. Texans offense OTAs rolling. Ron, starting with you. Stock up for the Texans offense led by C.J. Stroud.
You know, I think there are a lot of guys that have the potential of going stock up here. A lot of guys who have the potential. And I look at Woody Marks, Clint, to be a real candidate to be a stock up. Because I think when you look at his position, this offense that we've seen, there have been clear guys who have shown to be really, really great at that running back, catching the ball out of the backfield, third down back type of thing. And it seems like when you look around the offense, could there be some other guys that emerge? And I'm sure some people will send in their stock ups on the offense. Higgins, we talked about yesterday, could be one. Noel could be one. But it really does feel like Woody Marks is somebody that they're going to get involved in a lot of different ways. I think they watched and saw that David Montgomery was obviously somebody who shared the backfield with somebody and shared duties from the running back position. I don't think it's weird or just a coincidence that Darren Sproles has found his way prevalent around this coaching staff and has had impact on Woody Marks, as he's talked about already. I think there is a real big shot that Woody Marks is a big part of this offense, a big part of this offense. Think about it, but he's going to get carries, obviously, but in the passing game, his stock to me in this offense is way up.
Less carries, less touches, more impact.
The arrow's pointed up.
That's where I'm at with Woody Marks. I want him to be and think he will be a great fit to be at his best in critical moments, which means fewer touches but bigger value. I think that's where he lands. And I love what we're hearing coming out of NRG in terms of him running routes and even doing so without losing any of the hey, he's a well-rounded back that can be a number 2 option here behind David Montgomery as well. So, yeah, I'm with you, man. Woody Marks, it's hard to think how a guy takes a back seat to David Montgomery, but his stock is actually up. But I agree wholeheartedly with you that is the case.
I think he has a chance to get 700-800 yards from scrimmage.
Yeah.
In terms of running the football and I know, but that's a big amount from your backup running back.
Yeah.
And I think he'll get used more than some would think. So I like Woody in his potential role for this offense.
Ron, stock up for the Texans offense as OTAs rolls on for the Texans. Woody Marks, young running back. Over to you, Clint. What's your stock up for this Houston Texans offense?
Well, I'm going to go with Foster Moreau. Look, we knew that Dalton Schultz was a for sure. We knew that Marlon Klein, the second-round pick, was a for sure. Beyond that, I'm not real sure what we thought about injury-prone Brevin Jordan, young, developmental, injury-prone Cade Stover, and newly signed veteran Foster Moreau. Not sure where he was going to fit in or what they really brought him in to be, but I think since they've started OTAs, and I say started OTAs, I mean OTAs where media can watch, there's been 2 of them, and since the team has started speaking, I think it's pretty clear that Foster Moreau is a better or is probably a little bit more secure and is going to play a bigger part in this offense than maybe I expected and maybe a lot of folks expected. So I'm going to go with old Foster at that tight end position, Bo. They're high on him, man.
They love him. And you know, the big reason why it seems like he's one of them. He's one of those Texans fit. Like the guys that I'm not saying he's Will or Aziz, but they are talking almost more about everything he brings to the table outside of the play. You know what I mean? And they love those dudes, right? We know that Kamari's a great player, but they seem to really love everything he brings outside of that. And it seems like Foster Moreau, which I would not have seen coming. Foster Moreau fits that bill for them.
I did not see it coming either, but clearly that stock's up.
You are tuned in, obviously, to our beautiful voices right here on The Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, myself. We're doing a little stock up, stock down. Texans offense as OTAs roll on in Houston. Back on the practice field tomorrow. Back to you, Ron the Show, Hughley. We got the stock ups done with. Stock down for the Texans offense for you.
You talked about Foster Moreau, and I am having a hard time seeing a spot for Cade Stover. I think Cade Stover is in real danger of not making this team. And it's crazy because they were so high on him. Last year, we were hearing at this time, D'Amico really being impressed of how he's improved. And I think in particular, he talked about at the top of his routes. He talked about that with Cade Stover a lot. And he had the unfortunate foot injury that held him out for a lot of time. But then when he got back, I mean, there wasn't a lot that it appeared he was adding. He dropped several passes that became stuff that you couldn't ignore. And it wasn't like, man, you were seeing him dominate in the run game as a blocking tight end. And when you have, I mean, it feels like those top 3 are safe. Like we know that Klein, who was probably in Cade's situation a couple of years ago, he's not going to get cut being a second-round pick or a third-round pick like Cade maybe was. He's not getting cut as a second-round pick. And you know Dalton Schultz, he just got new money. He's not going nowhere. And apparently Foster Moreau they love, and Brevin Jordan's is back. And they seem to like him too. So Cade Stover, boy, I think he's in some real danger of potentially not making this team. And, I mean, they clearly drafted over him. Right, you go and get Marlon Klein. They drafted over him. If he was in college, he'd have transferred.
And stock down. Put a lid on this thing, Clint. Stock down for the Texans offense in your eyes.
Well, I'm going to go Jake Andrews. I would say for obvious reasons they drafted a guy that they believe can play center. But I'll even go one notch higher. We listened to Nick Caserio. Was that this morning on Payne and Pendergast?
Yeah.
And in his conversation about interior offensive linemen, now he didn't mention Jake Andrews because he wasn't talking about pure centers, but he did go on once again at length and talk about cross-training guys and talk about guys that can play multiple positions. And he rattled off 3 guys, including this rookie, including what's the kid's name? The Notre Dame kid, that Patterson, and then also the kid they brought in from Arizona this year. So Jake, you wonder if that playing center only thing is going to cut it when you got so many guys, veterans and rookies, highly drafted rookies that can play guard and center. You wonder if the straight center is going to have a real chance here this year. The way he was anointed last year, I got to believe those days are over. So I'm going to go stock down Jake Andrews.
Yeah, it better be. Jake better not be a starting offensive lineman for this team. I don't mean to be mean, Jake. I mean, it's just
knowing the offense they're gonna get it this year.
I mean, they cannot have drafted, moved up to get Rutledge and him not start, and they can't pay those guards the amount of money they paid for them to sit on the bench.
Yeah.
Hold on.
There's an injury. There's something else. But Jake can't be one of the five. I'm sorry. Someone else texted in Blake Fisher. Well, yeah.
Well, they're not, I don't know if they're going to do too much 6'0" linemen in the OTAs. I bet they abuse it in the regular season. I mean, in camp.
Well, I don't know. Blake for me is somebody that, again, he needs to have a really good camp because you could look at this and see this math ain't mathing. Well, when you like, and I agree, I can agree with the texter. This right now he's in there because obviously Braden Smith has an injury and Trent Brown's not there, but he is behind both of those guys.
Chief, you watch. I don't know if there's going to be a full position move, but I would bet a good amount of money that there's going to be a question asked and an answer given that he's been spending time in the tight end room.
You really. Someone said he looked smaller.
Well, he's always. I mean, he looks smaller among the guys that have been here on the offensive line, thinner. He's more narrow than most of those offensive linemen. He is definitely a guy that I think is going to have a hard time gaining weight and being a good sized offensive tackle. I think he clearly looks like a guy that could drop some LBs and be a blocking first, heavy block first tight end, which is really what he was last year, be honest with you. But I think it was throw against the wall and see what sticks last year when you needed it, when everybody else, when you couldn't figure out how to run the football and you were having some problems. I think this year they were on something, and instead of making a sixth offensive lineman, it wouldn't shock me one bit. Now, I don't know if we're going to see a number change and put him out there at that tight end position.
We get an 80 number?
But it wouldn't shock me one bit if we don't hear somebody speaking about, Blake Fisher spent some time in that tight end room learning.
I don't know, boy. 4 tackles. I don't know if they're going to carry. Trent's not going nowhere.
What's what I'm saying?
Braden's not going nowhere. And obviously, Ursary is.
Well, the way you don't carry that is you move his ass to tight end, and he ain't considered a tackle.
Yes. Right now on this tight end depth chart, Reverend George's not even made the
Come on, man. I'm telling you. He's got options. That
might be Cade's problem right there, huh? All right, coming up, the NBA Finals. They get started tonight. Game 1 in San Antonio. Tyler's making a trip after work to get up there or down. Just made that.
Oh, you going down there?
Hell no.
Just said that. Well, that sounds so real.
On a state night.
Just lying for no reason. Just
Head to the Riverwalk.
And right there, Tyler's getting off as soon as he gets out of here. Big C is coming in early for Tyler in the 5 o'clock hour, and he's going to head down to San Ann to be able to catch game 1. But no, we got to look at this because it feels like this series, Clint, is going to be who gets the most help. Will it be Wemby or will it be Brunson? Which supporting cast do you trust the most in this series? We'll discuss that next.
I don't know.
Warriors, 281-222-2222.
It's a great city. I think they got the best organization in the NBA, but they do have some big old women down there. I mean, come on now. They be woofing them children. None of those.
What does everybody want?
Sports Radio 610 presents
What does everybody need?
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Potentially, we may see a little bit of the NBA Finals in T. Mill's best bets a little bit later on.
Probably shouldn't bet baseball.
Well, yeah, I think I wasn't going to say nothing. Maybe it is time to maybe do a shift to sports.
It is. I got him ready.
God, man, feels like he's getting in one of these stretches again.
Yeah, feels that way.
Yep.
Not a hot one?
No.
Nah, man.
Old wallet's hurting.
Looking like
not really. But.
Looking like Bud Walton Arena. Yep. One for 5 thus far. Little red.
Could have been 0 for 6.
It could have been. You're right. There was a push there.
Silver lining.
Barely.
Silver lining.
I'm an optimist.
But, yeah, come on off baseball. Yep. I bet you Jordan was up for 1.5 bases.
Yes, and I looked at it.
But I thought Christian was going to get it, man. He got that RBI single early. I kept looking back. 1 for 3. Damn. 1 for 4.
Damn single.
Hit it that way, man. Hard to get doubles that way. Jordan went ahead and took care of his 4 bases immediately.
Yeah. It's like the first slate of best bets involving the Astros that we've done that I didn't have over 1.5 bases for Jordan. Of course, now he hits it after not hitting it last time I placed that wager.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one. But luckily for him, he could either have gone hockey or he could go NBA. By the way, I pulled into that. I don't know. I flipped on the TV. I got into some. This would be foreign to you, Clint. I got to some laundry last night. Did some folded some clothes.
Yeah.
In there, slid in right when I got done. About a minute 6 left in the third period of the Stanley Cup Finals in a one goal game. I said, oh, hell, I guess I'll pull up and watch the rest of this. 106. Well, it's good.
How was it for you?
It was about 7 minutes. Took about 7 or 8 minutes long. Stoppages all over. I said, damn, man, let's get this show on the road. 3 icings in the time frame. It was all right. Go ahead. Golden Knights, one on the road.
That's Vegas.
Did not have the 2 teams in the Stanley Cup Finals before arriving to that channel.
Yeah.
Golden Knights and Hurricanes.
Boy, there you go. Carolina didn't have it. Did not have it.
Not just this year in these current Stanley Cup playoffs, finals, whatever the hell they call them up there in Canada. I don't think I've ever watched a single minute of the Stanley Cup action in my entire life.
Yeah, both of these are in the United States. They'll be in Vegas and Carolina. So yeah, in Raleigh in particular. But yeah.
You know what's sad though is I would get into it if Houston got a team. I would love to get into it.
I've enjoyed the Florida Panthers the last couple of years. They won back-to-back. And Edmonton, I
enjoyed them so much. You got a minute's worth of hockey in last night.
Well, the last night I didn't have any. The Florida Panthers, they had won 2 in a row, and they were going against Connor McDavid, so he's the best player in the sport, and so those were intriguing. But I hadn't had any of the Stanley Cup Finals, but. The NBA Finals, they do get started tonight. Game 1 in San Antonio. For those scoring at home, I've seen here on the socials that it looks like they're going to be going with the colorful look with the Spurs. Looks like they already had the T-shirts decked out on the seats, and it looks like it's going to be the colorful San Antonio Spurs. But in my opinion, like I'm not going to say that Wemby and Brunson are going to kind of cancel each other out. I think Wemby obviously affects the entire game more than Brunson does. But the 2 big stars, I think eventually they're going to get a lot of theirs. And just like it was between SGA and Wemby, all right? Like I think both of those guys overall in the series kind of canceled themselves out, especially offensively.
That's the creme de la creme.
But in that, especially the last two games, Clint, the others for the Spurs really, to me, was the difference in that series, especially Game 7. And I think there is a real chance that is actually what wins this series. Again, who's going to have the better help? Wemby overall had better help than SGA, and it doesn't matter about the help. The Knicks just beat the hell out of anybody that was in front of them on the other side. But in this one, if we take out Wemby and Brunson, look who has a better help. You look at the Knicks, Karl Anthony Towns. This is a guy who's averaged 20 and 12 during the regular season. OG has been really, really good. He's raised his game. Bridges has been better. Josh Hart, McBride, Shamet, Robinson. They've got guys over there. And then obviously the Spurs, Fox, Castle, Vassell, Keldon Johnson's the sixth man of the year. He's further down on that list. Harper, Champagnie had a really good back end of the series against the Thunder. Harrison Barnes, Cornette made a huge play. It is whose others are going to perform better and whose others do you trust more? I feel like a lot of this series is going to come down to what happens outside of Brunson and Wemby.
Well, I think it is a really good series if Brunson's others show up. I think the Wemby is so dominant inside that unless you can just throw one guy at him and then say to hell with it, we're going to take a risk and not give a ton of help, which I think is what you're going to have to do. The Spurs, we talked about it. They got 5 or 6 guys that, as in Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals, I think they're just unbeatable when that many of those guys are knocking down shots. But if 2 of the others with Wemby are knocking down shots, I think it's going to be hard for the Knicks to win, right? And so I think the only way the Knicks compete in this series and take this thing to 6 or 7 games is if the others you're talking about are lighting it up.
And for them, they have been doing that in the playoffs, right?
Absolutely.
They have been playing really, really, really well. Like Landry Shamet, I think he was like 11 of 13 from 3 in that 4-game series against. Yeah. Like that's just a guy coming off the bench. We'll see how Mitchell Robinson is able to play against Wemby. That's a big key to me when he's on the floor. How physical, you talked about this yesterday, how physical they can be. I think Karl's a big answer, because if I were to take this out, some people may disagree. I think Karl is the best of the others. Like if we take,
I agree. I agree.
I think Fox is really good, and I think Castle can impact a lot of things. But I think Karl is the best of.
All the others.
The others from each side.
Well, I mean, it's definitely the high ceiling, right? I mean, if he's going at it,
he can shoot. He can shoot threes at 7 foot plus. And his good play is countered by who he's specifically going to be going up against and guarding.
Yep.
So like if he gets absolutely shut down the way Chet did. Or hell, in Game 1, Hartenstein, they couldn't play. So I think the way Hartenstein was able to play against Wemby is a good sign potentially for the Knicks on what they can do on the inside. But Karl is huge, because Karl, we have seen at times Karl shrink.
Yeah.
In the postseason, the playoffs, hell, that's why Minnesota said we got to move on. But I think he is huge in how he plays. In this series. Because, listen, the Spurs, their guys probably show, but they can clank. They've had some games where they don't shoot it well. They'll defend it well. That's the other part is, if Castle is able, because he's done it. He's done it to even SGA. He's done it to Ant, where he has been on the other perimeter team's best scorer, and maybe he didn't completely shut them down. Before 7 games, SGA did not play to his numbers.
Well, he makes it hard on them. There ain't no doubt. He makes them work on that end of the floor. There's no doubt. And they got several guys that can do that. I mean, that's one of the – I mean, I say it. We just got through talking about their ability to get off on the offensive end of the floor. But, I mean, the fact that they've got 4, 5, 6 guys they can throw in there that are really good on the defensive end, really gritty on the defensive end of the floor of it is one of the reasons I like the Spurs. I like watching the Spurs because of how they play. But yeah, man, I think the Spurs. I think the Spurs are the best team in this series, and I think if they're, which I think they will. 2 or 3 of those that supporting cast, they're going to be knocking down shots, and they're going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, the scary part with the Spurs is some of their others are playing a lot better than they played in the regular season and are jumping some of the other. Like Dylan Harper has as much an impact as I'd say Vassell and Johnson, the way they've played. He's played the last couple series.
Yeah.
And those guys have been starters that have been thought of to be better players than he has. So this will be fun. But I do think this is going to be about who gets more help. And I think Brunson needs more help. But it's going to be about who gets more help. What you got coming up?
Nick Caserio, he spoke he was on Payne and Pendergast this morning with the fellas. Always good with Nick Caserio. He spoke on the main communicators on this offense. We've heard a lot about communication. C.J. Stroud and center Keelan Rutledge. He spoke on both of those guys. We'll hear from the general manager. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look, the truth is summer has arrived, y'all. The days are longer, and the highways are busier, and there's a lot more people socializing, a lot more people going out and enjoying the summer, enjoying vacations. And when the roads and the highways get busier and busier, fatal accidents increase, and reckless and drunk
More about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Drive, Dirty's Daily, powered by, I'm going to give it to T. Millie today. I mean, if he wouldn't have been here to turn our mics on, I don't know what we would have done, Ron.
Yes, you saw that tweet.
I mean, he's in there saving the world, man. He's in there saving the
Did I
drive.
miss a mic?
Look, I think we both missed him, but T. Millie got him on and got him rocking and rolling and got us in this thing. Big shout out to T. Mill for us every day. I'm gonna tell you. I don't know who benefits more. I mean, look, it's obviously great with you on the ones and twos from 2 to 6, but when T. Millie gets audio like we do frequently right now on OTAs, and our guys on In the Loop are able to have that audio within a matter of I mean, what do you think, T? I mean, are we talking max 15 minutes? I mean,
as fast as my fingers will take me, basically.
Right. Within 15 minutes of a player or coach speaking, while we're prepping for 2 to 6, Tyler cuts that audio and has it to In the Loop guys and gives them breaking news when things happen, like when he's in the pisser and something happens, he tells John Lopez, and then John Lopez can blow it up not the bathroom, the segment that he's on.
He's able to do that too, though.
Well, there's just, I mean, there is nothing. I mean, T. Millie putting them cuts together, running the drive obviously is his number one job, but putting them cuts and stuff together, you deserve. You know what? I think on a weekly basis, at least once a week, I'm gonna give you my Dirty's Daily. I think it's gonna be powered.
I love that.
By
I'm
T.
solid
Millie.
with that. Yes.
I mean, it's the least I can do. I feel like it's the right thing. Speaking of Nick Caserio cuts, T, you made one. You made several, but you made one that turned me on a bit. All right, C.J. Stroud, as we know, as everybody knows, as the closer we get to training camp starting, it's becoming a national story for one reason or another. C.J. Stroud is in the news. Well, when the general speaks, one of the biggest topics, one of the biggest sound bites to come from that is simply going to be about C.J. Stroud. And I told folks, I think we may have talked about it a couple of days ago, Ron. There's nothing that Will Anderson can say. There's nothing that, go down the list, that these guys can say that's going to make me all of a sudden change my opinion or stance on C.J. Stroud, other than C.J. Stroud, right? But when it comes to just liking what I'm hearing, I feel like Caserio literally heard our segment on it yesterday when I said I want to go to practice and I want to hear and I want to see C.J. Stroud operating and commanding the line of scrimmage, right? I feel like Caserio may have been listening to that and then carried that messaging over to Payne and Pendergast. Yeah, I think he was listening to us.
He's a listener.
Here's Nick Caserio on Payne and Pendergast this morning talking really about the offense, but the C.J. Stroud piece is what I want you to really pay attention to.
I think everything starts with CJ. It's probably been the best spring that he's had since he's been here. He's had a really good off season. He's trained well. I'd say his on-field demeanor, his presence, his communication, his ownership, his leadership of the offense. I mean, it's stood out. And I think collectively, we just as an offense seem like you're going into a second year of understanding the terminology, understanding some of the nuances that are involved. And really, you're just trying to put the foundation here in place as a team. That's what the spring really is about. The way practice is designed, there's certain things you're going to be able to see, the other things you're not going to be able to see. But just overall, it really speaks to the mindset and the mentality of the team.
The first 20 seconds of that is what I want you to really zero in on, boys. When the general manager said, he went through the list of what CJ's doing well. Okay, hey, okay. I mean, you can say that about every quarterback in the country. You don't have to see him. Boy, this offseason, man, it's a new offense, and man, he's commanding, he's doing this, he's doing that. When he said it stands out. In other words, when he's a general manager, now most of them stand on the sideline in a suit. He's in athletic gear, usually hands on knees in an athletic position about 20 yards behind the huddle, so he can literally see and hear it. That's exactly what I want to experience when I go to a Texans practice, Ron. I've been surprised, and this is why overall the I say since D'Amico's been here, so 3 years we've been at camp and we've been in. The fact that very rarely do we hear C.J. Stroud barking out commands, pointing, directing. You watch games, very rarely do you hear it. Very rarely do you see it. I've always thought that was odd. Now, in Bobby Slowick's offense, right, the word that he just didn't have the ability to do a bunch of that. It was basically a run it situation where I'm going to call the play, you just run the damn thing. I don't want you to communicate. Well, then all of a sudden last year we were told that he was going to have more command at the line of scrimmage, and I still didn't see what I wanted or what I expected to see. I mean, you can. I mean, we've all watched football for years. I mean, you remember, and I'm not saying that CJ should even try to be Brady, but you remember how animated Tom Brady was at the line of scrimmage. You remember how animated and vocal, obviously, Peyton Manning was at the line of scrimmage.
Production company.
Yeah, I mean, you even looked at Drew Brees was super animated. I mean, Phillip Rivers, I think his a lot of it was putting on a show, but he was real animated. Like in this offense, with what they ask their quarterback to do, we should see that consistently. Whether the play ends good or bad, like if CJ is really ever given the reins to this offense, we should see and hear a very animated quarterback at the line of scrimmage consistently. From the time the huddle breaks, it should be, hey, Mike's 58, check, Mike's 45. Blah. I mean, it should be from getting guys lined up to identifying the front, to adjusting the protection to pick up the pressure, to signaling and barking out whatever route it is, whatever concept you want. We should hear that consistently. And when we hear it like that, to me, Ron, that's when we're gonna know, okay, this offense has got a real tom. As long as we go out there and we never hear from other than set wide 80, we got to hear more than that. When we start hearing beyond that right there, then you know, okay, I wonder why CJ's got command of this sucker.
I wonder why we didn't last year. Because were they stopping him? Did they get a chance? Did they get a space where they felt like he wasn't, or is this something that is mostly on him, not taking control?
Well, I think there's
because they indeed said he's got a lot more leeway.
Right.
Last year.
I wonder if they gave him the leeway. He wasn't quite comfortable with it, so they tried to I think it was probably a little bit of a juggling act, because there were times last year, I remember in games, I don't remember what game it was, but I remember sitting there watching games. It happened so randomly that I remember when it happened. There were times when all of a sudden you hear CJ going, bah, 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 he's barking these different signals. You're like, okay, that's what we should hear damn near every play. I mean, CJ should be one of the most vocal guys when it comes to, the old Omaha. Like CJ should be one of the most vocal guys in those sound bites, given what they want to do offensively. And we just see very little of it. Come training camp, we should see a ton of it. So I love hearing Nick Caserio talking about the fact that it's standing out. Because now, based on what Nick Caserio said, is it's standing out, it should stand out to all of us when we go out there and watch practice and training camp. In minicamp, we should go out there, maybe even more so in minicamp, given that it's not going to be padded. I wouldn't think it's going to be completely padded. It's physical. Yeah. It's going to be more communication-oriented. We should hear an absolute ton of that. We should all walk away going, man, I ain't never heard of C.J. Stroud.
And there's no reason, your experience, there's no reason why that would be different in practice than in
No,
in the game.
There is more and it should be more prevalent because there's such an emphasis put on that. Like they should be telling him, we need you to be as loud and as animated as you possibly can be. Like overdo it now, so when you get in a game, that it's second nature. It's part of what you do, right? And that is when we as a group will know, okay, boys, this offense has got a real chance to hum because the quarterback's got command. They trust the quarterback at the line of scrimmage to make these calls and to take complete control of the offense instead of, hey, you're just a puppet. We're going to call the play. You don't change the play. You just throw the ball, as D'Amico would say, to the open wide receiver. We got to get beyond that. This league is as good as this defense is. You're never going to win consistently in the playoffs if that's your offensive approach. You're just not. So the sooner we hear C.J. Stroud stand out, like his voice and his animations, the better off. Good news, Nick Caserio said we are. I'm not going to play this next one, T, because I know it is a classic Nick Caserio talk around your elbow to get to your mouth.
Word.
I believe Nick Caserio was asked by either Seth Payne or Sean Pendergast about rookie Keelan Rutledge and his snaps. I don't know if it was his snaps in general or his snaps, literally snapping the football. I didn't like what I heard. Oh. It's not good for radio, so I'm not going to play it, but I'll just describe it. I didn't like what I heard, Ron. When you draft a guy first overall like
move up to get him.
You move up to get him. And then you tell us about how this dude is the guy. This is us. This is one of us. This guy.
Great show.
I expected to hear when asked about Keelan Rutledge, yeah, that's our guy. He's going to be great for us. Right?
Oh, you know he ain't going to give him that.
But you got to, Ron, you can't treat him like Kenyon Green. This can't be a Kenyon Green Juice Scruggs
thing. Make him earn it.
No, it can't. This can't be a Kenyon Green Juice Scruggs thing, man. You made all these moves, and you're telling me that the first-round draft pick is a guy that literally, Ron, when I say went around his elbow to get to his mouth, I mean, he brought up Evan Brown and Jarrett Patterson and talked about cross-training and all these guys playing multiple positions and some guys play center and guard, some guys play left guard and right guard, and some guys play – no, I mean – I just expected and I hoped and I prayed that when asked about Keelan Rutledge, it was more of what we heard on draft night. Like, nah, we know this dude. There's going to be some growing pains. There's going to be some lumps. We're going to have a few problems. It's not going to be perfect right away, but this is our guy. Not we're cross-training everybody. Oh, Evan Brown. Oh, Jarrett Patterson. Kind of like those guys. That is not – because that leaves me in one of two spots. Me in a spot that there's a chance that they're not going to commit to him at center and give him the reps that he needs.
Oh, Jesus, that can't be it.
And I hear what you're saying when you talk about the other guy. I think if he's going to play center, Ron, I think it's center or nothing. Like I
think if he doesn't play center, which he'll be
I'm back. Wyatt Teller and Eddie Ingram are your guards. I think they're going to be treated. They're going to get the Tunsil treatment. That's plug and play practice. If you Braden Smith, right? I think everybody else in the offensive line is plug and play. I think those guys, regardless of how much they practice in training camp, those guys got a spot. I just believe that if Keelan Rutledge isn't your starting center, I think he's inactive, or maybe not inactive because he can play all three. But I think he's a depth. He's a depth interior offensive lineman watching from the bench until his time comes.
D'Amico told me that second-round picks are expected to start.
Right?
I would think guys that are first-round picks that you moved up to get. That's all right. He'll start at center. He's got to be a starter.
Well, that's where I'm going with it. I fully expected, given what they've done with this offensive line and what they've said with Keelan Rutledge at the draft was, hey man, there's going to be some growing pains, but this is our dude. And to hear that whole cross-training and throw in these journeyman vets the vet that you brought in and a guy that, hell, you tried to cut last year in Jarrett Patterson, that was a tough listen on Keelan Rutledge. So I hope the messaging changes on Keelan Rutledge. I hope we hear more about C.J. Stroud really standing out when it comes to how he's handling practice. But you're going to be disappointed if Keelan Rutledge
Yeah, no, I am. The only thing that I will hold is, Nick is kind of, they're into they don't want to give people too big a head.
Right.
Right. And that could be a part of why he is addressing him like this. But I just it just doesn't like Nick knows. Like I know Nick knows that he's got some staying power and he's in a good spot. But he knows that's not a bad that's a bad look to go move up to go get somebody. I've said this since draft night. I don't know who he was competing to get Keelan Rutledge against to move up. But to move up to go get him and him be on the bench with Jake Andrews.
Yeah.
Man, it's not Monty Dawson roll around here. This Jake Andrews. Right.
Well, that's the other piece of it was Jake Andrews not mentioned in that cross training of offensive linemen because he's pretty safe and secure. I would guess he's safe and secure on the roster. No,
I don't think he shouldn't be. No, I mean, like to me, if Patterson legitimately shows to be better, and Brown legitimately shows to be better, I mean, I don't think they're keeping all of them. Well, the fact that those guys can play guard and center, I think would be different. But we'll see what they end up doing. But man, one note, general manager that I really liked on C.J. Stroud and how animated and how different he looks running this offense, pre-snap communication, and then the Keelan Rutledge cross training comment just didn't sit well with me. Yeah.
It happens.
That's Nick.
That's Nick.
There's no way. His actions. But Nick moved up in the draft to get him. That's enough for him.
Right. But Nick was really good on Payne and Pendergast, by the way. If you've got the Odyssey app, AUDACY, if you don't download it, but if you got that, use that rewind feature and go back and catch Nick Caserio with Payne and Pendergast. Always a good listen.
Always, and especially, to be honest, especially today, it was really good. Brought up CJ several times on his own, so I would listen to that about 30 plus minutes with Nick Caserio. Coming up, some news on Jose Altuve as he faced some live pitching. We may be able to hear from the great one. Also, news on Spencer Arrighetti as well. The lineups are out. We'll let you know the lineup. And is Mike Burrows one of the 6 best starters for this team? If you're on YouTube and Twitch, I think you have the answer of one of the members of this show. But is he one of the best? Is he the top 5? Top 5. Hunter Brown comes back. Is he top 5 starter on this team? We'll discuss next.
It's good.
CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let my agent handle it.
Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents
Happy Go Lucky has some new drinks on the menu. Got a new apple teeny. Damn, man.
Have you been
back? John Dorian.
Apple teeny, please. Easy on the teeny.
Man, apple teeny. I want to see what that looks like.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Swear to God, I almost stopped there today. Said it was 22 minutes from Happy Go Lucky to get here. I was pushing it.
You ain't got to convince
me.
me.
With some traffic that was rolling through, I was pushing it. Because I want to try that apple teeny.
Apple teeny got you.
Apple teeny, please. Easy on the teeny.
I'd like an extra shot. Text line, before we get to Jose Altuve, we'll hear from Jose Altuve as he has an oblique, and he has faced some live pitching, and we'll see where he is. Obviously, Yiner has been down with an oblique for a long time, and I have no idea what's happening.
We're going to hear from Altuve himself?
We're going to hear from
one of player reports.
From the Astros GOAT himself. Real quick on the text line, nobody on the Texans ever said that the draft pick was going to be the center. Not center, the center. The media did. Well, I guarantee you Keelan's a center.
We all are?
We all are. He's a recent center, like we all are, but he's a center.
Thank
Good
goodness
fade.
for grace.
But
and fades.
If you were also meaning center,
what do they say? They spell it center, SR?
Yeah, center.
Oh, he looks like he's done something his time.
Yeah, recent. Yeah, like us all.
Those crimes against the Lord.
Yeah, like us all.
Really? Is that what they went with? That may be the best. That may be
center.
That may be one.
Get off the text line, Easterby.
I mean, I ain't kidding you. I've seen some mistakes on that text line, I don't know if I've ever seen that mistake.
But if you mean center, they didn't. They don't have to say it.
That is
Jack.
really good.
They didn't have to say it. What do you think they're going to make him? They moved up in the draft to get him, and then they signed. Look it up. I may be off on this. I got to remember what Reed Blankenship's contract ended up being, but the biggest contract that they handed out during that time period was to guard Ingram. I think that was Ed was the largest contract they gave out.
Reed Blankenship, 3 years, $24.75 million.
I think Ed got 30-something.
I think they're correct.
I think Ed, and then Wyatt Teller. They're not bring Wyatt Teller over there to back up. Like those two guys, as Clint said, appear to be the guards.
Yeah.
And they went and got Evan Brown as depth. They drafted that cat. You don't move up in the draft in the first round for that guy not to be a starter. And you also don't pay, 13 a year to guards and $8, $9, $10 million a year to guards.
And have them watch.
Yeah. They can go get Laken Tomlinson to do that. Ended up doing that. So yeah, he is going to be a starter for this team. All right. Astros, they get going here just a bit. Here in about 10 minutes, we'll hear from our guy Brandon Scott. He'll join us here on the drive as he does every single Wednesday at 4:40. But Jose Altuve, he faced live pitching today and will do so again tomorrow. This is what he said in terms of how he's feeling and if he is close to coming back.
I feel great today. Obviously, we've been doing, a lot of running and swinging and everything necessary to go back to 100% healthy. And I feel like we're one day closer every day. We're feeling better and better, and that's what, it matters right now.
Also, him talking about...
He thinks he's slick. I'm one day closer every day.
He also talked about the rehab process and how the live BP went today.
We did live BP today. We're going to do it tomorrow. And like I said, we're going one day at a time, but everything feels great. Everything is, we're getting some momentum to go back to 100%. I like where I'm at. And, I think let's focus on tomorrow, get that live BP, feel good, and go from there.
All right. He's getting close. And you talked about it. He is, and we said Hunter Brown and and Joshua Ronald Hader were the ones that were really impactful. JR, who shot JR?
He should have been JR Hader. That's
JR Hader, yeah. But we talked about the importance of that. But as you spoke of, man, you start looking at this lineup, and Taylor Trammell, who is becoming the 4 and the 5 spot, 5-hole hitter, even with Paredes in the lineup, hit behind him, which was just wild. But you need him in there to stretch that lineup. You need you're rolling that it looks a lot different. This would look a lot different if maybe Trammell or Cam Smith are pacing at 6 and 7 than it does for them sometimes at 4 and 5.
Yeah. There's no doubt. I mean, if we had this conversation about Sugar Land guys and it started at 6, it'd be a lot easier to have. Right now, having that sucker start at 4 sometimes and 5 a good chunk of the time is a painful reality. So, you get Altuve back. Obviously, you get a great back, and you get a game changer back that can really hit anywhere in the lineup from 1 to 5. But the length that it brings this lineup, it makes it a significantly more difficult lineup to navigate when that guy's there.
Yeah. So hopefully this means he gets back. He probably goes. Maybe get some swings, AA, AAA, before he gets a chance to get back up. But seeing live pitching, Clint, for him probably doesn't take a lot for him to get back. Like I wouldn't be surprised. This is different than a pitcher, obviously. Yeah. You wouldn't be surprised if he's back with the club next week.
Right. Yeah. Once he starts live, be full out swing, and you got to believe it's not going to take. But 10 or 20 cuts like that to go, hey, man, okay, I'm ready, or nah, hey, man, I ain't quite ready yet. I can still feel a little bit of tingle there. I would imagine. So we'll see. But, yeah, I mean, if he's got is it an oblique? Is that right? He's got an oblique, and he's swinging already. If he's swinging at all, that's really good news.
Yeah. Spencer Arrighetti, he gets the ball tonight. Big matchup against Paul Skeens. By the way, the lineup tonight, Pena leading off. Alvarez is the DH. Walker behind him. Paredes. Cam Smith behind him. Myers in there. DeCenzo. Nick Allen back in that bad boy. And Vasquez is catching tonight. So no Taylor Trammell tonight. So Cam Smith moves up into the 5 spot. So that is the lineup in front of Spencer Arrighetti. Spencer Arrighetti, newly named AL Pitcher of the Month. First Career Pitcher of the Month award for the Astros pitcher Spencer Arrighetti. Arrighetti, as we've talked about, has been amazing. 4-1 in 5 starts with an ERA under 1. And his opponent's batting average is .165. So he has been absolutely dominant thus far. And we said, man, he's putting up Cy Young numbers right now. He's 7-1 in his 8 starts. Getting late to the party is the AL pitcher of the month and could not make it on the big league club to come out. That's why Tyler's shaking his head if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch that guy who's the AL pitcher of the month was not good enough to make the starting rotation to start the season.
Well, it just placed
Dana's got a great eye for
talent. I don't care. Seriously, I don't care if he had triplets. His ass, that shouldn't have been a problem of why he was not put in front of it.
It placed a monster chip on his shoulder. Maybe it has something to do with the way he's pitching right now. So I'm thankful for it.
Yeah. Dana, it was Dana. Damn it,
true
Dana.
Professional.
My fault, Dana. Keeping it real,
as a true professional myself.
Yeah, there you go, as you always do, man. Put that chip on his shoulder and then watch him run.
That's what it was. You're right.
But big matchup tonight, boys. Big matchup tonight. Spencer Arrighetti, Paul Skeens. Is it Paul? Yeah. Paulie Skeens. That's going to be.
Is he still with that young lady?
Oh, hell yeah, he is.
I never knew her.
Livy Dunn?
Yeah, Livy Dunn.
Ooh, I'm going to have to do some research.
He ain't going.
I am shocked by this one, Tyler. He didn't have that one?
He knows who Livy Dunn is. The little gymnast from LSU that was the first big money NIL gal that was just making boatloads of money.
Oh, I see her.
Livy Dunn? Come on now.
Where's my favorite color, purple?
This comes from the back of the yard. Yeah, both LSU Tigers out there. Hey, I want to correct this young man here. I'm sorry, it was voice message. I meant to say center with the T and not centers. We're all going to hell.
You know
for yourself.
You know you can't make them kind of mistakes on the drive, baby.
fine though, accurate.
Oh, it's great. It's just like the fellas. When you hang around the fellas, you know you can't make a mistake.
Especially if you're talking trash.
Yeah, if you're talking trash.
If you're talking trash.
That's right.
The team never said it. Man, I'm telling you what, if that joker ain't the starting center, something has happened.
And they say no.
If he can't beat out Andrews.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
That's the greatest. That is the greatest thing he has given to that broadcast. I personally, and I know he's probably listening right now. That's better than you winning your Heisman Trophy. That right there. That,
I am just saying.
Better than his Heisman speech.
That was, man. All of it. Winning the trophy. All of it. Hell with David Klingler. That was better. All right, coming up, Brandon P. Scott. The block is hot, baby, and Brandon Scott's going to join us coming up as soon as we get back.
Fielder's Choice Sports Construction, over 25 years experience, over 600 sports fields built in and around Houston.
Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. It's 4:40, and our guy Brandon Scott is in the building as he joins us each and every Wednesday at 4:40. We love having our guy along with us.
This is a smell check T-shirt too. I gotta admit.
See,
not technically a smell. This is what I did. I had this T-shirt on earlier this morning. Then when I did a little workout, I put on workout clothes.
Mm-hmm.
But since this shirt wasn't dirty, after I took my shower, I put it right back on.
Yeah, that's a little different.
I'd say it's a little.
So I didn't actually smell check it.
Yeah,
that's a little. You knew when I put it on.
You same dated.
I same dated.
Yeah, that's
Key
not
is,
bad.
did you sleep in it?
I did not sleep in it.
Did you wear it yesterday?
I did not wear it yesterday.
Right.
No, I didn't do that.
Yeah, no, he didn't do that. All right, Brandon.
You got to do better than that to get on their sniff gang, man.
No, you got to do better. You got to do better, way better than that. All right, our guy B. Scott joins us, and there's a lot I want to get to. Finals start tonight.
Man, I can't wait. I am giddy.
Really
giddy.
Okay, I want to get to the giddiness.
What is it?
What is it?
Man, the whole entire thing. The math. So look, I'm not like you, Clint, with the rooting for the Texas team. You know, we don't share that.
Yep.
But I do love the basketball. Like, I hate the Spurs. It's just in me.
Fair.
Right, as a Rockets
Fair.
fan. However, the way they play basketball, man, and the fact that everybody on their team, this is the part that I'm jealous of, actually. The fact that everybody on their team can play.
Mm-hmm.
The Rockets don't have that, right? But everybody, Luke Cornett, you mentioned this earlier, Ron, the play that Luke Cornett made. Luke Cornett.
My man was on the floor for about 10 seconds in that game, wasn't he?
Man, it just doesn't matter who they put on the floor,
baby.
man. It doesn't matter. Keldon Johnson, obviously a sixth man of the year. Dylan Harper turning into a star right before our eyes. Julian Champagnie, a guy that was thrown away by the Sixers so they could make room for Matt McClung, the slam dunk champion for like PR purposes. And this dude is
for doing that.
And he's going to help them.
That's what the Whites used to do.
He's helped the San Antonio Spurs get to the finals. They're so deep. They're so well coached. The adjustments that they make. I mean, all of it is going to be really.
Do you think this is a? You think this is a competitive series?
I do,
because I do want to see what this looks like tonight. Because I know people are just poo-pooing the East and Draymond just I mean, he did a number on how bad the East is. Okay, but man, you beat the hell out of people the way they've beaten people. Right. This is like you went 11 straight and I've never seen a team smell blood in the water like the Knicks do when it's time to close somebody out. Because they don't just win, man. They're up by 60 and 50 on the Hawks and the Sixers and it's insane. They beat the hell out of the Cavs like that.
I think,
all on the road.
I think people have found it way easier to diminish the East as opposed to just say that the Knicks have been dominant. And both things can be true, that the East is not as strong as the West, but the Sixers, that's a legitimate basketball team for us.
That beat the Celtics that people thought was
that beat a team that just won a championship a couple of years ago, and obviously were missing their key player in Game 7. But the Cavs was a legitimate basketball team. I know they didn't look like one against the Knicks, but a lot of that has to do with the Knicks, man. And at some point, once you're dominant for long enough, maybe you can say it's a fluke of a series and a sweep here or there in a vacuum. But when you go down the row and you just knock them down, and it's in dominant fashion the way it is, at some point you got to believe that. You got to believe what it is they're showing you. And the Knicks, they might not win this series, but they have shown enough to warrant respect going into this series that they can make it competitive.
Who do you think Houston's root series?
Oh, well, there's no way they're rooting for the Spurs.
Yeah,
Hell no.
I'm out there on some thin ice.
I feel like people really hate New York, though, here.
Yeah, but they're not like the Yankees or something.
Yeah, it's not just. It feels like people. It feels like people hate New Yorkers so much around here that they don't want to see.
They make it
the happiness.
Yeah, I think you got Houstonians who hate New Yorkers, and then you got more so Rockets fans. They got that.
Spurs.
They got that rivalry with the Spurs, and then just how close it is, right? The fact that they're on a similar were supposed to be on a similar timeline and trajectory, and they have leaped you. They have lapped you, right?
Yeah.
You know, they started after you, and now they're already better.
Yeah.
So that doesn't feel good.
Carl, the key to this series in your eye?
That's another part that's great about it. Pretty much everybody not named Brunson on one side and Wemby on the other could be a potential
That's
X
what
factor.
we talked about. Yep.
Literally anybody. You pick a guy, and that could be an X factor. You want to say Karl Anthony Towns? Sure. You want to say Josh Hart, both for literally the defense that he could play on anybody that might go off on a particular night. They might have him guard Wemby from a time or two. They might probably have him on Castle. Right,
the beauty of it though is when you look at, like you say, Wemby and the others you're talking about are going to be responsible for Brunson, and then when you say Brunson and who else, and the first guy you mentioned is Cat. Cat's going to be locked up on Wemby a good chunk of the time, and how does that bigger body lean on Wemby? So the others that we're talking about are literally also not just critical. Important team they have, but they're actually going to be locked up on the other team's best player to some degree, right? And that's I think that's going to be fascinating, man. I love the fact that folks think that the East was weak, and it adds an element to really who knew, like the mystery of New York. Like, are they really that good, or was the East just that bad? And then you look at those matchups you talk about. I think the Karl Anthony Towns matchup with Wemby is fascinating, man.
Well, I'll tell you this. If they do too much of that Karl Anthony Towns stuff with Wemby, it's going to be a problem. Like the way that I think that they're going to attack this Wemby thing is with OG Anunoby. They're all NBA defensive guy who is a tank, and obviously doesn't have the height that Cat has, but has every bit the strength, if not more, and is a better like one-on-one point of attack type of matchup, ball denial, all of that. Like, he's going to be better at that. And Cat, like, think about this, man. They just going to try to keep that guy out of foul trouble.
Yeah.
You can't have Cat on Wemby knowing that he's foul prone on a lesser player. And he gets offensive fouls too. Like, they're going to need all five.
But he's going to run into him though.
He's going to run into him, but it'll be far and few in between.
But I think almost to Clint's point too is I think he's going to run into Wemby on offense.
Yes,
when he's on offense.
Yes,
and
his job is going to be to draw Wemby away from the basket.
Yeah.
That's where the chess piece is going to be. It's like, hey, let's. And I think that Cat is going to be more suited and actually going to try to do it.
I liked what Clint said the other day, like his physicality potentially. Like, do you
which one?
Cat can be, again. If you remember to Kentucky, I don't even recognize this person anymore. I didn't even know Carl could shoot when he was at Kentucky. He was in the paint all the time for Calipari. But like some of that, he may need to, over 7 games. We saw the Timberwolves Sures Hill. They tried to beat his ass up. And I feel like the Knicks are probably going to do that with Mitchell Robinson and him and OG. But I do wonder, is he just going to stand and stay outside, or they're going to try to post him up and get physical with Wemby? That how they use Karl, to me, throughout the series is interesting.
So I think the way with Karl is they're going to try to draw him away from the basket, and it's those others that we're talking about other than Cat that are going to try to get the things close to the rim, like the Josh Harts of the world and Mikal Bridges, who only shoots layups, mid-range shots, like for the most part. It doesn't get to the foul line. Josh Hart's going to be the same way. I think all of their guys are going to try to get to the paint with Karl Anthony Towns drawing out Wemby, which is why it's going to be interesting to see how they use Wemby. Are they going to put Wemby on Karl Anthony Towns, or put one of their stronger guards and use Wemby as just a little bit more of a roamer? Maybe put him on Josh Hart, for example, right, and then just let him roam, which is what I think they did in the regular season when they met up.
Texans OTAs has started for the last couple of weeks. Do you feel like we're getting a different C.J. Stroud?
It feels like it.
Does it? You've been around. You've been down there. You've covered him his whole career. You're seeing this version. Do you feel like we're getting a different version?
I do, but honestly, it just feels more so like grown up. Like, I know this is stuff that you've been talking about, Clint, since the very beginning. But, I mean, we're all at an age where we can look at a 23, 24-year-old and just understand the difference between being 24 and 21. And that's what I see. Like, I just see more of a grown-up, right? Yeah. Not that he was childish or immature or anything. He was just young, looked young, sound young, and was clearly just young. Now he looks like a guy that's been in the league for 4 seasons or is going into year 4, has more command in the offense. The most interesting thing that he said, that I thought that he said last week, was the part about them introducing concepts and ideas that he's done in the past and has had success with. That was a little concerning to me because it's like, man, they weren't doing that already, right? Like they didn't just meet yesterday.
Well,
they weren't doing.
They had a whole year to do that. So like that just gave life to a lot of things that you guys have talked about on this show, that I've talked about here on this show, and in other places where it didn't seem like C.J. Stroud was always comfortable in this offense, and clearly it wasn't an offense that was built around him or suited for his best qualities.
Well, that is, I mean, yes, we can take a lot of what we're hearing coming out of there, as Ron said in the crosstalk earlier. It's you can take a lot of what you're hearing and spin it positive or negative, right? I mean, and that's one of them. But I happen to agree with you. I think there was just an immaturity. There was a development that needed to take place, and we all took it for granted because he was so good so quick, right? And you see, what we think, at least what we're being told is a more vocal guy, has more command at the line of scrimmage, and that is exactly what we should be hoping to see in training camp. Now the fans obviously don't get to see much of it until games start, but that's something that we should all be hoping to see. I know for me, I'm with you, man. When I heard him say we're going to do some CJ things and we're going to do things that other guys do well, like that's critical.
But it's also got to be this way, right? For both for C.J. Stroud, like from a personal and professional standpoint, and then for the Texans at large as well, right? Like C.J. Stroud, this is a big year for him. I don't think it's like make or break for his career, but his future as the franchise quarterback is going to be largely decided on how this year goes. Yeah. And then just from a team standpoint, they got a legitimate chance to do something special this year.
That's the key right there, B. Scott, is like the reality of it is, and it's hard to boil it down to this, but I think it's the reality of is if your quarterback, whoever it is, if your quarterback doesn't have great command at the line of scrimmage and doesn't handle things the way it sounds like CJ's starting to handle things, it don't matter how good your defense is. You know what I mean? If it's dependent on whether it's by choice or by that you don't trust the quarterback. If everything's dependent on a play caller on the sideline making the perfect call, you can't. When you get matched up against these dudes that got complete control at the line of scrimmage, you can't win.
Yeah, and I'm curious if the comfortability, the more comfortable he is, the more they're willing to let it loose. Ron, I know this is something that you complain about. Is just like how they just are way too conservative, not taking enough chances. And I wonder if part of that had to do with, I'm not trying to make excuses for him, but if part of that had to do with the quarterback not necessarily either being bought in or from the offense. If that confidence that we're talking about, whatever it is we're seeing, this change that we're seeing in C.J. Stroud, does that translate to the play calling and the offensive approach to where at the end of the season they're not bragging about ball control and all that kind of nonsense?
Well, you mentioned it. There's clearly been a change, right? CJ's the first person who let us know that they're doing some of the things that he likes to do and that he does in the past. And we've heard more other people say it. I can't wait to hear from Nick Caserio or Nick Caley. I want to hear if Nick Caley agrees with this and maybe gets into a little bit more depth. But we heard that shift, and quite frankly, to me, that's what it looked like it was. It looked like it was like, hey, this is the offense we're going to run, and we need you to buy in. And I'll be honest with you, Nick Caley doesn't have a good enough track record to not come in here with C.J. Stroud and not say, hey, C.J., man, let's kind of work on some of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just, I mean, he doesn't. I'm not saying he's good or bad, but you're not walking in here. Right, Andy Reid comes in here, all right.
Well,
got you. Sean McVay, Kyle,
exactly.
Got you. Run it. Not Nick Caley.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, Nick Caley, you took cross-training. Nick Caley's cross-trained schemes. He's running. He's got the Rams. He's got the Patriots.
No, he really is. Like, honestly, we talked about how risky it is to go back-to-back first-time offensive coordinators, first-time play callers, which is what they did here. But it's one thing, like I could have excused the back-to-back first-time play caller, but you brought in a first caller that also changed the offense for somebody that had been successful in the previous offense. That was a little bit of the bridge too far. Hopefully, whatever it is that they figured out in the offseason and what they're doing right now with OTAs sort of compensates for that.
All right, 5 o'clock fire news on two guys that are injured that the Astros are hoping to get back to the big league club, and we'll get you ready for Arrighetti and Skeens tonight. Also, the NBA Finals as we get you ready over-unders on everything happening there, and an important piece will be available for the Knicks. We'll let you know the latest on that and much more right here live on The Drive.
Flip all this burger.
The Drive with Stoerner and
fight that may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Take the drive.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, TKA Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is the Astros. They are back at the Daikin tonight, and this has to be the pitching matchup of the day and night here in Major League Baseball. Spencer Arrighetti, the reigning, defending AL Pitcher of the Month.
I like that energy.
That's a little shout out to Paul Heyman. He's getting the ball, and he is facing Paul Skeens, who has got a 2.89 ERA and has got 75 Ks on the season, and maybe the most talented starting pitcher in baseball. He gets the ball. This is a hell of a matchup right now coming up tonight. And I know many people have been down on maybe paying to go see the Astros. And I promise you, there was not a damn thing they did yesterday that made you want to get out, go out, get in your car, pay for parking, and then go on in and pay for them hot dogs and nachos. You can't just get the regular nachos. You got to get, obvious anyway. But like, there's nothing that made you to say, I feel intrigued to go in. This pitching matchup may be that as well. We'll get to that here, but want to give an update on a couple of things here. We have a date now when it comes to Christian Javier, another one of the injured players for the Astros. He is expected to go out there and make a start coming up tonight against the Arkansas Travelers.
Oh,
the Travelers.
right there in Little Rock, baby.
Travelers baseball. He is out there. Double A Corpus is where Christian Javier is, so he is expected to make a start. So he is getting closer to healthy, and right now the Astros could use all the pitchers they can get, not just from performance, but you just never know with the Astros what's going to happen. And then someone who's even closer, potentially closer than Javier is Jose Altuve, who faced live pitching today. Here was the Astros second baseman talking about how he's feeling and how close he is to returning.
I feel great today. Obviously, we've been doing, a lot of running and swinging and everything necessary to go back to 100% healthy. And I feel like we're one day closer every day. We're feeling better and better, and that's what, it matters right now.
All right, better and better. One day
closer every day. Boy, I tell you, he's
You
good.
like that one?
Oh, yeah, he's good with
Better
it.
and better.
Yeah, he's good with it. That's but yeah, with an oblique like that, if you're swinging at all, then they feel pretty comfortable with where you're at. And so, is he unleashing it completely? I don't know, but we'll see. That I just know with an oblique, whether you're throwing a ball or swinging a club or a bat, I mean, it's if you're doing that action, if they're allowing you to do it, you're close.
Yeah, and again, like Clint said, not sure what percentage he went. Was he 75? Was he? I would assume, man, you start facing. He faced a couple of minor league pitchers today. Yeah. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to minor like pitching, real pitching, and not be near close to.
You think about your oblique though, like a check swing hurts. Like, I mean, we saw Jake Myers. Now, they ended up calling that, I think, a back. I think Jake was categorized it. Okay. But, I mean, it was back-to-back check swings that did him in. I mean, that's how fragile that particular injury is. And so, the fact that they're letting him go at it at all is promising.
Yeah, so there it is. Jose Altuve, he will face live pitching today. He faced live pitching today. Will do so also again tomorrow. So he is getting closer again. Arrighetti, Skeens, here is the lineup tonight, Clint. against Paul Skeens. Pena Alvarez is the DH. That'll be a fun matchup between those two. Christian Walker, Paredes, Cam Smith, Myers in center, D's Nuts, DeZenzo. He is in the lineup along with Nick Allen and Vasquez. So that is the lineup tonight to see if the Astros can get themselves back into this series against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Feeling better and better. And
5 o'clock fire.
Necessary, man. It just is that
I
a
love
drop
how
now?
Altuve talks.
Is that a drop? The better and better now.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. All right. Well, we talked about it a bit. The NBA Finals, they begin tonight. The Spurs, they are 4.5-point favorites tonight in Game 1. I'm certain we may see some of this in T. Mill's Best Bets coming up next segment. Some news and notes from the finals. Robinson, the backup center and a very, very good defensive player for the Knicks and has good size as well. He's another 7-footer, Clint. He had broken, they thought maybe was the pinky, but it is actually the lower part of the hand. He will go. He had surgery. That's probably a good thing that they were able to have some time off. He had surgery on Tuesday, but he is going to be able to go, according to Shams Charania of ESPN, in this game. He fractured the 5th metatarsal bone in his right hand, and he is going to try to give it a go. And this is important, Clint, because they need all the big bodies that they can throw at Wemby right now. And we've heard it. We heard B. Scott say, hell, they may throw Josh Hart out there. I know teams have tried some stuff like that. That seems interesting.
I think we need to all pray for Wemby.
But they need to have all those guys on deck, and they've got to look at this as a 7-game series. They've got to get body blows, and Mitchell Robinson has 6 fouls to give those body blows, and Carl has 6 fouls. These are all thicker guys. I think the way the Timberwolves went about things was probably probably the route. I don't remember, especially with Chet, the Thunder being as physical. But that to me is something that may play. And we saw, hell, not only was he not as effective at times, they also got him to lose his cool and throw an elbow at Naz Reid that got him suspended or at least ejected from that game. Mitchell Robinson is an important piece for the Knicks to be able to throw all the bodies they can at Wemby.
I know they've got multiple options and they'll try several. I get that, but boy, I don't know why, but the Big Cat and Wemby, that matchup really
yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously you got to protect guys to a certain degree from getting in foul trouble, so you can't go all out. But damn it, that's one that I want to see. So. That clearly can get in his head, in Wemby's head.
Minnesota was able to pull it off.
Minnesota pulled it off. Well, you can argue that.
I thought he got a cut. I thought he got a cut block.
The Afro-German, he pulled it off.
He
a couple
tried
of times
to.
too.
Yeah, he tried to.
He got that series. So, we'll see. We'll see if we're just watching this Spurs team. They're so young. We're just watching them go through those kind of things, and then the next time it doesn't bother them as much. They don't get rattled. They keep rolling. So. How much of that is a thing of the past, and how much of that are they prepared for in this series? We'll see.
I do wonder. This is because this to me is like the hidden thing in this series, and the longer it goes, we'll see. Is how much the rest and how dominant the Knicks have been. Since you've won 11 straight playoff games, that means that you have
a lot of off days.
They've had a lot of off time, and they haven't played. The last 2 series for the Spurs went 6 in a physical series, as we just talked about, with the Timberwolves, and then a 7-game series that was a draining, well, physically and mentally. And Clint was coming out of, what was that, Game 5? Wemby looked shot.
Yep.
You wondered, and we talked about it that night, oof, what happens if you get out of that? You got another 7-game series against the Knicks coming through. The Knicks, they're as rested as almost a team could be. And they haven't lost since the first round of the playoffs. And they have rolled through and had a lot of time off. And maybe we don't see it immediately tonight because the Spurs had a couple of days off. But Wemby in particular, who played more minutes, looked visibly tired by Game 5. Now, he looked better as the series moved on in 6 and 7. But I do wonder how much the time off and the domination that the Knicks has had, which has allowed them to only have 4 games. They played 8 games in the last 2 series, and they've gone 6 and 7. I wonder how much of a factor that is.
I think the fatigue factor may show the longer the series goes.
Yeah.
Game 1, I think it's more about the rust that the Knicks could potentially show. And now, as I think I've heard you mention multiple times, like, yeah, if there is rust, which there may be, it ain't gonna last long. Fair and true, but if it lasts for a quarter at all and they're sloppy, and now all of a sudden it becomes a rough first quarter for them and they get down early, that changes at least the game. And so out of the gate, I'm curious on that. Like, what is the having laid off? How many days have they been off? 5, 6 days, maybe even more.
Yeah, more than that. I'm trying to think when's the last time that Knicks Cavs. It's up there. They did the last time they played May 25th. Yeah.
Let me see. You're looking at 8 days, 9 days. Yeah. So I mean, that's there could be some. Take them a little while. Take them half that first quarter to get started. And maybe some rust.
Yeah, and as you said, they've played the Spurs before, but it's also muscle memory that you got to change when you go in the paint.
Yeah.
because that dude is always lurking out of nowhere to block shots. So big game 1 tonight as they're in San Antonio. We'll see if the Knicks can steal one on the road against the Spurs.
They do have some big old women down there.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a couple of things coming out of the NFL. Caleb Williams, not a real surprise. Caleb Williams gets the cover of Madden. And I see what you have here, Tyler. No, it is not when C.J. Stroud came up and gave him
Tyler did that
and gave him fatherly advice. No, it is
Great
Caleb.
advice, Siege. He got the cover of Madden now.
It's like a jump pass that he is making on here, but
it's the Jordan.
But Caleb Williams slipped himself into the Madden cover, and he does feel like. By the way, are you guys believers of the Madden curse?
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm not.
If there is a curse that is real, that might be one of them.
Tyler.
I mean, have you seen the run of this thing?
I stopped, didn't it?
It did
I
take
feel
a brief pause.
I feel like it took a pause. Yeah, there was some.
There's been like a 10-year stretch of it before.
There was a run there. Adrian Peterson, he got clipped. There was a run there. But I think what it is showing, though, is if there is anybody primed to be a next big star, it is Caleb Williams. He is in the city, on a prominent team, prominent big city, and he has the game that could take him to the next level star. And I think that's where we are.
Well, he's got the offensive-minded head coach. It's a great play caller. So as long as he's there, they're going to be together, and they're going to put up big numbers. I've said this from jump. I'm not a huge Caleb Williams fan, but when you look at stylistically how he plays the game, I think he's naturally plays the game in a way that Pat Mahomes plays it, and that is I didn't think I'd ever see another Pat Mahomes, just with a guy with that kind of ability that also chooses to play the game so much off script, off schedule, and is so good in those moments. Obviously has a clutch gene, is great in big moments of the game, and so yeah, I mean this is as close to Pat Mahomes as you're going to find stylistically. Now, can he win enough games to be mentioned, like truly mentioned in that same vein, just from a quarterback perspective? I don't know, but it's fun to watch. Stylistically,
you get the sense that he takes another step forward.
Yeah. I think you're going to see a guy that as most guys do from year to year, the first 4 or 5 years they get better. The obvious jump from a year ago to last season was Ben Johnson. That factor, him jumping in there, getting the offensive line right, and his play calling. Now, how well versed does he become in that offense? Do they, how do they shed, they shed the trim the fat, if you will, guys that don't buy in, guys that aren't great fits, and they start plugging in guys that are, and they find a better supporting cast, even improve it year over year. I think Caleb's going to be, Now, I don't know how many runs they're going to make in the NFC and all that. I'm not familiar enough with their defense and what else is going on in Chicago. But offensively, man, they are. I think they're going to be at the top of the NFL for a while.
Yep, second season 2 seed. That first year under Ben Johnson, 2 seed, and got a playoff win against the Packers and was right there in overtime. And he made some crazy plays against the Rams.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, sticking in that part of, or at least in that division, their rivals, the Bears, the Packers. Micah Parsons, Clint, won't return until at least mid-October. As the initial hope that he could return within the first month of the season was never realistic, and Green Bay Packers star edge rusher has come to terms with it. It would be Parsons on Wednesday said that he had just passed his 5-month mark from his ACL surgery, which revealed he also had a procedure on his meniscus as well. So it won't be until mid-October that he returns, which obviously it's a different thing, but we are seeing some other guys return a little quicker. But it's smart for them. Obviously, you want to make sure him at that position that he is 100% ready to go. And the Packers feel like they've got a pretty good team that they can withstand that.
Yeah, look, if you just get him back mid-season, late, I mean, even second half of the season, as long as he's ready to go down the stretch last month of the season, and then obviously for the playoffs, then he can earn every penny that you got to pay him. I mean, but it is unfortunate that it seems like it's going to take him a little bit longer to get back than some guys.
Yeah. Again, I know they play. I know position also matters as well. I just sit there and watch this video of Patrick Mahomes is just doing spin moves. With this. If he didn't have that long knee brace all the way down to his ankle, I don't even know if I would know that dude tore his PCL, his ACL, LCL, whatever that is.
Hey, old Kermit the Frog here.
So, wild, but it's going to be a while for Micah Parsons. All right, coming up, T Mill's best bets as he is definitely needing a big run. 0 for 2 last night with a push, and he is trying to make his move on a Wednesday to get to the green. Little NBA flavor, so we'll do T Mill's best bets coming up, and we'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Very intrigued by up-and-coming talent. Tyler Milner is joining us here on the show.
In the Loop. 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here momentarily as he's going a little NBA action. At this point, it is a slippery slope right now. Do you fade him or do you try to still ride with him? Because it is just 3 days.
This is a make or break moment in the week.
2 days.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Make or break to what degree? What's
if it'll be a green or a red overall week of wagers?
This is make or break. It is.
I thought he was talking about whether he kept playing or not.
Oh no, I never quit.
No,
I'm not a quitter.
He wouldn't do that. I would support you. I would if you did, but he wouldn't. He wouldn't dare.
Your support means everything.
He wouldn't dare do that. But that's coming up here in just a bit. To as he said, a critical day. A critical day for best bets and where he is leaning. All right, Clint, before we get to Tyler and his best bets, this is going to be interesting to see how teams approach the Texans defense this year.
Yeah.
This is arguably the best defense in football last year. Them, to be honest with you, it felt like to me, I will give the edge to the Texans just because, I mean, their margin for error was less than a lot less than the Seahawks. All right, the Seahawks gave up 38 points or something to the Rams. The Texans defense didn't have the ability to do that and win games. So I would say the Texans defense was the best defense in football last year, but I think a lot of people understand and know that. And not to say it was a surprise, but the domination I don't think is going to be a surprise at all, and teams have had time to really see what it is that they're doing and find ways to attempt to try to find advantages they can have. When you start looking at the AFC, there are a lot of offenses that you look at it that have a combination of a quarterback and a play caller, maybe some skilled position guys that could give them problems. Before you tell me, Clint, AFC offenses or an offense that you think could give the Texans problems, what is it that you would look for that you think an offense would need to be able to do some things against this offense?
Well, I think you got to be balanced. You can't be one-dimensional. I think it's probably a pretty good idea to have a quarterback that can get off his spot and move and either hurt you with his feet or extend plays with his feet and make throws down the field. And I think you've got to have some level of like a maker at one of your positions, at one of your pass-catching positions in order to have a real shot against this team, right? Like, you could have a great quarterback, but if you don't have wide receivers, i.e. Buffalo, that can separate, then he's going to have to hold the ball, and the defensive front is going to eat. If you're one-dimensional, whether you're running it or throwing it, it ain't going to get it done. Baltimore is going to be super one-dimensional, I would think, as they try to run the ball with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. New coach, new offensive minds. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like anyway. But you can't be one-dimensional. And then I think if you just don't have dudes outside, again, Baltimore, Buffalo type, then you've got problems. So I think the teams that have the ability to run it and throw it, and the teams that have quarterbacks that can get off their spots, and the teams that have playmakers out wide that can go get it, which that's a lot, but I think those are, if you don't have those, I think it's going to be really tough. You better have a really good defense and keep it, force it to be a low score game. So I think you got a handful of teams that fit in that category. I think the Patriots fit that category. I think the Broncos fit that category, and I think potentially the Bengals fit that category. In the AFC, I hate to count the Chiefs out, being it's Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, but I mean, I don't even know if Rice is going to be there.
None of us do.
I mean, and they've got to go. Kelsey's getting older. It leaves Worthy. I mean, they've got to get some. They got to get some targets. So I don't put them in that category right now. I just, it's Denver, Cincy, and the Patriots, and I think in no particular order there, but I would go with the Patriots. I mean, I think Drake May saw him with far lesser receivers last year make some big plays in the pass game, make some plays in the run game as well. We know what Josh McDaniel, the offensive coordinator, can do. We know what A.J. Brown can do. We've seen it before. So I'm going to go with the Patriots in this. I'm surprised myself doing that, but you start looking at what the Patriots have. Definitely two-dimensional, definitely playmakers, definitely a quarterback that can get off his spot, definitely a play caller that can massage his offense to fit his guys. So I think New England's the real threat.
Yeah,
the biggest threat.
I think they could. They can run the football with Stevenson and Henderson, and they have probably average to above average really across the board, right? And I see some people texting in. You guys aren't counting the offensive line. Yeah, I think you have to have an offensive line, but listen. The Buffalo Bills have had a really good offensive line the last couple of years. They give their asses fits.
Yeah.
Right? Like I think the quarterback and the offensive mind and play caller is as big as anything with the Texans. and trying to figure out the Texans. That's why I wouldn't necessarily take out the Chiefs because they hold those elements. Or really, I guess, a team like the Chargers because they hold those elements with Mike McDaniel and Justin Herbert. But I think things that we've seen over the years is the field is a place that we have seen them can be vulnerable.
Yep.
Right? Like, I think Aziz and Petrie have improved in that. I still think that they can be had in terms if you can get good matchups. When we've seen them, we watched the Jets hurt them with getting those matchups there. And so I think the middle of the field is a big deal. But I think you got to have an offensive mind that can at least help you get some maybe freebies, help you get some plays. Because I don't think you can just call your offense and just consistently be able to move the ball against this team, despite who you have.
Well, you can't bake on it, right? You're going to have to be, to your point, your play caller. There's going to be 4 or 5 opportunities against our defense, against the Texans defense throughout a game, and you better hit.
Yes.
Are you throwing low percentage fade routes, or do you have something designed up like New England did last year, and you get Douglas over the middle early versus cover 0? You get a receiver matched up on Kalen Bullock in zero coverage, and you got an answer quick for your quarterback, easy completion, touchdown, or is he back there running around for his life? So I agree with you. The play caller is so important versus his defense.
Because we've watched, they can give up the big play. Yeah. It's just, can you extend? Can you have enough time? And can you make the throw? Mm-hmm. Like we watched them, we set up in the press box. I think another team you could say fits this with, their weapons they have. Like Sean Payton got Bo Nix about 4 or 5 throws where there was an open receiver streaking. I think he hit one for a touchdown, Cortland Sutton, but the others he couldn't get it there or got picked off or something like that. So I think there are routes and ways that you can do it. People are texting in. You got to have a good run game. We talked about that earlier. I think that is a good thing. Still, again, especially with Cade McDonald, I just don't believe D'Amico is. And we've seen it a couple of times. Tampa did it last year. We ain't seen teams just take it and just run it down their throats. Yeah. Eventually, you got to get to 3rd down and 6, and then you unleash those dudes. Tampa's the closest thing to do it, and even them, they scored 20 points and had to score late to do that. So, I think running the football is a big key, but not as big because they can shut that down on the way to the quarterback. All right, let's get to T. Mills' best bets. He's trying to climb himself closer to the green, going a little NBA. What we got tonight?
4 bets for Game 1 in these NBA Finals. Knicks, Spurs first. I honestly like the Knicks to win this Game 1 tonight, just outright. But I'm taking the points because, well, it's been a rough week.
Oh, you're liking them, huh?
Yeah, I really think the Knicks might surprise some people. Knicks plus 5.5. I teased that line. It's been sitting pretty steady at 4.5 in favor of the Spurs. Plus 5.5. As I said, I like the money line for the Knicks. I think they win this one. Then 3-player props very fast. The Alien Wembanyama. Only Spurs prop under 27.5 points for Wemby. And your 2 Knicks props, Jalen Brunson over 24.5 points. And Big Cat over 11.5 rebounds. Those are your 4 best bets.
This isn't bad. This isn't bad. I think you got a chance to dig yourself.
Could take a 4 for 4. Would love that.
Yeah. The Brunson over is the only one that I look at that is rough. Like I do. I think it's good for the series, right? If the Knicks win, right? Tonight.
No.
I know you're going, but I'm just talking about if they won tonight, I think it would make the series feel like, oh, we got something.
They take home court?
Because I think most people believe the Spurs are the team that's going to win. I think if the Knicks win this tonight, I think people may take the series a little bit more serious.
I think that's fair.
Sorry. put that together like that.
Sure.
All right, you can catch at his best bets at T-Mill Real Deal. He's got them posted there and does it every single day. All right, one thing we're hearing it from D'Amico. We're hearing it from Nick Caserio. Players, the offense looks different. All right, well, then maybe we should see something different next year. We'll let you have to say discuss that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Is Jaden Higgins one of the guys that you look at that potentially take steps, Clint?
Shoot, Jaden Higgins is the guy. If Jaden Higgins can take the kind of step and development and growth and maturity from year 1 to year 2 that D'Amico Ryans just described when he first saw him this offseason, if that's real and that comes to fruition and actually you can see it in his play, then a lot of the Texans' problems are solved.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713.
Injured? Call Mo Carey Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Texans All Access follows us right after we get done. They'll give you the sights and sounds of Texans OTAs, and they've got a surprise. They will announce live this year's Texas Bowl dates and kickoff times. The Texas Bowl, Kinder's Texas Bowl.
Rock and roll, meow.
So they will announce that coming up on Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, always fun and a good listen for those guys. And then Area 45 is Holly Kittens.
Yes. He's filling in.
Also known as Paul Gallant.
Yeah.
He is in tonight for Sean Bijani. Paul Gallant and Patrick Creighton. That ought to be fun.
Paul and Pat?
Bouse.
Paul and Pat. Yes.
And Pussycats.
Although Pat, I think, would want it to be Pat and Paul.
Wasn't real sure where he was going with that.
Yeah. That's the beauty of Tyler.
Yeah.
I keep you on your toes.
Well, there's liable to be a little.
My heels, guys.
There's liable to be some sight. Them cats right there can get after it a bit.
Cats, and I think if it's between those two, if we're going to do cats, I've got to lean towards Paul.
Paulie Kittens, no doubt.
Yeah, Paulie Kittens. Seabass, he'll be on the ones and twos, trying to keep those two for letting the sparks fly.
Him too.
Yeah, old mid-sea.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
There we go. Yeah, the first one's better.
I like the Tyler. I like the Milner one.
Yeah.
Oh, I like them all.
What made you,
I don't care
what made you stop and not continue with Tyler and turn it to Milner? I like the top. I like the Milner.
I don't know why I did that.
For some reason, Clint gets in a mood to call you Milner instead of Tyler. I don't know why.
Reminds me of every coach I ever had.
Milner.
Yep.
They didn't go Millie.
No. Oh Millie. That would have been cool though.
That would have been.
I was always.
That song was out when you were in high school, wasn't it?
Yeah. Carter 3 came out whenever I was in high school. I was destroying my eardrums in that Hummer with the Pro Box and whatnot.
Yeah.
What'd you have in there?
Oh, competition kicker, 15-inch sub.
115 or 2?
1.
Does he say it in a yawn? Is that what he does?
You know.
Oh, he's competition kicker, 15.
Kicker.
You hear me before you saw me.
I didn't want to overdo it. I went JL Audio 10s underneath the back seat. That's what I went with, boys.
Sure, it sounded good.
Didn't bother people outside the vehicle, but since inside.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm paying for it now. Can't hear jack-ish.
Yeah. Well,
turn your volume up.
It happens, man.
Oh, it's cranked.
He said it's cranked. I think Luke Morrow's in that.
In what?
Tough for the ears.
I think you're right.
I've rolled in.
He's hard of hearing?
I've rolled in and plugged my my headphones in after Luke. Luke's got him a little north.
Yeah.
He just happened to me with Landry.
Oh God, Landry was
that dude's dead.
Oh God, yeah, he was. I had to come in and turn that thing way down. Yeah, that is a good call on Landry Locker. All right, again, as we said, we'll hand it over. Pays to listen right here live and local until 11 o'clock. As they'll have also baseball post game show as well. See if Spencer Aghetti can get the best of Paul Skeens. So that'll be a big matchup tonight. So stay tuned right here on Sports Radio 610, live and local until 11 o'clock. All right, if you missed Payne and Pendergast, you missed at 7:30 a pretty good conversation they had with the general manager.
You think it was their best?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to put them in a box. I'd like to really think over some of the other ones. A time where he told us about one of his diets, some of the yogurt things that he likes. There was some good stuff there too. But
did we get some wrestling stuff this time?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't catch that. I didn't catch the wrestling stuff. They got right on down to business. I'm sure they did. I'm sure maybe talked about Obafemi. But you can go and check and listen to the entire thing on the Odyssey app as they went through many topics, including this. Because D'Amico said this the other day when he was, I'm sorry, Big Perk size over these two guys just threw me off a bit. But they talked, and D'Amico talked about how much the offense was light years from where they were last year in OTAs, and you talk about backing him up. Here's Nick Caserio with his thoughts on it.
I think everything starts with CJ. It's probably been the best spring that he's had since he's been here. He's had a really good off season. He's trained well. I'd say his on-field demeanor, his presence, his communication, his ownership, his leadership of the offense. I mean, it's stood out. And I think collectively, just as an offense, seem like you're going into a second year of understanding the terminology, understanding some of the nuances that are involved. And really, you're just trying to put the foundation here in place as a team. That's what the spring really is about. The way practice is designed, there's certain things you're going to be able to see, the other things you're not going to be able to see. But just overall, it really speaks to the mindset and the mentality of the team.
Bagels here.
All right, he talked about that and backed this thing up, and they have generally when we start hearing a repeat of things from this group, whether it be the coaches, the players, whatever, start to like it's a talking point. It is something they are really looking at. And Clint, they really, in the way they're talking about it, D'Amico and him really seem to think this is a big deal, a big thing for them, that they are in a much better place offensively than they were last year.
Well, the part in that sound bite right there that really stood out was the fact that he said it stands out, right? It's one thing for the head coach, the general manager, the offensive coordinator, teammates to come in and say, oh, boy, yeah, man, the communication's great. Yeah, man, CJ's really taking ownership. Yeah, man, he's really buying in and all the things, it's one thing to say all that. But when he says it stands out, that means that it should be something that we notice. That means it should be something that when we show up at training camp, we can hear C.J. Stroud taking command and communicating at the line of scrimmage. We can see a different C.J. Stroud from how animated he is at the line of scrimmage, whether it's pointing out the mic or pointing out whoever the force player is or the hot player is or whatever it may be. It should be, if he's got complete command of this offense, he's got to be more vocal and more animated at the line of scrimmage where we can hear it and we can see it. And so for me, it's one thing to hear all these buzzwords of what a fourth-year quarterback should be doing, of what a second-year quarterback, a quarterback that's in his second year in an offense should be able to do. A lot of that is just it's coach speak and it's more hoping and wishing and praying. But when they say it stands out, I mean, we can hear it, we can see it. That, to me, is what I'm looking for. I said it yesterday in our conversation. Like, Will can talk about how he's doing this or that, and D'Amico and Nick can talk about how he's doing this and that. But until I see it, quote unquote, stand out, and I hear it with my own ears, then it's going to be all for none. But if the general manager is going to the point where he's saying, hey man, it stands out in a big way, that's a plus.
Yeah, no, I think it all is a plus. Because one, the number one thing, and we've talked about it, is your quarterback feeling like he is in a place where he's most comfortable and can roll, and he's good in this offense, which we have heard nothing but that, and it does feel pretty genuine. Yeah, what we're hearing from both CJ and the coaching staff.
Well, I mean, here's the reality of what's going on in Houston is there's a great defense, yes, but if your offense is heavily dependent on the coordinator calling the perfect play for 4 quarters and you being able to score enough points to win games in the playoffs, you're just simply not going to win, right? You add to the fact that this is a second-year play caller. It's more of a group approach on the offensive side of the ball. I don't know that Nick Caley is in a spot where he's going to be great in those scenarios. If your quarterback doesn't have, like, if your offense doesn't give the ability to immediately go to answers, to immediately go to easy completions, to get out of bad plays and in good plays, if he doesn't have the ability to trump whatever the center's call is, to make sure he's protected and to make sure he knows where he's not protected, more important. If he don't have those abilities, those are just the basic expectations of a decent NFL offense. If you don't have those, you are not going to win in this league. I don't give a damn how good you are on defense. Yes, you need to run the ball. Yes, Nico and Dalton Schultz need to stay healthy. Yes, C.J. Stroud can't take sacks. Yeah, the offensive line needs to be better. Yeah, I get all that. And all that stuff's important. We talk about it consistently. But if your quarterback doesn't have command of the line of scrimmage, you don't have a chance to win in this game. You don't have the chance to win beyond the second round of the playoffs. You just don't. I don't care how good your defense is.
Yeah, for me, another part that I take from this is they say it's night and day from where they were this year, and I would imagine this would just get better and better. And better that they would be night and day from where they were from mandatory minicamp. They'll be night and day from where they were during training camp. the thought to me is then they should be night and day from where they were the first month of the season last year than they are this